Welcome to Seeking Wisdom, from Darwin to Munger. Let's begin Part 1. Part 1. What influences our thinking? The ancient Greek physician Hippocrates once wrote, "And men should know that from nothing else but from the brain come joys, laughter, and jests, and sorrows, griefs, despondency, and lamentations. And by this we acquire wisdom and knowledge, and we see and hear and know what are foul and what are fair, what sweet and what unsavory. And by the same organ we become mad and delirious, and fears and terrors assail us." Now, let's start Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Our Anatomy Sets the Limits for Our Behavior. To understand the way we think and why we make misjudgments, we must first figure out what influences our behavior. For instance, why can't we fly? To do the things we do today, we need the proper anatomical foundation. To fly, you need wings. To walk, you need legs. To see, you need eyes. And to think, you need a brain. Our anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry are the fundamental basis for our behavior. If you change your anatomy, you change your behavior. A bird can't fly if its wings are in a spot where there are no bones to anchor them. Apes can't talk because they need speech organs, and these organs must be positioned in a certain way. For example, even a small change in how our own speech organs are positioned could make speech impossible. Another example of how a change in anatomy changes behavior comes from the Neurosciences Institute in California. In one experiment, scientists took a small piece of developing brain tissue from a quail and placed it into the same spot in a chicken embryo. When the chick hatched, it had both quail and chicken nerve cells. Depending on which cells were transplanted, the result was either a chicken that crowed like a quail or a chicken that bobbed its head like a quail. Studies have also shown that damage to a part of the brain called the prefrontal cortex, which lies behind your forehead and eyes, can result in a tendency to show a high degree of disrespect for social norms, including violent behavior. A classic example is the story of a railway construction foreman named Phineas Gage. In 1848, he was the victim of an explosion that drove an iron rod through the frontal region of his brain, damaging his prefrontal cortex. Before the accident, he was considered stable, dependable, industrious, and friendly. Phineas survived the accident, but his personality completely changed. He became a drifter who was unreliable, arrogant, impulsive, and inconsiderate. Other studies show that damage to the amygdala, a region of the brain linked with emotional states and social behavior, reduces the tendency to feel and respond to fear. On the other hand, stimulating the amygdala can bring about intense emotional reactions. In 1966, a man named Charles Whitman killed 14 people and wounded 38 from the clock tower at the University of Texas in Austin. An autopsy later revealed that he had a tumor pressing against his amygdala. It is our brain, its anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, and how these parts function that set the limits for how we think. But since our brain's parts also interact with our body's anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry, we have to see the brain and body as a single unit. They are part of the same system, us. Let's take a closer look at the anatomy of our brains to get a better understanding of what influences our behavior. What we feel and think depends on neural connections. A lot is known about the brain, but far from everything. There are still many controversies and unanswered questions. Nobel laureate Dr. Gerald Edelman, the director of the Neurosciences Institute, explains, "The brain is the most complicated material object in the known universe. If you attempted to count the number of connections, 1 per second, in the mantle of our brain, the cerebral cortex, you would finish counting 32 million years later. But that is not the whole story. The way the brain is connected, its neuroanatomical pattern, is enormously intricate. Within this anatomy, a remarkable set of dynamic events take place in hundredths of a second, and the number of levels controlling these events, from molecules to behavior, is quite large. Weighing only about 3 pounds, the brain is made of at least 100 billion nerve cells, which are called neurons. It also contains tens of billions of other cells called glial cells, which support the neurons. Neurons are connected to other neurons, and they interact with each other. Each neuron has a cell body with tiny branches called dendrites that receive information from other neurons. Extending from the cell body are long fibers called axons that send information to other neurons. Since it's the connections between neurons that cause our mental capacities, it's not the number of cells that is most important, but the number of potential connections between them. So how do these neurons connect and communicate with each other? Every neuron can connect with other neurons at contact points. This space between one neuron and another is called a synapse. When a neuron fires an electrical impulse down its axon, the impulse is released as a chemical substance called a neurotransmitter. When this chemical reaches the dendrite of another neuron, it triggers an electrical impulse, which then sets off a series of chemical reactions. Some stimulation has to happen for the neuron to fire. The strength of this firing and what kind of neurotransmitter is released depends on the stimuli coming in. How does the neurotransmitter cause the electrical impulse? On the surface of the receiving neuron, there are proteins called receptors. Every receptor is tailor-made for a specific chemical. The chemical acts like a key, and the receptor, which is like a lock, only lets in the right chemical. Have you ever wondered why it feels so good when our loved ones give us a kiss or a compliment? It's the neurotransmitter dopamine that is being released. Dopamine is involved in the brain's reward and motivation system, and also in addiction. High levels of dopamine are believed to increase feelings of pleasure and relieve pain. Another neurotransmitter is serotonin. Serotonin is linked with our mood and emotions. Too much stress can lead to low levels of serotonin, and low levels are associated with anxiety and depression. So, what happens when we take an antidepressant drug? The drug increases the amount of serotonin in our brain by mimicking its structure. It's important to note that antidepressants don't necessarily make us happy. They just treat the state of unhappiness. And even though neurotransmitters and the drugs that affect them can alter our mental functions, they are part of a complicated system. This system involves interactions between molecules, cells, synapses, and other systems, including our life experiences and environmental factors. So far, we know that the brain is a chemical system and that neurons communicate with each other by releasing neurotransmitters. These are the chemicals that carry messages between neurons. What we think and feel depends on chemical reactions, and these chemical reactions are a function of how our neurons connect with each other. But what determines how these neurons connect and form their patterns? It comes down to our genes, our life experiences, situational or environmental conditions, and a degree of randomness. Genes control brain chemistry, but are turned on and off by the environment. First, what is a gene and what does it do? Genes are what make an individual unique. For example, they are the instructions to be built with 2 blue eyes, 2 arms, 1 nose, and a brain with a certain architecture. Our body is made up of different types of interconnected cells that all function together. Each cell has 46 chromosomes, which are like chains of genes. We get 23 chromosomes from each of our parents. Every chromosome is made up of the chemical DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA is our inheritance. Half comes from our father and half from our mother. Genes are segments of our DNA and the units of our inheritance. A gene consists of 4 chemical molecules, adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine, or A, C, G, and T, all joined together in a chain. The short chemical name for a chain of any number of these molecules in any order is DNA. The order of these molecules provides the coded instructions for everything a cell does. The job of genes is to make proteins, which are the building blocks of life. Proteins are molecules that carry out most of our biological functions and are made up of amino acids. There are 20 kinds of amino acids that can be used to make our skin, hair, muscles, and so on. Some proteins, called enzymes, cause certain chemical reactions, like creating neurotransmitters. Other proteins are hormones that act as messengers between our cells. Sometimes a gene is switched off and can't make proteins. Messenger RNA is a genetic material that translates DNA into specific proteins. The winners of the 2006 Nobel Prize in Medicine discovered a mechanism called RNA interference that could switch off a gene by blocking this process. RNA interference plays a key role in our defenses against viral infections. Recent studies also suggest that genes do more than just make proteins. For example, there is a gene in yeast that can turn another protein-producing gene on and off without making any protein itself. Every living thing uses the same genetic code, from cats to humans. This means we can transfer a single human gene into a cat, and the cat can read it and follow its instructions. But no two individuals have the same DNA or the same versions of genes, except for identical twins. Not all things are spelled alike in our genetic code. That's why people differ in eye color, height, and other traits. The more closely related one living thing is to another, the fewer spelling differences there are. But even if the differences are small, gene expression, that is, where and when genes are turned on or off, and for how long, is the key. As an example, let's take our closest relative, the chimpanzee. Genetic studies show that humans and chimpanzees share at least 94% of their DNA sequences. This means that less than 6% of our DNA is responsible for the traits that make us different from chimpanzees. So what causes the large difference in behavior? Studies show that the human brain displays strikingly different patterns of gene expression compared to the chimpanzee's brain. Since we inherit all of our genes from our parents, why don't we look like a simple mixture of them? In most organisms, genes come in pairs. We inherit two versions of each gene for a particular trait from each parent. For example, you might get one version for blue eyes and one for brown eyes. When a father and mother's genes combine, the effect of one gene may dominate the effect of the other. Certain characteristics are dominant. This is why a child who has one parent with blue eyes and one with brown eyes doesn't have eyes that are a blend of blue and brown. The child has brown eyes because the brown-eyed gene won the race. Blue eyes are recessive, but since the child inherited the blue-eyed gene, it could still be passed on to future generations. Because the recombination of these versions happens by chance, they can always produce a new combination. On the other hand, if both of a child's parents have blue eyes, the child has no choice but to be blue-eyed. Some versions of genes are dominant, in some cases they blend, and sometimes we see an equal expression of both versions. Since most traits are governed by several pairs of genes, lots of combinations are possible. Interaction and flexibility characterize our biological functions. Does each gene have its own specific part to play? No, we can't isolate one gene as causing a specific thing or arrange them in order of importance. They are part of an interconnected system with many possible combinations, and most genes contribute to more than one characteristic. Genes can have different effects depending on where, when, and how they are switched on. Interaction is a fundamental property in biology. There are interactions between molecules, genes, neurons, brain regions, cells, and organs, and also among these individual systems. Each system does its own job, but they are all coordinated to produce a functional and unique individual. But what about the idea that the left and right sides of the brain have different functions? Dr. Ralph Greenspan at the Neurosciences Institute says, although in some sense it's poetic to speak of a right brain/left brain difference, the fact of the matter is that things that are right brain are really happening everywhere, and things that are left brain are really happening everywhere. There are certain aspects of it that may be more biased to one side versus another, but the brain is not highly localized in any sense at all. Everything that ever happens in your brain is happening as a unification of many areas at once. He continues by saying, Isaac Newton might have liked the neat view of biological systems made up of dedicated components, with causal roles that can be studied in isolation, and in which particular conditions give rise to uniquely predictable responses. Charles Darwin, by contrast, might have felt more at home with the idea of a complex emergent system made up of many non-identical components, with non-exclusive roles, non-exclusive relationships, several ways of producing any given output, and a great deal of slop along the way. The most striking result of our interactive network is flexibility. This is a flexibility to take on new roles as conditions change, and an ability to produce the same result in different ways. For example, studies show that different configurations between neurons can achieve the same result. The configuration that is used depends on which alternatives are available at a given moment in a given situation, since behavior depends on context. It also depends on an individual's life experiences and an element of chance. Having alternative ways of producing the same outcome gives us a great benefit. For example, it allows us to compensate for injuries and readapt to new conditions. Do our genes have a life of their own? No. Gene expression depends on environmental conditions. Genes control the chemistry in the brain, but they need to be activated by the environment. An environmental event must switch them on or modify their level of activity before they can start making the proteins that influence our neural connections. Our genes determine if we inherit a particular characteristic, but it is the environment that causes our genes to make proteins that produce certain response tendencies. So, our behavior emerges from the mutually dependent activity of both genetic and environmental factors. Neural connections are shaped by life experiences. The brain changes continually as a result of our experiences. Experiences produce physical changes in the brain, either through new neural connections or through the generation of new neurons. Studies suggest that the brain can change even during the course of a single day. This means that the anatomy of the brain varies from one individual to another. Even identical twins with identical genes don't have identical brains because they have had different life experiences. Experiences are the reason that all individuals are unique. There are no two individuals with exactly the same upbringing, nutrition, education, social stamping, or physical, social, and cultural setting. This creates different convictions, habits, values, and character. People behave differently because differences in their environment cause different life experiences. This is why it is sometimes hard to understand other people's behavior. To do that, we would have to adapt to their environment and share their experiences, which is often impossible. If we encounter a stressful situation, how we respond depends on what we were born with, what we have experienced, and the specific situation itself. Assume that a person named Sam and you both have genes for being fearful. You are standing on a savanna in Africa and are approached by a lion. Do both of you show the same reaction when exposed to the same situation? You are afraid, but Sam is not. Sam either knows that this particular lion is tame or Sam is a lion tamer. Sam's reaction comes from his life experiences. Sam may also be genetically predisposed to react differently to certain dangers, but even if Sam has a low genetic vulnerability to fear, he can still develop a fear of the lion. One horrifying experience with a lion may be enough to do it. Behavior is influenced by our state of mind. The Roman emperor and philosopher Marcus Aurelius Antoninus said, "Our life is what our thoughts make it." Our state of mind is a function of our life experiences and the specific situation we are in. Imagine two scenarios. In the first, you are eating tasty chocolate, listening to wonderful music, and feeling relaxed. In the second, you are suffering from a cold, feeling stressed, and have just eaten a bad meal. If you had to make a judgment in both of these situations, would it be the same? Probably not, since your state of mind is completely different in each case. Can our state of mind actually influence our biochemistry and immune system? It's not just what happens to us that counts. It's what we think happens to us. We can convert our expectations into a biochemical reality, which means that our mental state and our physical well-being are deeply connected. A placebo effect is a positive therapeutic effect that has nothing to do with the actual efficiency of a treatment, but everything to do with a patient's belief in that treatment. Whenever patients believe that a treatment will have a particular physiological, behavioral, or psychological effect, they are susceptible to placebo effects. For example, imagine a doctor gives you a pain relief drug, which is actually just a sugar pill. After a short time, you might experience significantly less pain simply because you believed it would work. A placebo is an inactive or ineffective substance, like sugar pills or injections of saline solution, that is often used in studies to compare against active treatments. Studies consistently show that a placebo can improve a patient's condition simply because the patient expects it will work. Clinical evidence even shows that placebos have physical effects on the brain. just like real drugs do. Studies in Sweden have shown that a placebo activates the same brain circuits as pain-killing drugs. In one study, 9 male students volunteered to participate in a study of pain-killing drugs. Researchers first tested the degree of pain the subjects would experience when a 48°C metal surface was pressed to the backs of their hands. The test was then repeated after the subjects were given a real pain-killing drug. Later, the subjects were told they would be testing 2 new pain-killing drugs, one of which was similar to the one they had already tested. Once more, the hot metal surface was pressed to the backs of their hands. A man in a white coat, carrying a badge that said "Professor," then entered the room. This professor gave the subjects intravenous injections of either a real opioid painkiller or a placebo. During the experiment, researchers scanned the subjects' brains and compared their responses. Both the painkiller and the placebo produced the same effect. Both increased blood flow in areas of the brain known to be rich in opioid receptors. 8 of the 9 subjects said that the placebo produced a clear relief from the pain. Other studies show that people who take sugar pills as a treatment for depression and other illnesses can undergo striking, although temporary, changes in brain activity and neural chemistry as their condition improves. It has also been shown that placebos can improve blood pressure, cholesterol levels, and heart rate. It's like a pharmacy inside our own body that has evolved over millions of years. But what happens when a healthy person finds out they might die? Studies show that if people expect something to go wrong with their health, it often does. Negative expectations can influence our bodies and cause symptoms that over time may cause real harm. In one study, women who believed they were inclined to have a heart attack were nearly 4 times as likely to die as women with similar risk factors, but without those expectations. Another study found that patients who were warned about the gastrointestinal side effects of taking aspirin were 3 times more likely to experience them. Other studies show that if people worry about drug side effects, they are more likely to get them. Our beliefs have biological consequences, both good and bad. Our genes and our life experiences determine how our neurons connect, and this influences and sets the limits for our behavior. We were born with the basics of life already in place. We had neural connections that regulated our breathing, heartbeat, temperature, and so on. So how does our brain select the specific neural connections that produce useful behavior? The answer is that our brain is a product of evolution. Now let's move on to Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Evolution, selected the connections that produce useful behavior for survival and reproduction. First, what do we mean by evolution? Evolution is change, whether structural, physiological, or behavioral, which occurs over time through interaction with the environment. Paleontology professor John Horner says in his book Dinosaur Lives, "When you flip through the pages of the family album, you're witnessing evolution at work." The theory behind evolution is that all individuals alive today have evolved from simpler, more primitive forms of life. Since every living thing uses the same genetic code, it is likely that life descended from a distant common ancestor that had that code. If a monkey and a human and any other organism trace their ancestors back far enough, they will eventually find a common ancestor. What are the major mechanisms responsible for evolution and for how our brain evolved? They are mutation and natural selection. Mutations cause variations. Mutations are caused by a copying error in the sequence of A, C, G, and T molecules when DNA is copied. This error in the gene's spelling may cause a change in a protein, leading to a modification in the individual that inherits the gene. For example, the new instruction could be to build Peter with a different eye color. Since the change is random and unpredictable, no one can tell which gene or genes may be involved. Now let's talk about natural selection. Charles Darwin, the great British naturalist, once said, "I have called this principle by which each slight variation, if useful, is preserved, by the term natural selection." Charles Darwin, and independently the British naturalist Alfred Russel Wallace, discovered the theory of evolution by natural selection. Darwin called his work on the origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of favored races in the struggle for life. Darwin was inspired by the Reverend Thomas Malthus's An Essay on the Principle of Population. In it, Malthus wrote, "Human population grows exponentially, like compound interest in a bank account, but farm output rises at a slower, arithmetic rate. The result, human population will inevitably and repeatedly outstrip its food supply." Malthus noted that populations can always outgrow their resources, but are held in check by diseases, war, predators, and limited resources like food. Darwin made the following 3 observations. First, competition and environmental change. In most species, there are always more offspring born than can survive to adulthood and reproduce. A species is a group of individuals capable of producing fertile offspring, like snakes, lions, or humans. Darwin saw 2 reasons for this. One is that since there is a limited amount of resources like food, space, and mates, there is competition between individuals for these resources. The second reason is that since the environment changes over time and from one region to another, there are threats to the children's survival and their reproductive success. These threats include predators, changes in climate, isolation, diseases, and changes in the physical environment. Second, individual variability. Within a species, there is an enormous amount of individual variation. No 2 individuals of the same species are exactly alike in their anatomical structure, physiology, or behavior. We are not an exact copy of our parents. Individuals vary in their cell structure, fighting ability, and social skills. These variations make every individual unique, and that variation must be heritable in some way. Otherwise, children wouldn't resemble their parents more than they resemble other individuals. And third, the world is not fixed but is constantly evolving. Species change, new ones arrive, and others go extinct. Darwin called his principle natural selection. Any slight variation in traits that gives an individual an advantage in competing with other individuals of the same or different species, or in adapting to changes in their environment, increases the chance that the individual will survive, reproduce, and pass along its characteristics to the next generation. Maybe they have a greater resistance to disease, or can run faster, or can survive climate changes better. Darwin used the word selection, but nature doesn't care who gets selected for survival. Evolution has no goal. Another way to describe natural selection is as a process of elimination. Certain individuals survive because they have structural, physiological, behavioral, or other characteristics that prevent them from being eliminated. Those that don't have these characteristics are eliminated. Heredity enhances the likelihood that these selected or non-eliminated variations are preserved. Darwin didn't know about genetics, so he couldn't have known that these characteristics were caused by mutations and that they could be passed on through the genes. After a mutation changes an individual, the environment determines if the change gives that individual an advantage. If the new trait is helpful, the mutated individual is more likely to survive, reproduce, and pass the new trait on to his children. Take a poisonous spider as an example. Assume that a population of black widows, which is a group of individuals of one species that occupy the same area at the same time, differs in how toxic their venom is. If some spiders, or mutants, are born with more toxins than others, 2 things could happen over time. If having more toxins gives an advantage in the spider's environment, then more toxins might be selected for, and the more toxins, characteristic, might be passed to their children. If the more toxic black widow spiders survive and reproduce better than the less toxic ones, then over time, black widow spiders will evolve to have more toxic venom. The frequency of the more toxic spiders in the population will increase over time. If there is no advantage, the trait disappears, and the population of less toxic spiders increases. When organisms undergo selection, some characteristics may be carried along that weren't directly selected for. Even if a certain trait didn't provide an advantage, it could still be carried along as long as it isn't harmful, meaning it doesn't negatively influence survival and reproduction. But a situation may arise in the future when that trait can become useful. What happens when the environment changes? Since environments change over time and with geography, different variants are selected under different conditions. Characteristics that are successful in one environment may be unsuccessful in another. This is well expressed by the late American paleontologist Stephen Jay Gould in his book Wonderful Life, where he wrote, "Even if fishes hone their adaptations to peaks of aquatic perfection, they will all die if the ponds dry up." Studies show that different organisms respond differently to environmental stress, but there seems to be one creature that survives and reproduces regardless of changes and stresses in the environment: the cockroach. Writer Richard Schweid says in the Cockroach Papers, "If there is a God that made all life forms, a particularly rich blessing was bestowed on the roach, because it got the best design of all." The cockroach is the oldest insect on our planet, as evidenced by fossil records dating back 325 million years. It can eat almost anything, live for 45 days without food, and has an effective reproductive system with female sperm storing capabilities that last a lifetime, along with a great defense system. The cockroach is about the same organism it was millions of years ago because its characteristics were adaptive then and are still adaptive now. Often, a new trait or a change in an individual doesn't occur through a single step, but through a gradual accumulation of small mutations being selected over a long period of time. By dating meteorites, most scientists say that the Earth is about 4.6 billion years old. The oldest bacteria fossils go back 3.5 billion years. Given enough variation in time, even such a complicated thing as the eye has gradually developed. Evolutionary changes can also act fast. Studies of fruit flies show that differences in wing size could take place in as little time as a decade. A change in a species' territory, for example due to climate change, can also bring on rapid structural changes. Other studies show that a change that involves only a few genes could come about faster and cause large behavioral changes than one that depends on small changes in many genes. Mutation is not the only source of genetic variation. Other mechanisms, which sometimes interact, include genetic drift, gene flow, and symbiosis. Genetic drift happens when random events cause gene frequencies to vary between generations, which is more important in small populations. Gene flow, or migration, is the movement of genes in a species from one population to another as the result of interbreeding. For example, there is evidence of gene flow between cultivated plants and their wild relatives. Symbiosis is the cooperative interaction between different organisms that can produce genetic changes. There is also coevolution, which is the parallel evolution of two species. Another source of variation is gene duplication, or the accidental duplication of entire genes. So natural selection is not the only mechanism that changes organisms over time, but it is the only known process that seems to adapt organisms over time. Now, let's look at the evidence for evolution. There is fossil, anatomical, and molecular evidence of evolution. The fossil record shows how morphology, or the form and structure of organisms, was modified over time. Similarities of organs in related organisms show a common ancestry. There is also DNA fossil evidence where the relatedness of human relatives can be measured by DNA sequencing. One example of evolution is industrial melanism. Before the Industrial Revolution in England, the color of the peppered moth was mainly light. When there was no industrial pollution, the darker moth occasionally cropped up by mutation. But since the darker moths were easier to spot against the tree bark, hungry birds snapped them up. Only when the environment changed, when soot from new factories covered the tree trunks, did darkness become an advantage. Selection began to favor the darker moth. Darker moths were better disguised on tree trunks covered by soot. The lighter moths were eaten, and the darker ones increased in number. Around 1950, the environment started changing again. A decrease in the use of coal and better filtering equipment in the factories produced a cleaner environment, and the peppered moth is now in the process of returning to its lighter color. Why aren't antibiotics as effective against dangerous bacteria as they were before? Evolution is at work today. Evidence of evolution is seen in pesticide resistance among insects and the antibiotic resistance of bacteria. There are a lot of bacteria around, and they can divide several times an hour. In any population of bacteria, there are some individuals that, through mutations, have developed genes that cause them to escape elimination. The more non-resistant bacteria that are eliminated, the more opportunities there are for the resistant ones to reproduce and spread. Over time, the resistant bugs win the race, meaning the antibiotics become less and less effective. This continues until someone develops a new type of antibiotic, and then the race starts all over again. Bacteria are immensely adaptable. If you expose them to antibiotics long enough, they adapt and find a way to survive. This also means that the more we use antibiotics, the faster resistance spreads. And any method we use to kill bugs will, unless it completely wipes out a species, cause a population of resistant bugs to emerge. Just as we can't blame an animal for eating another animal to survive, we can't blame bacteria for giving us an infection. They have no intention of harming us. Bacteria do what comes naturally to all of us: survive and reproduce. Are bacteria always bad for us? No, they are important for our digestion and immune system. They are also vital for life on Earth. Without them, we wouldn't exist. In order to generate energy, we need oxygen. This oxygen is assumed to have been generated by a group of bacteria called cyanobacteria, or blue-green algae. These are the light-harnessing microbes that live primarily in seawater. The key source of energy for nearly all life is sunlight. This light energy is transformed into chemical energy in plants, algae, and certain bacteria through a process called photosynthesis. For example, plants make their food, usually glucose, from carbon dioxide through their leaves and water, mainly through their roots. Sunlight provides the energy needed to run the biochemical process that yields sugar and the byproduct oxygen, which is released into the atmosphere. When we eat plants, or animals that eat plants, we take in their stored energy. In plants, photosynthesis is handled by chloroplasts. They contain the molecule chlorophyll, which allows plants to absorb energy from the sun. Chloroplasts may have evolved from cyanobacteria that fused with plants a long time ago. Fossil evidence shows that there were cyanobacteria-like microbes on Earth 3.5 billion years ago. It is also believed that mitochondria, the non-bacterial cell structures where oxygen is used to burn food for energy, evolved as a result of a fusion of different kinds of bacterial cells. Another activity of some cyanobacteria is nitrogen fixation. For example, in plants from which we get beans or peas, bacteria live in the roots and chemically convert or fix atmospheric nitrogen into ammonia, which is useful to other organisms. Why isn't the world covered with dead plants and animals? Partly because bacteria break down the tissue of dead plants and animals into nutrients like carbon and nitrogen, which are then released back into the environment. Go out and look at a recently dead bird, then look at it a month later. There are only bones left. Thus, evolution selected the behavior that made our ancestors survive and reproduce. What guidance system has evolution selected to help us make better decisions for survival and reproduction? Let's explore that next. Guidance through values and life experiences. The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus said, "Human beings are pulled forward toward and by nature seek pleasure, whereas they flee from and reject pain." What drives us? The 17th century English philosopher John Locke said, "Good and evil, reward and punishment, are the only motives to a rational creature. These are the spur and reins whereby all mankind are set on work and guided." We are driven by our need to avoid pain and punishment and a desire to gain pleasure and reward. Evolution has made any behavior that helps us survive and reproduce feel pleasurable or rewarding. Behavior that is bad for us feels painful or punishing. Feelings of pain and pleasure are a useful guide to what is good or bad for us. If we eat, we feel pleasure. If we starve ourselves, we feel pain. Harm avoidance comes first. Our brain is equipped to register pain more sensitively than any other emotion. We also remember negatively arousing stimuli better. Neurology professor Antonio Damasio says in his book, Descartes' Error, that it is the pain-related signal that steers us away from impending trouble. It makes evolutionary sense that we have the desire to avoid pain. Psychology professor Randolph Ness and biology professor George Williams say in their book Why We Get Sick, pain is the signal that tissue is being damaged. It has to be aversive to motivate us to set aside other activities to do whatever is necessary to stop the damage. That we are sensitive to events or stimuli that have painful implications for us explains why we have such an aversion to loss. Richard Dawkins says in The Blind Watchmaker, "However many ways there may be of being alive, it is certain there are vastly more ways of being dead, or rather not alive." The fear of loss is much greater than the desire to gain. Research shows that we feel more pain from losing something than we feel pleasure from gaining something of equal value. We also work harder to avoid losing than we do to win. That we pay more attention to possible losses than to possible gains makes a lot of sense. In Steven Pinker's book, How the Mind Works, social psychologist Timothy Ketelaar says, "As things get better, increases in fitness show diminishing returns. More food is better, but only up to a point. But as things get worse, decreases in fitness can take you out of the game. Not enough food, and you're dead." Our aversion to pain also encourages a certain human behavior, to take the most rewarding view of events. We interpret choices and events in ways that make us feel better. We often prefer to hear supporting reasons for our beliefs, think of ourselves as more talented than others, and try to make the best of bad situations. How are certain connections in our brain strengthened? If certain connections help us interact with our environment, we use them more often than connections that don't help us. And since we use them more often, they become strengthened. Evolution has given us preferences that help us classify what is good or bad. When these values are satisfied, causing either pleasure or less pain, through our interaction with the environment, these neural connections are strengthened. These values are reinforced over time because they give humans advantages for survival and reproduction in dealing with their environment. For example, light is preferred to darkness, and eating certain foods is better than not eating at all. When we drank our mother's milk as babies, our brains told us that eating was pleasurable. This increased our chance of survival. If we didn't eat after we were born, the feedback from our brain would have been that not eating was painful. The chances are that we would then eat in the future. Since the feedback from eating was pleasurable, certain neural connections were strengthened. In the future, when we were exposed to the same stimuli, this group of neurons reacted more strongly. Any behavior that we find rewarding, whether it's pleasurable or less painful, is strengthened. The connections in our brain are constantly being strengthened and weakened, developing and changing. The more we are exposed to certain experiences, the more the specific connections are strengthened, and the better we learn and remember those experiences. We then use these stored representations of what works when we respond to people and situations. Essentially, what we do today is a function of what worked in the past. We adapt to our environment by learning from the consequences of our actions. We do things that we associate with pleasure and avoid things that we associate with pain. Does the brain work like a computer, systematically and logically? No, it is a selection system that puts together patterns among neurons, Dr. Ralph Greenspan explains. In no sense does the brain work like a computer. Computers record, and computers have things stored in specific places that are stable. Our brains do none of that. When the great chess master Garry Kasparov lost to Big Blue, everybody said, "Aha, this machine can think." Big Blue was not thinking. Big Blue was simply replaying the entire history of chess. That's not the way that Garry Kasparov or any human being plays chess. We do pattern recognition. Even though we are capable of logic, our brain does not operate by the principles of logic. It operates by selection of pattern recognition. It's a dynamic network. It's not an if-then logic machine. A chess computer has no pattern recognizing ability. Instead, it explores all the possible moves on a given chessboard. Chess masters, on the other hand, look for patterns and decide what to do based on what has worked well in the past. Why? Because what worked in the past is most likely to work in the future. Warren Buffett follows up on this idea. There was a great article in the New Yorker magazine when the Fischer/Spassky chess matches were going on, and it got into this speculation of whether or not humans would ever be able to take on computers in chess. Here were these computers doing hundreds of thousands of calculations a second. And the article asked, when all you're really looking at is the results from various moves in the future, How can a human mind deal with a computer that's thinking at speeds that are so unbelievable? Well, it turns out a mind like that of a Fisher or a Spassky essentially was eliminating about 99.99% of the possibilities without even thinking about them. So it wasn't that they could outthink the computer in terms of speed, but they had this ability of what you might call grouping or exclusion, where essentially they just got right down to the few possibilities out of these zillions of possibilities that really had any chance of success. Now we reach a key question. What part of this value system is called human nature? So far, we've learned that connections between neurons determine how we think and behave. Our genes provide us with the framework for neural development, and our life experiences and our environment shape our brain. Since the brain is formed by life experiences, and since an individual doesn't keep doing what doesn't work, but instead learns through trial and error, evolution has reinforced the behavior and values that help us survive and reproduce. This behavior must be the behavior that was adaptive in the environment in which humans spent most of their evolutionary history. The question then becomes, what was the operating environment in which the human brain evolved? The hunter-gatherer environment has formed our basic nature. Human evolution started about 4 to 7 million years ago, and today's modern human brain appeared on the scene some 150,000 to 200,000 years ago. For most of that time, our ancestors lived in primitive hunter-gatherer societies. These societies existed until the end of the last ice age, around 13,000 years ago. Soon thereafter, about 10,000 years ago, agriculture was developed. This means that humans have spent more than 99% of their evolutionary history in the hunter-gatherer environment. If we were to compress 4 million years into 24 hours, and if the history of humans began at midnight, agriculture would make its appearance on the scene at 23 hours and 55 minutes, just 5 minutes before the day ends. The conditions and challenges of the hunter-gatherer environment are the environment in which natural selection has selected the adaptive traits for survival and reproduction. We must try to find out what that environment looked like. What drove our ancestors' evolution? What were the characteristics of the environment that have shaped today's brains? What were the environmental conditions in which the hunter-gatherers lived? What was the availability of resources like food and mates? How was the climate and the geography? What was the social environment like? What was the size of the population? What enemies, predators, and dangers existed? There is no direct observational evidence from the hunter-gatherer environment. It seems likely, though, that the environment of our ancestors represented ecological, social, and human conditions that are quite different from today. People were living in small villages where everyone knew everyone else, and strangers didn't show up often. There were enemies, predators, and diseases. Limited resources created competition for food and mates. What different roles did men and women likely play? Men were probably responsible for hunting and defending the group from predators and enemies. Women likely gathered and prepared food near the home and cared for the children. If this were the environment, what would be the appropriate behavior to increase the likelihood for survival and reproduction? What behavior has been natural during 99% of our history? Now we come to Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Adaptive Behavior for Survival and Reproduction. The individual comes first. The former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher once said, "There's no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families." Do people do what they perceive is in their best interest? Yes, one basic trait that all individuals share is self-interest. We are interested in protecting our close family and ourselves. Why? Since natural selection is all about survival and reproduction, and individuals either survive or die and reproduce or not, it makes sense that individuals are predisposed to act in ways that enhance their own prospects for survival and reproduction. The ancestral environment consisted of limited resources, including reproductive resources, and fierce competition. Self-interest came naturally. What if our ancestors were composed entirely of altruists? individuals who helped others at their own expense. Altruistic individuals would be at a disadvantage. They would always be vulnerable to some mutants who would take advantage of them. Altruistic behavior cannot evolve by natural selection, since natural selection favors individuals that are best at promoting their own survival and reproductive success. Only behavior that is selfish or for the mutual good is in an individual's self-interest and is therefore favored by natural selection. Some behavior may, under certain conditions, look like altruism, but it can often be explained by self-benefit. Social recognition, prestige, fear of social disapproval, shame, relief from distress, avoidance of guilt, the hope of a better afterlife, or social expectations are some of the reasons behind so-called altruistic acts. But how did our social and moral qualities develop? As Charles Darwin wrote in Chapter 4 of The Descent of Man, why should a man feel that he ought to obey one instinctive desire rather than another? Why does he bitterly regret if he has yielded to the strong sense of self-preservation and has not risked his life to save that of a fellow creature? Or why does he regret having stolen food from severe hunger? In Chapter 5 of the book, Darwin wrote that there is a powerful stimulus to the development of the social virtues, namely, the praise and the blame of our fellow men. He continued, the love of approbation and the dread of infamy, as well as the bestowal of praise or blame, are primarily due to the instinct of sympathy, and this instinct no doubt was originally acquired, like all the other social instincts, through natural selection. We may therefore conclude that primeval man, at a very remote period, would have been influenced by the praise and blame of his fellows. It is obvious that the members of the same tribe would approve of conduct which appeared to them to be for the general good, and would reprobate that which appeared evil. To do good unto others, to do unto others as ye would they should do unto you, is the foundation stone of morality. It is, therefore, hardly possible to exaggerate the importance during rude times of the love of praise and the dread of blame. A man who was not impelled by any deep, instinctive feeling to sacrifice his life for the good of others, yet was roused to such actions by a sense of glory, would by his example excite the same wish for glory in other men, and would strengthen by exercise the noble feeling of admiration. He might thus do far more good to his tribe than by begetting offspring with a tendency to inherit his own high character. A high standard of morality would also benefit a tribe. Darwin continues, it must not be forgotten that although a high standard of morality gives but a slight or no advantage to each individual man and his children over the other men of the same tribe, yet that an advancement in the standard of morality and an increase in the number of well-endowed men will certainly give an immense advantage to one tribe over another. Often, cooperation is in our best interest. If people aren't altruistic by nature, are they cooperative? Mutual aid has tremendous survival value. But under what conditions do people cooperate? The game of the prisoner's dilemma may shed some light on this. Suppose you and a partner commit a burglary. Both of you are picked up by the police, who then question you one by one. There is not enough evidence to convict you unless one of you confesses. The interrogator gives you a choice to cooperate or not. He says, if you both deny the crime, there is still enough evidence to put you both in jail for 1 year. If you both confess, you both go to jail for 3 years. If you confess but your partner denies, you will be free and your partner will go to jail for 10 years. And if you deny but your partner confesses, you will go to jail for 10 years. What should you do? The consequences for you depend on what your partner does. From an outsider's perspective, it seems that both of you would be better off denying the crime and getting only 1 year. But from your point of view, it seems best to confess and go free. The problem is that you don't know what your partner will do. If your partner betrays you, it is better that you also betray him and get 3 years in prison, instead of the 10 years you get if you deny, but your partner confesses. On the other hand, if your partner denies, it is still better that you confess, because this way you will be free, instead of the 1 year you get if you both deny. Since both you and your partner follow this logic and confess, you will both go to jail for 3 years. Doing what you believe is in your best interest leads to a worse outcome than if you cooperate and deny. But here is the dilemma. You don't know if you can trust your partner. Cooperation only works if you and your partner can trust each other. Tests show that if people play this game over and over, they learn that it is more profitable to cooperate. Repetition tests trust. Trust is key, but it is also fragile. It can vanish in a moment. As the 19th century American president Abraham Lincoln wrote, "If you once forfeit the confidence of your fellow citizens, you can never regain their respect and esteem." Another way to create cooperation is to let the partners communicate during the game. Talking encourages cooperation. Since people are social animals, they may change their behavior to keep the goodwill of others. In the end, it's a matter of trust and giving individuals an incentive to cooperate. In Chapter 3 of The Descent of Man, Charles Darwin wrote, "At the moment of action, man will no doubt be apt to follow the stronger impulse, and though this may occasionally prompt him to the noblest deeds, it will far more commonly lead him to gratify his own desires at the expense of other men. But after their gratification, when past and weaker impressions are contrasted with the ever-enduring social instincts, retribution will surely come. Man will then feel dissatisfied with himself, and will resolve with more or less force to act differently for the future. This is conscience, for conscience looks backwards and judges past actions, inducing that kind of dissatisfaction, which if weak we call regret, and if severe, remorse. But we also have to recognize that communication may be deceptive. People may bluff. Also, communications are imperfect. Mistakes are made or intentions are misunderstood. The strategy that is effective in the long run is a modern version of a tooth for a tooth, or tit for tat. This strategy says that we should cooperate at the first meeting and then do whatever our opponent did the last time. When our opponent cooperates, we should cooperate. When our opponent doesn't cooperate, we should retaliate. Then we should forgive and go back to cooperating in the next round. This rewards past cooperation and punishes past defection. This assumes that the game is repeated time after time. In reality, we never know if we will meet our opponent again in the future. As long as neither our opponent nor we know when the game ends, it pays to be nice. Of course, the game of the prisoner's dilemma is only a two-player game. Reality often involves interactions with many people. There is one group that scientists say we treat better than others, our close genetic relatives. This is called kin selection. We act altruistically toward our kin because they share our genes. Studies show that in all social species, relatives are more likely to help each other. The greater the degree of genetic relatedness between two individuals, the more likely it is that one individual will treat the other individual better. If you sacrifice something for your children, it may harm you, but since your children share your genes, the overall effect is positive. Scientists say that one test of kin selection is to consider what you would do if a relative and a good friend were both close to drowning. You can only save one of them. What if one of them was a distant cousin that you'd seen only twice in your life, and the friend was a person you spent every day with? Who would you save? What other behavior was appropriate for our ancestors? Let's consider our tendency for fear. The Roman philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca said, "Our fears are always more numerous than our dangers." Imagine this scene. The passengers boarded Flight 651 to Chicago. 2 hours after takeoff, the flight attendant heard a suspicious noise coming from the lavatory. The passengers started to talk among themselves. Panic erupted. We fear dramatic and threatening events. We fear the loss of our health, family, friends, security, money, social status, power, or jobs. We also fear violence, crime, punishment, rejection, failure, the unknown, the immediate, the unpredictable, or the uncontrollable. Studies show that even witnessing a traumatic event can produce the same fear response as experiencing the event ourselves. Fear is our most basic emotion. Fear has evolved to help us anticipate danger and avoid pain. As science writer Rush Dozier writes in his book Fear Itself, fear is fundamental because life is fundamental. If we die, everything else becomes irrelevant. Humans have developed a strong emotion for fear. Our ancestors' environment was fraught with dangers. fear of physical harm, social disapproval, lack of food, not finding a mate, predators, and so on. Self-survival was a powerful incentive. Mistakes could be extremely costly. Assume two individuals heard a strange sound behind some bushes. One of them looked behind the bushes, was bitten by a poisonous snake, and died. The other one saw what happened, ran away, and survived. To always assume there was a threat behind the bushes and run away could save an individual's life. The cost of being wrong and running when there was no snake was minimal. But the cost of staying around when there was a snake could be life-threatening. Failure to detect threats is often more costly than false alarms. Our ancestors learned through trial and error that in the long run, pain could be avoided if they were fearful. They survived the dangers because they learned how to respond. If pain and pleasure are guides to the behavior that leads to survival and reproduction, then fear is our biological warning signal for avoiding pain. Fear warns us of potential harm and keeps us from acting in self-destructive ways. It helps us avoid threats and makes us act to prevent further damage. Fear guides us to avoid what didn't work in the past. Fear causes worry and anxiety, which is a normal response to physical danger. It activates hormones like adrenaline and cortisol, which keep us attentive to harm, since we need our full attention to escape from a threat. The degree of fear we feel depends on our interpretation of the threat and our perception of control. The more helpless and vulnerable we feel, the stronger our emotion for fear becomes. Assume that you are walking alone late at night on a deserted street in New York City. Suddenly, you hear steps behind you. What happens? Immediately, you fear the worst: robbery, assault, and so on. Your autonomic nervous system takes over and prepares you for fight or flight. Your response begins in your brain and activates a biochemical process. Your heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pulse, and blood sugar all increase. This is normal behavior when you are the victim of stress, whether it's perceived or real. You reacted with fear on the deserted street because evolution equipped your brain to register pain more sensitively than any other emotion. You were using the memory of your ancestral past, your primitive fear system of fight or flight. What we fear and the strength of our reaction depend on our genes, our life experiences, and the specific situation. You may react instinctively at first, but if the situation is one that you've experienced before, since our brain is continuously being rewired with life experiences, the final reaction may be to calm down. You could turn around to find an old lady walking her dog, or you may run away because you avoid situations that in the past have been painful. The more we are exposed to a stimulus, even a terrifying one, the higher our threshold of fear becomes. If, for example, you had walked the same deserted street many times before and found out each time that the noise was just the old lady walking her dog, you would become less careful, until something terrifying happened. Often our emotions provide affective information that helps us make better decisions. For example, guilt may make us regret doing wrong things and correct them. It may also induce cooperation. Disgust seems to be a response to danger that protects us from disease or harm. Shame may help us avoid certain temptations or reduce the risk of group conflict. People who can't experience emotional responses because of brain damage seem unable to learn from their mistakes or to make choices in a coherent manner. Next, let's explore our tendency for seeking explanations. Imagine saying, "I ate a plant and now I feel sick. Therefore, I believe the plant was not good for me." In Chapter 2 of The Descent of Man, Charles Darwin wrote, "As soon as the important faculties of the imagination, wonder, and curiosity, together with some power of reasoning, had become partially developed, man would naturally have craved to understand what was passing around him." We don't like uncertainty or the unknown. We have a need to categorize, classify, organize, and structure the world. Categorizing ideas and objects helps us to recognize, differentiate, and understand. It simplifies life. To understand and control our environment helps us to deal with the future. We want to know how and why things happen and what is going to happen in the future. To understand how an event happened helps us predict how it could happen again. This is why we always look for patterns and causal relationships among objects, actions, and situations. This makes it easier to identify and understand things and to make predictions based on similarities and patterns. Finding and recognizing connections between things and events in our environment helps us to learn what does and does not work. Patterns also give us comfort, which makes our need to find them even more important. To learn what works and does not work, and what is good or bad for us, means we have to explore. Exploring our environment successfully enables our survival and reproduction. Remembering places, facts, and events is important, but sometimes the brain seems particularly attracted to new information and novel experiences. Recent studies suggest that the brain responds to novelty. The unknown is potentially rewarding, which motivates us to explore our environment and learn for the future. We must be flexible in order to deal with constant change and unpredictability. We often explore the unknown in a random fashion. For example, many animals, when foraging for food, start with a random search and only change their behavior when they find a rewarding stimulus. Then they move toward it. Being flexible and learning a variety of options to choose from to deal with the world is of great value. This implies that finding new ways to deal with the world is superior to overtraining old patterns. For example, studies of honeybees show that they navigate according to a map-like organization of their spatial memory. When bees are overtrained to find a single nectar site, it is easy for them to find their way back to the hive from that site, but not very well from other sites. But when the same bees are trained to many nectar sites, they are much better at finding their way home to the hive from a range of different locations. Further studies suggest that we learn better when we mix new information with what we already know. Now let's consider our tendency for making fast classifications. There is a story about a man who went to visit a professor at his home. Outside the house, a dog was playing on the lawn. When the professor opened the door to let the man in, the dog ran into the house. Later, the professor asked the man, "Do you always travel with your dog?" The man replied, "It's not my dog. I thought it was yours." Our brain is wired to perceive before it thinks, to use emotions before reason. As a consequence of our tendency for fear, fast classifications come naturally. Limited time and knowledge in a dangerous and scarce environment made hasty generalizations and stereotyping vital for survival. Waiting and weighing evidence could mean death. Don't we often draw fast conclusions, act on impulse, and use our emotions to form quick impressions and judgments? We are especially wary of things that move. They may imply danger. That is why we automatically assume agency, that someone was responsible when we detect motion. Better safe than sorry. Males and females have different priorities. Neuroscience professor Michael Gazzaniga once asked in his book, The Mind's Past, "What is the brain for?" He answered, "The smart aleck answer to the question is sex." Put more completely, the brain exists to make better decisions about how to enhance reproductive success. Reproduction is the central act in the life of every living thing. Once an individual has survived past the age of reproduction, that individual is, from an evolutionary perspective, useless. The struggle to reproduce can sometimes have peculiar effects. In nature, things are not always what they seem. An ant climbs to the top of a grass stem, falls down, and tries again and again until a sheep comes along and eats the grass, along with the ant. Why does the ant persist in climbing the grass? How does the ant benefit? There is no benefit to the ant. Its behavior has been manipulated by a parasitic flatworm that needed to get into the gut of the sheep in order to reproduce. By commandeering its intermediate ant host to climb to the tips of the grass blades, the parasite increased the ant's chances of being eaten by a grazing animal. The benefit was to the reproductive success of the parasite, not the ant. Another parasite, Toxoplasma, can only reproduce within cats. It causes rats to lose their inherited fear of cats and their scent, which makes the rat more likely to end up as cat dinner. Another parasite causes fish to swim in shallow waters so that birds, this parasite's final host, can eat them. Most animals, including humans, do something to attract the opposite sex. Since natural selection is ultimately about reproduction in a world of limited mates, some individuals were better at getting mates than others. The individuals that had an advantage in attracting prospective mates were selected. What characteristics gave them this advantage? What anatomical features or behavioral traits attract the opposite sex or intimidate rivals? Darwin realized that many anatomical and behavioral characteristics didn't have any survival value but could play an important role in attracting mates. Strength and beauty were such signals. He called this mechanism sexual selection. It has, for example, been shown that colors spark sexual interest among butterflies, and peahens prefer peacocks with big, colorful tails. In his work, Parental Investment and Sexual Selection, biologist Robert Trivers says that the force behind sexual selection is parental investment. This is defined as any investment by the parent in an individual offspring that increases the offspring's chance of surviving and hence reproductive success at the cost of the parent's ability to invest in other offspring. Men need to attract women, but they also need to keep other men away from their woman. A woman must invest heavily in each of her children. There is a 9-month pregnancy and then many years of child-caring. She invests time and energy and increases her chance of an earlier death. There are limits to how many children she can produce during her lifetime. A man, on the other hand, has fewer costs of reproduction. He can interact with many women and produce an enormous number of children. He doesn't need to be around all the time. Many women can raise their children without help. Since the goal of evolution is reproduction, a man should want to have sex with as many women as possible. This causes competition among men for women. How does a man eliminate this competition? He can either make himself more attractive to the woman, or he can eliminate or reduce the competition. The reproductive success of women doesn't depend on how many men she has sex with, but on her ability to get access to resources like food, shelter, and protection for herself and her children. Women are therefore more discriminating than men. She won't pick the first guy that comes around. This causes women to compete with each other for access to resources. A man that is perceived as wealthy and having status has an advantage. So mating choices, which show up as unconscious preferences, are influenced by the fact that women have more at stake than men do. In 1989, psychology professor David Buss published a study of thousands of men and women from 37 cultures around the world, showing the ranking of qualities that are most important in choosing someone to date or marry. Women placed more emphasis on a potential mate's financial prospects. Women also preferred ambitious and industrious men. Women preferred older men. Men, on the other hand, preferred younger women. Men ranked physical attractiveness higher than women did. The study also showed that a man felt most jealous when his woman was having sex with someone else, while a woman felt most jealous when her man became emotionally attached to someone else. Studies show other differences between the sexes. Women are less inclined to take risks. They are more influenced by the chance of loss. They are less competitive and status conscious. Other studies show that men and women differ in their behavioral and cognitive capabilities. Some of this reflects varying hormonal influences on brain development. Like most things, this is context dependent. The social animal. The French mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal once wrote, "We do not care about our reputation in towns where we are only passing through, but when we have to stay some time, we do care." How much time does it take? A time proportionate to our vain and paltry existence. Isn't it likely that a good reputation, status, resources, and being socially accepted helped our ancestors survive, get a mate, and reproduce? In a small hunter-gatherer society, what was good for the group often paid off for the individual. Cooperation was critical in an environment with limited resources, individual weaknesses, and many dangers. Isolation from a group or society could mean destruction. There was safety in numbers. The group protected the individual against predators, hunted together, exchanged information about where to find food, cooperated to defend food from enemies, and was a key resource for finding mates and getting help with infants. Together, the group stood a greater chance of survival. If we help another member of our small society, he may help us when we need it. If he doesn't, we may never help him again. This behavior is called reciprocation. the idea of I scratch your back and you scratch mine. A reputation for being reliable and trustworthy is important because how we have acted in the past is the only guide to how we will act in the future. If we fool someone, he tells his friends, which destroys our future possibilities for cooperation with others. Isn't that why we trust our friends but are careful when we meet strangers whom we know nothing about? We have a strong concern for fairness. We get upset when things are unfair. We sometimes even punish others at a cost to ourselves. Maybe we don't want to appear weak or easily taken advantage of. Since we evolved in small communities with repeated interactions, it made sense to build up a reputation for not appearing weak. We wanted to encourage people to treat us better the next time around. What happens if we help someone, but the next time we need help, this person conveniently disappears? What about people who don't return favors? True reciprocity only works if two conditions are met. First, we live in the same small society so we can recognize each other, keep track of services given and received, and have future opportunities to interact. Second, the cost of the act is pretty much the same as the future favor the recipient receives. One-shot encounters encourage selfishness, as told by biology professor Lee Allen Dugatkin. At a small dinner gathering, one of the dinner guests noted that when he looked for a mechanic, he always stayed away from garages on big highways and near strips. Such mechanics, he said, knew that they were never going to see you again and were notorious shysters. Go to a neighborhood garage, where word of mouth serves as advertising, and they know you will be a long-term customer. Do good when others can see it. Reputation matters. Do we behave differently when we are being watched or when our identities are made public? It pays to be nice when others are watching. One lab study showed that people gave much more to charity when they were watched by images of a robot. A real-world setting showed that people nearly trebled the amount of money they put in a psychology department coffee room box when they were watched by a pair of eyes on a poster, compared with a poster showing an image of flowers. Further studies have shown that we donate more when we get public recognition for our good deeds. The American 20th century writer Henry Louis Mencken said, "Conscience is the inner voice that tells us someone might be looking." Traits like fear of failure, losing social status, or reputation were important because they affected an individual's standing in the ancestral hunter-gatherer society. Access to food and sex depended on it. Survival and reproduction could be threatened. Social punishment was dangerous. It could lead to exile. According to human ecology professor Garrett Hardin, it is the same today. Fear of disapproval is the major force that keeps a society intact. Fear of God, fear of the police, and fear of the judgment of neighbors. Religious authorities want the fear of God to be the predominant controller. Civil authorities want fear of police and court to dominate. But, says John Locke, the opinion of one's neighbors trumps all others. Providing resources is another behavior that increases the chances of survival and getting a mate. The better our ability to provide, the higher our status would be in the community. As we saw earlier, there is competition among men for women. Women compete with each other for access to resources. Women wanted males who could take care of the children. Resources like food, lodging, and status attracted them. Striving for authority, dominance, esteem, position, and respect were advertisements for wealth. Charles Darwin said, "Man admires and often tries to exaggerate whatever characteristics nature may have given him." What other evidence is there that humans are social animals? One study of a group of men whose wives suffered fatal cases of breast cancer showed that the widowers had lower immune system activity. Another study showed that men who were socially isolated were more likely to die than more socially integrated people were. It has also been shown that social rejection feels similar to physical pain. Rejection hurts. Pecking order also matters. As we strive for status, hierarchies emerge. The Norwegian zoologist Thorleif Schjelderup Eby discovered that in the world of hens, there is a linear hierarchy where every hen knows its place. Science writer Robert Wright says in The Moral Animal, "Throw a bunch of hens together, and after a time of turmoil, including much combat, things will settle down. disputes will now be brief and decisive, as one hen simply pecks the other, bringing quick deferral. The pecking order determines who gets the first chance to eat and which hen can peck the other hens. Each hen knows who it can dominate, and in turn, who will dominate it. Status hierarchies aren't only valid for hens. Studies show that when we put a group of children together, they will shortly fall into separate grades. The ones at the top are best liked, most often imitated, and most obeyed. It is painful to lose status once it has been obtained. Studies show that where we stand on the social ladder influences our health, well-being, and length of life. The higher our status in the pecking order, the healthier we are likely to be. We must be careful not to carry these evolutionary explanations about adaptive behavior too far. There are many causes for behavior. We can't simply extrapolate the conditions of the ancestral environment to explain every modern behavior. No one knows exactly what the ancestral environment was like. Unlike bone and tissue, there is no fossil evidence of behavior. Neither is there any neurological or genetic evidence for or against certain behaviors. And evolutionary explanations about the brain can't be experimentally tested. A trait that is found everywhere isn't necessarily genetically specified. But much of the behavior described is consistent with evidence we have from other organisms and documented human history. Let's go back 1 million years and assume you were living in a small community with 150 people, where everybody knew each other, and where the mating opportunities were limited. The environment was fraught with danger and challenges. The key was to avoid danger, get food, and attract a partner. What behavior would have been critical to your survival and reproduction? Isn't it rewarding to make fast judgments? If you hear a noise behind the bush, then you run. It is a natural tendency to act on impulse, to use emotions before reason. The behavior that was critical for survival and reproduction in our evolutionary history still applies today. Wouldn't being fearful help you survive? Wouldn't social failure be costly? Wouldn't maintaining your status, resources, and social approval help you survive and get a mate? Wouldn't you present yourself as honest, nice, and trustworthy so that others will cooperate with you? Wouldn't a common threat or a common goal make people cooperate? Wouldn't following social norms make sense? Wouldn't you have a strong aversion to losses and only take big risks when you were threatened? Wouldn't you be concerned with the short-term interest of yourself and your loved ones? Much of our psychology is the result of cultural influences. Human society is not only shaped by the evolution of genes, but also by cultural evolution. This includes practices, methods, tools, myths, ethics, and social norms that are important in the evolution of our behavior. These are customs that we learn from the experience of our parents and others, either by teaching or by observation. Cultural evolution is faster than genetic evolution, since it allows much of what we learn to be passed on and combined with what others around us have learned. Unlike biological evolution, cultural evolution is not inherited. We don't inherit our parents' habits, we learn from them. In a sense, genetic and cultural evolution interact. Biology influences our culture. Take language as an example. We come equipped with an anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry that give us the ability to learn a language. But we are not born with a language. The language we speak is a product of our culture. Our culture also influences our biology by creating the environment in which natural selection is tested. If a certain behavior proves to be beneficial generation after generation, that behavior is favored by natural selection. Assume that individuals over time make certain social behavior choices. These choices are transmitted through learning and culture. Over time, they will be favored by natural selection, since they positively influence survival and reproduction. Let's discuss our basic nature. The Chinese philosopher Confucius said, "Men's natures are alike. It is their habits that carry them far apart." What is our basic nature? Our nature is a product of our biological and cultural history. Evolution explains how we are shaped and biologically constrained. Like our bones, kidneys, eyes, and legs, our brain has been shaped by natural selection. Natural selection equipped us with traits that increase our chances for survival and reproduction. It then follows that we consciously or unconsciously behave according to what we perceive is in our own best interest. This is our biological base nature. It is strengthened or weakened depending on our life experiences. If we assume that people on average act out of self-interest, we will be less disappointed than if we assume that people on average act out of altruism. This does not mean that we can't make things better, but doing so demands that we first understand why we are the way we are. Richard Dawkins said in his book, The Selfish Gene, "Be warned that if you wish, as I do, to build a society in which individuals cooperate generously and unselfishly towards a common good, you can expect little help from biological nature. Let us try to teach generosity and altruism, because we are born selfish." Let's summarize the forces that influence and set the limits for our judgments. First, there are genes. Environmental stimuli cause response tendencies from our genes. Our genes have evolved, and their functions are primarily based on what was beneficial in the hunter-gatherer environment, the environment where humans spent most of their time. To survive, we must avoid all perceived threats to our survival and reproduction. Evolution has developed a value system based on pain and pleasure that helps us deal with the environment. Since the ancestral environment consisted of limited resources and danger, we developed a strong aversion for loss and a tendency for fear. We made fast evaluations and became social animals. We were predisposed to evaluate situations by being fearful. To not respond with fear could be more costly than responding with fear and being wrong. We also acted in ways where the reward was important and the cost was minimal. Second, life experiences. Our upbringing, nutrition, education, social stamping, and our physical, social, and cultural settings create certain convictions, habits, values, attitudes, and character traits. This in turn creates our individual beliefs and assumptions. Our judgments are also influenced by our state of mind. Third, our present environment. Outside factors like the environment, the context or circumstances, or the specific situation we are in. And fourth, randomness. We are prepared to be open-minded to new experiences since environments vary. Handling new challenges is a means of adaptation. The consequences of our actions reinforce certain behavior. If the consequences were rewarding, our behavior is likely to be repeated. What we consider rewarding is specific to each individual. Rewards can be anything from health, money, a job, reputation, family, status, or power. In all of these activities, we do what works. This is how we adapt. The environment selects our future behavior. But it's not just what happens to us that counts. It's what we think happens. When we face a situation, our brains create an expectation. We can act in ways contrary to our self-interest if we don't understand the consequences. Our behavior creates feedback from our environment. If we do dumb things and suffer the consequences, we may still do dumb things in the future, even if it causes pain. This is either because we don't understand the cause of our mistake, or the pain is less painful than other behavior. Our experiences are stored in the brain and influence us in the future. New connecting patterns between neurons are created. Some decisions are not in our best interest. Marcus Porcius Cato, a Roman statesman and writer, once said, "There must certainly be a vast fund of stupidity in human nature, else men would not be caught as they are, 1,000 times over, by the same snare, and while they yet remember their past misfortunes, go on to court and encourage the causes to which they are owing, and which will again produce them." If we often act out of self-interest, why do we make decisions that are clearly not in our best interests? There is a disconnect between the ancestral world to which our brains adapted and today's world. Many of our traits are better adapted for the demands of the ancestral world, such as keeping away from predators, risking social exclusion, finding mates, getting enough food, maintaining relationships, acquiring status and a safe place to live, and bearing children. Genetic and cultural evolution equipped us with behavioral tendencies, like the tendency for fear, reciprocal cooperation, fast classifications, and concern for social approval. These tendencies help us interact with our environment. On average, they are more helpful than not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here today. But sometimes they lead us astray and cause us to make misjudgments. For example, We may be biased by our automatic tendency to trust the people we like. Liking is often based on first impressions. We are superbly equipped to read other people for signs of trustworthiness. We look at their emotional state, their voice, and their general expression. However, it is often difficult to spot the difference between a good and a bad actor. An individual may be secretive and hostile, or warm and open. What consequences would these different behaviors have on our perception of that individual? We often forget to think about other factors that are important in evaluating a person or a situation. Appearances may be deceiving. The best con artists always behave as though they are not acting in their own best interest. The 16th century Italian political philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli said in his book, The Prince, "Princes who have achieved great things have been those who have given their word lightly, who have known how to trick men with their cunning, and who, in the end, have overcome those abiding by honest principles." In Part 1, we have learned about our nature and our limitations. With this background, let us now look at how our psychological abilities affect our decision-making. Warren Buffett gives us some introductory remarks on why even smart people get bad results. It's ego, it's greed, it's envy, it's fear, it's mindless imitation of other people. There are a variety of factors that cause that horsepower of the mind to get diminished dramatically before the output turns out. And I would say if Charlie and I have any advantage, it's not because we're so smart, it is because we're rational, and we very seldom let extraneous factors interfere with our thoughts. We don't let other people's opinion interfere with it. We try to get fearful when others are greedy. We try to get greedy when others are fearful. We try to avoid any kind of imitation of other people's behavior. And those are the factors that cause smart people to get bad results. He continues, I always look at IQ and talent as representing the horsepower of the motor, but then, in terms of the output, the efficiency with which the motor works depends on rationality. That's because a lot of people start out with 400 horsepower motors and get 100 horsepower of output. It's way better to have a 200 horsepower motor and get it all into output. So why do smart people do things that interfere with getting the output they're entitled to? It gets into the habits and character and temperament, and it really gets into behaving in a rational manner, not getting in your own way. In the next parts, we will use two fictional characters named John and Mary. At 40, John is a senior executive of a company called Transcorp, a U.S. company engaged in widely varied businesses. John is married to Mary, who is a part-time school teacher. We now begin Part 2 of Seeking Wisdom. Part 2, The Psychology of Misjudgments. The Greek philosopher and orator Dio Chrysostom once said, "Why, oh why are human beings so hard to teach, but so easy to deceive?" Let's start with the first chapter of this part. Chapter 1, Misjudgments Explained by Psychology. The great investor Charles Munger once said, "I came to the psychology of human misjudgment almost against my will. I rejected it until I realized that my attitude was costing me a lot of money and reduced my ability to help everything I loved." In Part 1, we laid a foundation by looking at our behavior, our psychology, and our limitations. We learned how pain and pleasure guide our actions, how we tend to take the most rewarding view of events, how we make quick judgments, and how we are fundamentally social animals. We also saw how we have developed a strong aversion to loss and uncertainty, and how it is natural for people to behave in ways they perceive to be in their own best interest. As Charles Munger also says, if you want to avoid irrationality, it helps to understand the quirks in your own mental wiring, and then you can take appropriate precautions. This part of the audiobook explores 28 reasons for misjudgments that can be explained by our psychological makeup. Many of these reasons are rooted in psychological tendencies and biases that often influence us subconsciously. The more emotional, confused, uncertain, insecure, excited, distracted, tired, or stressed we are, the easier it is for us to make mistakes. And it's important to remember that geniuses are not excluded from this. Here is a list of 28 reasons for misjudgments and mistakes. You can use it as a checklist to explain or predict behavior, or like a pilot's checklist to avoid fooling yourself. First, bias from mere association. This is automatically connecting a stimulus with pain or pleasure, including liking or disliking something simply because it is associated with something good or bad. This also includes seeing situations as identical just because they seem similar. Another part of this is the Persian messenger syndrome, which is not wanting to be the carrier of bad news. Second, underestimating the power of rewards and punishment. People repeat actions that result in rewards and avoid actions that they are punished for. Third, underestimating the bias that comes from our own self-interest and incentives. Fourth, self-serving bias. This is an overly positive view of our own abilities and our future, and it includes over-optimism. Fifth, self-deception and denial. This is the distortion of reality to reduce pain or increase pleasure, and it includes wishful thinking. Sixth, bias from our consistency tendency. This is our desire to be consistent with our prior commitments and ideas, even when it means acting against our best interest or in the face of evidence that proves us wrong. This includes confirmation bias, which is looking for evidence that confirms our actions and beliefs while ignoring or distorting evidence that disproves them. Seventh, bias from deprival syndrome. This is reacting strongly, including desiring and valuing something more, when something we like and have, or almost have, is taken away or threatened to be taken away. This also includes desiring and valuing more what we can't have, or what is becoming less available. Eighth, status quo bias and the do-nothing syndrome. This is our tendency to keep things the way they are. It includes minimizing effort and a preference for default options. Ninth, impatience. This is valuing the present more highly than the future. 10th, bias from envy and jealousy. 11th, distortion by contrast comparison. This is judging and perceiving the absolute magnitude of something not by itself, but only based on its difference to something else presented closely in time or space, or to some earlier adaptation level. This also includes underestimating the consequences of gradual changes over time. 12th, bias from anchoring. This is overweighing certain initial information as a reference point for future decisions. 13th, over-influence by vivid or the most recent information. 14th, omission and abstract blindness. This is only seeing stimuli we encounter or that grab our attention and neglecting important missing information or the abstract. This includes what is called inattentional blindness. 15th, bias from the reciprocation tendency. This is repaying in kind what others have done for or to us, like favors, concessions, information, and attitudes. 16th, bias from the over-influence by the liking tendency. This is believing, trusting, and agreeing with people we know and like. It includes a bias from our over-desire for being liked and socially accepted and for avoiding social disapproval. It also includes the bias from disliking, which is our tendency to avoid and disagree with people we don't like. 17th, bias from the over-influence by social proof. This is imitating the behavior of many others or people who are similar to us. It includes crowd folly. 18th, bias from the over-influence by authority. This is our tendency to trust and obey a perceived authority or expert. 19th, sense-making. This is constructing explanations that fit an outcome. It includes being too quick to draw conclusions. It also includes thinking that events that have already happened were more predictable than they actually were. 20th, reason respecting. This is complying with requests merely because we've been given a reason. It includes underestimating the power of giving people reasons for things. 21st, believing first and doubting later. This is our tendency to believe what is not true, especially when we are distracted. 22nd, memory limitations. This is remembering things selectively and incorrectly, and it includes being influenced by suggestions. 23rd, the do-something syndrome. This is acting without a sensible reason. 24th, mental confusion from the say-something syndrome. This is feeling a need to say something even when we have nothing to say. 25th, emotional arousal. This is making hasty judgments under the influence of intense emotions, and it includes exaggerating the emotional impact of future events. 26th, mental confusion from stress. 27th, mental confusion from physical or psychological pain, or the influence of chemicals or diseases. And finally, 28th, bias from the over-influence by the combined effect of many psychological tendencies operating together. These psychological tendencies, which often interact with each other, have been verified by a number of experiments. Some people are more vulnerable to them than others, but we can't study them independently of an individual's values and the situation they are in. Behavior that seems irrational to us might be completely rational from that person's point of view. There is always some background within which behavior makes sense. Behavior can't be seen as rational or irrational independent of its context. We are created with a series of emotions that are appropriate depending on the circumstances. If we change the context or the environment, we change our behavior. In the next chapter, we will describe each of these 28 psychological reasons in more detail. It's important to note that these biases and tendencies are often not independent of one another. There is some overlap. Also, keep in mind that there are often many reasons for a given behavior. Many of the real-world illustrations we will discuss can be explained by more than one tendency, and also by non-psychological factors. Misjudgments are often caused by many factors working together. Most of the explanations you are about to hear are based on the work of Charles Munger, psychology professor Robert Cialdini, behavioral science and economics professor Richard Taylor, psychology professor Robin Dawes, psychology professor Daniel Gilbert, and psychology professors Daniel Kahneman and the late Amos Tversky. Now let's begin Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Psychological Reasons for Mistakes. The Scottish historian Thomas Carlyle once wrote, "Man is and always was a blockhead and dullard, much readier to feel and digest than to think and consider." First, let's discuss mere association. Inside the jewelry boutique, surrounded by enchanting music and gorgeous women, how could John resist not buying Mary the $5,000 necklace? We automatically feel pleasure or pain when we connect a stimulus, a thing, a situation, or an individual, with an experience we've had in the past, or with values or preferences we were born with. As we've learned, we move toward stimuli we associate with pleasure and away from those we associate with pain. We most easily associate events whose consequences we have experienced most often, and those we easily remember. The more vivid or dramatic an event is, the easier it is for us to remember it. For example, every time Mary served bacon for breakfast, she sang a special melody. After a while, if John heard her singing that melody, he started to expect bacon. The Russian scientist Ivan Pavlov studied the digestive system of dogs when he observed that a stimulus completely unrelated to food made the dogs salivate. In one experiment, he rang a bell just before giving food to a dog. He repeated this several times until the dog would salivate at the sound of the bell alone, even when no sight or smell of food was present. The sound of the bell produced the same response as the food itself. The dog had learned to associate the bell with food. Experiments have also shown that we can learn to fear a harmless stimulus if it is paired with an unpleasant one. For example, if rats consistently receive a mild electrical shock after hearing a tone, the rats learn to develop a fear of the tone by itself. Association can even influence our immune system. One experiment studied food aversion in mice. The mice were given saccharin-flavored water, which has an incentive value due to its sweet taste, along with a drug that produces nausea. The question was, would the mice show signs of nausea the next time they were given saccharin water alone? The answer was yes, but the mice also developed infections. It was already known that the drug, in addition to producing nausea, weakened the immune system. But why would saccharin alone have this effect? The mere pairing of the saccharin with the drug caused the mouse's immune system to learn the association. Therefore, every time the mouse encountered the saccharin, its immune system weakened, making it vulnerable to infections. Consider this. John's supplier took him to the best steakhouse in town and picked up the check. The next time it was time to buy new supplies, John associated the supplier with pleasant feelings. People can influence us by associating a product, a service, a person, an investment, or a situation with something we like. Many times we buy products, enter into relationships, and invest our money merely because we associate them with positive things. It's no wonder that advertisers or politicians connect what they want to sell with things we like and try to avoid associating themselves with negative events. Pair a sports car with something that produces a positive feeling, like a beautiful model, and we automatically associate the car with pleasure. Another example, John was afraid to deliver bad news to his CEO. Whether we like someone is influenced by the events with which that individual is associated. Bad news isn't welcome. We tend to dislike people who tell us what we don't want to hear, even when they didn't cause the bad news. In other words, we tend to kill the messenger. This gives people an incentive to avoid giving bad news. To protect themselves, they tell the news in a way they believe we want to hear it. This tendency is called the Persian messenger syndrome, and it traces its origins back to ancient Greece. In the play Antigone, a messenger feared for his life because he knew the king would be unhappy with the news he was bringing. Warren Buffett says on being informed of bad news, "We only give a couple of instructions to people when they go to work for us. One is to think like an owner, and the second is to tell us bad news immediately, because good news takes care of itself. We can take bad news, but we don't like it late." Here's another scenario. Seeing the fish salad, John remembered the time when he had eaten fish salad and gotten sick, and he once more felt nauseous. We often see similar situations where they don't actually exist, simply because a situation resembles an earlier experience. We therefore believe that the future will mirror the past and that history will repeat itself. So how can you keep this in mind in your own life? First, evaluate things, situations, and people on their own merits. Individuals are neither good nor bad, merely because we associate them with something positive or negative. Encourage people to tell you bad news immediately. Merely because you associate some stimulus with earlier pain or pleasure doesn't mean that stimulus will cause the same pain or pleasure today. Past experiences are often context-dependent. Finally, you can create a negative emotion if you want to end a certain behavior. If you want someone to stop smoking, one way could be to show them what they stand to lose. Terrifying pictures may cause them to associate smoking with death. Second, let's discuss reward and punishment. Charles Munger has a great saying for this. The iron rule of nature is, you get what you reward for. If you want ants to come, you put sugar on the floor. John's actions brought him praise and money, which made him continue his behavior. We do what is rewarding, and we avoid what we are punished for. We learn what is right and wrong from the consequences of our actions. Whatever causes us to repeat a certain behavior is reinforcing, and whatever makes us stop is punishing. Behavior that is rewarding or feels pleasurable tends to be repeated. We don't continue doing what we're being punished for. Give people what they desire, or take away something undesirable, and their behavior will be repeated. Give them something undesirable, or take away what they desire, and their behavior will stop. In the beginning, rewarding or punishing people is most effective when it is administered without delay, and each time the behavior is repeated. Once a behavior becomes learned, variable rewards can strengthen it. Behavior that is rewarded on an unpredictable basis has the highest rate of response and is the most difficult to extinguish. This is how gamblers, for example, are rewarded. When they don't know when the next reward will arrive, they try again and again. Furthermore, the greater the reward, the more resistant the behavior is to extinction. We base what is rewarding or punishing on our associations to past experiences and their consequences, or on values and preferences we are born with. An action that is reinforced becomes stronger over time. This is how habits, superstitions, and addictions are created, and all of them are hard to change. As the great 18th century English writer Samuel Johnson said, "The chains of habit are too weak to be felt until they are too strong to be broken." So, what does all of this mean? It means that people do what works. Like bees to honey, they go where there is a reward. This also implies that if we reward what we don't want, we will get it. As Garrett Hardin says in his book, The Ostrich Factor, If the laws of society reward for bank robbing, society will get more bank robbing. If our methods of winnowing candidates for high positions favor stupidity, we will get stupid politicians. Studies in Sweden show that changes in the sickness insurance system affect sick leave behavior. Reforms that imply more generous compensation for sick leave tend to be associated with permanent increases in total sick leave per person employed. Other studies from the U.S. regarding health services have shown that in cases where someone else picks up the costs, patients tend to overconsume the health services. Why do people abuse the healthcare and welfare system? Isn't it natural that people will use the system if they don't have to pay anything for it? And if people don't have to pay for a benefit, they will often overuse it. The more people that benefit from misusing the system, the less likely it is that anyone will draw attention to what is really happening. Individually, they get a large benefit, and it's only a small loss for society as a whole. Until everyone starts thinking the same way. The ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle said, "That which is common to the greatest number gets the least amount of care." Men pay most attention to what is their own. They care less for what is common. Why do people steal? Studies show that 23% of people say they would steal if they knew they couldn't get caught. It is estimated that U.S. businesses lose $400 billion a year from fraud, and about a third of that is from employees stealing from their employer. Why? Opportunity and reward. In Charles Munger's words, the worst abuses come where people have the greatest temptations. If we make it easy for people to steal, they will steal, and bad behavior will spread. Charles Munger tells us how a bad policy can become the norm. In the New York Police Department, they have a simple system. Your pension is based on your pay in your final year. So when anyone reaches the final year, everybody cooperates to give him about 1,000 hours of overtime. And he retires, in some cases after a mere 20 years of service, with this large income. Well, of course, his fellow employees help him cheat the system. In substance, that's what's happened. But the one thing I guarantee you is that nobody has the least sense of shame. They soon get the feeling they're entitled to do it. Everybody did it before, everybody's doing it now, so they just keep doing it. Why does a tennis player always wear his lucky shirt in the finals? In one experiment, the American psychologist B.F. Skinner fed pigeons small quantities of food at regular intervals. After some time, the pigeons began to behave superstitiously. If a pigeon was bobbing its head when the food appeared, it got the idea that bobbing its head must have made the food appear. The pigeons continued with the behavior that seemed to work. Every time they performed the behavior, food appeared. But the food appeared independently of what the pigeons did. Skinner wrote in his paper, Superstition in the Pigeon, that there are many analogies in human behavior. A few accidental connections between a ritual and favorable consequences suffice to set up and maintain the behavior in spite of many non-reinforced instances. Are the right incentives important? Incentives act as reinforcers. Charles Munger tells a story about the importance of getting the incentives right. From all business, my favorite case on incentives is Federal Express. The heart and soul of their system, which creates the integrity of the product, is having all their airplanes come to one place in the middle of the night and shift all the packages from plane to plane. If there are delays, the whole operation can't deliver a product full of integrity to Federal Express customers. And it was always screwed up. They could never get it done on time. They tried everything, moral suasion, threats, you name it, and nothing worked. Finally, somebody got the idea to pay all these people not so much an hour, but so much a shift, and when it's all done, they can all go home. Well, their problems cleared up overnight. Let's consider another example. John invested in a biotech startup that went sour, and he lost money. After a success, we become overly optimistic risk takers. After a failure, we become overly pessimistic and risk-averse, even in cases where success or failure was merely a result of chance. Good consequences don't necessarily mean we made a good decision, and bad consequences don't necessarily mean we made a bad decision. The next time someone presents John with an investment opportunity in a biotech startup, the chances are he will decline. He associates the new proposal with his earlier bad experience. And since people tend to believe that the future mirrors the past, he declines. But what happens if John's first investment had made him a lot of money? Wouldn't John then associate the new proposal with his old pleasurable experience? Isn't he therefore more likely to invest? This automatic association with what worked in the past can cause people to underreact to new conditions and circumstances. Mark Twain understood the dangers of blindly trusting past experience for dealing with the future. He said, "We should be careful to get out of an experience only the wisdom in it, and stop there, lest we be like the cat that sits down on a hot stove lid. She will not sit down on a hot stove lid again, but also she will never sit down on a cold one anymore." Does it matter in which size or order rewards or punishments arrive? Consider this. Mary never wraps the kids' Christmas presents in one single box. Since our experiences seem longer when they are broken into segments, we like to have pleasurable experiences broken into segments, but painful ones combined. That is why Mary puts the presents in many boxes. Frequent, smaller rewards feel better. For example, it feels better to gain $50 twice than $100 once, because every gain is rewarding. On the other hand, it feels better to lose $100 once than $50 twice, because every loss is painful. We also prefer a sequence of experiences that improve over time. Losing $100 first and then gaining $50 seems more rewarding than gaining $50 and then losing $100. We want to get rid of the bad experiences first. Immediate losses are preferred over delayed ones. Just as we don't like bad experiences, we also don't like waiting for them. We like to get them over with fast. Mere association and reinforcement are both examples of conditioned reflexes. Charles Munger gives an example of how these forces can be used as he describes the invention of non-alcoholic drinks. The food value and so forth of the beverage is the reinforcer, and the trade dress, trade name, and look of the beverage is the stimulant. Then you go on to the second kind of conditioned reflex, and that's straight Pavlov. Well, how do you get Pavlovian mere association effects? Obviously, you associate this beverage and its trademarks with every good thing that people like, generally, exalting events, sex objects, happy times, you name it. How can we lose a conditioned reflex that's working for us? Charles Munger continues. Well, the customer tries something else and discovers that it's a big reinforcer. So he shifts brands. We know in matrimony that if you're always available, the spouse is less likely to shift brands, and people don't tend to organize marriage to include permanent long separations. Similarly, if you're selling a product and it's always available, people are less likely to shift to some other product and get reinforced by it. Here are some things to keep in mind regarding rewards and punishment. The American statesman, scientist, and philosopher Benjamin Franklin tells us that a spoonful of honey will catch more flies than a gallon of vinegar. Praise is more effective in changing behavior than punishment. It is better to encourage what is right than to criticize what is wrong. Set examples. The French essayist Michel de Montaigne said, "It is a custom of our justice to punish some as a warning to others. For to punish them for having done wrong would, as Plato says, be stupid. What is done cannot be undone. The intention is to stop them from repeating the same mistake or to make others avoid their error. We do not improve the man we hang, we improve others by him." Don't overlearn from your own or others' bad or good experiences. The same action under different conditions may cause different consequences. Separate between skill and chance. Charles Munger says, "As you occupy some high-profit niche in a competitive order, you must know how much of your present prosperity is caused by talents and momentum assuring success in new activities, and how much merely reflects the good fortune of being in your present niche." The American novelist Upton Sinclair said, "It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends upon him not understanding it." Since people do what works, be sure to make the incentives right. Tie incentives to performance and to the factors that determine the result you want to achieve. Make people share both the upside and the downside, and make them understand the link between their performance, their reward, and what you finally want to accomplish. For example, you could tie a manager's compensation to the gain in business value of the unit under his control, minus a cost factor for the capital that is used to produce this value. The auto insurer Geico's plan exemplifies Berkshire Hathaway's principles on incentive compensation. Warren Buffett says that goals should be, first, tailored to the economics of the specific operating business. Second, simple in character, so that the degree to which they are being realized can be easily measured. And third, directly related to the daily activities of the plan participants. As a result, Buffett says, we shun lottery ticket arrangements, such as options on Berkshire shares, whose ultimate value, which could range from zero to huge, is totally out of the control of the person whose behavior we would like to affect. In our view, a system that produces quixotic payoffs will not only be wasteful for owners, but may actually discourage the focused behavior we value in managers. Reward individual performance, not just effort or length of time in an organization, and reward people after their performance, not before. Don't let money be the only motivation. If we reward people for doing what they like to do anyway, we sometimes turn what they enjoy doing into work. The reward changes their perception. Instead of doing something because they enjoy it, they are now doing it because they are being paid. The key is what a reward implies. A reward for our achievements makes us feel that we are good at something, which increases our motivation. But a reward that feels controlling and makes us feel that we are only doing it because we are being paid to do it decreases its appeal. Blaise Pascal said, "We are generally the better persuaded by the reasons we discover ourselves than by those given to us by others." Install systems and rules that encourage the behavior you want. Never let it pay for someone to behave in a way you don't want. Have systems that make it hard for people to get away with undesirable behavior. Make undesirable behavior costly. The painful consequences of undesirable behavior must outweigh its pleasurable consequences. For example, the consequences of spending time in jail ought to be more painful than the pleasure of getting away with a burglary. Systems can be hard to change. As Warren Buffett observes, it's very hard to change a system when the guy whose hand is on the switch benefits enormously and perhaps disproportionately from that system. Decision makers should be held accountable for the consequences of their actions. In his book, The Case for Modern Man, the American philosopher Charles Frankel defines responsibility this way. A decision is responsible when the man or group that makes it has to answer for it to those who are directly or indirectly affected by it. Charles Munger adds, an example of a really responsible system is the system the Romans used when they built an arch. The guy who created the arch stood under it as the scaffolding was removed. It's like packing your own parachute. Third, let's explore self-interest and incentives. The British writer Dorothy Sayers once wrote a line of dialogue that illustrates this perfectly. Lord Peter Wimsey said, "Damn it all, we want to get at the truth." To which Sir Impey dryly replied, "Do you? I don't. I don't care 2 pence about the truth. I want a case." Imagine this scenario. The organizers of a tennis tournament needed money. They approached the CEO of Transcorp and asked him to sponsor the tournament. "How much?" asked the CEO. "1 million, said the organizer. "That is too much money," said the CEO. "Not if you consider the fact that you personally can play one match, sit at the honorary stand next to a member of the presidential family, and be the one that hands over the prize," said the organizer. "Where do I sign?" said the CEO. People do what they perceive is in their best interest and are biased by incentives. For example, when the first Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered, the archaeologists wanted more fragments of the scrolls to be found, so they offered a reward for each fragment. The result? The fragments were split into smaller pieces before they were turned in. The comedian Groucho Marx once interviewed a U.S. senator about a miracle cure-all vitamin and mineral tonic that the senator had invented. When Groucho asked him what it was good for, the senator answered, "It was good for 5.5 million for me last year." The incentives for the decision maker determine their behavior. This means that we have to be able to recognize self-interested behavior in others. Are advisors always to be trusted? There is an old saying, never ask the village barber if you need a haircut. We are biased by our incentives, and so are others, including lawyers, accountants, doctors, consultants, salesmen, organizations, the media, and so on. What is good for them may not be good for us. Advisors are often paid salesmen and may try to trick us into buying what we don't need. For an attorney, litigation is often more lucrative than settlement. Lawyer William F. Coyne, Jr. says in his work, The Case for Settlement Counsel, that there are significant incentives for lawyers not to embrace early settlement. These incentives include the need to market services, the desire not to appear weak, the obligation to represent a client zealously, the thirst for justice, but perhaps not least, the desire to maximize income. Warren Buffett tells us that one of Berkshire's compensation arrangements was worked out without the help of lawyers or compensation consultants. This arrangement embodies a few very simple ideas, not the kind of terms favored by consultants who cannot easily send a large bill unless they have established that you have a large problem, and one, of course, that requires an annual review. Charles Munger tells us about the common tendency of salesmen. All commissioned salesmen have a tendency to serve the transaction instead of the truth. I put consultants in the same category, sometimes even lawyers, sometimes especially lawyers. Many years ago, a Pasadena friend of mine made fishing tackle. I looked at this fishing tackle. It was green and purple and blue. I don't think I'd ever seen anything like them. I asked him, God, do fish bite these lures? He said to me, Charlie, I don't sell to fish. Let's look at the brokerage and investment banking business. Brokers have a strong incentive to get us to trade. They advise us on what to buy and sell because volume creates commissions. Investment bankers encourage overpriced acquisitions to generate fees. They have every incentive to get initial public offerings or IPO deals done, regardless of the company's quality. Their compensation is tied to the revenues the deal brings in. Analysts are rewarded for helping to sell the IPO. Brokers want to move the stock. What did Groucho Marx say about this? I made a killing on Wall Street a few years ago. I shot my broker. Similarly, in the medical field, some psychologists ensure themselves successive paydays by telling their patients that another visit is required, and they don't talk about the limits of their knowledge. Their careers are at stake. As the American actor Walter Matthau once said, my doctor gave me 6 months to live. When I told him I couldn't pay the bill, he gave me 6 more months. Why do bankers approve risky loans? People who are rewarded for doing stupid things will continue to do them. From their frame of reference, they are acting logically based on how they are being rewarded. The incentive system is paying them to do the wrong thing. So if a banker is paid based on market share rather than profits, he will write as many loans as possible. He is being rewarded every year, while the net consequences of the bad loans won't be realized for a long time. Charles Munger gives an example of how Lloyd's Insurance used to reward their people. They were paid a percentage of the gross volume that went through, and paying everybody a percentage of the gross, when what you're really interested in is the net, is a system, given the natural bias of human beings toward doing what's in their own interest, even though it has terrible consequences for other people, that really did Lloyd's in. Be careful what you pay for. You just might get it. The city of New Orleans introduced a program under which districts that showed improvement in their crime statistics received awards that could lead to bonuses and promotions. On the other hand, districts that didn't improve faced cutbacks and firings. What happened? In one police district, nearly half of all serious crimes were reclassified as minor offenses and were never fully investigated. Studies also show that teachers sometimes help students cheat on standardized tests when their jobs or pay increases depend on the outcome of those tests. John knew that if he didn't show good figures, his project wouldn't be funded, so he cooked the books. Why do people give a biased picture of reality? Why do they make figures look better than they are, or fake data to support something? This is behavior that is not acceptable. but it results from the tendency of people doing what they perceive is in their best interest. There may be powerful economic and prestige-related incentives to underestimate costs and overestimate benefits when people try to sell projects. For example, studies based on data from several hundred large transportation infrastructure projects in 20 nations and across 5 continents found evidence that in a number of cases, project promoters and forecasters of billion-dollar projects intentionally misrepresented the costs, benefits, and risks of those projects in order to get them approved. Charles Munger says that projections should be handled with care. Mark Twain used to say, "A mine is a hole in the ground with a liar on the top," and a projection prepared by anybody who stands to earn a commission or an executive trying to justify a particular course of action will frequently be a lie, although it's not a deliberate lie in most cases. The man has come to believe it himself, and that's the worst kind. Projections should be handled with great care, particularly when they're being provided by someone who has an interest in misleading you. Warren Buffett adds, "I have no use whatsoever for projections or forecasts. They create an illusion of apparent precision. The more meticulous they are, the more concerned you should be. We never look at projections, but we care very much about and look very deeply at track records. If a company has a lousy track record but a very bright future, we will miss the opportunity." He continues, "I do not understand why any buyer of a business looks at a bunch of projections put together by a seller or his agent. You can almost say that it's naive to think that those projections have any utility whatsoever. We're just not interested. If we don't have some idea ourselves of what the future is, to sit there and listen to some other guy who's trying to sell us the business or get a commission on it tell us what the future's going to be. Like I say, it's very naive." Buffett also gives us a test we can use. When they make these offerings, investment bankers display their humorous side. They dispense income and balance sheet projections extending 5 or more years into the future for companies they barely had heard of a few months earlier. If you are shown such schedules, I suggest that you join in the fun. Ask the investment banker for the 1-year budgets that his own firm prepared as the last few years began, and then compare these with what actually happened. Consider this. The consultant to Transcorp was hired and paid by the company to advise the CEO on how he should be paid. The consultant thinks, if I tell the CEO what he wants to hear, he will pay me well, rehire me, and recommend me to other CEOs. And if I make it sound complicated, it will be easier to send a larger bill. How do we act as an employee? If our boss wants a particular answer, do we give it to them? To quote the German proverb, "Whose bread I eat, his song I sing." Warren Buffett says, "I would say that the typical corporate organization is structured so that the CEO's opinions, biases, and previous beliefs are reinforced in every possible way. Staffs won't give you any contrary recommendations. They'll just come back with whatever the CEO wants. And the board of directors won't act as a check, so the CEO pretty much gets what he wants. I don't like to be embarrassed and have my name and reputation threatened with disgrace," said the CEO of Transcorp. How can we change people? Benjamin Franklin said, "Would you persuade? Speak of interest, not of reason." Since the risk of losing is more motivating than the chance of gaining, we stand a better chance of changing people if we appeal to their fear of losing something they value, like their job, reputation, status, money, or control. It is often better to avoid situations where we need to change people. Changing people is hard. As Warren Buffett says, I'd say that the history that Charlie and I have had of persuading decent, intelligent people who we thought were doing unintelligent things to change their course of action has been poor. When people want to do something, they want to do something. Changing people affects their motivation, their feelings of responsibility, and their tendency to reciprocate. It is better when people act out of their own free will. Warren Buffett illustrates this. We want the manager of each subsidiary to run their business in the way they think is best for their operation. We'll never tell a subsidiary manager which vendor to patronize or anything of that sort. Once we start making those decisions for our managers, we become responsible for the operation, and they're no longer responsible for the operation. And they're responsible for their operations. That means that they get to make the call, that it's up to them to do what's best for their subsidiary, and that it's up to any other company that wants to do business with their operation to prove to them why it's best. That's the Berkshire approach. I think on balance our managers like it that way because they're not going to get second-guessed and nobody will go over their heads. Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding self-interest and incentives. Don't automatically trust people who have something at stake from your decision. Ask yourself, what are their interests? Who benefits from this? Understand people's motivations. Is it money, status, love of work, reputation, position, power, or envy? What are they being rewarded or punished for? Are they benefiting or losing from the present system? People's interests are not only financial. They can also be social or moral. For example, public embarrassment, social exclusion, conscience, shame, or guilt may cause people to stop some undesirable behavior. For example, by requiring restaurants to post their hygiene quality scores in their front windows, the Los Angeles County Health Department caused a dramatic improvement in restaurant hygiene and a reduction in food-related illnesses. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato said, "Do not train boys to learning by force and harshness, but lead them by what amuses them so that they may better discover the bent of their minds." Pressuring people or giving them orders often doesn't work. It is better to convince people by asking questions that illuminate the consequences of their actions. This causes them to think for themselves and makes it more likely that they will discover what's in their own best interest. Fourth, let's turn to self-serving tendencies and optimism. The Russian-British philosopher Isaiah Berlin once wrote, "Man suffers much because he seeks too much, is foolishly ambitious, and grotesquely overestimates his capacities." Consider the common thought, things that happen to others don't happen to me. We often see ourselves as unique and special, and we have optimistic views of ourselves and our families. We tend to overestimate the degree of control we have over events and underestimate the role of chance. The 18th century English poet Edward Young said, "All men think all men are mortal but themselves." Most of us believe we are better performers, more honest and intelligent, have a better future, have a happier marriage, and are less vulnerable than the average person. But of course, we can't all be better than average. We also tend to overestimate our ability to predict the future. People tend to put a higher probability on desired events than on undesired events. For example, we are often over-optimistic about the outcome of our planned actions. Optimism is good, but when it comes to important decisions, realism is better. After making a huge mistake, John said, "I was arrogant. My past success caused me to believe I could do anything." The Roman statesman Marcus Porcius Cato said, "Men's spirits are lifted when the times are prosperous, rich, and happy, so that their pride and arrogance grow." We tend to overestimate our abilities and future prospects when we are knowledgeable on a subject, feel in control, or after we've been successful. As financial writer Roger Lowenstein writes in his book, When Genius Failed, there is nothing like success to blind one of the possibility of failure. What tends to inflate the price that CEOs pay for acquisitions? Studies have found evidence of infection through 3 sources of hubris. First, overconfidence after a recent success. Second, a sense of self-importance, the belief that a high salary compared to other senior executives implies great skill. And third, the CEO's belief in their own press coverage. The media tend to glorify CEOs and over-attribute business success to their role, rather than to other factors and people. This makes CEOs more likely to become both overconfident about their abilities and more committed to the actions that made them media celebrities in the first place. Think about these 2 statements. It worked because we made the right decisions, and it didn't work because of a bad business climate. Experiments show that when we are successful, whether by chance or not, we credit our own character or ability. Warren Buffett says, "Any investor can chalk up large returns when stocks soar, as they did in 1997. In a bull market, one must avoid the error of the preening duck that quacks boastfully after a torrential rainstorm, thinking that its paddling skills have caused it to rise in the world. A right-thinking duck would instead compare its position after the downpour to that of the other ducks on the pond. When we fail, we blame external circumstances or bad luck. When others are successful, we tend to credit their success to luck and blame their failures on foolishness. When our investments turn into losers, we say we had bad luck. When they turn into winners, we think we are geniuses. This way, we draw the wrong conclusions and don't learn from our mistakes. We also underestimate the role of luck and randomness in outcomes. When using advisors, if something turns out well, we tend to take the credit, assigning the outcome to our own skill. But if something turns out badly, we blame the advisor. Charles Munger tells us about the toast that we seldom hear. Arco was celebrating their huge triumph of making a lot of money out of the North Slope oil fields in Alaska. And the house counsel there was an Irishman who was very outspoken and had a fair amount of charm, and he was highly regarded, so he could get by with talking frankly, and the whole group was toasting one another. Aren't we great people for having done this great thing? And this Irish house counsel raised his glass and said, "Well, I'd like to toast the man who really caused our triumph," he said. "Here's to King Faisal. Every calculation we made was off by 200%. All the costs were way higher and the difficulties way greater than we ever conceived. All the predictions we made were totally asinine and wouldn't have worked with the oil prices we projected. But along came King Faisal and the oil cartel and raised the price of oil so high that they made us all look good. Let's honor the proper man here tonight." Munger concludes, "This is the kind of toast you will seldom hear in corporate life, because for most people, a toast like that will get you fired. And a guy who's bringing reality into a pleasant party and making people face their own limitations and errors will have poor prospects." Here's another example. Bill is a surgeon who always uses surgery to handle health problems, even if they could be cured by a less invasive procedure. As the old saying goes, if the only tool you have is a hammer, you approach every problem as if it were a nail. The more we know or think we know about a subject, the less willing we are to use other ideas. Instead, we tend to solve a problem in a way that agrees with our own area of expertise. And the more useful a given idea is to us, whether or not it's appropriate to the problem at hand, the more overconfident we are about its usefulness. In Bill's case, there may also be financial incentives to recommend a medical procedure. Experts love to extrapolate their ideas from one field to all other fields. They define problems in ways that fit their tools, rather than in ways that agree with the underlying problem. Give someone a tool and they'll want to use it, and even overuse it, whether it's warranted or not. Why is this man with a hammer syndrome always present? Charles Munger answers, well, if you stop to think about it, it's incentive-caused bias. His professional reputation is all tied up with what he knows. He likes himself and he likes his own ideas, and he's expressed them to other people. This also ties into the consistency and commitment tendency, which we'll discuss later. I hired her as my assistant since she was good-looking, articulate, and had a university degree. She gave a great first impression. How good are we at judging personalities? Sherlock Holmes says in Arthur Conan Doyle's The Sign of Four, "It is of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money, and the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor." We immediately classify people, which brings to mind a host of associations. We often allow one single trait to color all other characteristics, and therefore judge people as better or worse than they really are. Preconceived ideas about certain people, races, religions, or occupations can cause us to automatically assume that an individual from a particular group has special characteristics. The physics professor Roger Newton observes in his book The Truth of Science, scientists are human. They sometimes succumb to weaknesses such as jealousy, vanity, and on very rare instances, even dishonesty. And Giancarlo Rota says in Indiscreet Thoughts, a good mathematician is not necessarily a nice guy. When I interview someone, I have already formed an impression from reading their job application. Then I just try to find confirming evidence at the interviews. Interviews are often of limited use in predicting a potential employee's future behavior. As psychology professor Robin Dawes notes in his book, Rational Choice in an Uncertain World, what can an interviewer learn in a half hour to an hour that is not present in the applicant's record? An articulate person may be more persuasive than a reserved person, but the latter may actually know what they are talking about. Why do some people seem to have an intuition for evaluating others? Perhaps their life experiences give them the ability, by asking the right questions and observing behavior, to look for clues to an individual's character. Warren Buffett says on how to identify people that may cause problems, I'm not saying that you can take 100 people and take a look at them and analyze their personalities or anything of the sort. But I think when you see the extreme cases, the ones that are going to cause you nothing but trouble and the ones that are going to bring you nothing but joy, well, I think you can identify those pretty well. Charles Munger adds, actually, I think it's pretty simple. There's integrity, intelligence, experience, and dedication. That's what human enterprises need to run well. So, what should we keep in mind about self-serving tendencies and optimism? The German missionary Dr. Albert Schweitzer said, an optimist is a person who sees a green light everywhere, while the pessimist sees only the red stoplight. The truly wise person is colorblind. Overconfidence can cause unreal expectations and make us more vulnerable to disappointment. Recognize your limits. How well do you know what you don't know? Don't let your ego determine what you should do. Charles Munger says, it is remarkable how much long-term advantage people like us have gotten by trying to be consistently not stupid, instead of trying to be very intelligent. There must be some wisdom in the folk saying, it's the strong swimmers who drown. Warren Buffett says, we won't do anything that we don't think we understand ourselves. Focus on what can go wrong and what the consequences would be. Build in some margin of safety in your decisions. Know how you will handle things if they go wrong. Surprises can occur in many unlikely ways. Ask yourself, how can I be wrong? Who can tell me if I'm wrong? By developing only a handful of strengths, we have an impoverished toolbox. We only have hammers. We need a full toolkit. Since problems don't follow territorial boundaries, we must compensate for the bias of one idea by using important ideas from other disciplines. Consider people's actual accomplishments and past behavior over a long period of time, rather than just their first impressions. Since people leave track records in life, an individual's paper record is often predictive of their future performance and behavior. When comparing records or performances, remember that successes draw far more attention than failures. Fifth, let's discuss self-deception and denial. The Greek statesman Demosthenes once said, nothing is easier than self-deceit, for what each man wishes that he also believes to be true. John couldn't admit to others that he had made a bad deal. He said to himself, I was almost right. I lost money, but others lost more. It wasn't my fault. It was out of my control. You win some, you lose some. We deny and distort reality to feel more comfortable, especially when reality threatens our self-interest. To quote the Austrian psychologist Sigmund Freud, illusions commend themselves to us because they save us pain and allow us to enjoy pleasure instead. We view things the way we want to see them. We hear what we want to hear and deny what is inconsistent with our deeply held beliefs. We deny unpleasant news and prefer comfort to truth. We choose the right people to ask. We make sense of bad events by telling ourselves comforting stories that give them meaning. I hope the project succeeds in time and on budget. In relating the events of the 5th century BC war between Athens and Sparta, the Greek historian Thucydides wrote, their judgment was based more upon blind wishing than upon any sound prediction, for it is a habit of mankind to entrust to careless hope what they long for, and to use sovereign reason to thrust aside what they do not desire. Wishful thinking is rooted in denial, and it offers us a more pleasant reality. In business, this is one reason for project delays and cost overruns. We believe something is true because it sounds believable, or because we want to believe it, especially with issues of love, health, religion, and death. This is one reason why people follow gurus. They encourage their followers to trust their hearts and forget their heads. The philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell said in his skeptical essays, "What is wanted is not the will to believe, but the will to find out, which is the exact opposite." Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding self-deception and denial. In his famous 1974 commencement address at Caltech, the American physicist Richard Feynman warned against self-deception. He said, "The first principle is that you must not fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool." The Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein said in Culture and Value, "Nothing is so difficult as not deceiving oneself." We have to see the world as it is, not for what it was or for what we want it to be. Refusing to look at unpleasant facts doesn't make them disappear. Bad news that is true is better than good news that is wrong. Denial must be weighed against its social, financial, physical, and emotional costs. When the cost of denial is worse than the benefit of facing reality, we must face reality. Sixth, let's look at consistency. The British economist John Maynard Keynes said, "The difficulty lies not in the new ideas, but in escaping the old ones, which ramify, for those brought up as most of us have been, into every corner of our minds." Once we've made a commitment, a promise, a choice, taken a stand, or invested time, money, or effort, we want to remain consistent. We want to feel that we've made the right decision. And the more we have invested in our behavior, the harder it is to change. I can't behave in a way that is inconsistent with my self-image. I have a reputation to uphold. I don't want to look weak, dumb, or lose face. I want to be seen as nice, smart, and in control. The Scottish philosopher and economist Adam Smith said in his book, The Theory of the Moral Sentiments, "The opinion which we entertain of our own character depends entirely on our judgments concerning our past conduct. It is so disagreeable to think ill of ourselves that we often purposely turn away our view from those circumstances which might render that judgment unfavorable." We want to maintain a positive self-image. When that is violated, we use different defenses in order to justify our behavior. We also behave in ways that are consistent with how others see us. If people label us as talented, we try to appear talented, whether or not it is true. Why do we hang on to a bad idea, an unhappy relationship, or a losing investment? Why do politicians continue fighting wars long after it is clear that the war is a bad idea? The more time, money, effort, or pain we invest, the more we feel the need to continue, and the more highly we value something, whether or not it is the right thing to do. We don't want to waste our efforts. This way, we protect our reputation and avoid the pain of accepting a loss. If people challenge our decisions, we become even more committed that we are right. And the more individual responsibility we feel for a commitment, the harder it is to give it up. In his book, Too Much Invested to Quit, the psychologist Alan Teeger said about the Vietnam War, "The longer the war continued, the more difficult it was to justify the additional investments in terms of the value of possible victory. On the other hand, the longer the war continued, the more difficult it became to write off the tremendous losses without having anything to show for them." Consider this scenario. John wanted to employ a new vice president. He told everyone that the guy was terrific, but the new employee turned out to be a disaster. Instead of dealing with the mistake, John kept the guy on, which cost him a lot of money and aggravation. We tend to make fast judgments, and it is hard to change a first conclusion, since a change implies that we may have been wrong, especially if we need to explain the change to others. We associate being wrong with a threat to our self-interest. Warren Buffett says, "What the human being is best at doing is interpreting all new information so that their prior conclusions remain intact." The 17th century English philosopher Francis Bacon adds, "It is the peculiar and perpetual error of the human intellect to be more moved and excited by affirmatives than by negatives, whereas it ought properly to hold itself indifferently disposed towards both alike." We look for evidence that confirms our ideas, beliefs, and actions. Devising reasons why we might be wrong doesn't come easily. For example, when we've made an investment, entered into a relationship, or made other types of commitments, we tend to seek out evidence confirming that it was the right decision and to ignore information that shows it was wrong. I don't want to sell this declining stock and face a loss. I put $100,000 into this. I must prove to others and to myself that I made the right choice. After we buy a stock, we are more confident that it was a good buy than we were before the investment. We want to feel that we did the right thing and keep our beliefs consistent with what we've done. But nothing has actually changed. It is the same business before and after. I think it's foolish to abandon a project on which $10 million has been sunk, said the CEO of Transcorp. Why do we do things merely because we've already paid for them? Assume John paid a $1,000 non-refundable fee for a conference, but he no longer wants to participate. He feels that he can't afford to waste the $1,000 that has already been spent. Should he go to the conference just because he has already spent the money? Should he effectively pay $1,000 to do something he doesn't want to do? The money is lost forever. Isn't it better to say that the $1,000 already spent is the cost of doing what he really wants to do? Isn't it better to pay to do what you want? John and Mary sit through a lousy movie simply because they bought the tickets. They can't get the $8 they spent back, so it shouldn't make a difference whether they leave or not. The consequences are the same. The money has already been spent. The choice is between having a good time or a lousy time. We invested in a new machine based on the volume increase set out in the strategic plan. Unfortunately, volume decreased. We are most consistent when we have made a public, effortful, or voluntary commitment. The more public a decision is, the less likely it is that we will change it. Written commitments are strong since they require more effort than verbal commitments and can also be made public. Isn't it better to do what makes sense than to stay consistent with a strategic plan that isn't working? Warren Buffett says, "We do have a few advantages, perhaps the greatest being that we don't have a strategic plan. Thus we feel no need to proceed in an ordained direction, a course leading almost invariably to silly purchase prices, but can instead simply decide what makes sense for our owners." Charles Munger says on the value of long-term plans, "We have very much the philosophy of building our enterprise that Sir William Osler had when he built the Johns Hopkins Medical School from a very poor start into a model medical school for the whole world. And what Sir William Osler said, and he quoted this from Carlyle, was, 'The task of man is not to see what lies dimly in the distance, but to do what lies clearly at hand.'" He continues, "We try to respond intelligently each day, each week, each month, each year to the information and challenges at hand. Horrible assaults that have to be deflected, things that have to be scrambled out of, the unusual opportunities that come along, and just do the best job we can in responding to those challenges. Obviously, you look ahead as far as you can, but that's not very far. But if you respond intelligently and diligently to the challenges before you, we think you'll tend to end up with a pretty good institution." In his scientific autobiography and other papers, the German physicist Max Planck said, "A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it." Warren Buffett adds, "I think it was Keynes who said, 'Most economists are most economical about ideas. They make the ones they learned in graduate school last a lifetime.' What happens is that you spend years getting your PhD in finance, and in the process you learn theories with a lot of mathematics that the average layman can't do. So you become sort of a high priest. And you wind up with an enormous amount of yourself in terms of your ego and even professional security invested in those ideas. Therefore, it gets very hard to back off after a given point. I have invested 15 years of my life in this, so I won't walk away now. Let's say that a couple is in a bad marriage, but they have spent 15 years together. Should they get a divorce, Or should they stay in there and remain unhappy just because they have invested 15 years of their life? What other traps may our consistency tendency cause us to fall into? John and his family decided to buy a new car. They chose a dealership that agreed to sell them the car for $1,000 below the competition. Then the salesman changed the terms. He said he had discovered an error. In the end, the price ended up being $200 above the competition. In what is called the lowball technique, the salesperson gives the customer an incentive to enter into an agreement with the intention of changing the terms to the seller's advantage, either by removing the advantage or by adding something undesirable. Once John made the decision and took the time and effort to buy a new car, he was committed to the purchase. Otherwise, he would appear inconsistent. Instead of backing out of the deal, he found new reasons to justify his purchase of the car. The lowball technique is often used by politicians in elections. "What a great deal for a refrigerator," Mary said, reading the advertisements. When she gets to the store, the salesperson tells her that they have run out of the advertised specials. But they have a similar one in stock, and it is only $150 more. She buys the refrigerator. She is already committed to buying a refrigerator, and the salesperson is only forcing her to be consistent. Sitting at the negotiation table, the opponent asked John, "Did you know that you and the managers of Transcorp are widely known to be cooperative and fair?" In the labeling technique, people try to get us committed by first applying a label to our personality or values that is consistent with the behavior they want us to take. We often comply with later requests that are consistent with the label. That is why John's opponent gave John a reputation to uphold. "Will you take my kids to school today?" Mary's neighbor asked. 1 month later, Mary found herself still driving her neighbor's kids to school and even to the movies. How do people seduce us, whether financially, politically, or sexually? They often make us first agree to a small request, one so small that no one would refuse. This way, they create a commitment. Then they make a second, larger request, the one they wanted all along. We are then more likely to comply. This is called the foot-in-the-door technique, and it is based on the principle that if people get us to make a small commitment, we are more likely to agree to a larger request because we want to appear consistent. One study showed that 76% of a group of homeowners agreed to put a large billboard on their front lawn that said, "Drive carefully." 2 weeks earlier, these homeowners had been approached by other researchers and asked to place a tiny sign saying, "Be a safe driver," on their car windows. They now saw themselves as concerned citizens and people who care enough about driver safety to take a stand. They also believed that was how other people saw them. When they were later approached, 76% of them agreed to put up the large sign just to be consistent. In contrast, only 17% of subjects who hadn't received the earlier visit agreed to put up the large sign. When people get us to commit to something, we become responsible for it. One experiment staged a theft to find out if onlookers would risk personal harm to stop a crime. A researcher sat on a beach blanket and listened to his portable radio 5 feet from the blanket of a randomly chosen person. After a while, the researcher left his blanket to take a stroll on the beach. A few minutes later, a second researcher, pretending to be a thief, grabbed the radio and ran away. Only 4 people out of 20 put themselves in harm's way by challenging the thief. But when the procedure was tried a little differently, 19 people became vigilantes and tried to stop the thief. What was the difference? Before taking his stroll, the researcher had asked the subject to "please watch my things," which they all agreed to do. The 17th century English poet Samuel Butler wrote, "He that complies against his will is of his own opinion still." So, how do we get people to take inner responsibility for their actions? We make it voluntary. We take responsibility for our behavior in cases when we are internally motivated by satisfaction or interest, when we feel in control, and when we are free from incentives or outside pressure. Strong convictions can be dangerous. The German philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche wrote, "Convictions are more dangerous enemies of truth than lies." Intense commitments to political, religious, or philosophical ideas can create an ideological bias. People with various political, religious, and philosophical interests are motivated to seek the truths that confirm those interests. We should never underestimate the power of ideology. It can act as a device for justifying war and violence. As Blaise Pascal wrote, "Men never do evil so completely and cheerfully as when they do it from religious conviction." Charles Munger tells us about the danger of ideology. Heavy ideology is one of the most extreme distorters of human cognition. Look at these Islamic fundamentalists who just gunned down a bunch of Greek tourists shouting, "God's work." Ideology does some strange things and distorts cognition terribly. If you get a lot of heavy ideology when you're young and then you start expressing it, you are really locking your brain into a very unfortunate pattern, and you are going to distort your general cognition. He continues, "There's a very interesting history if you take Warren Buffett as an example of worldly wisdom. Warren adored his father, who was a wonderful man, but he was a very heavy ideologue, right-wing it happened to be, who hung around with other very heavy ideologues, right-wing naturally. Warren observed this as a kid, and he decided that ideology was dangerous and that he was going to stay a long way away from it. And he has throughout his whole life. That has enormously helped the accuracy of his cognition. I learned the same lesson in a different way. My father hated ideology. Therefore, all I had to do was imitate my father and thereby stay in what I regard as the right path. People like Doman on the right or Nader on the left have obviously gone a little daft. They're extreme examples of what ideology will do to you, particularly violently expressed ideology. Since it pounds ideas in better than it convinces out, it's a very dangerous thing to do. So how can we keep our consistency tendency in check? A decision must be active. The Roman philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca said, "There is nothing wrong with changing a plan when the situation has changed." The Irish writer Jonathan Swift said, "A man should never be ashamed to own that he has been in the wrong, which is but saying, in other words, that he is wiser today than he was yesterday." John Maynard Keynes once said, "When somebody persuades me that I am wrong, I change my mind. What do you do?" Sometimes things don't go the way we believe they will. The solution is to face it and act. Charles Munger says, "We've done a lot of that, scrambled out of wrong decisions. I would argue that that's a big part of having a reasonable record in life. You can't avoid wrong decisions, but if you recognize them promptly and do something about them, you can frequently turn the lemon into lemonade." If we can get people committed in advance, they tend to live up to their commitment. For example, you can make people take a voluntary and public position on some issue. Don't force people to publicly make commitments that you don't later want them to have the opportunity to change. When you are asked to perform a future action but are uncertain, ask yourself, would I do this if I had to do it tomorrow? Warren Buffett says, "The most important thing to do when you find yourself in a hole is to stop digging." Merely because you've spent money or time on some project or investment doesn't mean you must continue to spend it in the future. Time, effort, and money already spent are gone. Decisions should be based on where you want to be, not where you've been. Base your decisions on the present situation and future consequences. What happened in the past may be a guide for estimating how likely something is to happen in the future. Ask yourself, what do I want to achieve? What causes that? Considering what I know today and what is likely to happen in the future, how should I act to achieve my goal? Will new money and time invested help me achieve my goal? And assume that you had never invested in this before and it was presented to you for the first time. Would you invest in it today? If not, then stop and do something about it. As Charles Munger says, Berkshire extracted a lot of capital out of the textile business and put it elsewhere. And if Berkshire had tried to keep fighting the decline of that business with more and more money, it would have blown most of its capital. There's a time to fight, and there's a time to run away. One of my favorite stories relevant to this involves a town in the South. There was this huge grocery store owned by one of the great national chains. They're a formidable competitor, and they had the dominant big grocery store in this town for many, many years. doing big volume. Sam Walton of Walmart announced that he was opening a much bigger, better grocery store with a lot of other wonderful products at incredibly low prices. And the existing, very experienced and successful chain did not wait for Sam Walton's store to open. They just closed their store right away. Let someone who wasn't committed to an earlier decision take over the issue. Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored, said the British novelist Aldous Huxley. If we only look to confirm our beliefs, we will never discover if we're wrong. Be self-critical and be willing to unlearn your best-loved ideas. Search for evidence that disconfirms your ideas and assumptions. Consider alternative outcomes, viewpoints, and answers. Have someone tell you when your thinking is wrong. Warren Buffett says, "Charlie and I believe that when you find information that contradicts your existing beliefs, you've got a special obligation to look at it, and quickly." Follow the advice of the Italian artist and scientist Leonardo da Vinci. We know well that mistakes are more easily detected in the works of others than in one's own. When you are painting, you should take a flat mirror and often look at your work within it, and it will then be seen in reverse and will appear to be by the hand of some other master, and you will be better able to judge of its faults than in any other way. Seventh, we have deprival syndrome. The American futurist Faith Popcorn once said, "You don't change something people love." As we saw in part 1, we have an aversion to loss. We dislike losing the things we have more than we appreciate gaining the things we don't have. When something we like is, or threatens to be, taken away, we often value it more highly. Take away people's freedom, status, reputation, money, or anything they value, and they will get upset. We don't like to lose the freedom to choose how to act or what to believe or what to have. For example, people are likely to fight a restrictive law that takes away a benefit they have enjoyed for a long time. The more we like what is being taken away, or the larger the commitment we've made to it, the more upset we become. This can create hatred, revolts, violence, and retaliations. How do people react when we try to lower their income? Charles Munger illustrates the power of deprival when it comes to negotiating takeaways in labor negotiations. You're facing deprival superreaction syndrome. People just go bananas, and the union representative has to bring his members the deprival message and endure the Pavlovian mere association hatred that results. Therefore, he won't do it, largely for that reason. So you have two powerful psychological effects, making it hell. He continues, all of those strikes in the late 1800s and the early 1900s where Pinkerton guards were shooting people were about takeaways. Arriving immigrants were willing to work cheap, and capitalist proprietors tried to reduce wages, sometimes because they felt they had to because their competitors were doing it, and sometimes because they simply wanted to make more money. At any rate, all of that murder and mayhem was the result of deprival superreaction syndrome, plus the reality that nobody wanted to be the carrier of bad news. I should take the conservative approach. Failure is embarrassing and may get me fired. People's aversion to losing may make them overly conservative or cause them to engage in cover-ups. The doctor told Mary, "You may die if you do not change your behavior." Our loss aversion makes us more sensitive to information that has negative implications for us. For example, health-related messages can either focus on the benefits of performing an act, which is a gain, or the possible costs of not doing it, which is a loss. One study showed that women were more likely to engage in breast self-examination when they were presented with information emphasizing the possible negative consequences, like the loss of good health and longevity, of not performing the self-examination, compared to information that focused on the benefits of doing it. Other studies show that when persuading people to undergo risky medical procedures, it is more effective to focus on the positive outcomes, like the survival rate, rather than the negative ones, like the mortality rate. John tells Mary, "I can't sell the stock now. I have to wait until it gets back up to what I paid for it. Anyway, I don't realize a loss unless I sell." We hate to admit that we've lost money. Our loss aversion contributes to our status quo bias. We prefer to hang on to what we have. We even put a higher value on the things we already own than we are willing to pay for the same things if we didn't own them, because giving them up feels like a loss. This is why many companies offer money-back guarantees on their products. Once we have taken possession of an item, we are not likely to return it. Charles Munger says, the deprival superreaction syndrome of man helps cause much ruin as people's cognition is distorted as a result of their suffering losses and seeing near misses. We hate to sell losing stocks. It is the same as admitting to others and to ourselves that we've made a mistake. We therefore hold on to our losers for too long and sell our winners too soon. A realized loss feels worse than suffering the same loss on paper. The pain of feeling responsible for making a bad decision also plays a role, which is regret. The stock may bounce back after we've sold it, and the more money and effort we've put in, the harder it is to let it go. We also feel that losing the opportunity to make money is less painful than losing the same amount of money. But a lost opportunity of making $100 has the same value as a real loss of $100. John's friend Alan bought a house 5 years ago for $200,000. 4 years later, Alan's company moved to another city. The local real estate market was depressed. He was offered $170,000 for his house, but he felt he couldn't afford to take a loss. So he waited another year, and this time the offered price was $150,000. Isn't it better for Alan to concentrate on what the house is actually worth, rather than on what he paid for it? John kept pouring dollars into the slot machine. He thought to himself, I got cherry bar, I'm close now. We want and place a higher value on something when we almost have it, and then lose it. Charles Munger says, one reason why horse races, bingo, and these things have always been so popular is because of all these near misses. Frequent near misses are like small reinforcements, and they make us want to try again and again. Just as people take larger risks when they are threatened, after a loss, we want to catch up, so we end up taking more risks to get even. But as Warren Buffett and Charles Munger say, Buffett said, a very important principle in investing is that you don't have to make it back the way you lost it. In fact, it's usually a mistake to try to make it back the way you lost it. To which Munger replied, that's the reason so many people are ruined by gambling. They get behind, and then they feel like they have to get it back the way they lost it. It's a deep part of human nature. It's very smart just to lick it by will. Buffett then added, one of the important things in stocks is that the stock does not know that you own it. You have all these feelings about it. You remember what you paid. You remember who told you about it. All these little things. And it doesn't give a damn. It just sits there. If a stock's at $50, somebody's paid $100 and feels terrible. Somebody else has paid $10 and feels wonderful. All these feelings. And it has no impact whatsoever. John and Mary's daughter didn't want the toy they gave her. She wanted the toy they didn't give her. Michel de Montaigne said, to forbid us something is to make us want it. We want what we can't have. Forbidden fruit tastes best. Mark Twain once said, it was not that Adam ate the apple for the apple's sake, but because it was forbidden. It would have been better for us, oh, infinitely better for us, if the serpent had been forbidden. If you forbid someone to do something, they will find it more attractive than they did before it was forbidden. For example, when Miami banned the use of phosphate-based detergents, people turned to smuggling in supplies and hoarding them, since the fear of scarcity encourages hoarding. They even rated the banned products as better than they were before. Since a real estate lot in this area is both rare and hard to obtain, I want it. We want and value more what is scarce or unique. We want what is, or threatens to be, less available. The less available it is, the more we desire it. That's why we subscribe to newsletters that contain exclusive and restricted information, and it's why we participate in initial public offerings and buy stocks on hot tips. We value something higher if it has recently become less available than things that have been scarce all along. We fall for limited offers and deadlines like, the offer ends at midnight, we only have a few left, or this is the last chance. By making things less available, merchants make them seem more valuable. A lot of people are competing for this lot at the auction. How do you create demand? Create competition. Make people perceive that there is a huge competition for the item and limit the number of people that can participate in the bidding. If others want what's scarce, we want it even more. When we can't get something, we tend to lower our opinion of it. And when we can get something that others don't want, we don't want it either. Here are some things to keep in mind regarding deprival syndrome. Know your goals and your options. Ask yourself, why do I want this? Is it for emotional or for rational reasons? What you paid for your house, your stock, or your car has no relevance to its current value. If its value is below what you paid, you don't have to get even. If you bought a stock for $100 and it is now worth $50, you should sell it if it is not worth more than $50. Ask yourself, suppose I hadn't made this investment. Would I make this investment today at today's price? Remember that people respond to immediate crises and threats. Anything that happens gradually, they tend to put off. If we want people to take a risk, we should make them feel like they are behind or losing. If we want them to stay with the status quo or reject a risk, we should make them feel safe. Charles Munger shows how we can use the force of deprival to persuade someone for a reputable reason. In Captain Cook's day, he took these long voyages. At the time, scurvy was the dread of the long voyage, and in scurvy, your living gums putrefy in your mouth, after which the disease gets unpleasant and kills you. And being on a primitive sailing ship with a bunch of dying sailors is a very awkward business. So everybody was terribly interested in scurvy, but they didn't know about vitamin C. Well, Captain Cook, being a smart man with a multiple model kind of approach, noticed that Dutch ships had less scurvy than English ships on long voyages. So he said, what are the Dutch doing that's different? And he noticed they had all these barrels of sauerkraut. So he thought, I'm going on these long voyages, and it's very dangerous. Sauerkraut may help. So he laid in all this sauerkraut, which incidentally happens to contain a trace of vitamin C. But English sailors were a tough, cranky, and dangerous bunch in that day. They hated krauts, and they were used to their standard food and booze. So how do you get such English sailors to eat sauerkraut? Well, Cook didn't want to tell them that he was doing it in the hope that it would prevent scurvy, because they might mutiny and take over the ship if they thought that he was taking them on a voyage so long that scurvy was likely. So here's what he did. Officers ate in a place where the men could observe them, and for a long time he served sauerkraut to the officers, but not to the men. And then finally Captain Cook said, well, the men can have it one day a week. In due course, he had the whole crew eating sauerkraut. I regard that as a very constructive use of elementary psychology. It may have saved God knows how many lives and caused God knows how much achievement. Eighth, let's explore the status quo and do-nothing syndrome. Samuel Johnson said, nothing will ever be attempted if all possible objections must first be overcome. When John and Mary bought their new car, they stuck to their usual brand. We prefer to keep things the way they are. We resist change and prefer to minimize our effort. We favor routine behavior over innovative behavior. The more emotional a decision is, or the more choices we have, the more we prefer the status quo. This is why we stick with our old jobs, our old brand of car, and so on, even in cases where the costs of switching are very low. I fear the social consequences if I make the wrong choice, so I decide to do nothing. We want to feel good about the choices we make so that we can justify our actions to others and to ourselves. We are more bothered by harm that comes from our actions than by harm that comes from our inaction. We feel worse when we fail as a result of taking an action than when we fail from doing nothing. We prefer the default option, which is the alternative that is selected automatically unless we change it. In a real-life experiment on auto insurance rates, car drivers in New Jersey and Pennsylvania were given the choice of a limited right to sue for pain and suffering in exchange for lower insurance rates. But the default option was different for each state. Car owners in New Jersey were automatically given the limited right unless they made an active decision and said differently. In Pennsylvania, the default option was the full right to sue. What happened? Citizens of both states preferred the default option. 79% of New Jersey drivers preferred the limited right to sue, whereas 70% of Pennsylvania drivers preferred the full right to sue. The difference in the amount spent on insurance between the two states was about $200 million. The preference for defaults has also been found in decisions about organ donation, health care plans, and pension savings. Sometimes we don't act when we know we should. We ignore Warren Buffett's Noah principle, which says predicting rain doesn't count, building arks does. Why invest resources in something today since we don't get any credit for preventing something we don't even know will happen? We often ignore distant problems, and we are reluctant to prevent future threats. Warren Buffett says, "It took Noah 20 years to build an ark, and people said he was being silly because the skies were beautiful. And of course, the whole time he looked stupid until it started raining. You can spend a long time building an ark while everybody else is out there enjoying the sun." Here are some things to keep in mind about the status quo and do-nothing syndrome. Deciding to do nothing is also a decision, and the cost of doing nothing could be greater than the cost of taking an action. Remember what you want to achieve. Once we know what to do, we should do it. The 19th century British biologist Thomas Henry Huxley said, "Perhaps the most valuable result of all education is the ability to make yourself do the thing you have to do when it ought to be done, whether you like it or not. It is the first lesson that ought to be learned, and however early a person's training begins, it is probably the last lesson a person learns thoroughly." Ninth, we have impatience. The CEO of Transcorp wants his bonus today, and therefore he makes a decision that increases this year's profit at the cost of a possibly larger profit in the future. We give more weight to the present than to the future. We seek pleasure today at the cost of what may be better in the future. We prefer an immediate reward to a delayed but maybe larger reward. We spend today what we should save for tomorrow. This means that we may pay a high price in the future for a small immediate reward. For example, we buy things we can't afford on our credit cards. We are impatient in the short run and patient in the faraway future. Studies show that we tend to become less patient when rewards are more immediate. Our discount rates, which are the values we assign to something, are higher in the short run than in the long run. For example, when a small reward is due tomorrow and a larger reward is due in 1 year, people often prefer the small, immediate reward. But when the small reward is due in 1 year and the larger reward in 2 years, people tend to prefer the larger, long-term reward. Studies show that one explanation for this is that outcomes that occur in the future are perceived as less certain. What should we keep in mind about impatience? Michel de Montaigne said, "I conceive that pleasures are to be avoided if greater pains be the consequence, and pains to be coveted that will terminate in greater pleasures." Consider both the short-term and the long-term consequences of a decision. Weigh the present good or bad against the future good or bad. Short-term suffering may lead to long-term pleasure. 10th, we have envy and jealousy. Mark Twain once said, "Man will do many things to get himself loved. He will do all things to get himself envied." Aristotle said, "Envy is pain at the good fortune of others." We evaluate our own situation by comparing what we have with what others have. Aristotle continues, "We envy those who are near us in time, place, age, or reputation. It is the people who are similar to us that we envy the most." The financial historian Charles P. Kindleberger says in his book, Manias, Panics, and Crashes, "There is nothing so disturbing to one's well-being and judgment as to see a friend get rich." For example, studies show that how happy we are is partly determined by where we stand in relation to similar others. The 19th century German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer said, "As Hobbes observes, all mental pleasure consists in being able to compare oneself with others to one's own advantage." We are jealous when we perceive a threat to a valued relationship. Studies show that jealousy is ranked among the top 3 motives for murder. Here are a couple of things to keep in mind about envy and jealousy. Bertrand Russell said that envy is one of the fundamental causes of human suffering. The 18th century French philosopher and mathematician Marquis de Condorcet said, "Enjoy your own life without comparing it with that of another. As long as you are achieving your own goals, it shouldn't matter if someone else does better." Studies also show that it matters whether we believe that others deserve their success. Aristotle said, "The best way to avoid envy is to deserve the success you get." On the other hand, the 18th century Dutch physician Bernard de Mondeville said that vices such as greed, envy, and vanity all lead to public benefits by encouraging enterprise. 11th, let's explore contrast comparison. Imagine this experiment. Fill one bucket with cold water, another with hot water, and a third with water at room temperature. Put one hand in the bucket of cold water and your other hand in the bucket of hot water. Then put both of your hands in the bucket of room temperature water. What happens? You will feel that your cold hand feels warmer and that your warm hand feels colder. We judge stimuli by their differences and changes, not by their absolute magnitudes. For example, we evaluate stimuli like temperature, loudness, brightness, health, status, or prices based on their contrast or difference from a reference point. This reference point is the prior or concurrent stimuli, or what we have become used to. And this reference point changes with new experiences and context. This means that how we value things depends on what we compare them with. The grossly overpriced $100 tie seemed reasonable after John bought the fairly priced $1,500 suit. The order in which something is presented matters. Salespeople often try to sell the more costly item first. Imagine you are out buying a computer and some diskettes. In comparison to a $1,500 computer, diskettes at $10 seem like a bargain. After we buy the big-ticket items, the add-ons seem cheap in comparison. Experiments have shown that we will go across town to save $10 on a clock radio, but not to save $10 on a large-screen TV. The difference between $100 and $110 seems like a larger saving than the difference between $2,850 and $2,860. But it's the same $10 saving. What I am used to getting in social benefits is the norm against which I measure fairness, says John's friend Mark. Imagine a hotel that has been renting rooms for $100 a night. The day after a hurricane, the hotel raises its prices to $150. Studies show that we consider this to be unfair. We determine what is fair or not in reference to what we have been used to. This means that policies that have habit-forming consequences may be hard to reverse if they are seen as a loss. One of Transcorp's subsidiaries developed a high-priced version of one of their machines. Even if it doesn't sell well, it will help to induce customers to buy their cheaper but still expensive version. The same thing may appear attractive when it is compared to less attractive things, and unattractive when it is compared to more attractive things. For example, studies show that a person of average attractiveness is seen as less attractive when they are compared to highly attractive others. Charles Munger gives another example. In my generation, when women lived at home until they got married, I saw some perfectly terrible marriages made by highly desirable women because they lived in terrible homes. And I've seen some terrible second marriages which were made because they were slight improvements over an even worse first marriage. In one experiment, a group of people was asked to choose between $6 and an elegant pen. Most of them chose the cash. Another group of people was asked to choose between $6, the elegant pen, or an inferior pen. Most of them chose the elegant pen. By adding an inferior option, another option seemed more attractive. Mary is looking at houses. The real estate broker knows that the house he is trying to sell Mary is in poor shape and in a bad area. He starts by showing Mary some bad properties in an ugly neighborhood. Afterwards, he takes her to the house he wanted to sell all along. Suddenly, this house in the area seemed great in comparison to the other houses she just saw. Another example of contrast comparison is when we interview one job candidate after another. If we slowly and gradually over time manipulate the numbers, the auditors won't notice it. Contrasts may blind us to change until it's too late. For example, we often don't notice the bad behavior of others if it goes sour gradually over time. Often we see reality as constant, even though it is gradually changing. A stimulus must reach an absolute threshold before we can detect it. Before we notice a change in a stimulus, a certain relative change must occur. If the change is slow enough, we don't notice it. Our ability to detect and react to changes in a stimulus decreases as its magnitude increases. To a small stimulus, only a small amount must be added for us to notice a change. To a larger stimulus, a large amount must be added. Sometimes it is the small, gradual, invisible changes that harm us the most. Warren Buffett says one of the problems in society is that the most important issues are often these incremental type things. He continues, "The world is not going to come to an end because tomorrow there are 200 or 250,000 more people on the planet than there were today. That's about the number it grows every day. It is like eating about 300 calories more each day than you burn up. It has no effect on you today. You don't get up from the table and all of a sudden everybody says, 'My God, you look fat compared to when you sat down.' But if you keep doing it over time, the incremental problems are hard to attack because that one extra piece of pie doesn't really seem to make a difference. The 250,000 people tomorrow don't seem to make any difference, but the cumulative effects of them will make a huge difference over time, just like overeating will make a huge difference over time. The time to attack those problems is early." What should we keep in mind about contrast comparison? Evaluate people and objects by themselves and not by their contrast to something else. 12th is anchoring. The CEO informs John about what he told the board members of Transcorp. He said, "Our costs were $1 million over budget, but I told them we were $3 million over. They were thrilled when I later told them it was only $1 million. I always set low targets to exceed expectations." We are over-influenced by certain information that acts as a reference or an anchor for our future judgments. "I made a bad investment paying $50 for something that is now worth $40, says John. We don't price a thing according to its value, but according to its relative price. If we, for example, bought a stock for $50 that now has a present price of $40, we judge how good our decision was in reference to our purchase price. Or if a stock we are considering buying has been trading around $50 for some time and then drops to $35, we tend to get anchored on the $50 price and automatically assume that $35 is a bargain. But the present price of a stock in relation to some past quote doesn't mean anything. The underlying business value is what matters. One of Transcorp's employees was on trial for backdating options. "I demand a sentence of 5 years, said the prosecutor. "I suggest 4.5 years, countered the defense. The initial figures that are presented can also influence legal decisions. For example, the value at which a lawsuit settles or the damages a judge awards in a civil case. Having the last word in court is sometimes disadvantageous. Studies show that the defense's sentencing recommendation is strongly influenced by the prosecutor's demand, which in turn drives the judge's sentencing. Studies also show that even randomly determined numbers may influence experienced legal professionals. John's friend said, "As a used car salesman, I anchor a potential buyer to a high price and then slowly reduce it. This way, I get a good final price, and the customer perceives that they got a good deal." A friend of John and Mary was selling his chain of ice cream stores. The buyer had discussed a price of $10 million. But the seller researched the prices of similar businesses. He outlined his research for the buyer and told him that his target price was $15 million. Then, the seller started to negotiate on his methodology, not on the price. The $15 million figure got anchored in the buyer's mind as the basis for further discussion. The seller finally sold his stores for $13 million. What should we keep in mind about anchoring? Consider your choices from a zero-base level and remember what you want to achieve. And adjust your information to reality. 13th is vividness and recency. The American psychologist and philosopher William James wrote, "The attention which we lend to an experience is proportional to its vivid or interesting character, and it is a notorious fact that what interests us most vividly at the time is, other things equal, what we remember best." John invests in a company based on a beautifully written quarterly earnings report and an entertaining presentation. The more dramatic, salient, personal, entertaining, or emotional some information, event, or experience is, the more we are influenced by it. For example, the easier it is to imagine an event, the more likely we are to think that it will actually happen. We are easily influenced when we are told stories, because we relate to stories better than to logic or facts. We love to be entertained. Information that we receive directly through our eyes or ears has more impact than information that may have more evidential value. A vivid description from a friend or a family member is often more believable than true evidence. Statistical data is often overlooked. Studies show that jurors are influenced by vivid descriptions. Lawyers try to present dramatic and memorable testimony. Seeing the face of a 9-year-old girl who is suffering feels awful. Joseph Stalin once said, "A single death is a tragedy. A million deaths is a statistic." Information that moves us emotionally makes us pay greater attention to the event itself than to its magnitude. Statistics rarely spark our emotions, but an individual face and name will. A Chinese proverb says, "Kill one, frighten 10,000." We often overestimate events that are unlikely to happen, merely because they receive a lot of attention in the news. Drama and danger sell. The media capitalizes on fear because there is money in it. Major accidents, such as airplane crashes or shark attacks, grab people's attention and make headlines, regardless of their actual probability. This causes us to believe that a problem is larger than it really is. Sometimes we believe an event has increased in frequency simply because we see it more often, but the media may only be covering it more. John sold every stock he owned because the media reported bad economic news. We give too much weight to information we've seen, heard, read, or experienced most recently. For example, when judging performance, we tend to overweigh what happened most recently and underweigh or ignore the long-term evidence or what happens on average, assuming those are more representative of reality. We make predictions by extrapolating recent trends and conditions. If the stock market falls into a nosedive, we assume the world is going to end. After a bad event happens, we tend to overestimate the likelihood of it happening again. For example, studies show that after an earthquake, the number of people carrying earthquake insurance rises sharply. So what should we keep in mind about vividness and recency? The media has its weaknesses, its biases, and its vulnerability to manipulation and deception. Consider what is relevant and what the normal outcome is in similar situations. Accurate information is better than dramatic information. Back up vivid stories with facts and numbers. Separate the noise and chance events from what is actually important. Ask yourself, is this relevant? Does it make sense? Is it representative evidence? Was it just a random event? And remember that trends may be wrong. Ask yourself, is this a permanent or a temporary effect? 14th is omission and abstract blindness. We react to stimuli that we personally encounter or that grab our attention. We react more strongly to the concrete and specific than to the abstract. We also overweigh our personal experiences compared to things we learn from others. We only see what we have names for. We tend to focus only on the information that is present, rather than on what information may be missing. For example, when we are planning, we often place too much importance on a specific future event, and not enough on other possible events and their consequences that could cause the event to be delayed or to not happen at all. Today, 14 million people didn't win the lottery. We base what is likely to happen on what we see, not on what we don't see. We don't see what could have happened. We see the winners because they are vocal or visible and get media coverage. We don't see the quiet losers. We see the successful forecasters, but we don't see those who didn't predict well. We see the kind of risks that make headlines, not the statistical risks. We see the benefits of government spending, but we don't see the costs and benefits of how those resources could have been used in alternative ways. We don't see the alternative uses of taxpayers' money for consumption, saving, or investing. We see the information that is available to us, but we don't see what isn't reported. Missing information doesn't draw our attention. We tend not to think about other possibilities, alternatives, explanations, outcomes, or attributes. When we try to find out if one thing causes another, we only see what happened, not what didn't happen. We see when a procedure works, but not when it doesn't work. When we use checklists to find out possible reasons for why something doesn't work, we often don't see that the reason for the problem might be something that is not on the list in the first place. John asks his son Adam which university he would like to attend. Mary, on the other hand, asks Adam which university he doesn't like. Adam both selects and rejects University B. Why would Adam both like and not like the same university? Because when we choose, we compare positive attributes, but when we reject, we compare negative attributes. Since University B had more positive and more negative qualities than the other schools, Adam picked B for both questions. Studies show that when deciding which parent should receive sole custody of a child, juries focus on information that makes one parent seem better than the other. But when deciding which parent should be denied custody, juries focus on information that makes one parent seem inferior to the other. This means that if one parent has average economic, social, and emotional features, and the other parent has more striking positive and negative features, we will both choose and reject the same parent. This means that we often both choose and reject options that are of a more striking or complex nature over average ones. John's mother was concentrating on talking on her cell phone, so she didn't see the other car coming. We don't see much of what passes right in front of our eyes when we are focused on something else. We only see what we focus our attention on. Sometimes we don't see what is right in front of us. One study showed that a few experienced pilots who were trying to land a plane in a flight simulator were so concentrated on the flight information display that they didn't see that a second plane was blocking their runway until it was too late to avoid a collision. Here are a few things to keep in mind about omission and abstract blindness. Look for alternative explanations. Consider the information that might be missing. Know what you want to achieve. And compare both the positive and negative characteristics of your options. 15th is reciprocation. The Roman statesman and writer Marcus Tullius Cicero said, "There is no duty more indispensable than that of returning a kindness. All men distrust one forgetful of a benefit." In return for his loyalty to the CEO, John received a promotion. We tend to repay in kind what others have done for us, whether it's good or bad. Do you return Christmas cards? In one study, a researcher sent out Christmas cards to complete strangers. Dozens of people sent back cards, even though they had never heard of the person who sent them one. Whenever someone does something for us, we feel an urge to do something back for them. It's no wonder that companies use free trials and send out free samples. A gift with our name on it is hard not to reciprocate. I praised him for a job well done, and I received a motivated employee. I told him about his mistake, and he became hostile towards me. We tend to respond in the same way that we are treated. If we are unfair to others, people are often unfair back to us. If people trust us, we tend to trust them. If people criticize us, we tend to criticize them back. And even if people we don't like do us a favor or an uninvited favor, we often feel the need to reciprocate anyway. Warren Buffett tells us how Berkshire Hathaway treats its management. 3/4 of our managers are independently wealthy. They don't need to get up and go to work at all. Most of them have tens and tens of millions of dollars. So I've got to create or I've got to maintain an environment where the thing they want to do most in the world is to go to work that day and the next day. And I say to myself, what would make me feel that way? One way is to feel you are running your own show. If I had people second-guessing me all day, I would get sick of it. I would say, what the hell do I need this for? And that's exactly the way our managers would feel if I went around second-guessing them or telling them how to run their business. A woman in Houston caught her husband and his mistress in a hotel parking lot and proceeded to run her husband down with her car. We sometimes reciprocate unfair behavior even if it costs us. Some other examples are ugly divorces that cost people large sums of money, trade retaliations, costly strikes in connection with union negotiations, sabotage by a mistreated employee, or the failure to agree in legal nuisance cases. John is negotiating to buy a small business. The seller asks for a higher price than John is prepared to pay, so he declines. The seller then makes a concession and reduces the price. We tend to make a concession to people who have first made a concession to us. Since John views the lower price as a concession, he feels a need to reciprocate and accepts the lower price. This lower price was what the seller had wanted in the first place. Contrast comparison is also involved here. The seller's second request seems smaller and therefore much better in comparison to the first. This method of making an exaggerated request and then settling for a smaller one is often used in negotiations. It also increases the chance that John will live up to the deal, since he feels responsible for having dictated the final terms. The "that's not all" technique is related to reciprocal concessions and is often used in infomercials. For example, a company presents a product at $49, and before the customer can respond, they add an additional product for free. Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding reciprocation. People don't want to feel indebted to others, and we are often disliked if we don't allow people to give back what we've given them. A favor or a gift is most effective when it is personal, significant, and unexpected. Before you make any concessions, think about what you want to achieve. The American car manufacturer Henry Ford said, "If there is any one secret of success, it lies in the ability to get the other person's point of view and see things from his angle as well as from your own." Follow the advice of Confucius. What you don't want yourself, don't do to others. Reward hostility with justice and good deeds with good deeds. Give people what you would want to receive in return from them. Ask yourself, assuming others are like me, how would I like to be treated if the roles were reversed? And finally, set the correct example. In Confucius's words, example is better than law, for where the laws govern, the people are shameless in evading punishment, but where example governs, the people have a sense of shame and improve. 16th is liking and social acceptance. William James once said, "The deepest principle in human nature is the craving to be appreciated." John likes his colleague Ted because they share the same values and prefer the same type of suits. We want to be liked and accepted. We tend to believe, trust, and agree with people we know and like. We do things for people we like, and we like the people who like us because we like to be liked. If we feel that a person likes us, we tend to like them back. What can people do to make us like them? We tend to like our kin and romantic partners, and people who are similar to us in background, opinion, lifestyle, interest, attitude, looks, values, and beliefs. We also tend to like those who are physically attractive, popular, or cooperative, or people with whom we have positive associations. And we also like and trust anything that is familiar to us. Aristotle said, "Personal beauty is a greater recommendation than any letter of introduction." Studies show that we believe that physically attractive people have a more desirable personality than average-looking or unattractive people. Experiments also show that attractive criminals are seen as less aggressive and often get a milder punishment than unattractive criminals. But as the 6th century Greek writer Aesop wrote, appearances are often deceiving. I am a sucker for flattery. We like people who compliment us, whether it's true or not, and who make us feel special. To quote the British Prime Minister and novelist Benjamin Disraeli, "Talk to a man about himself, and he will listen for hours." We also like the people who give us what we feel we are missing in life. To get them to do business with me, I associate myself with powerful friends and disassociate myself from losers. I also try to get introduced by someone of established credibility. People tend to believe that we have the same personality as those we associate with, and credibility leads to trust. We have a common enemy. By cooperating, we both gain. We like people who cooperate with us. So how do we get people to cooperate? Create an external common threat or an opportunity for mutual gain. I believe she likes me, so I like her too. We tend to reciprocate the way others see us. If we perceive that others dislike us, we tend to dislike them in return. I won the respect and friendship of my opponent by asking him to do me a favor. Asking a favor of someone is likely to increase that person's liking for us. Why? Because people want to be seen as consistent with their behavior. Benjamin Franklin tells us about an old maxim: "He that has once done you a kindness will be more ready to do you another than he whom you yourself have obliged." Since I want to be accepted, I always focus on the way I appear to others. We want to be socially accepted and not disliked or rejected. We have a strong desire to avoid social disapproval, exclusion, humiliation, public shame, and losing status. This contributes to conformity. William James says, "A man's social self is the recognition which he gets from his mates. No more fiendish punishment could be devised than that one should be turned loose in society and remain absolutely unnoticed by all the members thereof." The French 17th century writer François de la Rochefoucauld wrote, "We only confess our little faults to persuade people that we have no big ones." We often adapt what we say and do to suit our audience and to create a desired impression. We behave like others do and don't always speak the truth or openly question people for fear of the consequences. We don't want to be the person who stands out. This is one reason why people who are overly concerned about what others think of them prefer to be around like-minded people. It's more comfortable than standing out and risking social disapproval. I don't like him because he is egoistic, defensive, always complains, and has a bad temper. We don't learn from people we don't like, and we don't want to be associated with them. The people we don't like are the ones we perceive as dissimilar to us, people we are in competition with, those we perceive as threatening, or people that are self-absorbed, complaining, greedy, and so on. We also tend to dislike people who have been dehumanized, for example, people who have been described as evil or as animals. So what should we keep in mind about liking and social acceptance? Concentrate on the issue at hand and what you want to achieve. Don't depend on the encouragement or criticism of others. Marcus Aurelius Antoninus said, "How much time he gains who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does or thinks." Don't automatically mistake people's appearance for reality. It may just be a social mask. Social approval can be an effective way to make people behave correctly. Why do people avoid certain actions? Because they are afraid of the social punishment that those actions may cause. Benjamin Franklin wrote, "Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults." And François de la Rochefoucauld adds, "Our enemy's opinion of us comes closer to the truth than our own." 17th is social proof. The British novelist Somerset Maugham said, "If 40 million people say a foolish thing, it does not become a wise one." But everybody else is doing it. Do you rely on others for advice and actions? Most people do. In his book True Believer, the American philosopher Eric Hoffer wrote, "When people are free to do as they please, they usually imitate each other." We are social animals, and we are influenced by what we see other people doing and believing. We often believe that others know more than we do. We want what others want. We assume that since everybody else wants it, there has to be a reason. We avoid what others avoid. We imitate without thinking. This is especially true when many people, or people similar to us, are doing it, or when we are uncertain in an unfamiliar environment, in a crowd, lack knowledge, or if we are suffering from stress or low self-esteem. Sellers of fashion, books, movies, and so on know that if enough people like something, others will eventually follow. We trust testimonials from people that we see as similar to ourselves. Warren Buffett says, as happens in Wall Street all too often, what the wise do in the beginning, fools do in the end. He tells an instructive story. This friend, who ran a property casualty insurer, was explaining to his directors why he wanted to acquire a certain life insurance company. After droning rather unpersuasively through the economics and strategic rationale for the acquisition, he abruptly abandoned the script. With an impish look, he simply said, Aw, fellas, all the other kids have one. I don't understand why they don't listen to me, said the CEO of Transcorp. When we are uncertain, we are most likely to follow what people similar to us are doing. The CEO would therefore be more likely to have his message heard if he used a spokesperson who already supported his ideas and who the audience saw as similar to themselves, such as a colleague. John's stockbroker recommends the same stock as other brokers. When John asked him why, he replied, "I'd rather be wrong in a group than right by myself." We feel more comfortable as part of a majority. It acts as a protection from criticism. If we are wrong and everybody else is wrong too, we get less blame. To quote John Maynard Keynes, worldly wisdom teaches that it is better for reputation to fail conventionally than to succeed unconventionally. Warren Buffett adds, most managers have very little incentive to make the intelligent but with some chance of looking like an idiot decision. Their personal gain-loss ratio is all too obvious. If an unconventional decision works out well, they get a pat on the back, and if it works out poorly, they get a pink slip. Failing conventionally is the route to go. As a group, lemmings may have a rotten image, but no individual lemming has ever received bad press. John invested in an exclusive oil project because a group of sophisticated, wealthy investors were involved. They promised that he would quadruple his money in 1 year. A year later, he had lost it all. The former chairman of the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, Arthur Levitt, Jr., once said, "If you are dumb enough to invest based on a lavatory wall, you deserve to lose money." In the early 1900s, an Italian immigrant named Charles Ponzi took investors for $10 million by promising 40% returns on international postal reply coupons. What he didn't tell the newer investors was that their money was being used to pay off the earlier investors. In the end, the house of cards collapsed. In another case, the Foundation for New Era Philanthropy, some of the U.S.'s leading charities and donors believed they could double their money in 6 months. New Era used contributions from one group to pay off another, until there was no money left. New Era turned out to be a $350 million Ponzi scheme. Charles Munger says, grown-up people actually believed that there was a tooth fairy out there that would double their money in 6 months, provided they agreed to give it to charity. Blindly following the lead of others can have dangerous consequences. "Oh my God, he stabbed me, please help me." We have a tendency not to act in situations where we are uncertain if there is danger and when we don't feel individual responsibility. This is also true when we want to avoid embarrassment and when we are among strangers. The more people there are, the more reduced our own sense of responsibility becomes. Just after 3 a.m. on March 13, 1964, in New York City, a 28-year-old woman named Catherine Genovese was stabbed to death as she returned home from her job. 38 people witnessed at least one of her killer's 3 attacks from the safety of their apartment windows for 25 minutes without calling the police. Why didn't the neighbors help? Were they indifferent? Were they frightened? Why should they be afraid of calling the police from the safety of their own homes? A pair of psychology professors found the answer. No one had helped precisely because 38 witnesses were present. A bystander to an emergency is unlikely to help when there are other people around. Why? They saw 2 reasons for this. First, we must interpret an event as an emergency. When we are uncertain, we have a tendency to look at the people around us to see how they are reacting. If others don't react, we interpret that as evidence that it is not an emergency, and therefore we don't react. We don't want to be the one that stands out in a crowd and risks embarrassment for acting in what might be a non-emergency situation. But here comes the problem. If each person reasons the same way, then everyone will draw the same conclusion. Since nobody is concerned, nothing must be wrong. It can't be an emergency. This is called pluralistic ignorance. The second reason is called diffusion of responsibility. The more people there are, the less personal responsibility we feel. We often rationalize by saying, someone else probably called the police. If we all think that way, then no one will help. The more people we see around us, the less likely we are to help. We can't force people to help. If we were to punish people for not helping in an emergency, we would only create an incentive for people to avoid the punishment by not getting involved in the first place. This would cause them to interpret a situation as a non-emergency. So how should we act if we are involved in an accident in a public place and we need help? We should be specific. We should say, "You there in the blue shirt, this is an emergency. Please help me." The board members of Transcorp were asked if they had any questions. They looked around at the other members. All of them appeared confident. "Am I the only one who is confused?" wondered John, and he kept quiet. "Since no one disagrees, my idea seems to have everyone's support," the CEO said. "If we believe that we are the only one who doesn't understand something, we may keep quiet. Speaking up may lead to embarrassment, and group pressure may contribute to our silence. Sometimes mutual friendship and loyalty can override our motivation to seek alternative courses of action. This type of groupthink has been found to be a factor in many historical events, including the Bay of Pigs invasion, the Vietnam War, and the attack on Pearl Harbor." In the late economist Peter F. Drucker's book, The Effective Executive, the former chairman of General Motors, Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., is reported to have said at the closing of a management meeting, "Gentlemen, I take it we are all in complete agreement on the decision here." Everyone around the table nodded in assent. "Then," continued Mr. Sloan, "I propose we postpone further discussion of this matter to give ourselves time to develop disagreement and perhaps gain some understanding of what the decision is all about." John attended a meeting where an investment proposal promising a 200% return was presented. All 30 people present at the meeting invested, and they all lost their money. How could 30 smart individuals all be fooled? Some basic math would have told them that the project was doomed to fail. But each individual automatically assumed that the other 29 individuals present at the meeting had already evaluated the proposal. They thought, if there was something bad, someone else would have said so, and since they are investing, I will invest too. It turned out that no one had actually taken the time to read through the proposal. I flattered them and made them feel special. I gave them purpose and hope, and they ate out of my hand. In a group, we are easily seduced because of our need for social acceptance. The French social psychologist Gustave Le Bon said in his book, The Crowd, "The masses have never thirsted after truth. They turn aside from evidence that is not to their taste, preferring to deify error, if error seduce them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim." The German-Swiss philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche said, "Madness is a rare thing in individuals, but in groups, parties, peoples, and ages, it is the rule. In a group, we feel anonymous, which reduces our feelings of responsibility. We feel like we can't be blamed. This can lead to overconfident, risky behavior. We may also become impulsive and destructive, especially in situations of severe stress." Benjamin Franklin said, "A mob has heads enough but no brains." Imitation, obedience to authority, and the fear of being different are the forces that drive crowds. Groups don't encourage differences of opinion. If a member of the group disagrees, he may be seen as disloyal. Unanimity is seen as better than independent thought. The individuals in the group reinforce each other into believing that they are collectively right. They focus on the favorable consequences and ignore the downside. Is the tendency for imitating the group so strong that it can make people commit collective suicide? In 1978, 913 followers of the cult leader Jim Jones and his People's Temple organization died during a mass suicide and murder in a place called Jonestown in Guyana, South America. Among the dead were more than 270 children. Why did this happen? The People's Temple started in San Francisco and moved to Guyana in 1977. Armed guards surrounded the settlement in Jonestown. Food was scarce, and the members of the cult were forced to work long hours and follow strict codes of behavior. The cult leader Jim Jones committed his followers one step at a time. He controlled the information, the rewards, and the punishment. In 1978, an American congressman and 3 others went on a fact-finding mission to Jonestown and were murdered. Jim Jones thought that he would be implicated in the killings, and that the isolation of Jonestown would result in the end of the cult. So he gathered the community to participate in an act of mass suicide by drinking a fruit drink that had been mixed with poison. The psychology professor Robert Cialdini writes, his, meaning Jones's, masterstroke was the decision to move the People's Temple community from its roots in urban San Francisco to the remoteness of equatorial South America, where the conditions of uncertainty and exclusive similarity would make the principle of social proof operate for him as perhaps nowhere else. Cialdini continues, in a country like Guyana, there were no similar others for a Jonestown resident but the people of Jonestown itself. Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding social proof. The 19th century American poet Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "It is easy in the world to live after the world's opinion. It is easy in solitude to live after our own. But the great man is he who in the midst of the crowd keeps with perfect sweetness the independence of solitude." What is popular is not always right. If you don't like what other people are doing, don't do it. Warren Buffett says, "We derive no comfort because important people, vocal people, or great numbers of people agree with us, nor do we derive comfort if they don't." Disregard what others are doing and think for yourself. Ask yourself, does this make sense? Remember the advice from Benjamin Graham, the Dean of Financial Analysis. Have the courage of your knowledge and experience. If you have formed a conclusion from the facts, and if you know your judgment is sound, act on it, even though others may hesitate or differ. You are neither right nor wrong because the crowd disagrees with you. You are right because your data and reasoning are right. A lot of our children's personality traits and habits are shaped outside the home. Children learn from their friends what is acceptable or not, so make sure the right peer group surrounds them. When you are part of a group, remember that the other participants may have different goals, different information, and different interpretations. Seek out alternative points of view and encourage people to openly disagree. You might even appoint someone in the group to question things and point out the risks and pitfalls. And you can use ballots to reduce the risk of social pressure. Make people responsible for their actions, but remember, when all are accountable, no one is accountable. 18th is authority. The Italian astronomer and physicist Galileo Galilei said, "In questions of science, the authority of 1,000 is not worth the humble reasoning of a single individual." After a break-in at John's office, he said, "Of course I believed he was a security guard, since he had a uniform." We tend to obey an authority, especially when we are uncertain, being supervised, or when the people around us are doing the same thing. We are most easily influenced by credible authorities, those we see as both knowledgeable and trustworthy. I read it in the New England Journal of Medicine, so it must be correct. Names and reputations influence us, as do symbols of power or status like titles, possessions, rank, uniforms, or even a nice suit and tie. For example, in one study, 22 hospital nurses got a telephone call from an unknown physician and were ordered to administer an obvious overdose of an unauthorized drug. All but one of the nurses obeyed. Another example is when advertisers use famous people to endorse their products. But being famous doesn't give people special expertise. The more I didn't understand, the more I believed the expert. Experts are sometimes more convincing when we don't understand them. Sometimes we are too impressed by something that just sounds clever. For example, some people buy into investments just because they don't understand them. They assume it must be something unique. As Warren Buffett says, techniques shrouded in mystery clearly have value to the purveyor of investment advice. After all, what witch doctor has ever achieved fame and fortune by simply advising, "Take 2 aspirins"? I was only following orders. Blind obedience is sometimes a way to rationalize dumb actions. I believed he was making a mistake, but I didn't dare tell him. After all, he is the expert. A study involving airline pilots cited conflict avoidance as a contributing factor to crashes. Officers are often reluctant to disagree with the authority of the pilots. For example, in the crash of a DC-8 in 1978, The flight engineer told the captain that they were running out of fuel. The captain dismissed the warning, and the plane crashed. In 1997, a female police officer in Scotland was assigned to a murder investigation. Forensic investigators later found her thumbprint in the house where the murder victim was found. But the woman insisted under oath that she had never been inside the house. 4 experts from the Scottish Criminal Record Office said that the print was hers. She was suspended and accused of perjury. Subsequent events showed that the fingerprint was neither hers nor from a thumb, but from a forefinger. The lesson here is that experts can make mistakes. Authority is so powerful that we may even cause pain to other people in order to comply with it. The British novelist and scientist Charles Percy Snow said in his work, The Two Cultures and the Scientific Revolution, "When you think of the long and gloomy history of man, you will find more hideous crimes have been committed in the name of obedience than have ever been committed in the name of rebellion." In one famous experiment at Yale University, the psychology professor Stanley Milgram tricked people by posing as an authority and caused normal people to impose what they had every reason to believe was intense pain on other people. The participants in the experiment were instructed to shock another person if they answered a question wrong. No real pain was actually delivered during the experiment, but it showed that when we are given orders from what we believe to be a legitimate authority, we tend to obey, even if the result is that we end up hurting others. In later studies, Milgram showed that obedience was maximized by first observing our peers obey, but it was dramatically reduced when our peers rebelled or when the victim acted like a masochist and asked to be shocked. Milgram said in his book, Obedience to Authority, "It is psychologically easy to ignore responsibility when one is only an immediate link in a chain of evil action." Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding authority. Evaluate the truth of a statement on the basis of its underlying facts, without regard to the authority's personal qualities or social status. Anyone can call themselves an expert. You need to separate between real and false experts. An authority may have an interest in persuading you to believe something that is in their own interest. Always consider their reliability, credibility, sensibility, and any potential bias. To ensure their trustworthiness, authorities often mention their weaknesses before their strengths and provide information that seems to be contrary to their own interests. This technique is often used by salesmen and negotiators. 19th is sense-making. The Danish philosopher and theologian Søren Kierkegaard once said, "We understand life backwards, but live it forwards. There has to be a reason." The 19th century playwright and poet Oscar Wilde said, "The public have an insatiable curiosity to know everything, except what is worth knowing." We don't like uncertainty. We have a need to understand and make sense of events. We refuse to accept the unknown. We don't like unpredictability and meaninglessness. We therefore seek explanations for why things happen, especially if they are novel, puzzling, or frightening. By finding patterns and causal relationships, we get a sense of comfort and we learn for the future. Transcorp hired a team of people to find out why their new product failed. What did we do wrong in this case? There is a difference between asking, why did it happen, and what can cause this to happen. The team looked for the specific factors that caused their new product to fail. But they might have learned more by asking a more general question, why do new products fail? What are the general reasons? What key factors influence product failures? It is easy to be wise after the event, says Sherlock Holmes in The Problem of Thor Bridge. We often read the present into the past. After an event has happened, we know how things turned out. When we are trying to make sense of what has happened, we construct a plausible story or explanation that fits the outcome. But there are many ways that an event or a behavior can be understood later on. There may be many contributing factors that fit the outcome. Chance may have been involved, or our guessed causes may also be consistent with other outcomes, including the opposite outcome or the prevention of the outcome. You should ask yourself, could our explanation of this event help us to predict similar events in the future? This is the danger of relying on case-based stories. Stories may be selected to prove a particular point and may give us a delusional sense of clarity. Knowledge about outcomes may also cast some doubt on our reconstructions of historical events, given that the historian was not there to witness them. History is often composed of various events, all coming together at once. History is also explained by what has survived into the historian's present. Not all sources survive. Not everything gets recorded. Memories are unreliable. Evidence may be destroyed or deliberately ignored, and some things may be too embarrassing to mention. When Oliver Cromwell's portrait was being painted, he told the artist, "Remark all these roughnesses, pimples, warts, and everything as you see me, otherwise I will never pay a farthing for it." We also seem to have a tendency for romanticizing past achievements. John Waller, a lecturer in the history of medicine at the University of Melbourne, says on scientific discoveries in his book, Einstein's Luck, many biographies seem to have been written to glorify idols, ancestors, disciplines, or even the nations in which the scientists lived and worked. Why was he so stupid? How could he have done that? It was obvious it would happen. The 19th century Russian writer Fyodor Dostoevsky said, "Everything seems stupid when it fails." In hindsight, everything seems obvious. But we should look at earlier decisions in the context of their own time. Perhaps the actions made sense at the time. We don't know what uncertainties, conditions, or situational factors the decision-maker was facing. Good decision-making can lead to bad outcomes, and vice versa. If we believe that we predicted the past better than we actually did, we may also believe that we can predict the future better than we can. The Romanian dramatist Eugene Ionesco said, "You can only predict things after they've happened." The oil price will stabilize at $60. How do they know that? In the Cato Journal, the distinguished professor Deirdre McCloskey said, "If you desire a ride to Baghdad, here is a magic carpet. If you desire your enemy dead, here is a magic doll. If you desire unlimited riches, here is a forecast of interest rates." We like it when people tell us what the future will look like. It reduces our sense of uncertainty. It doesn't matter that no one can actually predict the future. We willingly pay for the existence of future tellers. Charles Munger says, "Around here I would say that if our predictions have been a little better than other people's, it's because we've tried to make fewer of them." It couldn't have happened by chance. There must be a reason. We see faces in ink blots and patterns in the movements of stocks. We find meaning in coincidences. We underestimate the influence of chance. We want to find reasons for all kinds of events, whether they are random or not. And if we don't find any, we construct them. We then choose the things that fit an intended pattern and ignore the rest. Studies show that we even try to figure out a pattern when we are told that a process is random. In one experiment, 2 lights were set up and flashed in a random sequence. Before each trial, the research subjects tried to guess which of the 2 lights would appear. The studies showed that they tried to match the frequency of the previous occurrences in their guesses. Similar studies showed that rats or pigeons, on the other hand, instead chose the alternative that came up most frequently. If we assume that a red light occurs with a frequency of 80% and a green light with a frequency of 20%, we should bet on the most likely outcome every time, red. We would then guess right 80% of the time. Trying to match the frequency only gave the right answer 68% of the time. An example of our tendency to see patterns that aren't there is when we use unreliable tests for evaluating people. A test is reliable if it gives about the same result when it is repeated, assuming that the test is measuring a characteristic that is stable over time. A test is valid if it accurately measures what it claims to measure. Take the Rorschach inkblot test as an example. One problem with this test is that it classifies a large percentage of normal individuals as psychologically disordered. Can we really evaluate a person's personality by studying how they perceive a series of ink blots? Interviewers can read into it whatever they wish to see. This test is still used today, even though research has shown that it allows for countless interpretations and has no predictive value. Once upon a time in the land of, we are quick to draw conclusions. The author and entrepreneur Seth Godin tells a true story in his book, All Marketers Are Liars. In the 1980s, some businessmen bought some branded stereo speakers and packed them into a truck. They parked the truck behind a dorm at Harvard and started whispering, "Psst! Hey, you want to buy some speakers?" They never said that the speakers were stolen, but the passers-by assumed that they were. Therefore, they had to be a bargain. The businessmen sold out in no time, even if the speakers actually cost a little more than they did in the local store. We love stories and storytelling. Good stories and drama get our attention. They give meaning to events. We rationalize our decisions and justify our choices by telling ourselves comforting stories. We use stories to understand, remember, and make sense of events. But sometimes we have a hard time separating a true story from a false one. After an event happens, a story is created so that the event makes sense. Remember that a story can have many possible beginnings and also many possible endings. Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding sense-making. Look for alternative explanations and consider what normally happens. Think about the general reasons. Consider how other possible outcomes might have happened. And don't underestimate the role of chance. In hindsight, everything seems obvious. If we look forward, there are many possible outcomes. 20th is reason respecting. Lewis Carroll wrote in Through the Looking Glass, "Please would you tell me," said Alice a little timidly, "why your cat grins like that?" "It's a Cheshire cat," said the Duchess, "and that's why." Our need for making sense makes us even believe in nonsense. In one experiment, a social psychologist asked people who were standing in line to use a copying machine if she could go in front of them. She said, "Excuse me, I have 5 pages. May I use the Xerox machine because I have to make some copies?" Nearly all of them agreed. When people ask us for a favor, we are more likely to comply if they give us a reason, even if we don't understand the reason or if it is a wrong one. Often it isn't the reason itself that is important, but the way the reason is phrased. Sometimes the word "because" without a sensible reason is all that matters. We want explanations, and the word "because" implies an explanation. Carl Braun, the creator of the C.F. Braun Engineering Company, understood the importance of telling people why. Charles Munger tells us the story. His rule for all the Braun Company's communications was called the 5 W's. You had to tell who was going to do what, where, when, and why. And if you wrote a letter or a directive in the Braun Company telling somebody to do something, and you didn't tell him why, you could get fired. In fact, you would get fired if you did it twice. Munger continues, "You might ask why that is so important. Well, again, that's a rule of psychology. Just as you think better if you array knowledge on a bunch of models that are basically answers to the question why, if you always tell people why, they'll understand it better, they'll consider it more important, and they'll be more likely to comply. Even if they don't understand your reason, they'll be more likely to comply. So there's an iron rule that just as you want to start getting worldly wisdom by asking why, in communicating with other people about everything, you want to include why. Why should we do this? Why should we do it this way? Because this is how we have always done it. We should not only give people reasons for what to do, but we should also encourage flexibility. Ask them to question procedures and whether what appear to be self-evident truths are really good for the business. Ask why, and ask why again. The third why often gets down to the real issue. How can I use what I don't understand? Understanding the reasons behind something is an important factor in learning. To learn, remember, organize, and use ideas, we must understand the why and the how. There's no use in memorizing what we don't understand. If we don't understand the meaning of an idea, we won't use it. And what we don't use, we forget. We also need to be motivated to learn. And we can't be motivated if we don't understand why we need to learn something. We need to see its practical use. Understanding is about the ability to see patterns, how ideas and things relate and hang together. It's knowledge that can be used in a variety of situations. Our brains favor the concrete and the practical over the abstract and the theoretical. We are especially good at remembering images and spatial information. We therefore learn better if the use of ideas and patterns is illustrated through pictures and simple, clear, and vivid real-life stories. Stories about what works and what doesn't work can increase our ability to retain what we've learned. Aristotle said, "For the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them." This means that we need to practice what we have learned in various situations. We also need an organizing framework in order to better retrieve and use our knowledge. Charles Munger adds, "You can't really know anything if you just remember isolated facts and try and bang them back. If the facts don't hang together on a latticework of theory, you don't have them in a usable form." Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding reason respecting. People can't be persuaded by what they don't understand. We often underestimate the importance of giving people a reason for things. It is often easier to get people to change with a well-explained reason that is backed by solid evidence. Tell them so that they understand why a specific action is needed, what the expected objective is, and why you think the action is the right one to take. Of course, this doesn't work in every case. Sometimes you can't change people's opinions just by showering them with logic. In Jonathan Swift's words, you cannot reason a person out of a position he did not reason himself into in the first place. And Aristotle adds, "For argument based on knowledge implies instruction, and there are people whom one cannot instruct." Sometimes it is better to appeal to emotions than to reason, since people are often more moved by what they feel than by what they understand. 21st is believe first and doubt later. Our new product is very good for you for the following reasons. We start by assuming that the product is good for us, and then we look for evidence that confirms this belief. We tend to believe people when they give us reasons. We believe that people are telling us the truth, even when they are not. We are not natural skeptics. We find it easy to believe, but difficult to doubt. Doubting is an active process and takes effort. Bertrand Russell said, "Believing seems the most mental thing we do." Why? Because we have to believe something in order to understand it. Studies show that in order to understand some information, we must first accept it as true. The 17th century philosopher Benedictus de Spinoza argued that understanding and believing are simply two different words for the same mental process. We first believe all the information that we understand, and only afterwards and with effort do we evaluate it and, if necessary, unbelieve it. Studies show that Spinoza was right. We automatically and effortlessly believe what we see and hear, and only afterwards, sometimes with great effort, do we doubt and ask questions. The psychology professor Daniel Gilbert says in his study, How Mental Systems Believe, that having comprehended and accepted an idea, Spinoza considered persons entirely free either to unaccept or to certify it. Studies also show that the more distracted or pressured we are, and therefore prevented from thinking things through, the more likely we are to believe in something that we would normally find dubious. Whether we think things through or not depends on our motivation and our ability. Believing something that is false may sometimes come with a benefit. For example, studies show that if students are told that they are above average on a certain subject, they will actually do better. How successful are people at deceiving us? Can we catch a liar? We don't seem to be very good at telling a truth from a lie. Studies show that people, even professionals, are only slightly better than chance at distinguishing truths from lies. We seem to be better at judging when people are telling the truth than when they are telling a lie. Michel de Montaigne said, "If falsehood, like truth, had only one face, we would be in better shape, for we would take as certain the opposite of what the liar said." But the reverse of truth has 100,000 shapes and a limitless field. What should we keep in mind about believing first and doubting later? When you are dealing with important issues, think things through and try to avoid distractions. 22nd is memory limitations. The French writer François de la Rochefoucauld said, "Everyone complains of his memory, and no one complains of his judgment." Our memory is selective. We remember certain things and distort or forget others. Every time we recall an event, we reconstruct our memories. We only remember fragments of our real past experiences, and those fragments are influenced by what we have learned, our experiences, our beliefs, our mood, our expectations, our stress levels, and our biases. Certain experiences create strong feelings and are therefore more memorable than others. Dramatic or fearful experiences or events tend to stick in our memories. Emotional events are better remembered than unemotional ones. That is why we learn better if information is tied to a vivid story. Learning is also tied to our mood. We learn better when we are in a positive mood. That is why teaching should be performed in a way that creates powerful, positive emotions among students. The psychology professor Daniel Schachter proposes in his book, The 7 Sins of Memory, that our memory's malfunctions can be divided into 7 sins. First, our memory weakens, and we lose memories over time. Second, we are often preoccupied with distracting issues and don't focus our attention on what we need to remember. Third, we sometimes search for information that we may be desperately trying to retrieve, something we know but we are blocked. Fourth, we sometimes assign a memory to the wrong source. Fifth, memories can be implanted as a result of leading questions, comments, or suggestions when we try to call up a past experience. Sixth, our present knowledge influences how we remember our pasts. We often edit or entirely rewrite our previous experiences. And seventh, we sometimes recall disturbing events that we would prefer to eliminate from our minds altogether, remembering what we cannot forget, even though we wish that we could. Individuals remember the same things differently. We sometimes remember events that never happened, or we assign what did happen to the wrong place, the wrong time, or the wrong person. Studies show that our memories of emotional experiences are often different from what actually happened. We misinterpret what we saw. That is why there are often variations in eyewitness accounts. Many cases show that eyewitness identification evidence has been a significant cause of wrongful convictions, especially the accuracy of eyewitness identification of strangers. I never forget a face. The Australian psychologist Donald Thompson once appeared on a live TV debate about the unreliability of eyewitness testimony. He was later picked up by the police, placed in a lineup, and identified by a victim as the man who had raped her. But Thompson had an airtight alibi. The rape had occurred while he was on TV. It later turned out that the rapist had attacked the woman as she was watching the very show on which Thompson had appeared. Studies show that we can remember a face, but wrongly remember the time and place we saw it. Leading and suggestive questions can cause misidentification, as can the influence of information that we obtain after the event. Studies also show that it is easy to get a witness to believe they saw something when they actually didn't. You can do this by merely letting some time pass between their observation and the questioning. Then, you can give them false or emotional information about the event. The psychology professor Elizabeth Loftus's work has shown that people can be led to remember rather familiar and common experiences, even when they had not actually happened. For example, her studies show that people can be made to believe that a certain childhood experience had happened to them, when in fact, it never had. Studies show that jurors often believe witnesses, even when they are later shown to have made an incorrect identification. Eyewitnesses can be highly inaccurate but still appear confident. The more confident people are when they appear as witnesses, the more believable the jurors will find them. And the more detailed their memory of a situation is, the more the jurors will trust them. Testimonial evidence is often vivid and is therefore more believable. Is a child witness always to be trusted in a courtroom? Can a psychologist who interviews a troubled child falsely implant the idea that a bad event happened to them? Childhood memories are unreliable and are often influenced by fantasies and suggestions. Experiments have shown how normal children behave in response to suggestions. Implanted false stories can have a huge impact. Children can actually come to believe that an event that never happened really did happen, or they can produce false narratives for the event. Over time, their stories may become elaborate and filled with vivid details, which makes them more believable. So what should you keep in mind regarding memory limitations? Keep records of your important events. 23rd is the do something syndrome. Blaise Pascal said, I have often said that the sole cause of man's unhappiness is that he does not know how to sit quietly in his room. When John asked why the company continued to make acquisitions when so many of them had turned sour, the CEO replied, all my colleagues do deals like this. Plus, how can I keep my job and all my perks if I don't keep busy? Blaise Pascal also said, man finds nothing so intolerable as to be in a state of complete rest, without passions, without occupation, without diversion, without effort. We sometimes act just because we can't sit still. We may feel bored, impatient, threatened, or pressured, or we may simply desire excitement and stimulation. We act without a sensible reason. It often seems easier to explain doing something than to explain actively doing nothing. Warren Buffett tells us why CEOs often like acquisitions. The sad fact is that most major acquisitions display an egregious imbalance. They are a bonanza for the shareholders of the acquiree. They increase the income and status of the acquirer's management, and they are a honeypot for the investment bankers and other professionals on both sides. Often the CEO asks a strategic planning staff, consultants, or investment bankers whether an acquisition or two might make sense. That's like asking your interior decorator whether you need a $50,000 rug. He continues, the acquisition problem is often compounded by a biological bias. Many CEOs attain their positions in part because they possess an abundance of animal spirits and ego. If an executive is heavily endowed with these qualities, which, it should be acknowledged, sometimes have their advantages, they won't disappear when he reaches the top. When such a CEO is encouraged by his advisors to make deals, he responds much as would a teenage boy who is encouraged by his father to have a normal sex life. It's not a push he needs. Warren Buffett also provides an example from the insurance world on why it is more important to do what is right than to simply do something. We hear a great many insurance managers talk about being willing to reduce volume in order to underwrite profitably, but we find that very few actually do so. Phil Leach, who was the manager of National Indemnity Company's insurance operation, is an exception. If business makes sense, he writes it. If it doesn't, he rejects it. It is our policy not to lay off people because of the large fluctuations in workload produced by such voluntary volume changes. We would rather have some slack in the organization from time to time than keep everyone terribly busy writing business on which we are going to lose money. Continuous reorganization can also be dangerous. The Roman satirist Petronius Arbiter said in the 1st century, we trained hard, but it seemed that every time we were beginning to form into teams, we would be reorganized. I was to learn later in life that we tend to meet any new situation by reorganizing, and what a wonderful method it can be for creating the illusion of progress while producing confusion, inefficiency, and demoralization. What should we keep in mind about the do-something syndrome? The 19th century American writer Henry David Thoreau said, it is not enough to be busy, so are the ants. The question is, what are we busy about? Don't confuse activity with results. There is no reason to do a good job with something that you shouldn't be doing in the first place. Charles Munger says, we've got great flexibility and a certain discipline in terms of not doing some foolish thing just to be active. Discipline in avoiding just doing any damn thing just because you can't stand inactivity. And what do you want to accomplish? As Warren Buffett says, there's no use running if you're on the wrong road. 24th is the say-something syndrome. Plato once said, wise men talk because they have something to say. Fools because they have to say something. I am a big shot. People expect me to comment on all kinds of things. People often tend to speak even if they have nothing to contribute. Mark Twain wrote, if you have nothing to say, say nothing. Why do we always feel the need to give an answer? Isn't it sometimes better to just say, I don't know? The Greek philosopher Socrates said that the awareness of our own ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. What should we keep in mind about the say-something syndrome? Wisdom is a two-headed beast. The Roman dramatist Publius Cyrus wrote in the 1st century BC, I have often regretted my speech, never my silence. And Benjamin Franklin said, "He that would live in peace and at ease must not speak all he knows nor judge all he sees." 25th is emotions. Blaise Pascal wrote, "The heart has its reasons, of which reason itself knows nothing." "I got married in the heat of passion. Sorry, Dad," John's daughter said. Francis Bacon said, "The guilt of the senses is of two sorts. Either it destitutes us, or else deceives us." Emotions often come before reason. When we make a decision, our feelings can take over. We tend to hear bad news first. Under the influence of intense emotions, we sometimes make hasty judgments and choices that we would normally never make. For example, we buy things we can't afford, we have unprotected sex, we overeat, and we use drugs. Studies also show that when we are in a state of more rational calm, we tend to underestimate how we will feel and act when we experience intense emotions. "I had a really bad day today," said Mary, "so I'm going shopping now." One study tried to find out how the emotions of disgust and sadness influenced economic decisions. All the participants in the study watched a movie immediately before conducting their financial transactions. Some of them watched a sad movie, others watched a disgusting movie, and a third group watched an emotionally neutral movie. The participants all insisted that their feelings didn't affect what they were willing to pay for something or what price they were willing to accept for something. But the study showed otherwise. Disgust reduced both their selling and buying prices. Sadness cut their selling prices, but raised their buying prices. We saw earlier, under our discussion of loss aversion and deprival, that we tend to put a higher value on things we already own than on the same things if we don't own them. Sadness can reverse this effect, making us willing to accept less money to sell something than we would be willing to pay for the same thing. This means that when we feel sad, which often reflects feelings of helplessness and loss, we may want to change our circumstances so that we can feel better. This may cause us to overpay for something or to buy things that we don't actually need. That is why Mary went on a shopping spree. She needed some retail therapy. When we feel disgust, we may be reluctant to buy anything new unless we find that it is a real bargain. And when we feel sadness or disgust, we may want to get rid of the things we have and sell them for less than what they are actually worth. It doesn't matter how large the problem is, it doesn't feel good. Risk is a feeling. We automatically judge how good or bad a stimulus is based on how we feel about it. When something produces strong emotions in us, we tend to overweigh its consequences and underweigh its chance of happening. We associate gains with great feelings. For example, studies show that our feelings toward winning the lottery are the same whether the chance of winning is 1 in 10 million or 1 in 10,000. John is buying a new sports car. He is all excited, but how will he feel 1 year from now? We often expect that if good or bad things happen to us in the future, they will make us feel better or worse for much longer and more intensively than they actually turn out to be. So John's new car will probably be less exciting than he expects, and it probably won't excite him for as long as he expected either. Why? Because we tend to adapt to most good and bad things and circumstances and make them seem ordinary. But this adaptation is not inevitable. Individual differences and conditions matter, and some major life events can produce long-lasting or enduring changes in our life satisfaction. Our feelings are also influenced by so many other things and people than just the specific future event itself. Furthermore, the comparisons we make when we think about our future feelings are often not the same comparisons we make when we actually experience the event. What about if we instead use our past good experiences to decide what we want? Can we trust our memories to guide us? Our memories can be deceptive. We also tend to underestimate how our tastes and preferences will change over time. The Roman poet Titus Lucretius Carus said, "As long as we do not have it, the object of our desire seems greater than anything else. As soon as we enjoy it, we long for something different with an equal craving." What could we do instead? When we are making big decisions, we could compare our expected feelings with those of people who have had similar experiences. In that sense, we are not as unique as we sometimes think we are. So what should you keep in mind regarding your emotions? Understand your emotions and how they influence your behavior. Ask yourself, is there a rational reason behind my action? Remember the proverb, a wise man controls his temper. He knows that anger causes mistakes. When we have just gone through an emotional experience, we should hold off on making any important decisions. The benefits of cooling off periods can force us to think things through more clearly. 26th is stress. The American motivational speaker Ty Boyd said, "You can't change the cards life has dealt you, but you can determine the way you'll play them." Too much information, a lack of predictability or control, too many choices, a lack of sleep, social isolation, job status, crises, catastrophes, fear, and so on, can all cause stress. The less control we perceive that we have over our lives, the easier we fall victim to stress. And the more stress we experience, the more we tend to make decisions that are short-term. Everything that our brain interprets as a threat influences our biology. Our ancestors didn't suffer less stress than we do, but their stress was different. They met dangers that demanded fast physical reactions. Our stress, on the other hand, is more social and psychological in nature. The fear of losing both her job and her social position caused Mary to suffer from constant headaches. Stress affects our concentration and our memory. Long-term exposure to stress can upset the brain's chemical balance. Stress can also cause high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, back and stomach problems, headaches, and depression. Studies show that when we feel stress, the concentration of the hormone cortisol rises in our bloodstream. One effect of cortisol is to suppress the workings of our immune system. This makes us more vulnerable to diseases. Stress also counteracts the production of insulin, which is the hormone that processes our blood sugar. This causes the process of repair in our bodies to slow down. Studies show that emotional stress can create longer recovery times in our bodies and may be more harmful to our health than non-emotional stress events, like physical exercise. What happens when people are exposed to physical and mental exhaustion, confusion, physical pain, emotional tension, or fear? Stress increases our suggestibility. Ivan Pavlov showed that animal behavior could be established or erased by exposing the animal to stress. For example, he could make a dog react aggressively to a caretaker with whom the dog had once been very loyal. The same can happen to people. All people have a certain level of tolerance to stress. Once that level is passed, people can begin to break down, and what they had earlier believed and liked can be easily changed. This can happen to prisoners of war. It has also been used to make religious and political conversions, and by police forces to elicit confessions. I have lost control over the situation. The more we believe that we are in control, the less vulnerable we are to the negative effects of stress. Studies show that people who perceive themselves to be in control over a stressful situation experience less stress on their hearts and circulatory systems. The status of our job also matters. The Whitehall II study, which involved 17,000 civil servants, showed that people with low perceived control over their work environment, or people who are low in the organizational structure, have an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. Our cortisol levels rise in response to the degree to which other people order us about. As we climb the social hierarchy, our health status tends to improve. In his book, Genome, the science writer Dr. Matt Ridley comments on the Whitehall study. Somebody in a low-grade job, such as a janitor, was nearly 4 times as likely to have a heart attack as a permanent secretary at the top of the heap. In another study, researchers tried to find out the differences between business executives who became sick from exposure to high stress and those who didn't. They found that the executives who stayed healthy had a sense of commitment to their work and their families, felt in control, and had a positive attitude toward challenges. They saw challenges as a part of life and as an opportunity for growth, rather than as a threat. Warren Buffett says, "I have no stress whatsoever. Zero. I get to do what I love to do every day. I'm surrounded by people that are terrific." He continues, "All the businesses I run don't take 5% of my time. We don't have regular staff meetings and the like. If you've got good businesses and the right managers, you don't need that sort of thing. And if you don't, they don't help." Here are a few things to keep in mind regarding stress. Stress is neither good nor bad in itself. It depends on the situation and our interpretation of it. Stress can be controlled by our attitudes. The Austrian physician Dr. Hans Selye says in his book, Stress Without Distress, that it is not stress that harms us, but distress. We need challenges, he continues. Without stress, there would be no life. Complete freedom from stress is death. The first-century philosopher Epictetus said, happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within our control, and some things are not. It is only after you have faced up to this fundamental rule and learned to distinguish between what you can and can't control that inner tranquility and outer effectiveness become possible. If a problem can be solved, there is no need to worry. The thing to do is to correct it. If a situation can't be solved, we shouldn't worry about that either. We can't do anything about it. Mark Twain once said, I've suffered a great many catastrophes in my life. Most of them never happened. Sometimes keeping ourselves busy with something else can cause us to stop worrying. 27th is pain, chemicals, and diseases. Aristotle once said, pain upsets and destroys the nature of the person who feels it. I can't think clearly because I am drunk. I don't care about the consequences if I act violently. We can become confused when we are in pain, under the influence of chemicals, or if we have a physical or mental illness. Physical and mental pain can cause fear, anger, and stress, and chemical changes can magnify the pain and can even cause depression. Drugs, stimulants like nicotine, alcohol, or coffee, and depressants can all distort our senses. 28th is multiple tendencies. Charles Munger says, when you get 2 or 3 of these psychological principles operating together, then you really get irrationality on a tremendous scale. He gives an illuminating example on the issue of stealing. A very significant fraction of the people in the world will steal if it's very easy to do, and there's practically no chance of being caught. And once they start stealing, the consistency principle will soon combine with operant conditioning to make stealing habitual. So if you run a business where it's easy to steal because of your methods, you're working a great moral injury on the people who work for you. He continues, it's very, very important to create human systems that are hard to cheat. Otherwise, you're ruining your civilization because these big incentives will create incentive-caused bias and people will rationalize that bad behavior is okay. Then, if somebody else does it, now you've got at least 2 psychological principles. Incentive-caused bias plus social proof. Not only that, but you get Serpico effects. If enough people are profiting in a general social climate of doing wrong, then they'll turn on you and become dangerous enemies if you try and blow the whistle. Frank Serpico became known after exposing corruption at the New York Police Department in the 1970s. When Frank Serpico entered the New York police force in 1960, payoffs and kickbacks were rampant in the department. When he refused to take money, his fellow officers saw him as a potential danger. Then he blew the whistle on them and became their enemy. In a 1971 testimony before the Knapp Commission, Serpico said, I hope that police officers in the future will not experience the same frustration and anxiety that I was subjected to for the past 5 years at the hands of my superiors because of my attempt to report corruption. We create an atmosphere in which the honest officer fears the dishonest officer and not the other way around. John's acquisition experience caused him stress and cost Transcorp a lot of money. John said, I was dissatisfied with having done so little for Transcorp last year. All of the other guys had made acquisitions. If I could find a good acquisition, maybe I could move up the ranks. I needed a promotion. I found a good-looking business and saw the possibility of making Transcorp a lot of money. The CEO of the business was a nice guy and we always met in their relaxing conference room. The asking price was low in relation to their past profits. I had experts telling me what a great company it was. I was presented with entertaining information on their new products. The investment banker did me a favor by bringing me the deal, and I wanted to reciprocate. The banker told me that other people I admire would jump at the opportunity. I made a commitment to the financiers and told Transcorp's CEO about the deal. I committed myself publicly and felt a need to follow through. I concentrated my search on evidence that confirmed the greatness of the deal. I denied reality and thought that nothing bad could happen. I didn't say what I really thought for fear of social disapproval. The CEO of the company I wanted to acquire continuously gave me good reasons to pursue the deal. The more effort I put into the deal, the more I felt I had to do it. I finally signed the papers. When reality kicked in and the deal turned sour, I was in deep trouble, and so was TransCore. I don't want to go against the CEO and risk losing my $250,000 director's fee. Is the board of directors an effective check on a mediocre CEO? Charles Munger says, the psychological nature of the board of directors system makes it an ideal system for causing people to follow the lead of the CEO. A board may be a legal creation, but it is a social animal. Warren Buffett says, when people meet every couple of months and come from different parts of the country and they have the normal social instincts, they don't like to have rump meetings or sort of talk behind people's backs. So it's very difficult in a group, particularly if it's a group like Charlie described, where the director's fees for a significant number of them are important to their well-being, and they'd love to be recommended for another board and add another $100,000 a year to their income. For someone to lead a charge all of a sudden at a regular meeting, or to try to arrange a rump meeting of some sort to say, we think the guy at the head of the table is no good. So dealing with mediocrity, or like I say, a notch above it, is a difficult problem if you're a board member. I've been on 19 boards, and I've never seen a director on any of the 19, where the director's fees were important to them, object to an acquisition proposal or a CEO's compensation. The CEO of TransCorp tells his board, this is the decision, now let's start the discussion. Apart from incentive-caused bias, liking, and social approval, what are some of the other psychological tendencies that operate here? Authority. The CEO is the authority figure who the directors tend to trust and obey. He may also make it difficult for those who question him. Social proof. The CEO is doing dumb things, but no one else is objecting, so all the directors collectively stay quiet. Silence equals consent. Illusions of the group as invulnerable and group pressure or loyalty may also contribute. Reciprocation. Unwelcoming information is withheld since the CEO is raising the directors' fees, giving them perks, taking them on trips, or letting them use the corporate jet. Association and the Persian messenger syndrome. A single director doesn't want to be the one to deliver bad news. Self-serving tendencies and optimism, feelings of confidence and optimism. Many boards also select new directors who are much like themselves, who share similar ideological viewpoints. Deprival. Directors don't want to lose their income and status. Reason respecting, no matter how illogical, the CEO gives them reasons for his decisions. Believing first and doubting later, believing what the CEO says even if it's not true, especially when they are distracted. And consistency. The directors want to be consistent with their earlier decisions, whether they were dumb or not. Can we get rid of a bad CEO? Warren Buffett and Charles Munger say. Buffett said, when certain boards consisting of prominent people are embarrassed publicly by the media attention, I think that acts as kind of an early warning signal to some other boards because big shots, and they look for big shots frequently in terms of dressing up boards, do not like to look foolish, at least publicly. To which Munger replied, in terms of the directors actually rebelling against the CEO, it tends to happen in one or two cases. One is when they reduce the director's perks, which most CEOs are wise enough not to do. The other is when the situation gets so bad that it threatens to disgrace the directors. But you rarely see people taking action before they're threatened with disgrace. Warren Buffett says that we need true independence from our directors, which is a willingness to challenge a forceful CEO when something is wrong or foolish. He continues, in addition to being independent, directors should have business savvy, a shareholder orientation, and a genuine interest in the company. Charles Munger adds, the correct system is the Elihu Root system. Elihu Root, who had 3 different cabinet appointments, if I remember right, said that no man was fit to hold public office who wasn't perfectly willing to leave it at any time. And if Elihu Root didn't approve of something the government asked him to do, he could always go back and be the most sought-after lawyer in the world. He had an identity to go back to, so he didn't need the government's salary. Well, I think that also ought to be more the test in corporate directorships. Is a director really fit to make tough calls who isn't perfectly willing to leave the office at any time? My answer is no. Next, let's look at contextual influences. The American social psychologist Solomon Asch once said, "Most social acts have to be understood in their setting and lose meaning if isolated. No error in thinking about social facts is more serious than the failure to see their place and function." Our behavior is influenced by social situational factors, conditions and circumstances, the structure or description of a problem or choice, and our own desires, mood, and expectations. We tend to overestimate personal characteristics and motives when we try to explain the behavior of others. We underestimate situational factors like social pressure, roles, or things over which there is no control. An example of this is blaming an individual rather than a poorly designed system for a failure. Chance also matters. Maybe we sometimes give too much blame to people who just had bad luck, and too much credit to those who were simply lucky. We expect people to be consistent in their behavior, but we often behave differently in different situations. For example, we behave differently at home, in school, at work, and among our friends. We behave differently when we are alone and when we are in a group, and when we are being watched and when we are anonymous. I shouldn't have been so fast in judging him as a bad person. Who knows, I may have done the same thing if I were in the same situation. Extreme circumstances and conditions can cause people to do things that they would never do under normal circumstances. If you put good people in a bad situation, their normal behavior can change. The Zimbardo prison experiment at Stanford studied the roles that people play in prison situations. Students were randomly assigned to the roles of prisoners and guards for a 2-week period. Tests showed that all the students were normal people and were physically and mentally healthy. A simulated prison environment was created to mimic real-life prison conditions, where they lived for several days. The students who were playing the role of guards began to behave aggressively, and the students who were playing the role of prisoners began to behave helplessly. The guards rapidly began to treat the prisoners as if they were non-human, and the prisoners began to act depressed and showed extreme stress. The more the prisoners acted like non-humans, the more the guards mistreated them. The experiment had to be ended after only 6 days. In a statement prepared for the U.S. House of Representatives Committee on the Judiciary, the originator of the experiment, Philip Zimbardo, said, "We were horrified because we saw some boys treat other boys as if they were despicable animals, taking pleasure in cruelty, while other boys became servile, dehumanized robots who thought only of escape, of their own individual survival, and of their mounting hatred of the guards." Often, when we are in a particular role, we tend to act as others expect us to. Zimbardo said, even when they thought they didn't have to meet anyone's expectations, the role of prison guard determined their actions. An American Indian proverb says, "Don't judge a man until you've walked 2 moons in his moccasins." How would we behave if we were anonymous, part of a group, tired and exhausted, and others had been labeled as our enemies, as evil, or as worthless? Why is John tense when people watch his golf swing? Are our actions being observed or not? People may change their behavior merely because they are being observed. No one can see me. Anonymity can create destructive behavior. Studies show that peaceful students can become aggressive when they are made to feel anonymous by having their identity masked. The less knowledgeable we are about an issue, the more we are influenced by how that issue is framed. The answers we get depend on the questions we ask. The British philosopher Herbert Spencer said, "How often misused words generate misleading thoughts." We should consider how a statement, a problem, a consequence, or a question is presented. How is it worded? What is its context? Are we considering certain features and ignoring others? Emotional, selective, and appealing frames can all influence us. How a choice is presented can influence our preferences. For example, we prefer a product that is presented as 95% fat-free rather than 5% fat. We respond differently depending on whether something is presented in terms of gains or in terms of losses. A surgical procedure that has a 40% chance of success seems more appealing than one that has a 60% chance of failure. Frequencies also appeal to our emotions. What is the chance that a mental patient will commit an act of violence within 6 months after being discharged? Studies show that experienced psychologists and psychiatrists judge a patient as more dangerous when the risk of violence is presented as relative frequencies. For example, 20 criminals out of 100 similar to the patient are estimated to be violent to others, than when the risk is presented as a probability. For example, it is estimated that similar patients have a 20% chance of being violent to others. One study showed that a disease that kills 1,286 out of 10,000 people, which is 12.86%, was rated as riskier than one that kills 24.14 out of 100 people, which is 24.14%. We are also influenced by the order, either first or last, in which a presentation happens. The key variable is the amount of time that separates the presentations, the time when we have to make a judgment, and which presentation is the most easily remembered. Assume that two presidential candidates are speaking on an issue, one directly after the other. If some time passes before we have to make a judgment, we are likely to be more influenced by the first presentation. Now, assume that some time passes between the first and the last presentations, but we have to make a judgment immediately after the last presentation. In that case, we are more likely to be influenced by the last presentation. I put my paycheck in the bank at 4% interest, and I borrowed money for a car loan at 10% interest. We often create our own frames by doing mental accounting. We treat assets of the same value differently depending on where they come from or what their importance is. We put different values on the same dollar, and we are more willing to risk money we have won than money we have earned. A gain of $1,000 from playing roulette has less value to us than $1,000 that we earned from hard work. We might say, I didn't gamble with my $1,000, I only gambled with the $1,000 I won at the casino. But it is the same amount of money. In one experiment, psychologists found that people who had lost a $10 theater ticket on their way to the theater were reluctant to buy a second ticket. But those who had instead lost a $10 bill on their way to buy a $10 theater ticket saw the loss of the money and the purchase of the ticket as unrelated, so they would still buy the ticket. But in both cases, the loss was exactly the same. We should view our assets in terms of their entirety. A dollar is a dollar, independent of where it comes from. What counts is what we put into or take out of our pocket. There is a difference in our behavior depending on whether we are dealing with someone we know or a stranger, or if we are under the eye of an experimenter. I expect you to understand what I'm saying. I know you can do this. Things are not always what they seem, said the first-century Roman philosopher Phaedrus. Our behavior can be influenced by the expectations of others, such as our teachers, coaches, or bosses. For example, to please the observer, a research subject may try to read into the experiment what they think is the desired result. A patient may wish to respond to a treatment in what they see as the correct way. We often live up to what is expected of us. Studies show that patients can have faster heartbeats and higher blood pressure when they are examined by a doctor compared to when they are examined by a nurse. We often see what we want or expect to see. A doctor may see an effect in a patient simply because he expects to see it, and we often don't see what we don't expect to see. Do we treat people according to our expectations of them? Assume that Mary is on her way to meet someone for the first time. Does it matter if this person has been described to her as friendly or as emotionally cold? Yes, it does. It produces a change in Mary's expectations of that individual and a change in her own behavior. Mary will expect either friendliness or hostility, and she will behave according to those expectations. The person may then react to Mary in a way that confirms her initial expectations. We tend to treat people like we expect them to be. If we expect people to be bad, we may treat them in a certain way that causes them to behave badly. Assume that a new teacher is told that half of her class has high IQs and the other half has low IQs. The teacher is given the names of the supposedly intelligent kids and the supposedly not so intelligent ones. In reality, someone has simply randomly selected the two groups. By the end of the year, the experimental premise will likely become a self-fulfilling prophecy. The kids that the teacher thought had high IQs will be doing better than the kids who supposedly had low IQs. This has been demonstrated in studies of elementary school students. Teachers taught much better when they expected a lot from their students. Irrational behavior in one context may cause good results in another. We aren't stupid. Our judgments are often a function of the context we are in. The judgments of others can be informative. Obedience to an authority is important for social order, and being careful about getting involved in a dangerous situation may save our life. What about all the evidence that comes from lab experiments? Lab experiments can't perfectly resemble reality. There is a difference between real life and the controlled and somewhat artificial context of a laboratory. What happens in some lab experiments may not happen in a natural situation. For example, many experiments are often played anonymously and without repetition. We have to ask, what is the structure of the problem? What is the environment? What are the assumptions? What is the importance of the task? What is the cost of being wrong? Often, there exists more than one right answer. The context of the task matters. In a more realistic, concrete, and social context, many tasks are often solved correctly. Studies may show that we are overconfident. But does this mean that we are always overconfident? No. The studies only show that some people are overconfident in some tasks and in a certain context. Let's end this section with some final advice from Charles Munger. He suggests that we follow these 3 pieces of advice. First, he says, I don't want you to think we have any way of learning or behaving so you won't make a lot of mistakes. I'm just saying that you can learn to make fewer mistakes than other people and how to fix your mistakes faster when you do make them. But there's no way that you can live an adequate life without making many mistakes. In fact, one trick in life is to get so you can handle mistakes. Failure to handle psychological denial is a common way for people to go broke. You've made an enormous commitment to something. You've poured effort and money in, and the more you put in, the more that the whole consistency principle makes you think, now it has to work. If I put in just a little more, then it'll work. He continues, and deprival superreaction syndrome also comes in. You're going to lose the whole thing if you don't put in a little more. People go broke that way because they can't stop, rethink, and say, I can afford to write this one off and live to fight again. I don't have to pursue this thing as an obsession in a way that will break me. Part of what you must learn is how to handle mistakes and new facts that change the odds. Life, in part, is like a poker game, wherein you have to learn to quit sometimes when you are holding a much-loved hand. Second, he says, I've gotten so that I now use a kind of 2-track analysis. First, what are the factors that really govern the interests involved, rationally considered? And second, what are the subconscious influences where the brain at a subconscious level is automatically doing these things, which by and large are useful, but which often misfunction? One approach is rationality, the way you'd work out a bridge problem, by evaluating the real interests, the real probabilities, and so forth. And the other is to evaluate the psychological factors that cause subconscious conclusions, many of which are wrong. And third, he says, take all the main models from psychology and use them as a checklist in reviewing outcomes in complex systems. No pilot takes off without going through his checklist, A, B, C, D. And no bridge player who needs 2 extra tricks plays a hand without going down his checklist and figuring out how to do it. And, to repeat for emphasis, you have to pay special attention to combinatorial effects that create Lollapalooza consequences. But don't our feelings, our instincts, or our intuition help us to avoid misjudgments? Natural selection equipped us with traits that were adapted for the environment in which humans spent most of their time. Feelings like love, compassion, anger, fear, jealousy, and embarrassment can all be explained biologically. They exist for a reason, to help us survive and reproduce. Somerset Maugham once said, "Love is only a dirty trick played on us to achieve a continuation of the species." Why does sex feel good? Because it makes us reproduce. If sex felt painful, we wouldn't be here today. Our emotions are also part of the human whole. Our good emotions wouldn't be good without our bad emotions. Our feelings and instincts helped our ancestors navigate in the world. The ancestral environment rewarded actions before thought and emotion before reason. Fast intuitions and quick reactions are vital responses for organisms. Spending time pondering a situation can be dangerous. The problem is that our feelings can be twisted. Our intuition can be inconsistent, and our feelings can sometimes get out of control, especially when we feel uncertain, distracted, or stressed. Remember the words of the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu, who lived in the 6th century BC. "He who knows men is clever. He who knows himself has insight. He who conquers men has force. He who conquers himself is truly strong." In Part 3, we will study other reasons why we make misjudgments. These are partly rooted in our psychological makeup, our tendency to use crude rules of thumb, to make hasty judgments, and the other psychological tendencies that we have discussed in Part 2. They also have their roots in a lack of consideration for some basic ideas from physics and mathematics. Charles Munger gives us some introductory remarks on the value of knowing the methods of physics. One of the things that influenced me greatly was studying physics. If I were running the world, people who are qualified to do physics would not be allowed to elect out of taking it. I think that even people who aren't expecting to go near physics and engineering in their planned profession learn a thinking system in physics that is not learned so well anywhere else. Physics was a total eye-opener. The tradition of always looking for the answer in the most fundamental way available. That is a great tradition, and it saves a lot of time in this world. And of course, the problems are hard enough that you have to learn to have what some people call assiduity. Well, I've always liked that word because to me it means that you sit down on your ass until you've done it. We now begin Part 3 of Seeking Wisdom. Part 3, the Physics and Mathematics of Misjudgments. The professor of mathematics, Jerry King, once said in his book, The Art of Mathematics, "There will come a time when mathematical ignorance, like public smoking, will become socially unacceptable." Let's begin with Part 3 in a nutshell. This part of the audiobook illustrates reasons for misjudgments and mistakes that can be reduced by considering some basic principles from physics and mathematics. The big ideas are explained using examples from business, investing, law, medicine, and other fields. As in Part 2, we will begin with a list of the causes of misjudgments and mistakes. Each item on this list will be explained in detail over the next chapters. First, we have systems thinking. This includes failing to consider that our actions have both intended and unintended consequences. This includes failing to consider secondary and higher-order consequences and their inevitable implications. Failing to consider the whole system in which our actions and their reactions take place. This includes failing to consider the important factors that make up the system, their relationships, and the effects of any changes on the system's outcome. Failing to consider the likely reactions of others. What is best for us to do may depend on what others do. Failing to consider the implications of winning a bid, such as overestimating the value of something and paying too much for it. And finally, overestimating our predictive ability or using unknowable factors when we are making predictions. Second, we have scale and limits. This includes failing to consider that changes in size or time can influence the form, function, and behavior of things. Failing to consider breakpoints, critical thresholds, or limits. And failing to consider constraints, that a system's performance is often constrained by its weakest link. Third is causes. This includes not understanding what actually causes our desired results. Believing that the cause of something must resemble its effect. For example, that a big effect must have a big or a complicated cause. Underestimating the influence of randomness in both bad and good outcomes. Mistaking an effect for its cause. This includes failing to consider that many effects may originate from one common root cause. Attributing an outcome to a single cause when there are actually multiple causes. Mistaking correlation for cause. Failing to consider that an outcome may be consistent with alternative explanations. Drawing conclusions about causes from selective data. This includes identifying the wrong cause because it seems to be the obvious one, based on a single observed effect. It also includes failing to consider information or evidence that is missing. And not comparing the difference in conditions, behavior, and factors between negative and positive outcomes in similar situations when we are trying to explain an outcome. Fourth is numbers and their meaning. This includes looking at isolated numbers and failing to consider their relationships and magnitudes. This includes not using basic math to count and quantify things, and not differentiating between relative and absolute risk. Underestimating the effect of exponential growth. And underestimating the time value of money. Fifth is probabilities and the number of possible outcomes. This includes underestimating our risk exposure in situations where the relative frequency or comparable data and the magnitude of the consequences are unknown or are changing over time. Underestimating the number of possible outcomes for unwanted events. This includes underestimating the probability and severity of rare or extreme events. Overestimating the chance of rare but widely publicized and highly emotional events, and underestimating the chance of common but less publicized events. Failing to consider both the probabilities and the consequences of an event, which is its expected value. Believing that events where chance plays a role are self-correcting, that is, that the previous outcomes of independent events have predictive value in determining future outcomes. Believing that one can control the outcome of events where chance is involved. Judging financial decisions by evaluating their gains and losses instead of our final state of wealth and our personal values. And failing to consider the consequences of being wrong. Sixth is scenarios. This includes overestimating the probability of scenarios where all of a series of steps must be achieved for a wanted outcome. This also includes underestimating the opportunities for failure and what normally happens in similar situations. Underestimating the probability of a system's failure in scenarios that are composed of many parts, where the system can fail in one way or another. This includes failing to consider that the time horizon can change the probabilities. It also includes assuming that events are independent when they are not, or assuming that events are equally likely when they are not. And not adding a factor of safety for both known and unknown risks. The size of this factor should depend on the consequences of failure, how well the risks are understood, the system's characteristics, and our degree of control. Seventh is coincidences and miracles. This includes underestimating that surprises and improbable events can and do happen, somewhere, sometime to someone, if they have enough opportunities to happen. Looking for meaning, searching for causes, and making up patterns for chance events, especially events that have emotional implications. And failing to consider cases that involve the absence of a cause or an effect. Eighth is the reliability of case evidence. This includes overweighing individual case evidence and underweighing the prior probability, which is the probability estimate of an event, before we consider any new evidence that might change it. This includes considering, for example, the base rate, which is the relative frequency of an attribute or an event in a representative comparison group, or evidence from many similar cases. This also includes failing to consider the probability of a random match and the probability of a false positive and a false negative. It also includes failing to consider a relevant comparison population that bears the characteristic we are seeking. And ninth is misrepresentative evidence. This includes failing to consider changes in factors, context, or conditions when we are using past evidence to predict likely future outcomes. This includes not searching for explanations for why a past outcome happened, what is required to make that past record continue, and what forces might change it. Overestimating the evidence from a single case or from small or unrepresentative samples. Underestimating the influence of chance in performance, both success and failure. Only seeing the positive outcomes and paying little or no attention to the negative outcomes and the prior probabilities. Failing to consider the variability of outcomes and their frequency. And failing to consider regression, which is the tendency in any series of events where chance is involved for unique outcomes to regress back to the average outcome. Now let's begin Chapter 1 of this part. Chapter 1, Systems Thinking. Let's start with wanted and unwanted consequences. In one of Aesop's fables, the following story is told. A poor widow living alone in the country kept a faithful hen. Each morning, the hen laid a big brown egg for the woman's breakfast. One day, the widow thought to herself, "Now if I were to double my hen's allowance of barley, she would lay me 2 eggs a day instead of 1. So she started feeding her biddy a double measure of grain, and soon the hen began to grow fat and sleek and lazy. It wasn't long before she stopped laying altogether. Every action has consequences, both intended and unintended. No matter how carefully we plan, we can't anticipate everything. We often fail to consider what other events are likely to occur as a result of some action. Politics, medicine, welfare programs, technology, military actions, and laws all generate unintended consequences. Whatever we do or don't do, there are multiple consequences, and they might not be what we expect. In one study, traffic engineers found that adding new routes, like a more direct road, could actually make the traffic go slower. During merging, cars tend to drive closer to each other and therefore slow down. Furthermore, studies of car safety have shown that wearing a seatbelt can make drivers feel more secure, which can cause them to drive faster or more recklessly. By solving one problem, we sometimes generate another one, and sometimes we can even create a worse one. There was a problem with mice on a college campus. The solution for exterminating the mice was to pay the students $1 for every dead mouse they delivered. It worked, until the students began breeding the mice in order to make more money. Actions have consequences, and those consequences have further effects. Charles Munger gives an example regarding Medicare. They had all these actuarial studies that showed the cost would be X, and the cost turned out to be more than 10 times X. They didn't factor in the fact that effects have effects. They didn't think through the incentive effects of the way they were changing the rules. They created a system wherein they were reimbursing both doctors and hospitals, in effect, on a cost plus percentage of cost basis. The minute they did that, the hospitals and doctors found wonderful ways to talk the patients into buying all kinds of care that got reimbursed. It was good for the hospital and good for the doctor, but bad for the patient and bad for the taxpayers. Should good intentions eliminate bad consequences? No. Outcomes don't follow from intentions, and intentions by definition only apply to the intended consequences. But as Samuel Johnson said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Isn't it more important to find out if the consequences of an action are good, rather than if the reasons for it are good? You should ask yourself, what are we trying to improve? What can reasonably be expected to happen? And are the net effects positive or negative? Good thinking is better than good intentions. In the 18th century, Pierre S. Dupont, a deputy to the French National Assembly, said, "Bad logicians have committed more involuntary crimes than bad men have done intentionally." But even good thinking can have undesired consequences. Charles Munger gives an example. An excess of what seems like professionalism will often wind up hurting you horribly, precisely because those careful procedures themselves often lead to overconfidence in their outcome. Long-term capital management, the well-known hedge fund, recently collapsed as a result of its principals' overconfidence in their highly leveraged methods. And it collapsed despite those principals having IQs that must have averaged 160 or more. Smart, hardworking people aren't exempt from professional disasters resulting from overconfidence. Often they just go aground in the more difficult voyages on which they choose to embark, based on self-appraisals in which they conclude that they have superior talents and methods. It is, of course, irritating that extra care in thinking isn't all good, that it also introduces extra error. But most good things have undesired side effects, and thinking is no exception. One way to reduce unintended consequences is to stop focusing on isolated factors and instead consider how our actions affect the whole system. Let's discuss the whole system. Sales volume dropped, and John suggested, "Why don't we reduce the price? It's a surefire way to win back customers and boost sales. We'll make up on volume what we lose on price, and as a result, we'll increase our market share. Profits will surely rise." Where did we go wrong? We lost market share, profits, and the stock price declined. Why didn't Transcorp's profit increase? They forgot to think about all the factors that could have influenced the outcome. They didn't anticipate all the consequences of cutting their prices. They didn't consider the other factors and conditions that influenced the value of the business. Some of these were changed as a consequence of Transcorp's decision to reduce prices in anticipation of higher volumes. An increase in volume can affect costs and behavior, and the need for investments in operating assets. There may also have been production problems due to technical constraints, or the price decrease may not have been enough to make customers switch from the competition. How a system behaves is a function of all the factors, both human and non-human, that make up and influence that system. A system is a collection of parts that work together as a whole. Take a business as an example. It is a collection of different parts, but it works as a complete system. There are variables like suppliers, employees, customers, demand, competition, and so on. There are also activities like purchasing, manufacturing, warehousing, logistics, and distribution. And there are the technological systems and equipment that are needed to conduct the business. All of these parts work together. Transcorp fired 200 people to cut costs. We often try to optimize one component at a time, instead of optimizing the whole system and what we are finally trying to accomplish. Transcorp forgot to consider how a change would influence the whole system. Cost-cutting doesn't automatically translate into a higher value. Transcorp's decision to fire people caused manufacturing and delivery problems, which in turn caused delays in their customers' production. This created a loss of customers and a loss of reputation. The end result was lower profits. Why reduce prices? What is the purpose? What does Transcorp ultimately want to achieve? Systems adjust in response to feedback. A positive feedback loop amplifies an effect, while a negative feedback loop dampens it. Take the stock market as an example of a positive feedback loop. If the stock market falls, it can cause a sell-off. This can create a ripple effect of a further sell-off and a further decline in prices. The opposite can occur in a stock market bubble. A thermostat is an example of a negative feedback loop. Try to optimize the whole system, not just its individual parts. Think through what other variables may change when we alter a factor in a system. Trace out both the short-term and the long-term consequences, in both numbers and effects, of a proposed action to see if the net result agrees with our ultimate goal. Ask yourself, what are the key factors that influence the outcome of the system, and how do these factors interact? What other things may change as a consequence of some action? And given these conditions, what are the likely consequences, both wanted and unwanted, that the proposed action will have on the system, considering all the relevant factors that influence or are a part of the system? Will the net result be what we want? A manager can, for example, ask, how is the value of the business likely to change, considering all the important factors that influence the business's value? Considering the whole system also includes anticipating the reactions of others. Let's discuss the reaction of others. Game theory is a study of conflict between thoughtful and potentially deceitful opponents. This is a quote from William Poundstone's book, Prisoner's Dilemma. Transcorp cut its prices and lost volume. What happened? Transcorp's competitors matched their price cut. Competitors can match price cuts or even go below them to regain, keep, or increase their market share. When you are thinking through the consequences of an action, you should always consider what other people are likely to do. Since our interests may conflict with the interests of others, the final outcome of our decision will often depend on what others will do, and what other people will do may depend on what they think we will do, what their available choices are, what their interests are, and how they are thinking, including their own misjudgments. As we have learned, humans don't always act rationally. Game theory deals with what happens when individuals or groups of people interact with one another to achieve their goals. We saw an example of game theory in Part 1 with the prisoner's dilemma. It also applies to negotiations. The factors that can decide the final outcome of a negotiation are: first, the number of participants. Second, whether we will meet the other participants again in the future. Third, the time that will pass in between our meetings. Fourth, the degree of anonymity and communication between the participants. And fifth, our relative position of strength, which includes our other options, our backup alternatives, and our need to reach an agreement. Now let's look at the winner's curse. Groucho Marx once said, "I sent the club a wire stating, 'Please accept my resignation. I don't care to belong to any club that will have me as a member.'" Imagine this scenario. Several mining firms, including MineCorp, which is one of TransCorp's subsidiaries, are bidding on the right to mine for silver. No firm knows for certain how much silver there is, and therefore what the true value of the mine is. They each hire an expert to make an educated guess. By definition, these expert guesses will range from too low to too high. Some firm's expert will probably be close to the true value, but they won't win the bid. The winning firm was MineCorp because their expert had the most optimistic estimate of the value, and the seller will always accept the highest bid. But there was less silver in the mine than their expert had guessed, and therefore less value than what MineCorp had paid for the rights to mine it. This means that the winning bidder was cursed, since their bid was higher than the actual value of the mine. Later, it was shown that MineCorp had also underestimated its costs of production. 3 Atlantic Richfield engineers, Capon, Clapp, and Campbell, introduced the idea behind the winner's curse when they did a study of companies that were bidding for oil fields. Their basic idea, as published in the Journal of Petroleum Technology in June 1971, was that a lease winner tends to be the bidder who most overestimates reserve potential. Let's say that TransCorp has 10 projects from 10 different divisions to choose from. They only have the time and the money to invest in one of these projects. Which one are they most likely to pick? Of course, they will pick the one that looks the most attractive. But all the division managers have an incentive to make their own project look like the most attractive one. The risk is therefore that TransCorp will choose the project with the most optimistic forecast, which is therefore the one that is most likely to disappoint. "Hooray, I won the auction," said John. "What you won was the right to pay more for something than everyone else thought it was worth," said Mary. Winning an auction is an informative event because it tells us whose estimate was the most optimistic. When we place a bid on a house, a company, or a project, or when we are negotiating to buy something, we don't always realize what is implied by an acceptance of our offer. It may mean that we have overestimated its value and have therefore paid too much. Research shows that the more bidders there are that are competing for a limited object, and the more uncertain its value is, the more likely we are to overpay. Instead, if our objective is to create value, the more bidders there are, the more conservative our own bidding should be. This also implies that the less information we have compared to the other bidders, or the more uncertain we are about the underlying value of the object, the lower we should bid. If we participate in auctions, we must try to ascertain the true value of what is being sold, or at least its value to us. When we are negotiating with one party and we want them to accept an offer, the other party may have an informational advantage. The other party is most likely to accept our offer when it is the least favorable to us, especially if it is a one-time relationship or if the other party is anonymous. You should always consider the seller's perspective. Ask yourself, why are they selling this? How would I reason if I were to think this through from the viewpoint of the other person? And why would I be able to make a better decision than someone who has all the information? Let's move on to predictions. The French mathematician and scientist Henri Poincaré once said, "Do not, therefore, expect any prophecy from me. Had I known what one will discover tomorrow, I would have published it long ago to secure priority." When he was asked about corporate responsibility for social problems, Charles Munger answered, "I'm all for fixing social problems. I'm all for being generous to the less fortunate. And I'm all for doing things where, based on a slight preponderance of the evidence, you guess that it's likely to do more good than harm. What I'm against is being very confident and feeling that you know for sure that your particular intervention will do more good than harm, given that you're dealing with highly complex systems wherein everything is interacting with everything else." The Greek philosopher Heraclitus wrote, "Nothing endures but change. The world is too complicated for us to predict all the effects of some action. Maybe a business can predict certain scenarios, like a reduction in demand or intensified competition, but some events, their timing, their magnitude, or their consequences, are impossible to anticipate." Mark Twain once said, "The art of prophecy is very difficult, especially with respect to the future. It is hard to predict something when we don't or can't foresee or understand how an entire system works, what the key variables are, what their attributes are, how they influence one another, and what their impact will be. Even if we do know the key variables, their values may be impossible to estimate. They may also change over time and be dependent on the context, and it may also be impossible to estimate how they will interact as a whole. The more parts that are involved in a system, and the more they interact with each other, the more things can happen, and the harder it is to determine the consequences of individual actions." According to Dr. Gerald Edelman, the brain is an example of a complex system. He says, "A complex system is one in which smaller parts form a heterogeneous set of components which are more or less independent. But as these parts connect with each other in larger and larger aggregates, their functions tend to become integrated, yielding new functions that depend on such high-order integration. This is, in fact, just what happens in the brain. As the number of variables in a system grows, the number of possible interactions between them grows even faster. Assume that two subsystems, A and B, cause the behavior of a system. Each of these subsystems consists of 5 parts. If we only consider the two-way interactions among these parts, there are 10 interactions between the A parts, 10 interactions between the B parts, and 25 interactions between the A and B parts. This means that the behavior of the system is composed of 55 determinants, 5 A parts plus 5 B parts, plus 10 interactions between the A parts, plus 10 interactions between the B parts, plus 25 interactions between the A and B parts. 18% of all the determinants derive from the individual effects of the parts in A and B, while about 82% derive from the interactions between them. Now, imagine a system where A and B each consist of 100 parts. There are now over 20,000 determinants, and over 19,000 of them are interactions. This means that 99% of the system's determinants derive from the interactions between its parts. We often take too little notice of how variables interact with each other. Take the economy as an example. There are many factors to consider, including interest rates, currency exchange rates, balance of trade figures, unemployment rates, consumer confidence, political factors, the stock market, business cycles, our own biases, and so on. These factors are all interconnected, and it is hard to tell which ones are the most important. Add to this the fact that people's behavior isn't fixed. We are emotional creatures. Our preferences change, and we react to each other's actual or expected decisions. A prediction may also make us change our own expectations and our behavior, which can make the prediction more or less likely to come true. Charles Munger says, "We try and predict what individual investments will swim well in relation to the tide, and then we tend to accept the effects of the tide as those effects fall." If someone could forecast the stock market, why are they selling their advice through $100 newsletters? Fidelity's former manager Peter Lynch said in his book, one up on Wall Street. There are 60,000 economists in the U.S., many of them employed full-time trying to forecast recessions and interest rates, and if they could do it successfully twice in a row, they'd all be millionaires by now. As far as I know, most of them are still gainfully employed, which ought to tell us something. Predictions about the future are often just projections of past curves and present trends. This is natural, since our predictions about the future are made in the present. We therefore tend to assume that the future will be much like the present. But the future can't be known until it arrives. It is contingent on events that we can't see. For example, who in the year 1900 could have foreseen events like World War I and World War II, the 1929 stock market crash, the Chernobyl disaster, or technologies like the television, the laser, the computer, the internet, or the DVD? Many key inventions have happened by accident and sagacity. For example, in 1867, Alfred Nobel accidentally discovered that when nitroglycerin dripped on a mineral called kieselguhr, it formed a stable paste that was safer to use than liquid nitroglycerin alone. He called it dynamite. Don't believe people that say they can forecast unforeseeable variables. Nobody can forecast interest or currency rates, the GDP, the turning points in the economy, the stock market, and so on. Massive amounts of information, advanced computers, or fancy mathematical formulas don't help. Warren Buffett says that we tend to put too much comfort in computer models and the precision that they project. He says, "We believe the precision they project is a chimera." In fact, such models can lull decision makers into a false sense of security and thereby increase their chances of making a really huge mistake. Economics isn't like physics. There are no reliable or precise formulas where we can easily fill in the values of various economic factors and then have the work done for us. Charles Munger says economics involves too complex a system. Economics should emulate physics' basic ethos, but its search for precision in physics-like formulas is almost always wrong in economics. And John Maynard Keynes adds, "To convert a model into a quantitative formula is to destroy its usefulness as an instrument of thought." The financial writer Roger Lowenstein writes in his book, When Genius Failed, "The next time a Merton proposes an elegant model to manage risks and foretell odds, the next time a computer with a perfect memory of the past is said to quantify risks in the future, investors should run, and quickly, the other way." That an event has happened many times before doesn't mean that it will continue to happen. And just because an event has never happened before doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future. Take catastrophic events as an example. Who could have predicted the September 11, 2001 terrorist attack on the World Trade Center? Hijacking 4 planes simultaneously and using them to attack the U.S. was improbable, and yet it happened. The modern history professor Richard Evans wrote in his book, In Defense of History, "Time and again, history has proved a very bad predictor of future events. This is because history never repeats itself. Nothing in human society ever happens twice under exactly the same conditions or in exactly the same way. Sometimes we can guess that certain things are bound to happen, but we can't predict when they will happen. Will it rain 2 weeks from now? Some things are possible to predict in the short term, but impossible to predict in the long term. Small changes can make a big difference over time. Long-term weather forecasts are an example of this. Many factors determine the weather, and these factors can't be reliably measured ahead of time. Small changes in the temperature and the pressure over the ocean can lead to large variations in the future development of storm systems. Weather predictions become more and more inexact the further out they are. The difficulty lies in the uncertainties of the initial conditions and in the errors of our models. For example, small errors in the initial values of the variables can grow and produce large errors in the forecast. There may also be gaps in the initial data. But even if we did know the initial conditions perfectly, our models are not perfect. Small model errors, either in their physics or their numerics, can also grow and produce different states. For example, not all atmospheric processes are perfectly understood. Furthermore, all weather models operate on a finite grid or a limited area, typically on the order of 10 to 100 kilometers, depending on the study area. This means that their numerical resolution and their representation of reality are finite. But many physical processes and features that influence the weather occur on smaller scales than those that are resolved by the grid. For example, energy transfers at the surface, small atmospheric processes such as isolated thunderstorms, topography, lakes, and vegetation. The model must try to treat or parameterize the effects of these subgrid features on the resolved scale. These parameterizations are simplifications and approximations, and they may also account for many of the model's errors. So even if we know all the principles behind the weather and what governs the atmosphere, fundamental limitations make it hard to make accurate predictions. Many meteorologists know that they can't make a perfect forecast, and they have therefore given up on predicting whether it will or will not rain beyond a few days into the future. Instead, they have altered their approach and now try to quantify the uncertainty in their predictions. For example, by saying, the probability of precipitation is 20% this Saturday. This uncertainty is small at short lead times and becomes greater at longer lead times. It also varies with the weather situation, the location, and the size of the area that the prediction covers. When meteorologists make forecasts that are 2 weeks out, they look at the climatological frequency of precipitation, which is determined from a history of what has happened in the past. All prediction is inherently uncertain, and we have a duty to tell people about the uncertainties of our predictions and about our past error rates. Albert Einstein wrote in a letter on March 14, 1954, "The right to search for truth implies also a duty. One must not conceal any part of what one has recognized to be true." Now, let's begin Chapter 2 of this part. Chapter 2, Scale and Limits. First, let's discuss the scale of size and time. Changes in size or time can influence the form, function, and behavior of things. If something of a certain size is made bigger or smaller, it may not work in the same way. Some things get better, and others get worse. For example, changes in the size of an organism can affect its strength, its surface area, its complexity, its metabolism, its longevity, and its speed of movement. How do weight, strength, and surface area change when we change the size of something? If we double the length of a similarly shaped object, its surface area will increase by 4 times, and its volume will increase by 8 times. The surface area of an object increases at the square of its length, while its volume increases at the cube of its length. This is because to get the area of something, we multiply 2 lengths together, and to get its volume, we multiply 3 lengths together. Volume always grows faster than surface area as we increase the size of something, regardless of the object's shape. This places limitations on the size of things. Does it make any difference in the melting time if we use one large ice cube with a volume of 8 or 8 smaller ones with a total volume of 8? If we increase the size of an object, its volume grows faster than its surface area. What does this mean? It means that the relationship between the surface area and the volume of an object decreases as we increase its size. It also means that this relationship increases as we decrease its size. Take ice cubes as an example. Let's assume that the larger ice cube has a side length of 2, and the smaller ones have a side length of 1. The small ice cube has a side length of 1, a cross-section surface area of 1, a total surface area of 6, a volume of 1, and a ratio of total surface area to volume of 6. The large ice cube has a side length of 2, a cross-section surface area of 4, a total surface area of 24, a volume of 8, and a ratio of total surface area to volume of 3. As we can see, the large ice cube has less surface area per unit of volume than the 8 small ice cubes. The total surface area is the total area of all 6 surfaces of the ice cube. This means that 8 small ice cubes have a total surface area of 48, compared to 24 for the larger ice cube. This also means that 8 small ice cubes will melt faster than 1 large ice cube, since the amount of heat an ice cube can absorb depends on its surface area, and the melting process occurs at the surface. Whenever we make objects smaller, we get more surface area per unit of volume. For example, Since iron rusts when it is exposed to air, and rusting occurs at the surface, a steel knife will rust more slowly than steel wool. Why did the dinosaurs have such small heads in relation to their bodies? Living things are shaped and constrained by basic mathematical principles. The weight of an object depends on its volume, and its strength, or its load-bearing ability, depends on its area. The strength of a muscle or a bone is a function of its cross-section area. Strength does not increase at the same rate as weight and volume. When we increase the size of an organism, its weight increases faster than its strength. If you scale up an organism, sooner or later it will become too weak to support its own weight. If you double the size of a small dinosaur, making it twice as long, twice as wide, and twice as high, it will weigh 8 times as much as it did before. You would now need a neck that is 8 times stronger than before, since it must hold 8 times the weight. But since the strength of the neck is proportional to its cross-section area, the neck would only be 4 times stronger. There comes a point where the neck will simply break. What about the giants that we see in the movies? Assume we make a human 10 times larger than normal. This means he would be 10 times longer, 10 times wider, and 10 times higher. He would now weigh 1,000 times more, but he would only be 100 times stronger, since his muscular strength is proportional to the cross-section area of his muscles. And since the load-bearing capacity of his bones would scale in the same manner, his bones would be subject to 10 times more stress than normal. He would need thicker bones to support his extra weight, otherwise his legs would crush under him. This is why elephants have such thick, stumpy legs to support their weight. The giant would have 1,000 times more meat on his body, but only 100 times the skin to hold it all together, which would mean 10 times the pressure on his skin, since pressure is proportional to area. This also means that his skin's surface area would be too small to remove the heat that is emitted from his huge body. He would suffer from overheating, since the amount of heat his body produces is proportional to the cube of his length, which is 1,000, while the amount of heat he can dissipate through his skin is proportional to the square of his length, which is 100. The British biologist Sir Darcy Wentworth Thompson said in his book On Growth and Form, "Everywhere nature works true to scale, and everything has its proper size accordingly. Men and trees, birds and fishes, stars and star systems have their appropriate dimensions and their more or less narrow range of absolute magnitudes." Some things in nature have about the same shape or pattern, regardless of the scale at which we view them. A small part of a cauliflower looks much the same as the entire flower. Other examples of this include clouds, ferns, snowflakes, river networks, systems of blood vessels, and the structure of coastlines. John needs to hire a new assistant and asks his boss, "Do I have your okay?" Adding $20,000 to the payroll should be inconsequential. The concept of scale also applies to time, how things change over time, or when something is repeated. What would Warren Buffett have told John? He would have said, "The proposal should be evaluated as a $3 million decision, given that an additional person would probably cost at least that amount over his lifetime, factoring in raises, benefits, and other expenses." Small, slow changes that operate over long periods of time can have great consequences. For example, we have seen how small genetic changes can have major anatomical effects over time. Now let's look at breakpoints, critical thresholds, and limits. At a certain scale, a system can reach a critical mass or a limit where the behavior of the system may change dramatically. It may work better, it may work worse, it may cease to work altogether, or it may change its properties. Small interactions over time can slowly accumulate into a critical state where the degree of instability of the system increases. A small event may then trigger a dramatic change, like an earthquake. A small change may have no effect on a system until a critical threshold is reached. For example, a drug may be ineffective up until a certain threshold and then suddenly become effective. Or it may become more and more effective, but then suddenly become harmful. Another example is from chemistry. When a system of chemicals reaches a certain level of interaction, the system can undergo a dramatic change. A small change in one factor may have an unnoticeable effect, but a further change may cause the system to reach a critical threshold, which can make the system work either better or worse. A system may also reach a threshold where its properties suddenly change from one type of order to another. For example, when a ferromagnet is heated to a critical temperature, it loses its magnetization, but as it is cooled back down below that temperature, its magnetism returns. A company may reach a certain critical size and gain advantages of scale in experience, purchasing, marketing, manufacturing, administration, research, logistics, distribution, and so on. For example, its expenses can be spread out over a larger volume of business, which lowers its average costs. These advantages often permit greater specialization, which can make people better at what they do. Scale matters. Warren Buffett says this when he is discussing the private jet company NetJets. Both we and our customers derive significant operational benefits from our being the runaway leader in the fractional ownership business. We have more than 300 planes constantly on the go in the U.S. and can therefore be wherever a customer needs us on very short notice. The ubiquity of our fleet also reduces our positioning costs below those incurred by operators with smaller fleets. These advantages of scale, and others we have, give NetJets a significant economic edge over its competition. Charles Munger tells us about another kind of advantage of scale. In some businesses, the very nature of things is to sort of cascade toward the overwhelming dominance of one firm. The most obvious one is daily newspapers. There's practically no city left in the U.S., aside from a few very big ones, where there's more than one daily newspaper. Once I get most of the circulation, I get most of the advertising. And once I get most of the advertising and the circulation, why would anyone want the thinner paper with less information in it? So it tends to cascade to a winner-take-all situation. We increased our production volume, but our employee focus, our service, and our motivation all went down. At some point, the disadvantages of a business's size may begin to eat into its advantages. For example, it may have increased costs and investments. Its per-unit costs may increase. Its systems may become too complicated, bureaucratic, and inefficient, and so on. People's behavior may also change when we change the scale of a group. What works well in a group of one size may not work at all in a group of another size. Garrett Hardin illustrates this as he examines the religious Hutterite communities in the northwestern U.S. As a colony grows in size, the propensity of the individual to claim a share of the production, according to his needs, increases, while his eagerness to work, according to his ability, diminishes. The effectiveness of the overseers, whether they are preachers or bosses, also diminishes. Then, as the shrinking increases, those who are less inclined to goof off begin to envy the brotherhood of drones, whom they presently join. The Hutterites learned that the scale, or the number of people in each decision unit, is important. Up to 150 people per colony, the system can be managed by the force of shame. But above this size, an appeal to conscience loses its effectiveness, and individuals begin to need more than they contribute. Studies show that groups of about 150 individuals are common in the clans of hunter-gatherers and in military units. The spread of behavior and ideas also depends on scale. A certain proportion or a minimum number of people, which is a threshold, must make a choice before we will follow their lead. Some examples of this are whether to join a strike or a riot, to adopt an idea, to buy a product or a stock, to speak out on an issue, or to leave a boring party. A critical threshold may cause a massive social imitation. We should also consider technological, physical, human, biological, and mathematical constraints and limits. We can't send signals that are faster than the speed of light. There are limits to how small or how large something can be. Gordon Moore, one of the founders of Intel, predicted in 1965 that the number of transistors that could be economically produced and placed on a silicon chip would double every 18 months. In 1995, he updated his prediction to once every 2 years. Eventually, though, physical, engineering, or economic limits may stop this from happening. Now let's talk about size and frequency. Small earthquakes are common, while big ones are rare. Statistics show that the frequency of some events and attributes is inversely proportional to their size. Big or small things can happen, but the bigger or more extreme they get, the less frequent they are. For example, there are a few large earthquakes, fires, avalanches, or cities, but there are many small ones. There are a few billionaires, but there are many millionaires. The size and the frequency of these events and attributes has a statistical pattern, a scaling relationship that is about the same regardless of their size. We saw earlier that there is a scaling relationship between the length of an ice cube's sides and its volume. For example, there is a scaling relationship between an earthquake's magnitude and its frequency. Based on observations from 1990, the U.S. Geological Survey estimates the average annual frequency of earthquakes with a magnitude of 8 and higher to be 1. The frequency of earthquakes with a magnitude of 7 to 7.9 is 17. The frequency of earthquakes with a magnitude of 6 to 6.9 is 134, and the frequency of earthquakes with a magnitude of 5 to 5.9 is 1,319. Still, these patterns are based on past statistics and estimates. They don't help us to precisely predict future events. For example, catastrophes occur randomly. We don't know when the next big one will occur. 85% of the profits from the division came from 25% of its products. The Italian economist and sociologist Vilfredo Pareto once noted that 80% of his peas were produced by only 20% of his pea pods. He also observed that 20% of the people in Italy owned 80% of the country's land. Often, a few things can cause much of an effect. For example, a few defects can produce most of a problem, or a few individuals can cause most of the problems. A few criminals commit most of the crime. It is estimated that about 5% of movies earn about 80 to 90% of the profits in the movie industry. This kind of unevenness is also common in many other situations, like healthcare spending, accidents, or book sales. Warren Buffett says, "It is not necessary to do extraordinary things to get extraordinary results. A few products or a few customers can produce most of the profit, or a few people on the sales staff can produce most of the sales. In many business activities, a few things can produce much of the value. You should ask yourself, how do we allocate our time, our work, our attention, and our money? Can we identify the few things that really matter?" Now let's turn to constraints. Increase production. The optimization of one variable may cause the whole system to work less efficiently. Why? Because the performance of most systems is constrained by the performance of its weakest link. This is a variable that limits the system from achieving its goal or its optimum performance. An increase in production may, for example, be physically constrained by the production capacity of one of the machines in the production line. If one machine in a production line of 2 machines can produce 100 items and the second machine can only produce 90, then the output of the entire system is physically constrained by the second machine. What do we want to achieve? What will prevent this from happening, and why? When you are trying to improve the performance of a system, you should first find out what the system's key constraints are. These may be physical, like capacity, material, or the market, or they may be non-physical, like policies, rules, or measurements. You should also try to understand the cause and effect relationship between the constraint and the system as a whole. Maybe the constraint is based on some faulty assumptions that can be corrected. Then, you should try to strengthen or change the weakest link. But you should also watch out for other effects, both wanted and unwanted, that may pop up as a consequence. You should always consider the effects of any changes on the whole system. Now, let's begin Chapter 3 of this part. Chapter 3: Causes. We measure and reward performance by the quantity of steel produced. What do we want to accomplish? It's hard to achieve a result if we don't understand what causes that result to happen. In order to solve problems or achieve our goals, we must first understand what causes the result that we want to accomplish. You should start by examining what factors make up the system and how they connect with each other. Then, you should try to define the key factors that determine the outcome. If a business measures its performance by the amount of steel it produces, then it will get a lot of steel produced. But the amount of produced steel is only one part of the equation. It's better to ask, what is the equation that will achieve what we want to accomplish? What are the factors that will cause what we want to achieve? And under what circumstances? What causes business value? Do we have the factors that are needed to create it? What must be changed in the equation to achieve what we want? And have we thought through what other effects our actions may have? Let's discuss large effects. A bird flies into the engine of an aircraft, and disaster strikes. We often believe that the cause of something must resemble its effect. For example, we might think that large or important effects must have large causes, or that complicated outcomes must have complicated underlying reasons. But the size of an effect may not be proportional to its cause. Small things can break a large system. In 1988, 35 people died and 113 were injured when a London-bound commuter train crashed into the back of a stationary train. The accident was caused by faulty wiring work. A mechanic had worked for more than 12 hours with only a 5-minute break and had forgotten to remove a small wire from an old switch when he was installing a new rail signaling system. On September 23, 1999, the Mars Climate Orbiter spacecraft disappeared. What happened? The core cause of the disaster was the failed conversion of English units, which are pounds, to metric units, which are newtons. The manufacturer had measured the force of the small control thrusters in pounds, but the space officials had expected them to be in newtons. This simple misunderstanding sent the spacecraft about 56 miles too close to Mars, which caused it to disappear into the Martian atmosphere. A simple mistake caused the loss of a $125 million spacecraft. Washing our hands can save lives. Dirty hands can cause major health problems. Among bacteria that reproduce by dividing themselves every half hour, a single one can generate about 17 million offspring within just 12 hours. Records at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC, show that every year, close to 2 million people in the U.S. pick up an infection in the hospital, out of 35 million admissions annually. Of those people, about 90,000 die as a result of their infection. And the major reason for this is bad hygiene, like unsanitary conditions, germ-laden instruments, and unwashed hands. The CDC and the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services estimate that strict adherence to clean hand policies alone could save the lives of 20,000 patients. That washing our hands can save lives was discovered in 1847 by the Hungarian gynecologist Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis. When he was working at the maternity department of the Vienna hospital, he observed that women who were delivered by medical students had high mortality rates, while those who were delivered by midwife trainees had low rates of childbed fever. What was the difference? The medical students had often made pathological dissections or had come into contact with dead bodies before they examined the women. Semmelweis then introduced the practice of washing hands in a solution of chlorinated lime before every examination, and the mortality rates plummeted. Now let's talk about random events. A fire in our supplier's factory caused delivery problems of components. We lost market share to the competition, which resulted in huge losses. This outcome was unforeseeable since we couldn't have predicted the fire in advance. When bad things happen, we try to find causal explanations or something to blame. The more unexpected or negative we find an event to be, the more likely we are to look for explanations. We often underestimate the influence of randomness. Here we will define a random event as an event that can't be predicted because of a lack of knowledge. An event is random when we don't have enough information to determine its outcome in advance. Next, let's discuss acting on symptoms. The author of Don Quixote, Miguel de Cervantes, once wrote, "Take away the cause, and the effect ceases." Sometimes we mistake an effect for its cause. There is a story about a man who was walking by a river when suddenly a screaming girl floated by. The man jumped into the river and saved her. 5 minutes later, another screaming girl floated by. He jumped in again and saved the girl. The same thing happened over and over again. The problem was a little further up the river. There was a man who was throwing girls from a bridge. Our hero had solved the symptoms of the problem, but not the cause of the problem. We have tons of problems. We are losing customers, we can't deliver on time, and our inventory system doesn't work. What is the core cause of these problems? Many times when we have a lot of problems, there may be one common reason for all of them. When we are dealing with problems, we must focus on what we want to achieve and make sure that we are addressing the underlying cause of the problem and not just acting on the symptoms that may look like the causes. Maybe the symptoms are due to wrong policies, wrong measuring instruments, wrong goals, or something else. Now let's look at multiple causes. We sometimes attribute an outcome to a single cause when there are actually multiple causes. We might assume that A causes B, but A may not be the only thing that causes B. There may be many causes for a given effect. For example, our behavior is determined by a multitude of psychological and non-psychological factors, by our individual characteristics, and by the given situation. Sometimes these factors can interact with each other and reinforce each other. When you're trying to explain a behavior, you should think in terms of multiple causes. For example, Charles Munger says, on the Milgram experiment that we discussed in Part 2, where a group of research subjects delivered electric shocks to another person simply because they were told to do so by an authoritative figure. For years, it was in the psychology books as a demonstration of authority, how authority could be used to persuade people to do awful things. Of course, that's mere first conclusion bias. That's not the complete and correct explanation. Authority is part of it. However, there were also quite a few other psychological principles like consistency, contrast, and reason respecting, all operating in the same direction, which achieved that Lollapalooza effect precisely because they acted in combination toward the same end. Next, we have mistaking correlation for cause. Correlation means a relationship or an association between two or more variables. We tend to assume that when two things happen together, one of them must have caused the other. But the fact that a change in one variable is strongly correlated with or followed by a change in another variable doesn't automatically mean that one of them caused the other. Some third factor may have caused them both. Assume that we detect a high correlation between money and happiness. But that doesn't tell us if money causes happiness, if happiness causes money, or if some third factor causes them both. An example of the statistical misuse of correlation is from 1992, when it was reported that 28 teenagers who frequently played the game of Dungeons and Dragons, or D&D, had committed suicide. What conclusion should be drawn from this? Is there a link between teenage suicide and the game? The American mathematician John Allen Paulos tells us in his book, Innumeracy, to put this statement into the right perspective by considering two more facts. The game had sold millions of copies, and about 3 million teenagers were playing it. In that age group, the annual suicide rate is about 12 people per 100,000. This means that we can expect about 360 D&D playing teenagers to commit suicide each year. Next, we have alternative explanations. Mary has a fever, and therefore she has a cold. There may be many explanations for a given outcome, but we often jump to conclusions and fail to consider the alternative explanations. A given effect may be consistent with a range of different causes and may not help us to find the core cause of a problem. The fact that Mary has a fever tells us that she is not well, but it doesn't tell us why she is ill. A fever can be a symptom of a range of different diseases. You should always ask yourself, what else could explain this outcome? Finally, let's look at selective data and appropriate comparisons. Sherlock Holmes once said, in the Boscombe Valley Mystery, "There is nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact." We sometimes identify the wrong cause of something because it seems to be the obvious one based on a single observed effect. As Bertrand Russell says, obviousness is always the enemy to correctness. When someone remarked to the French writer Voltaire, "Life is hard," he retorted, "Compared to what?" We tend to ignore alternatives, and therefore we fail to make appropriate comparisons. We often only consider the information or the evidence that is presented to us or that is available, and we don't consider that some information may be missing. By studying successful businesses, I have found that their secret to success is focus, said the CEO of Transcorp. But many failed businesses have also had a strong focus. Is success, then, due to a strong culture, visionary leaders, or something else? Maybe the failed enterprises also had strong cultures and visionary leaders. To understand what qualities actually cause success, we need to compare the business successes with the business failures. We must include companies that started out with the same qualities but still failed. The problem, though, is that the data for the failures often disappears. Furthermore, what works in one situation may fail in another. By interviewing the survivors of fatal airline accidents, a 1986 article in Discover magazine presented some tips on how we could improve our chances of surviving a plane crash. But as the psychology professor Robin Dawes has noted, there was no evaluation of what percentage of all the passengers on those flights had done what the survivors did. Maybe those who died had also done the same things. Of course, we can't interview the passengers who didn't survive. Often, the same attributes are used to explain both success and failure. For example, when a company is successful, the media might say that it is because of its focus and its great leadership. But when the company's performance goes down, they might report that the company has become less focused and that its leadership has deteriorated. While there may be evidence that the company is less focused or has worse leadership than it did before, it could just as well be that its competition has gotten better. Business performance is relative, not absolute. The performance of a business is always influenced by what its competitors do. Even if a company gets better in many areas, its market share and its profits may still decline if its competition does things even better. And even if a company gets worse in many areas, its market share and its profits may still increase if its competition does things even worse. Look at where the bullet holes are and put extra armor everywhere else. During World War II, the statistician Abraham Wald tried to determine where one should add extra armor to airplanes. Based on the patterns of the bullet holes in the airplanes that were returning from battle, he suggested that the parts of the planes that had not been hit should be protected with extra armor. How could he have reached that conclusion? Because he had also considered the planes that didn't return. Assume that all the planes had been hit more or less uniformly. The planes that had been hit in the marked areas were still able to return. This meant that the planes that didn't return had most likely been hit somewhere else, in the unmarked places. These were the areas that needed more armor. The drug obviously worked, since I used it and I got better. But the same outcome could have happened even without taking the drug. We need to consider both the confirming and the disconfirming evidence. You should ask yourself, what is the frequency of the supporting cases compared to the disconfirming cases? And what is the relative frequency of this condition or this disease in the population as a whole? For example, when we are studying the effectiveness of a new treatment, people often ignore the outcome of a non-treatment and focus only on a large number of successful treatments, and they therefore conclude that the treatment is effective. But we also have to look at the number of people who use the treatment and don't improve, the number of people who don't use the treatment and do improve, and the number of people who don't use the treatment and don't improve. In one study, people were asked to judge the effectiveness of a treatment based on the following data from an experiment. Among the people who received the treatment, 200 improved and 75 did not improve. Among the people who did not receive the treatment, 50 improved and 15 did not improve. Most of the subjects in the study believed that the treatment was effective, but it is actually rather ineffective. Why? Because we need to compare the outcome for the group that did not receive the treatment with the outcome for the group that did receive the treatment. 50 out of 65 people in the no treatment group, or about 77%, improved without any treatment. On the other hand, only 200 out of 275 people, or about 73%, improved with the treatment. The psychology professor Thomas Gilovich says in his book How We Know What Isn't So, with the body so effective in healing itself, many who seek medical assistance will experience a positive outcome, even if the doctor does nothing beneficial. Thus, even a worthless treatment can appear effective when the base rate of success is so high. What caused the customer complaints at Transcorp? We often look for obvious causes, and we look at the conditions and the behavior that were present in a particular situation after we already know what has happened. But we should also observe what is normally happening. Most outcomes are context dependent. Instead of concentrating on the conditions and the behavior that preceded the customer complaint, Transcorp should have examined both the sales that did not have any complaints and the sales that did have complaints. And they should have asked, what were the underlying conditions and the behavior when the customers didn't complain? And are there any differences that can explain the complaints? For similar situations, you should ask yourself, compared to what? You should compare the negative outcomes with the positive outcomes. What factors are different? What were the underlying conditions and the behavior when something bad happened, compared to the conditions and the behavior when things worked out? What differentiates the situations? And don't draw your conclusions from what may have just been a unique or a random event. Now let's begin Chapter 4 of this part. Chapter 4, Numbers and Their Meaning. First, let's discuss how we can use basic math to count, quantify, and understand relationships. John bought all the stock he could, since it was priced at only $1. Something is only cheap or expensive in relation to something else. If an investor refers to a stock as cheap, what is it cheap in relation to? 100,000 shares of a stock that is priced at $1 have the same market valuation as 1,000 shares that are priced at $100. The relevant question is, what is the company worth in relation to its price? Transcorp made a huge $1 billion profit. Words like big or small have no meaning in themselves. A number only has a size in relation to another number. The figure of $1 billion says nothing about the company's economic performance unless we compare it with how much capital was needed to generate it. What if Transcorp needed $100 billion in equity and debt to run its business? That would only be a 1% return. Research shows that the new drug reduces the risk of getting the disease by 25%. What benefits can be expected by taking this new drug? Assume that the statistics show the following. Without the drug, 20 people in 1,000 get the disease. By taking the drug, that figure drops to 15 people in 1,000. How efficient is the drug if we look at the absolute number of people who are saved from the disease? The reduction in the absolute risk is 5 people in 1,000, or 0.5%. The reduction in the relative risk, or the relative number of people who are saved from the disease, is 25%. But a 25% reduction only means something if many people are actually saved. How many people would need to take the drug in order to save one individual from the disease? Since 5 people in 1,000, or 1 in 200, are saved from the disease by taking the drug, only one person out of every 200 that take the drug will actually be saved. For the other 199 people, the drug will not have any positive effect. How do we know if research findings are true? Surveys of epidemiological studies, which are studies of the factors that affect our health and illness, show that many researchers' claims don't replicate in medical trials because of bias and random error. For example, 2 claims that have been refuted are that aspirin is highly protective against heart disease in both men and women, and that vitamin E reduces the chance of cardiovascular mortality. Studies by the hygiene and epidemiology professor John Ioannidis show that the smaller the studies are, the smaller the effect sizes are, the hotter the field is, the greater the interest is, the larger the databases are, and the greater the flexibility in the analyses is, the higher the chance that a research claim is false. True replication is the cornerstone of science, and assuming that any biases are weeded out, the more researchers that can reproduce a finding, the better the chance it has of being true. What does it mean that our sun is 93 million miles away? Often, we need to translate a number into something that is more understandable. Light travels at an average speed of 186,281 miles per second. This means that it takes the sun's beams about 8 minutes to reach the Earth. The star Alpha Centauri is 4.35 light-years away. A light-year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. Even though a light-year measures distance, it also implies time. If we were to ride on a beam of light, it would take us 4.35 years to reach our closest star. When we look up at the sky, we are actually seeing the past. We are seeing the star as it appeared 4.35 years ago. You should always look at what the numbers mean. For example, you should ask yourself, does this magnitude make sense? And in relation to what? You should also think about what counts, not just how it is counted. There was a sign hanging in the physicist Albert Einstein's office at Princeton that said, "Not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts." Now let's look at the effect of exponential growth. John's son David made a proposal. He said, "I will take out the garbage every day for a month, and you only have to pay me a penny today, and then every day afterwards I want you to pay me double as much as I got the day before." The sequence of numbers 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on grows exponentially. On day 2, his son would have 2 cents. On day 3, he would have 4 cents. And after 27 days, he would have $1.3 million. The individual growth rate is constant at 100% a day, but the sum gets higher faster and faster. This is the power of doubling. As we have seen, there are limits to prolonged growth. Take bacteria as an example. Assume that a certain strain of bacteria divides in 1 minute. If we put the bacteria in a bottle at 11 a.m. and the bottle is full at noon, when was the bottle half full? It was at 11:59 a.m., just 1 minute earlier. Even a small number of steady growth can eventually lead to a doubling and a redoubling. For example, a country whose population grows by 2% a year will double in size in 35 years and will redouble in 70 years. A simple formula for the doubling time can be found by dividing 70 by the percent of growth per year. Compounding refers to interest on interest. If we invest $1,000 with a return of 6% a year, we will receive $60 in the first year. If we then reinvest that $60, the next year we will get another $60 from our original $1,000 investment, plus $3.60 from the $60 that we reinvested. If we continue to reinvest all our returns, the total value of our original $1,000 investment after 5 years will be $1,338. Time is the key to compound interest. Over short periods, compounding produces only a little extra return, but over long periods, it can have an enormous effect. If you were to invest $2,500 each year for 40 years at a 10% return, you would become a millionaire. Finally, let's discuss the time value of money. Aesop once said, "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush." Why must we reduce the value of money that we will receive in the future? Money that is paid to us in the future is worth less than money that is paid to us today. A dollar that we receive today is worth more than a dollar that we will receive tomorrow. If we have a dollar today, we can invest it and earn interest on it, which will make that dollar worth more than a dollar in the future. This means that money has a price, and that price is interest. How much should we pay today for the right to receive $1,000 a year from now? Or how much would we need to invest today in order to have $1,000 a year from now? It's the same question. The answer depends on the interest rate. If the rate is 6%, then the answer is $943. If we were to invest $943 today at 6% interest, we would have $1,000 1 year from now. So $943 is the present value of $1,000 a year from now. We have discounted or reduced the $1,000 to its value today. The further out in time we will receive the $1,000, or the higher the interest rate is, the less its present value is. Now, let's begin Chapter 5 of this part. Chapter 5, Probabilities and Number of Possible Outcomes. Marcus Tullius Cicero once said, "Probability is the very guide of life." How likely do we believe it is that some event will occur? Probabilities are like guesses. But as Richard Feynman said in his Caltech lectures on physics, there are good guesses and there are bad guesses. The theory of probability is a system for making better guesses. We can either estimate the probability of something based on its relative frequency, which is the proportion of times that the event has happened in similar situations in the past, or we can make an educated guess by using our past experiences or whatever important and relevant information and evidence is available to us. We can also count the number of possible outcomes. The only time we can calculate the exact probability of an event in advance over a large number of trials is in cases where we know all the possible outcomes and where all those outcomes are equally likely. This is applicable for games of chance, such as tossing a coin or rolling a die. However, we use the notion of probability, we need to follow its basic rules. How likely is it that a hurricane will strike Texas? According to the National Hurricane Center, there have been 36 hurricane strikes in Texas between 1900 and 1996. Based on this past experience, and barring no changes in the conditions, we can estimate that there is about a 37% chance that a hurricane will strike Texas in any given year. This figure is also called the base rate frequency of the outcome of hurricanes in Texas. We must make sure that the conditions that produce this relative frequency can be expected to be pretty much the same before we can use it as a guide for the future. We must also look at the variations in the outcomes and their severity, which is how much damage an event may cause. Take tornadoes as an example. According to the National Climatic Data Center, between 1950 and 1999, there was an average of 810 tornadoes per year in the U.S., but in 1950, there were only 201 tornadoes, which caused 70 deaths. In 1975, there were 919, which caused 60 deaths. And in 1999, there were 1,342 tornadoes, which caused 94 deaths. A doctor says, "This is the first time I've seen this disease. I estimate there is a 50-50 chance that the patient will survive." This statement has only two possible outcomes. Either the patient dies or he does not. Does it really make any sense to say that there is a 50-50 chance if there is no past data or other evidence to base this probability on? Does it really tell us something? If there is no historical, comparable, or representative data or other evidence to base an estimate on, then the probability figure only measures the doctor's belief in the outcome of the event. Another doctor says, according to the medical records of similar cases, under the same conditions, 50% of the patients survived for 5 years or longer. The more representative background data or evidence that we have, the better our estimate of the probability of something will be. To narrow down the probability figure even more, we need a relevant comparison group, which is a group to which a certain frequency refers. In the hurricane example, we defined the probability for a specific comparison group, which was the relative frequency with which hurricanes have occurred in Texas during the 97 years for which we have data. Events may happen with a great frequency, or they may happen only rarely. Some events are not repeatable, and some events have never happened before. For certain events, our past experience may not be representative, and other events are characterized by a low past frequency but a high severity. Unforeseen events can occur where our actual exposure, which is our vulnerability and the potential cost or loss of the event, is unknown. Sometimes, people can react to an event by avoiding or preventing it from happening in the future, which can cause a change in the event's future probability. And other times, one bad event may increase the chance of another one. For example, an earthquake may cause landslides, floods, or power blackouts. The more uncertainty there is about something, the harder it is to find a meaningful probability number for it. Instead, our estimate must be constrained to a range of possible outcomes and their probabilities. This uncertainty can increase the difficulty for insurers to appropriately price catastrophes such as hurricanes or earthquakes. Warren Buffett says, "Catastrophe insurers can't simply extrapolate from their past experience. If there is truly global warming, for example, the odds would shift, since tiny changes in atmospheric conditions can produce momentous changes in weather patterns. Furthermore, in recent years, there has been a mushrooming of the population and of insured values in the U.S. coastal areas that are particularly vulnerable to hurricanes, which are the #1 creator of supercats. A hurricane that caused X dollars of damage 20 years ago could easily cost 10 times X now. Occasionally also, the unthinkable can happen. Who would have guessed, for example, that a major earthquake could occur in Charleston, South Carolina? It struck in 1886, registered an estimated 6.6 on the Richter scale, and caused 60 deaths. But it may still be possible to price these risks sensibly. Warren Buffett says, "Even if perfection in assessing risks is unattainable, insurers can still underwrite sensibly. After all, you need not know a man's precise age to know that he is old enough to vote, nor do you need to know his exact weight to recognize his need to diet." Warren Buffett also considers a worst-case scenario. He says, "Given the risks we accept, Ajit and I constantly focus on our worst case, knowing, of course, that it is difficult to judge what this is, since you could conceivably have a Long Island hurricane, a California earthquake, and a Supercat X all in the same year. Additionally, our insurance losses could be accompanied by non-insurance troubles. For example, were we to have Supercat losses from a large Southern California earthquake, they might well be accompanied by a major drop in the value of our holdings in Seas, Wells Fargo, and Freddie Mac. We do, though, monitor our aggregate exposure in order to keep our worst case at a level that leaves us comfortable." How reliable is our past experience for predicting the future? In his book, Against the Gods, Peter Bernstein refers to a 1703 letter that was written by the German mathematician Gottfried Wilhelm von Leibniz to the Swiss scientist and mathematician Jacob Bernoulli. In it, he refers to mortality rates. New illnesses flood the human race, so that no matter how many experiments you have done on corpses, you have not thereby imposed a limit on the nature of events, so that in the future they could not vary. Even with the best empirical evidence, nobody can know precisely what will happen in the future. After the September 11, 2001 catastrophe, Warren Buffett wrote about the importance of focusing on our actual exposure and how using our past experience can sometimes be dangerous. In setting our prices, and also in evaluating our aggregation risk, we had either overlooked or dismissed the possibility of large-scale terrorism losses. In pricing our property coverages, for example, we had looked to the past and had taken into account only the costs we might expect to incur from windstorms, fires, explosions, and earthquakes. But what will be the largest insured property loss in history, after adding the related business interruption claims, originated from none of these forces? In short, all of us in the industry made a fundamental underwriting mistake by focusing on our experience rather than our exposure, thereby assuming a huge terrorism risk for which we had received no premium. He continues, "Experience, of course, is a highly useful starting point in underwriting most coverages. For example, it's important for insurers who are writing California earthquake policies to know how many quakes in the state during the past century have registered 6.0 or greater on the Richter scale. This information will not tell you the exact probability of a big quake next year or where in the state it might happen. But the statistic does have some utility, particularly if you are writing a huge statewide policy. At certain times, however, using our experience as a guide to pricing is not only useless but actually dangerous. Late in a bull market, for example, large losses from directors and officers' liability insurance, or D&O, are likely to be relatively rare. When stocks are rising, there is a scarcity of targets to sue, and both questionable accounting and management chicanery often go undetected. At that juncture, the experience on high-limit D&O may look great. But that's just when the exposure is likely to be exploding, by way of ridiculous public offerings, earnings manipulation, chain letter-like stock promotions, and a potpourri of other unsavory activities. When stocks fall, these sins will surface, hammering investors with losses that can run into the hundreds of billions. Even if we can't estimate the probability of some events, there may be some evidence that tells us if their probabilities are increasing or decreasing. You should ask yourself, do I understand the forces that can cause this event? What are the key factors? And are there more opportunities for this event to happen? Warren Buffett says on the subject of terrorism, "No one knows the probability of a nuclear detonation in a major metropolitan area this year, nor can anyone, with any assurance, assess the probability in this year or in any other year of deadly biological or chemical agents being introduced simultaneously into multiple office buildings and manufacturing plants. But here's what we do know. First, the probability of such mind-boggling disasters, though it is likely very low at present, is not zero. And second, these probabilities are increasing in an irregular and immeasurable manner as the knowledge and materials for them become more available to those who wish us ill. The more opportunities, both wanted and unwanted, that an event has to happen, in relation to all the things that can happen, which are all the possible outcomes, the more likely it is that that event will occur. Now, let's talk about the number of possible outcomes. If you toss a coin once, what can happen? There are 2 possible outcomes. If you roll a die once, there are 6 possible outcomes, and they are all equally likely. If you roll a die twice, what can happen? There are 6 possible outcomes on each roll, and therefore there are 36 possible combinations or outcomes when you roll a die twice. And if you roll a die 3 times, there are 216 possible outcomes. This is a simplified way of saying that the more possible outcomes an event has, in either number or in time, the less likely a specific outcome is. For example, only one outcome can satisfy the wanted event of rolling a die once and observing a 6. But the more likely it is that some outcome will happen, since there are 6 possible outcomes to choose from. The more possible outcomes a specific event has, and the more of them that are unwanted, and the more independent events that are needed to achieve a certain scenario, the less likely it is that the wanted scenario will happen. Some outcomes may also be less likely than others, for example, due to certain constraints or limits. If we treat rolling a die 3 times as 3 separate events, where each event is to observe a 6, what we can see from this is that the more events that must happen to achieve some scenario or some wanted outcome, like 3 6s in a row, the less likely that scenario is to happen. Observing anything but 3 6s in a row is an unwanted event. There are 215 different outcomes or ways for this unwanted event to happen, out of a total of 216 possible outcomes. This means that it is very likely that the unwanted event will happen. We are talking about what is likely to happen in the long run. We might be lucky and roll 3 6s in a row on our first try, but we must also consider the consequences of an unwanted outcome. So what does this all mean? It means that if there are more ways of reaching a bad outcome than a good outcome, then the probability of a bad outcome is higher. It is easier to destroy a system than to create one, merely because there are more opportunities for destruction than there are for creation. It also means that surprises, coincidences, rare events, and accidents can and do happen somewhere, sometime, and to someone if they have enough opportunities to happen. And it means that eliminating a risk is often preferable to trying to find out where the risk lies, since there are often so many opportunities for an unwanted outcome. For example, we can reduce a risk by increasing the number of wanted possible outcomes, by reducing the number of unwanted possible outcomes, by reducing the magnitude of the consequences of the unwanted outcomes, or by avoiding certain situations altogether. You should always ask yourself some relevant questions. First, the event itself. What type of event is it? Is it frequent? Is it unique? Second, its causes. What can initiate and cause this event? What factors can contribute to it? What conditions and circumstances must be present for it to happen, and have its causes changed over time? Third, our exposure to it. Is it known? Is it measurable? What are the possible consequences of it? What is the magnitude of those consequences or our potential loss? And what's the worst that can happen? Fourth, its probability. What is the distribution of the possible outcomes over time? Is it stable? What is its relative frequency or our relevant past experience with it? What is the number of our observations? What is the relative likelihood of different sizes of losses? How is the average frequency produced? And what is the variability in its outcome and its severity? And does it depend on any human factors? Fifth, is it representative? Is our past data on it representative, or have the conditions changed? Is there any evidence of changes in the causes or the frequency of the event? Is this change permanent or temporary? And is our sample size too small or our observation time too short? And is our exposure to it changing as time proceeds? And sixth, our backups. What is our backup failure rate? Let's now observe some of the effects of what we've described in this chapter. More focus will be put on the underlying ideas than on the math. First, let's look at low-frequency events. Adam Smith once said, "The chance of gain is by every man more or less overvalued, and the chance of loss is by most men undervalued." The Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr. once said, "Most people think dramatically, not quantitatively." We tend to overestimate the frequency of deaths from publicized events like tornadoes, floods, and homicides, and we tend to underestimate the frequency of deaths from less publicized ones like diabetes, stroke, and stomach cancer. Why? As we learned in Part 2, we tend to overestimate how often rare but recent, vivid, or highly publicized events happen. The media has an interest in translating the improbable into the believable. There is a difference between the real risk of something and the risk that sells papers. A catastrophe like a plane crash makes a compelling news story. Highly emotional events make headlines, but they are not an indicator of their actual frequency. You should instead consider all the times that nothing happens. Most flights are accident-free. You should ask yourself, how likely is this event to happen, and how serious would its consequences be? John is boarding a day flight from Los Angeles to Washington, and he wonders, how likely am I to die on this trip? What is the risk of a disaster? First, we need to know the available record of any previous flights that can be compared to John's. Assume that we find that in 1 out of every 10,000 flights there was an accident. The record also shows that when an accident does happen, on average, 8 out of 10 of the passengers are killed, 1 is injured, and 1 is safe. This means that the chance that a passenger will be involved in an accident is 1 in 10,000. The chance of being killed is 1 in 12,500, and the chance of being injured is 1 in 100,000. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, Dr. Arnold Barnett of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, who is a widely recognized expert on air traffic safety, measured a passenger's odds of surviving their next flight. He related the probability of not being in a fatal air carrier accident to the probability of not surviving if a fatal accident does happen. In the year 2000, he found that the odds were 5.8 million to 1. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, the number of passengers who were killed in air accidents in the U.S. between 1992 and 2001 was 433, including the 232 who were aboard the 4 hijacked flights on September 11, 2001. For reference, in 2001, the annual number of lives that were lost in road traffic accidents in the U.S. was 42,119. That people feel safer driving than flying makes sense, since we are oriented towards our own survival. As Antonio Damasio says in his book, Descartes' Error, planes do crash now and then, and fewer people survive plane crashes than survive car crashes. Studies also show that we fear harm from things that are unfamiliar to us, much more than we do from mundane hazards, and we also fear things that we feel we don't have control over. We don't feel like we are in control when we are flying. Why do we lose money when we gamble, and why do we invest in exotic, long-shot ventures? We often overestimate the chance of low probability but high payoff bets. For example, how likely is it that anyone could guess a number between 1 and 14 million? What is Mary's chance of winning the Lotto 649 if there are 14 million possible outcomes? What must happen for her to win? She must pick 6 numbers out of 49, and if they all match, she wins. What can happen? How many numbers can she choose from? The number of possible ways that she can choose 6 numbers out of 49 is 13,983,816. The probability that someone will choose the winning combination is therefore about 1 in 14 million. This is only slightly better than throwing heads on 24 successive tosses of a coin. Imagine the time it would take to put together 14 million combinations. If we assume that every combination on average takes 1 minute to put down on paper, and that Mary picks numbers for 24 hours a day, it would take her 27 years to write them all down. Even if Mary were to invest $14 million to buy 14 million tickets, in the hopes of winning a $20 million jackpot, she might have to share the jackpot with others who also picked the winning number. If just one other person also picked the winning combination, she would lose $4 million. So why do people play a game when the likelihood of losing is so high? Even if we exclude the amusement factor and the reinforcement from an occasional payoff, it is still understandable, since they perceive the benefit of being right as huge and the cost of being wrong as low, which is merely the cost of the ticket. Remember the advice of Benjamin Franklin, "He that waits upon fortune is never sure of a dinner." Now let's discuss mathematical expectation. A lottery has 100 tickets and each ticket costs $10. The cash prize is $500. Is it worthwhile for Mary to buy a lottery ticket? The expected value of this game is the probability of winning, which is 1 in 100, multiplied by the prize, which is $500, minus the probability of losing, which is 99 out of 100, multiplied by the cost of playing, which is $10. For each outcome, we take its probability and multiply it by its consequence, which can be either a reward or a cost, and then we add up the figures. This means that Mary's expected value of buying a lottery ticket is a loss of about $5. We need to separate between playing a few games and playing many games. Since probability is the number of times that an event is likely to happen during a large number of trials, the expected value is the amount that Mary should expect to win or lose per game if she were to make the same bet many times. The expected value tells Mary that she should, on average, expect to lose $5 every time she plays, if she were to play the same lottery over and over again. It does not tell her what she can expect from a single game. Mary has a 1% chance of winning the lottery, and if she wins, her gain will be $490. But she also has a 99% chance of losing $10. Most of our decisions in our everyday lives are one-time bets, choices that we will only face once. Still, this is not the last decision that we will ever make. There are a large number of uncertain decisions that we will have to make over our lifetime. We make bets every day. So if we view our life's decisions as a series of gambles, we should use the expected value as a guide whenever it is appropriate. Over time, we will come out better. John placed $38 on the roulette table. Mathematics and human nature make it impossible for us to beat the roulette wheel for any considerable length of time. If we play at a casino once, we may be lucky and win some money in the short run, but we should expect to lose in the long run. The casino always has the advantage. There are 38 different numbers, including the double zero, on a roulette wheel. When the croupier spins the wheel, there is an equal chance of the ball landing in any one of the 38 slots. If John puts $1 on a single number and his number comes up, he will win $35. On average, his expected value of a $1 bet is a loss of 5.26 cents. Over the long run, John will lose an average of 5.26 cents for every dollar that he places on the table. The odds are always set so that they average out in the casino's favor. If I just stay at the table long enough, the odds will turn in my favor, and I will win back everything I have lost. But this is what the casino wants us to believe. The casino can't predict the outcome of any particular bet, But as soon as there are a large number of individual players who are making bets, the casino will make money. As one casino operator said, "What I love is the risk. Some nights we make money, and other nights we make more money." Even if we do win in the short run, our human nature can turn us into losers. Nearly all of those who win big will continue to play until they have lost all their gains, and perhaps even more. This is well illustrated by Henry Howard Harper in his book, The Psychology of Speculation. It is said to be a proven fact that the chances are so much against the player that a roulette wheel can be run at a profit, even if the percentage in favor of the house is entirely eliminated. This is due to the fact that the excitement of play can cause a certain confusion of mind, and players are prone to do the wrong thing. For instance, they might double their bets when they are in an adverse run of luck, and pinch them when their luck is running favorably. Or, on the other hand, players who have pressed their advantage and doubled their bets in a run of favorable luck will often continue stubbornly to plunge long after their luck has changed. And precisely the same psychology applies to trading in stocks. Next, let's look at the idea that chance has no memory. My luck is about to change, the trend will reverse. We tend to believe that the probability of an independent event is lowered when it has happened recently, or that its probability is increased when it hasn't happened recently. For example, after a run of bad outcomes in independent events that appear to be random, we sometimes believe that a good outcome is due. But the previous outcomes of an event neither influence nor have any predictive value on its future outcomes. There is neither a memory nor a sense of justice in chance. Mary flipped a coin and got 5 heads in a row. Is a tail due? It must be, since in the long run the heads and the tails should balance out. When we say that the probability of tossing a tail is 50%, we mean that over a long run of tosses, tails will come up half the time. But the probability that Mary will flip a head on her 5th toss is still 50%. The coin has no sense of fairness. As the 19th century French mathematician Joseph Bertrand said, "The coin has neither memory nor consciousness." Mary has committed the gambler's fallacy. This happens when we believe that when something has continued for a certain period of time, it must then go back to its long-term average. This is the same as the roulette player who bets on red merely because black has come up 4 times in a row. But black has the same chance as red to come up on the next spin. Each spin, each outcome, is independent of the one that came before it. Only in the long run will the ratio of red to black become equal. Every single time that Mary plays, the probability that the coin will land on heads is 50%, and the probability that it will land on tails is 50%. Even if we know that the probability is 50%, we can't predict if any given flip will result in a head or a tail. We may flip heads 10 times in a row, or we may not flip heads at all. The laws of probability don't count out luck. "I got a speeding ticket yesterday, so now I can cross the speed limit again," said John. Even criminals can suffer from the gambler's fallacy. Studies show that repeat criminals often expect their chance of getting caught to be reduced after they have been caught and punished, unless they believe that they are extremely unlucky. Mary finds it comforting to know that it will take another 99 years until the next giant storm happens. What is a 100-year storm? To predict storms, we have to look at past statistics, that is, how often in the recorded past a storm of a certain magnitude has occurred. We also have to assume that the same magnitude of storm will occur with the same frequency in the future. A 100-year storm doesn't mean that it will only happen once every 100 years. It could happen in any year. If we get a once-in-100-year storm this year, another big one could happen next year. A 100-year event only means that there is a 1% chance that the event will happen in any given year. So even if large storms are rare, they still occur at random. The same reasoning is true for floods, tsunamis, or airplane crashes. In all independent events that have random components in them, there is no memory of the past. Now let's talk about controlling chance events. The craps table was filled with people who were tossing their dice softly and asking for a low number. We often believe in lucky numbers, and we believe that we can control the outcome of chance events. But our skill or our effort doesn't change the probability of chance events. Change tickets! Are you crazy? I would feel awful if my number came up and I had traded it away. In one experiment, a social psychologist found that people were more reluctant to give up a lottery ticket that they had chosen themselves than one that had been selected at random for them. They wanted 4 times as much money for selling the tickets that they had chosen themselves compared to what they wanted for the randomly selected tickets. But in random drawings, it doesn't make any difference if we choose a ticket ourselves or if we are assigned one. The probability of winning is exactly the same. The lesson here is, if you want to sell lottery tickets, let people choose their own numbers instead of randomly drawing them. Now let's look at gains, losses, and utility. The 18th century Swiss mathematician Daniel Bernoulli once said, "A gain of 1,000 ducats is more significant to a pauper than to a rich man, though both gain the same amount." This means that the utility or the personal value of an outcome can differ for different people and at different stages of their lives. For example, our preferences can change as our state of wealth changes. Often, when we make financial decisions, we don't consider our total wealth. Instead, we judge a decision by evaluating the changes in our wealth that are measured in terms of short-term gains and losses. Should I invest? There is a 50% probability that I will gain $10,000, and there is a 50% probability that I will lose $4,000. Since I get pleasure from gains and the expected value of this investment is a positive $3,000, I will decide to invest. Instead of this, we should take a more long-term view and think in terms of our total wealth. We should add our current wealth to all the possible financial outcomes and then choose the alternative that has a higher expected utility, considering our own psychological nature, our talent, and our goals. My present wealth is $1 million. Do I choose $1 million for sure, or do I choose a 50-50 chance of having either $996,000 or $1,010,000? Since the expected utility that would result from integrating this favorable investment with my current wealth is lower than the expected utility of my current wealth, I will not invest. Remember that the concept of utility is about the personal value of the potential consequences of a decision, and it is therefore different for different individuals. An individual who finds that the expected utility that would result from integrating this investment with their wealth is higher than or about the same as the expected utility of their current wealth will choose the favorable investment. You should always ask yourself, what will I end up with? How much will I have if I succeed, and how much will I have if I fail? How certain am I of this, and what is the expected utility of this decision? Next, let's look at the consequences of low-frequency events. Imagine the following scenario. For outcome A, there is a 1 in 1,000 probability of losing $100 and a 999 in 1,000 probability of losing $1. The expected value is negative 1.1. For outcome B, there is a 1 in 1,000 probability of losing $1,000 and a 999 in 1,000 probability of losing 1 cent. The expected value is negative 1.1. Both of these outcomes have the same expected value, but they differ hugely in their cost of consequences. We can't just look at how likely an unwanted event is to happen. We must also rate the magnitude of its consequences. Before you take an action, you should ask yourself, what are the benefits and what are the costs? What might go wrong? How could it go wrong? How much could I lose? What is the probability and the consequence of failure over time? And how can the probability and the consequence of failure be reduced? What if the probability of success is high, but the consequence of failure is terrible? Finally, let's look at the consequences of being wrong. The Professor Emeritus Edward Wilson once said in his book, Consilience, "Take no chance whatsoever with food poisoning and stay away from places where others have been recently killed, regardless of what the mathematical laws of probability tell you." Pascal's wager is Blaise Pascal's argument for believing in God. Pascal reasoned as follows: if we believe in God and God exists, we will gain in the afterlife. If we don't believe in God and God exists, we will lose in the afterlife. Independent of the probability of a God existing, the consequences of not believing are so awful that we should hedge our bets and believe. Pascal suggests that we are playing a game with two choices: to believe and to not believe, with the following consequences. If God does exist, and we believe that God exists, then we will be saved, which is good. If we don't believe, and God is unforgiving, then we will be damned. If we believe, but God doesn't exist, then we will have missed out on some worldly pleasures. And if God doesn't exist, and we don't believe that God exists, then we will have lived a normal life. The expected value of believing is the probability that God exists multiplied by the value of being saved, plus the probability that God does not exist multiplied by the cost of the inconvenience of believing. The expected value of not believing is the probability that God exists multiplied by the cost of being damned, plus the probability that God does not exist multiplied by the value of living a normal life. Pascal said, "If I lost, I would have lost little. If I won, I would have gained eternal life." Our choice depends on the probabilities, but Pascal assumed that the consequences of being damned would be infinite, which means that the expected value of believing is the least negative, and therefore he reasoned that believing in God is the best choice, no matter how low we set the probability that God exists. John wants to make some extra money and is offered the chance to play Russian roulette. If he wins, he will get $10 million. Should he play? There are 6 equally likely possible outcomes when he pulls the trigger: 5 empty chambers and 1 bullet. This makes the probability of winning 5/6 or 83%. This is the same as saying that John is playing a lottery with only 6 tickets, where one of the tickets is lethal. Should he play this game once? The probability is 83% that he will get $10 million, and the probability is only 17% that he will lose. Let's look at the consequences of this decision. If John doesn't play and there was a bullet in the chamber, he will be glad that he didn't play. If he does play and there is a bullet, he will die. If he doesn't play and there was no bullet, he will lose the pleasure that the extra money could have bought him. And if he does play and there is no bullet, he will gain $10 million, which would buy him a lot of extra pleasure. To play this game is to risk death in exchange for extra pleasure. There is an 83% probability that John will be right, but the consequence of being wrong is fatal. Even if the probabilities favor him, the downside is unbearable. Why should John risk his life? The value of our survival is infinite, so the strategy of not playing is the best one, no matter what probability we assign to the existence of no bullet or what amount of money is being offered. But there may be some exceptions. Someone who is poor, is in need of supporting a family, and who knows that he will die of a lethal disease within 3 months might pull the trigger. He could lose 3 months of his life, but if he wins, his family will be taken care of after his death. We should never risk something that we have and need for something that we don't need, but some people still pull the trigger anyway. This is what Warren Buffett said about the long-term capital management affair. Here were 16 extremely bright, and I do mean extremely bright people at the top of LTCM. The average IQ among their top 16 people would probably be as high or higher than at any other organization you could find. And individually, they had decades of experience, collectively, centuries of experience in the sort of securities in which LTCM was invested. Moreover, they had a huge amount of their own money up, and probably a very high percentage of their net worth in almost every case. So here were super bright, extremely experienced people operating with their own money. And yet, in effect, on that day in September, they were broke. To me, that's absolutely fascinating. In fact, there's a book with a great title, You Only Have to Get Rich Once. It's a great title, but not a very good book. But the title is right. You only have to get rich once. Why do very bright people risk losing something that's very important to them to gain something that's totally unimportant? The added money has no utility whatsoever. and the money that was lost had enormous utility. And on top of that, their reputation gets tarnished and all of that sort of thing. So the gain-loss ratio, in any real sense, is just incredible. Whenever a really bright person who has a lot of money goes broke, it's because of leverage. It's almost impossible to go broke without borrowed money being in the equation. Now let's begin Chapter 6 of this part. Chapter 6. First, let's discuss systems construction and planning processes. Benjamin Franklin once wrote, "He that builds before he counts the cost acts foolishly, and he that counts before he builds finds he did not count wisely." Just as John started to renovate his house, Transcorp initiated a billion-dollar project. Why do house construction projects, startups, or product development ventures often take more time, more money, and more effort than we expect? For example, one study found that of 3,500 projects that were executed, the project's budget was often exceeded by 40 to 200%. Studies by the planning professor Bent Fleabjerg found that about 9 out of 10 transportation infrastructure projects had cost overruns. His studies also found large deviations between the forecast and the actual traffic demand volumes. He gives us several examples of this. Boston's Central Artery Tunnel was 275%, or $11 billion over budget in constant dollars. The costs for Denver's $5 billion international airport were close to 200% higher than had been estimated. And the passenger traffic in its opening year was only half of what had been projected. Denmark's Great Belt Underwater Rail Tunnel had cost overruns of 110%. Other examples of projects with cost overruns and benefit shortfalls are Bangkok's SkyTrain, the Los Angeles Convention Center, Quebec's Olympic Stadium, the Eurofighter military jet, the Channel Tunnel, the Pentagon spy satellite program, and the 2004 Olympics in Athens. A project is composed of a series of steps, all of which must be achieved for the project to succeed. Each individual step has some probability of failure. We often underestimate the large number of things that may happen in the future, or all the opportunities for failure that may cause a project to go wrong. Humans make mistakes. Equipment fails, technologies don't work as planned, we have unrealistic expectations and biases, including the sunk cost syndrome. We may be inexperienced, we may have the wrong incentives, a contractor may fail, we may be using an untested technology, there may be delays, wrong deliveries, changing requirements, or random events, and we may ignore early warning signals. All of these can be reasons for delays, cost overruns, and mistakes. We often focus too much on the specific project case and ignore what normally happens in similar situations, which is the base rate frequency of the outcomes of both our own and others' projects. Why should some project be any different from the long-term record of similar ones? George Bernard Shaw once said, "We learn from history that man can never learn anything from history." The more independent steps that are involved in achieving a scenario, the more opportunities there are for failure, and the less likely it is that the scenario will actually happen. We often underestimate the number of steps, the number of people, and the number of decisions that are involved in a project. Add to this the fact that we often forget that the reliability of a system is a function of the whole system. The weakest link sets the upper limit for the whole chain. Transcorp wants to develop a new product. To predict the probability of developing this new product, we would need to know all the steps in the product development chain and the probability of each one of them succeeding. Let's say the project is composed of 6 steps, and each step is independent of the others. Each step has an 80% probability of success. Based on similar development programs that have been performed under the same conditions, Transcorp estimates that 8 out of 10 times each step will be successful. In 2 out of 10 times, something will happen that will prevent each step from succeeding. But since each step is independent, the probabilities must be multiplied together. So the probability that the company will finally succeed in developing the product is only 26%. This means that Transcorp should expect success only about 1 time out of 4. So even if each individual step had an 80% probability of success, when they are all combined, the probability of the product's success decreases to only 26%. Every time we add another step to some system, the probability that the system will work is reduced. John is thinking of investing in a biotech startup. The professor and startup coach John Neschheim, who has been involved in over 300 startups, tells us in his book, High-Tech Startup, that only 6 out of 1 million high-tech ideas ever turn into a public company. This base rate frequency tells us that there is a low prior probability of a startup turning into a public company. Take a biotech venture as an example. Studies show that of every 10,000 to 30,000 drug candidate molecules that enter into the discovery phase, only 250 ever make it to the preclinical evaluation phase. And of those, only 5 to 10 make it to the clinical phase, and only 1 ever gets approved. There are so many things that must go right before a venture can become a business that actually generates money. Factors like its technological virtue, its product safety, its cost effectiveness, its manufacturing, any patent issues, the product's stability, any regulatory matters, the market assessment, its competitive position, its financial needs and their availability, and so on. How can we put a probability number on all these factors? And even if we can, all these factors must work out in order to achieve the desired scenario. You should always ask yourself, what is the prior probability of success for this type of venture before I even consider this specific case? Warren Buffett says on the subject of biotech, how many of these companies are making a couple of $100 million a year? It just doesn't happen. It's not that easy to make lots of money in a business in a capitalistic society. There are people that are looking at what you're doing every day and trying to figure out a way to do it better, to underprice you, to bring out a better product, or whatever it may be. The compensation that we need for taking a risk is really a function of the wanted outcome in relation to all the possible outcomes. Take rolling a die as an example. How likely is it that we will get a 6 4 times in a row? If we have to invest $1 to play this game once, we would need to get back $1,296 just to break even. There are 1,296 possible outcomes, and only one of them is the favorable one. The more negative things that can happen, or the more positive things that must happen, the better compensated we must be for taking on the risk. You should always ask yourself, what can happen, and what would the consequences be? And you should always try to anticipate any unforeseen obstacles. If you do make any venture investments, you should follow the advice of Warren Buffett. You may consciously purchase a risky investment, one that indeed has a significant possibility of causing a loss or an injury, if you believe that your gain, weighted for the probabilities, considerably exceeds your loss, comparably weighted, and if you can commit to a number of similar but unrelated opportunities. Most venture capitalists employ this strategy. Should you choose to pursue this course, you should adopt the outlook of a casino that owns a roulette wheel, which will want to see lots of action because it is favored by the probabilities, but which will refuse to accept a single huge bet. We can demonstrate Buffett's advice mathematically. Suppose a startup has a 40% probability of succeeding. The probability that 10 mutually independent startups, all with the same probability of success, will all succeed is only 0.01%. But the probability that at least one of them will succeed is 99.4%. Here, we have assumed that the fate of each venture is independent of the fate of the others, that one startup's failing will make it no more likely that another startup will also fail. How can we fund this venture if we don't present a great future? You should always consider the bias that comes from incentives. To sell a venture, the expected returns are often overestimated. Warren Buffett says, "We expect all of our businesses to now and then have their ups and downs. Only in the sales presentations of investment banks do earnings move forever upward." Now let's discuss systems failure and accidents. On July 25, 2000, a Concorde jet that was bound from Paris to New York crashed shortly after its takeoff. All 109 people on board were killed, along with 4 people on the ground. A stray metal strip on the runway that had been lost by another aircraft had caused the event. As a result, one of the Concorde's tires had burst. The explosion of the tire had sent pieces of rubber into the plane's fuel tank, which had caused a fuel leak and a fire. We often underestimate how likely it is that an event will happen when it may happen in one way or another. Accidents can and do happen if they have the opportunity to happen. The astronomy professor Carl Sagan once said, in his book, Carl Sagan, A Life in the Cosmos, the Chernobyl and Challenger disasters remind us that highly visible technological systems in which enormous national prestige had been invested can nevertheless experience catastrophic failures. The safety of a system doesn't reside in any one of its components, but in the interactions of all of its components. If one key component of a system fails, the entire system may fail. Assume that a space shuttle is composed of 2,000 independent parts or smaller systems, and that each of them has a working probability of 99.9%. All of these parts need to work for the shuttle to work. But the probability that at least one of these parts will not work, which would cause the shuttle to malfunction, is 86%. Many parts means many opportunities for failure. The blackout began at 10:30 p.m. in the Omaha area, and the domino effect caused a cascade of electricity cuts throughout the U.S. Some systems are more prone to accidents than others because of the number of their components and their connections and interactions. The more variables we add to a system, and the more they interact with each other, the more complicated we make it, and the more opportunity the system has to fail. Improving certain parts in highly interconnected systems may do little to eliminate any future problems. There is always the possibility of multiple simultaneous failures, and the more complicated the system is, the harder it is to predict all the possible failures. The exception to this is systems that can serve as a substitute if the present system breaks down. We must always ensure that our backup systems don't cause any unwanted effects, or that some of their parts don't share the same defects. We must also separate between independent and dependent events. Let's say that the probability that an airplane's navigation system will work is 99%, and the probability that its backup navigation system will work is 90%. If the probability that the backup system will fail is not influenced by whether the primary system fails or not, then the probability that neither of the navigation systems will work is only 0.1%. The reliability of the navigation system as a whole is therefore 99.9%, since at least one of the navigation systems will work. But if the systems are dependent, that is, if the probability of the backup system's failing rises if the primary system fails, then the overall probability of a system failure will increase. We can't assume that all events are independent of each other. What happens next in a chain of events may not be independent of the previous outcome. The subsystems may share something in common. For example, the aircraft's engines may draw their fuel from a common supply and a common pump. Dependence can also be caused by the fact that the parts are of the same design or are manufactured by the same company. Unlikely things can happen if enough time passes. An event that has 1 chance in 20 of happening in any given year, assuming that the probability stays the same over time, is nearly certain to happen over a period of 50 years. But if we were to reduce the probability of that event to 1 chance in 40, then the probability of the events happening at least once over a 50-year period would be decreased to about 72%. Suppose there are 40 independent ways for a nuclear accident to happen in any given year, and each of them has a probability of 1 in 1,000. The probability that an accident will happen in any given year would then be about 4%, and the probability that at least one nuclear accident will happen during the next 10 years would be 33%. We might be able to reduce the probability of accidents, but we can't eliminate them completely. At 3:42 p.m., San Francisco was shaken by a major earthquake. Based on the frequency of earthquakes and on scientific data, scientists estimated in 2003 that there is a 62% probability, with an error range of anywhere from 38 to 87%, of at least one earthquake with a magnitude of 6.7 or greater, striking somewhere in the Bay Area before the year 2032. The probability of a major earthquake happening in any given year is therefore about 3.2%. Assuming that the probability of a major earthquake's happening in any given year stays the same, and the probability that a major earthquake will happen at least once during the next 5 years is 15%. Regardless of the factors that are considered in predicting earthquakes, chance still plays a role in whether a large earthquake will happen. Can we predict the time, the location, and the magnitude of a future earthquake? The Berkeley statistics professors David Friedman and Philip Stark say in their report, "What is the chance of an earthquake?" that a larger earthquake in the Bay Area is inevitable and is imminent in geologic time. They say, probabilities are a distraction. Instead of making forecasts, the USGS could help to improve the building codes and to plan the government's response to the next large earthquake. Bay Area residents should take reasonable precautions, including bracing and bolting their homes, as well as securing their water heaters, their bookcases, and other heavy objects. They should also keep first aid supplies, water, and food on hand, and they should largely ignore the USGS probability forecast. Our technology was foolproof. How could this have happened? Many systems fail because they focus on the machines, not on the people that use them. For example, a study of anesthesiologists found that human error was involved in 82% of all preventable accidents. The remainder of the accidents were due to equipment failure. Even if the probability that some technology will work is 99.99%, human fallibility can make the system less reliable than the technological reliability alone. Humans are involved in the designing, the execution, and the follow-up of all systems. And excluding our ignorance and our insufficient knowledge, and given the complexity of the interaction of human and non-human factors, there is a multitude of ways in which things can go wrong. In 1983, Korean Airlines Flight 007 was shot down far into Russian territory for violating Russian airspace. All 269 people on board were killed. The plane had deviated close to 360 miles from its predetermined track. It was later shown that a chain of accidental events had led the plane off its track. It had all started when the plane had left Anchorage, Alaska. The captain and the crew had been tired when the plane had taken off. A series of small events, each one trivial in itself, had combined to cause a catastrophe. "Sorry, I left a metal instrument in your abdomen." Doctors sometimes make mistakes, both in diagnosing and in treating their patients. For example, a surgeon might leave a metal instrument in a patient's abdomen. A patient might have the wrong leg amputated. A cardiac surgeon might bypass the wrong artery. A doctor might prescribe the wrong drug. A diagnosis of a complete heart block might be missed. A colon cancer might be missed. A diagnosis of a pulmonary embolism might be wrong, or a blood product might be mislabeled. In the Harvard Medical Practice Study of 1991, a random sample of 30,000 patients from 51 hospitals in the state of New York was selected. Their medical records were examined to detect any evidence of injuries that had been caused by medical mismanagement. The study showed that 3.7% of the patients had had complications that had either prolonged their hospital stay or had resulted in a disability, and negligence had accounted for 1% of these cases. Later studies have shown that medical errors account for between 44,000 and 98,000 deaths in the U.S. every year, and that medication errors are the 8th leading cause of death. A study of 100 cases of diagnostic errors in internal medicine showed that system-related factors had contributed in 65% of the cases, and that cognitive factors had contributed in 74% of them. The cognitive and the system-related factors had often co-occurred, and the single most common cause of the cognitive-based errors was the tendency to stop considering other possible explanations after a diagnosis had been reached. Studies of autopsies show that a U.S. institution with an autopsy rate of 5% can expect to misdiagnose a principal underlying disease or the primary cause of death about 24% of the time. And even a hospital that does autopsies on everyone should still expect an error rate of about 8%. Henry Ford once said, "Don't find fault, find a remedy. Don't assign blame. Instead, you should look for the causes and for preventive methods." It is often better to prevent future errors by designing safety into our systems than to punish individuals for their past errors. Blame does little to improve safety or to prevent others from making the same mistake. For example, the aviation industry assumes that errors of judgment will happen, and that it is better to seek out their causes than to assign blame. That is why the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, has an Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS, for analyzing and reporting aviation incidents. The FAA utilizes NASA as a third party to receive its aviation safety reports. This cooperation invites pilots to report to NASA any actual or potential deficiencies that involve aviation safety. The fact that NASA is the receiver of these reports ensures the confidentiality and the anonymity of the reporter and of all the parties that are involved in an incident. And there has been no breach of this confidentiality in more than 20 years of the ASRS being under NASA's management. Pilots who report an incident within 10 days of its occurrence have automatic immunity from any punishment. Now let's look at the safety factor. We always consider variability and unpredictability when we are setting our safety factors. We act as if we were building a bridge. We are very conservative. Ancient Rome used incentives in the design and the construction of its safe bridges. The designer of a bridge had to stand under it after its completion, while chariots drove over the top. This put both the designer's life and the lives of those who would use the bridge at risk. This increased the probability that the designers would make sure that the bridge would hold up. Engineers and architects always add a safety factor to their designs to accommodate for any uncertainty. This factor depends on the consequences of a failure, how well the risks are understood, the characteristics of the system, and the degree of control that is possible. You should assume that accidents will happen, and you should prepare for when people and technology don't work as they are planned to. Systems should be designed to eliminate the probability of bad events, or to limit their consequences if they do happen. We can borrow an idea from the aviation industry, where all incidents are thoroughly investigated to learn what went wrong and how to do better next time. This is called critical incident analysis. You should ask yourself, how do specific accidents evolve? What are the major factors that contribute to them? And are there any common patterns? We need to add a factor of safety for both known and unknown risks. We have to consider the breakpoints of a system, and we have to build in defense systems and contingency plans. We must also simplify and standardize our equipment and our processes, and we should use checklists to decrease the likelihood of operator errors. Now let's begin Chapter 7 of this part. Chapter 7, Coincidences and Miracles. First, let's talk about coincidences. The author John Allen Paulos once wrote in his book Beyond Numeracy, the most astonishingly incredible coincidence imaginable would be the complete absence of all coincidences. We tend to notice certain things and ignore others. We select and talk about the amazing events, not the ordinary ones. We see coincidences after they have happened, but we don't see them before they happen. We often underestimate how many opportunities there are for unlikely events to happen. Surprises and improbable events can and do happen if they have enough opportunities to happen. There are many ways in which events may be linked together. Getting 5 tails in a row is certain to happen somewhere, sometime, to someone. The chances may be small that an event will happen at a particular place, at a particular time, or to a particular person. But with many places, over long periods of time, or with many individuals, the seemingly improbable will eventually happen. As Aristotle once said, it is likely that unlikely things should happen. Someone flips tails 20 times in a row. Amazing, isn't it? Seen as an isolated event, it may seem unlikely, but with a large enough group of people to choose from, it is likely that it will happen to someone. In a group of 1,048,576 people, it is likely to happen to someone. In fact, in the US, which is a country with about 280 million people, 1 in a million chance events happen about 280 times a day. How likely is it that two people will share the same birthday? There are many opportunities for coincidences. For example, in a group of 23 people, the probability is 50.7% that two of them will share the same birthday. It is rather likely that an event like this will happen, since there are many ways that two people can share an unspecified birthday. It is important to observe that the question is not how likely it is that two people will share any particular birthday. The question is whether it is likely that two people will share an unspecified birthday. How many people would have to be present at Mary's birthday dinner so that there would be more than a 50% chance that one of the other guests would have the same birthday as Mary? The answer is 183, since we are now working with the restriction that two people must share a particular birthday. Scale matters. When the numbers are large enough, improbable things can and do happen. The more available opportunities there are, or the longer the time is, the more likely it is that unlikely events will happen. You should always ask yourself, what are all the possible outcomes? And what is their likelihood? And what else could have happened? Now let's talk about making up causes for chance events. Michael Shermer, the publisher of Skeptic magazine, once said, "Humans are pattern-seeking, storytelling animals. We look for and find patterns in our world and in our lives, then we weave narratives around those patterns to bring them to life and give them meaning." John tosses a single die 6 times, and the result is either A, 623514, or B, 666111. Which of these alternatives showed the correct outcome? Even if A looks random and B looks like it has a pattern, in independent chance events, both A and B are equally likely or unlikely to appear. Random events may not look random. Independent sequences of events can often show an order or streaks. For example, during the Second World War, people saw a pattern in the German bomb hits of London, and they expected that some areas would be more dangerous than others. But the bombs were actually randomly distributed over the city. We want to find reasons for all kinds of events, whether they are random or not. We often search for patterns even where none exist. For example, we might think that there must be something important happening if a particular number comes up again and again. But it is always possible to find patterns and meaning in an event if we actively search for them and selectively pick anything that fits the pattern and ignore everything that doesn't. But we can't predict the pattern in advance. John rolls 5 dice and gets 5 sixes. The probability that some roll will contain any 5 specified numbers is very small. It is only 1 in 7,776. When we toss 5 dice, there are precisely 7,776 different combinations of numbers that can appear. Every one of these combinations is equally likely, and one of them is certain to happen every time we roll the 5 dice. Even if one particular combination, like 5 sixes, is improbable, no single combination is impossible. Any combination that happens is simply one out of a number of equally likely outcomes. It may have been improbable that John rolled 5 sixes, but it was not impossible. Anything can happen if the number of possibilities is large enough. People have seen a human face on Mars, faces in rocks and clouds, and even in a grilled cheese sandwich. But that is no mystery. Given the large numbers of rocks, clouds, and sandwiches that exist in the world, sooner or later we will find one that looks like a face, or even a particular face. Finally, let's talk about believing in miracles. In Arthur Conan Doyle's story, Silver Blaze, Inspector Gregory asks Sherlock Holmes, "Is there any point to which you would wish to draw my attention?" To which Holmes replies, "To the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime." The inspector then says, "The dog did nothing in the nighttime." And Holmes remarks, "That was the curious incident." Mary thinks about calling her friend Jill. Suddenly the phone rings and it is Jill. Is something paranormal going on? No. Mary has forgotten about all the times that Jill didn't call when she was thinking about her, or the times that someone else called, or the times that Jill called but Mary wasn't thinking of her, or the times that Jill didn't call when Mary wasn't thinking of her. When Mary thinks about Jill and the phone rings, it registers as an event and it is something that we will remember. But when Jill doesn't call, it is a non-event. Nothing has happened, nothing is registered, and therefore nothing is remembered. We often pay little or no attention to the times when nothing happens. We shouldn't look at past events and try to find significance in the amazing ones. We need to make comparisons among the cases that involve no cause or no effect, and we need to look at all the other things that might have happened instead. The psychic predicted the tornado. Amazing. It sounds too good to be true by chance. But what we didn't know was that the psychic predicts a tornado every week. As Marcus Tullius Cicero once said, "For who can shoot all day without striking the target occasionally?" We often don't notice the incorrect predictions. We only notice the rare moments when something does happen. We forget when they are wrong, and we only remember when they were right. And many times, we want them to be right. So we hear what we want to hear and we fill in the blanks. Mark Twain once wrote, "The art of prophecy is very difficult, especially with respect to the future." This is why it's important to remain skeptical of future tellers. Their right guesses are often highly publicized, but not all of their wrong guesses. As the Harvard professor Theodore Levitt once said, "It's easy to be a prophet. You make 25 predictions, and the ones that come true are the ones you talk about." And Michel de Montaigne adds, "Besides, nobody keeps a record of their erroneous prophecies, since they are infinite and they happen every day." The future teller's predictions are often so far in the future that they never have to face the consequences when they are wrong. Or they make their forecasts so general that they can apply to anyone or to any outcome, so they can't be proved wrong. There is no evidence that ghosts don't exist. Some things can't be proven false. But the fact that there is no evidence against the existence of ghosts isn't the same as confirming evidence that there are ghosts. What is true depends on the amount of evidence that supports it, not on the lack of evidence against it. Mary comes home from school and tells John, "My friend Alice witnessed a miracle." The 18th century Scottish philosopher David Hume suggested a test that we can use to analyze claims of miraculous events. He said, "No testimony is sufficient to establish a miracle unless the testimony be of such a kind that its falsehood would be more miraculous than the fact which it endeavors to establish." Hume suggests the following test. If the opposite of a given statement is more likely to be true, then the statement is probably false. So, isn't it more likely that the opposite of Mary's statement, that Alice didn't witness a miracle, is true? Not because miracles are impossible, but because the alternative explanation of an illusion is more probable. How many things that are impossible must happen for a miracle to be true? The German poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe once said, "Mysteries are not necessarily miracles." The fact that an event can't be explained doesn't mean that it is a miracle. No theory can explain everything. As Michael Shermer says, "My analogy is that the LAPD can solve, say, 90% of the annual homicides. Are we to assume that the other 10% have supernatural or paranormal causes? No, of course not, because we all understand that the police cannot solve all murder mysteries." Bertrand Russell once said in his book, A History of Western Philosophy, "Uncertainty in the presence of vivid hopes and fears is painful, but it must be endured if we wish to live without the support of comforting fairy tales." Now let's begin Chapter 8 of this part. Chapter 8, Reliability of Case Evidence. First, let's discuss prior probabilities. At the dinner table, John tells Mary, "One of our employees got caught today for stealing, but she said that she had never done it before and that she will never do it again." How likely is it that she had never done it before? You should look at the prior probability of her stealing, considering, for example, the base rate, or how typical or representative an event or an attribute like this is. Charles Munger tells us how John should think about this situation. If you're going to catch 10 embezzlements a year, what are the chances that any one of them, applying what Tversky and Kahneman called the base rate information, will be somebody who only did it this once? And the people who have done it before and are going to do it again, what are they all going to say? Well, in the history of the company, they always say, I never did it before and I'm never going to do it again. And we cashier them. It would be evil not to, because terrible behavior spreads. Does an eyewitness's identification or DNA evidence mean that a person is guilty? Does a positive medical test mean that a person has a certain disease? In the 18th century, the English mathematician and minister Thomas Bayes laid a foundation for a method of evaluating evidence. The French mathematician Pierre-Simon de Laplace later brought this method to its modern form. Bayes' theorem makes it possible for us to update the prior probability of an outcome in the light of new evidence. It is easier to use if we change the probability formats into frequency formats. Let's use Bayes' theorem with a modified version of the classic cab problem, which was originally developed by the psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. John testifies in court, I witnessed the accident and the cab that was involved was green. John's vision has been reliably tested, and the tests have established that he can identify the color green correctly 8 out of 10 times. John has said green in 8 out of 10 cases when something was actually green, and he has said green 2 times out of 10 when something was actually blue. This means that John has misidentified the color 2 out of 10 times. So how trustworthy is John as an eyewitness? A witness's testimony always contains a certain degree of uncertainty. You should also remember that the reliability of any observation not only depends on the reliability of the observer, even if John has good eyes, but also on how likely his observation is to be true, given the prior probabilities. First, we must ask, what is the prior probability of the outcome? How probable is it that a green cab was involved in the accident before we consider John's evidence? Assume that the relative frequency, or the proportion of cabs of a certain color in a particular population at a specific point in time, can give us information about the prior probability of that color of cab being involved in the accident. What was the proportion of blue and green cabs out of all the cabs in the town at the time of the accident? Assume that there were a total of 100 cabs in the town and that 90 of them were blue and 10 of them were green. This means that the prior probability that the cab that was involved in the accident was green is 10%. So what is the posterior probability? That is the probability after we have considered the case's evidence that the cab was green, given that John has said that it was green. If there were 10 green cabs, John would have correctly identified 8 of them as green. If there were 90 blue cabs, John would have incorrectly identified 18 of them as green. So out of a total of 26 cabs that John has identified as green, only 8 of them are actually green. This means that the likelihood that the cab was actually green, given John's testimony that it was green, is only about 31%. It seems that the cab that was involved in the accident is more likely to have been blue. Before John had testified, the prior probability was only 10% that the cab that was involved in the accident was green. But when he testified that it was green, the probability rose to 31%. Based on 50 years of accidents that have involved cabs, and given the same proportion of colors, 3 out of 4 times, the cab that was involved was green. Independent of the frequency of the blue and the green cabs, the appropriate prior probability may have been the past evidence of accidents. What we want is the correct evidence that is representative for what was likely to have happened before we considered the new evidence. When we get new representative evidence, we must update the prior probability. You should ask yourself, what has happened in similar cases in the past? Are there any reasons why this probability should be revised, and have the circumstances or the environment changed? The more uncertainty that surrounds a specific case, the more emphasis we must put on the prior probability. How strong is the evidence? One factor that we should consider when we are evaluating evidence is the coincidental or the random match probability. This answers the question, what is the probability that a person other than the suspect who has been randomly selected will match a certain profile? For example, when we are evaluating DNA evidence, a random match can happen when two different people share the same DNA profile. After 5 days of searching, the police found the missing woman strangled to death. John's brother, Bill, is now on trial for her murder. There is a DNA profile match. The forensic evidence against Bill is blood and tissue samples that were taken from the crime scene, which match Bill's DNA. Either Bill left the evidence, or someone else did. What is the probability of a coincidental match? How likely is it that a match would occur between the DNA profile that was found at the scene of the murder and a randomly chosen person? And how likely is it that Bill's profile would match the profile of the person who did leave the evidence at the crime scene? How rare is this particular DNA profile? The rarer the profile is, the lower the probability that Bill's profile would match it only by chance. The prosecution's medical expert witness has estimated that the probability that there would be such a match if Bill were innocent and the match were just a coincidence is only 1 in 20,000. This means that out of every 20,000 individuals, only one will have the same DNA profile as the one that was found at the murder scene. The prosecutor then argues, there is only a 1 in 20,000 chance that someone other than Bill would, by chance, have the same DNA profile as the one that was found on the murder scene. The probability is therefore only 1 in 20,000 that someone other than Bill left the evidence. This figure had a dramatic impact on the media and on the jury. Bill was found guilty and was given a life sentence. Where did justice go wrong in this case? The prosecutor had confused two different probabilities. The probability that Bill is innocent given a DNA match is not the same as the probability of a match given that Bill is innocent. The prosecutor should have said the probability is 1 in 20,000 that some person other than Bill would have left the same blood and tissue as that which was found on the crime scene. The jury also needs to consider the prior probabilities of Bill's guilt. That is, the probability before the evaluation of the forensic evidence is considered. The probability that Bill is the murderer can't be calculated from the forensic evidence alone. Other evidence needs to be considered as well. The significance of any forensic evidence always depends on the other evidence. What other data do the police have? What else is known about Bill? Does he have an alibi? And was he near the crime scene? Each piece of evidence must be considered together and not in isolation. There may also have been a non-criminal explanation for why Bill had left the blood and the tissue samples at the scene. Based on the evidence prior to considering the forensic evidence, let's say that the jury estimates that there is a 10% probability that Bill is the source of the forensic evidence and a 90% probability that he is not and is therefore innocent. The probability of a DNA match, given that Bill is guilty, is 1, because if Bill is the source of the forensic evidence and the laboratory test is accurate, then his DNA profile will match. If we combine this with the random match probability of 1 chance in 20,000, that his DNA profile showed up at the crime scene just by chance, this would give a posterior probability that Bill is the source of the forensic evidence of 99.96%. If there is a match, then out of every 100 people who are guilty, 100 will have a match. And out of every 100 people who are innocent, only 0.005 will have a match. The total number of people who have a match is therefore 100.005. So the probability that Bill is guilty, given a match, is 99.96%. One way of determining the prior probability is by asking, what is the population from which the murderer could have come? We need to know the appropriate comparison population to estimate this number. Let's say the murder has taken place in a city of 500,000 men. And let's assume that any man in the city could have committed the crime. One of them is the murderer. Of the 499,999 people who are innocent, we can expect about 25 of them to have a coincidental DNA match. This means that there are 26 men, the 25 coincidental matches plus the murderer, who could have committed the crime. And since Bill is one of these 26, the probability that he is guilty, given the forensic evidence, is only 3.8%. But is this really true? It is only true if all the men in the city are equally likely to have committed the crime, for example, that they all had the same access to the crime scene. The choice of the appropriate comparison population also matters. How did the expert witness estimate the random match probability? What is the real prevalence of this particular DNA profile? And does the random match probability really mean that this profile would only occur once in every 20,000 individuals? No. The calculated frequency is only an estimate that may be wrong in either direction. DNA evidence is also easier to plant at a crime scene than, for example, fingerprints, since DNA evidence is easier to manufacture or to distort. In her book, Scientific Conversations, Claudia Dreyfus quotes the forensic mathematician Charles Brenner as saying about the O.J. Simpson case and the DNA evidence, "The defense did something very clever from the DNA point of view. They said the evidence was planted. Their basic strategy was that even if it matches, it was a plant. They gave up on the strategy of disproving the DNA evidence. There obviously was a match in the blood. They never denied it." In the O.J. Simpson trial, the defense argued that fewer than 1 out of every 1,000 wife abusers ever kill their wives. Therefore, they argued, any evidence of abuse was irrelevant and should not be admissible in a murder trial. But the appropriate probability to consider is not the probability that a man who abuses his wife will kill her. The relevant comparison population to consider is the number of wives who have been abused by their husbands and who have thereafter been murdered by someone. The relevant question is therefore, what is the probability that a man killed his wife, given that he had abused her and given that she was actually killed by someone? And Nicole Brown Simpson was killed, not just abused. John Allen Paulos says in his book, Innumeracy, that given reasonable facts about murder and abuse, it has been shown that if a man abuses his wife or his girlfriend and she is later killed, then the abuser is the killer in more than 80% of the cases. But this doesn't mean that the probability that the husband or the boyfriend is guilty of murder is 80%. It is just one piece of evidence among many that needs to be considered. Do errors ever happen in testing? Yes. One type of error is a false positive, and another is a false negative. A false positive is like a false alarm. A false negative is the missing of a real effect. For example, some factors that can influence the reliability of medical test results and that can cause false positives are the clinical accuracy of the test method, which can be compared with some gold standard, the patient's preparation, any other medical conditions they may have, any medications they may be taking, and any laboratory errors. People may also make errors when they are collecting and handling the samples, in their interpretation of the test results, or in reporting the test results correctly. John tested positive for a rare disease that has a mortality rate of 80%. How scared should he be? What is the chance that anyone, a person who has been chosen randomly and who belongs to the same risk group as John, actually has the disease, given that they have tested positive? The predictive value of the test depends both on the clinical accuracy of the test and on the prior probabilities, or the proportion of individuals with the disease in the population that we are testing at a given time, which is its prevalence. The clinical accuracy is composed of the test sensitivity, which is the frequency of positive test results that are found in positive samples, and its specificity, which is the frequency of negative test results that are found in negative samples. Assume a population of 100,000 people. Let's say the frequency of people with the disease in this population is 0.1%, which means that one person in every 1,000 has the disease. Before the test, John had a 0.1% chance of having the disease and a 99.9% chance of not having the disease. If the test were 100% accurate, then 100 of the people in this population should test positive, and 99,900 should test negative. These are the prior probabilities. Let's say the test has a 97% sensitivity, or true positive rate. This means that 97 out of every 100 people with the disease will correctly test positive. It also means that 3 out of every 100 people with the disease will wrongly test negative, which is a false negative. Let's also say that the test has a 95% specificity or true negative rate. This means that 95 out of every 100 people who do not have the disease will correctly test negative. This also means that 5% of the time the test will be incorrect. So, 5% of the people who do not have the disease, which is 4,995 people, will wrongly test positive. These are false positives. Since John has been told that he has tested positive, the information that he needs is the frequency of the people who test positive and who actually have the disease, which are the true positives, and the frequency of the people who test positive but who don't have the disease, which are the false positives. If there are 100 people who have the disease, then 97 of them will test positive. If there are 99,900 people who do not have the disease, then 4,995 of them will test positive. The total number of people who will test positive is therefore 5,092. So out of every 1,000 people who belong to the same risk group as John, we can expect that only 19 of them will have the deadly disease, given that they have tested positive. The probability that John has the deadly disease, given that he has tested positive, is therefore only about 1.9%, which is very low. Out of every 5,092 positive tests, most of them will be false positives, which will indicate that the person has the disease when they actually do not. What if a randomly tested person tests negative? There would be 3 false negatives and 94,905 true negatives, which would mean that there would be more than a 99.9% chance that the person does not have the disease. The label tested positive can be scary, but you should remember that the test is not the disease. A test could fall into the group of false positives. But which is worse? To belong to the group of false positives and to be diagnosed as having the disease without actually having it, or to belong to the group of false negatives and to be diagnosed as not having the disease when you actually do have it? The higher the prior probability, or the more common a disease is, the more reliable the outcome of the test will be. And conversely, the lower the prior probability, or the more rare a disease is, the less reliable the outcome of the test will be. Even a highly accurate test can yield an unreliable result if it is testing for a rather uncommon disease. This assumes that the individual who is being tested does not belong to a group of people who are at a higher risk of having the disease. You should always ask yourself, what is the frequency of people with this disease in the relevant comparison population before I consider the specific evidence of this case, and how accurate is this medical test? The above reasoning can be used to help us to evaluate the reliability of diagnostic tests or screening procedures. Some examples of this are the screening for or the diagnosis of breast cancer, prostate cancer, colorectal cancer, HIV, or drug use. Estimating the frequency of false positives and false negatives is also important when we are evaluating the reliability of polygraph tests, which are used in criminal investigations or for screening employees, and of identification systems. In polygraph tests, false positives occur when innocent persons are found to be deceptive, and false negatives occur when guilty persons are found to be non-deceptive. In identification systems, a false positive occurs when a system accepts a match where there is actually none, and a false negative occurs when a system fails to recognize a match where there actually is one. The probability of false positives is also a factor that we should consider when we are evaluating the value of DNA profile evidence. This means that the jury in Bill's case also needs to consider the false positive rate. The jury needs to ask, what is the probability that the laboratory will report a match between 2 samples that don't actually match? A reported match doesn't necessarily mean a true match. Errors can and do happen. A possible explanation for the forensic match may be an error due to contamination, whether it was accidental or deliberate, a mishandling of the evidence, or a switching of the samples. For example, in one rape case, the technicians from the Houston Police Crime Laboratory told the jury that they had found a DNA match between the rapist's DNA and the DNA of a male suspect. The man was convicted in 1999 and was sent to prison for 25 years. But in 2003, the Houston Police Department said that the DNA was not from the convicted man. When we are evaluating case evidence, we must always consider the prior probability, the probability of a random match, and the probability of a false positive. Now let's begin Chapter 9 of this part. Chapter 9, Misrepresentative Evidence. First, let's talk about the fact that conditions, environments, and circumstances can change. Warren Buffett once said, "People like to look for systems that have worked over the past 20 years or so." If you could make money based on what has worked for the past 20 years, all of the richest people in the world would be librarians. Bertrand Russell once said, in his book, The Problems of Philosophy, "The man who has fed the chicken every day throughout its life will at last wring its neck instead." Often, the past is a good guide to the future, but not always. Statistics are a record of the past, not a prediction of the future. We can't automatically assume that the future will mirror the past. Processes and circumstances can and do change. Warren Buffett says, "Conditions relating to technology and all aspects of human behavior can make the future a lot different than the past." We need to consider any changes in the conditions before we can use past evidence to predict the likely future outcomes. For example, it's in the nature of businesses and economic conditions to change. The competition and the demand for a product can change. If there are more ways for creating competition, or if there is less demand for a product, then we have to change our equation. You should ask yourself, why was our past experience the way it was? What reason is there to suppose that the future will resemble the past? Has the environment changed? Are the conditions similar? And are the context and the circumstances that caused the past to be the way it was still present? We can also make mistakes if we ignore the fact that past performance may have been achieved under far different circumstances than today. As Warren Buffett says, this is the same mistake that a baseball manager would make, were he to judge the future prospects of a 42-year-old center fielder on the basis of his lifetime batting average. Management's performance may also be conditioned by the environment. What makes an individual successful in one environment does not guarantee that they will be successful in another. You should ask yourself, what is the company's or the manager's ability to handle adversity? "We can sell more of our drug if we market the illness rather than the drug," said the manager of Transcorp's pharmaceutical division. Is the frequency of a certain disease really increasing? We need to consider other factors before we can conclude that the frequency of an event has changed. For example, a disease may be more correctly diagnosed today than it was in the past. We often only see what we have names for. A disease that was formerly classified as disease X or as cause unknown may now be reclassified or be given a new name. There may also be technological improvements in the collection and the reporting of the data. And there may also be business incentives at work. For example, a company may try to widen its market by creating a new condition, by redefining a disease, or by exaggerating a minor one, thereby having more people labeled as having a certain disease. If the conditions change, then we must update our assumptions to reflect the present environment. Before we use a change as evidence for what is likely to happen in the future, you should ask yourself, what has changed? Are there more ways for some undesirable event to happen? And is this change permanent or temporary? Now let's look at the single case or unrepresentative samples. 4 out of 5 doctors recommend a certain drug. This statement doesn't tell us anything if we don't know how many doctors were observed. Maybe it was just 10 doctors, which is an observation that can't be extrapolated to include all doctors. A small sample size has no predictive value. The smaller the sample is, the more statistical fluctuations there will be, and the more likely it is that we will find chance events. We need a representative comparison group, a large enough sample size, and a long enough period of time. Small samples can cause us to believe that a risk is either lower or higher than it actually is. Why? Because a small sample can increase the chance that we won't find a particular relationship where one actually exists, or that we will find one where one doesn't exist. Charles Munger gives an example of the importance of getting representative data, even if it's only approximate. The water system of California was designed by looking at a fairly short period of its weather history. If they had been willing to take less perfect records and to look an extra 100 years back, they would have seen that they weren't designing it right to handle the drought conditions, which were entirely likely. You see that again and again, that people have some information that they can count well, and they have other information that is much harder to count. So they make their decision based only on what they can count well, and they ignore much more important information because its quality in terms of its numeracy is less, even though it's very important in terms of reaching the right cognitive result. All I can tell you is that around Wesco and Berkshire, we try not to be like that. We have Lord Keynes's attitude, which Warren quotes all the time. We'd rather be roughly right than precisely wrong. In other words, if something is terribly important, we'll guess at it rather than just make our judgment based on what happens to be easily countable. Now let's talk about chance and performance. The German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote, "No victor believes in chance. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. You should consider the evidence that describes what happens in most similar situations or to most people." Sometimes, a track record is not a good indicator of what is likely to happen in the future. It may just have been a result of luck. Imagine a room that is filled with 1,000 monkeys. Each of them is trying to predict the direction, either up or down, of the interest rates. At the end of 10 predictions, one of the monkeys will have a perfect record of predicting the direction of the interest rates. He will be considered a genius and the greatest economist in history, even if it was just by chance. As soon as we have a large population of forecasters who are all predicting events where chance plays a role, someone will eventually be right. They will get a lot of press coverage, and they will be presented as a hero. They will hold lectures and will give sensible explanations for their success. Sometimes we only see the good performers. This is partly because the winners have a tendency to show up, like our one successful monkey, while the losers don't, like the 999 unsuccessful monkeys. And often we aren't interested in the losers anyway. But we shouldn't be amazed to see winners if there's a large population to choose from. With 10,000 monkeys, we would find 10 geniuses. When we are measuring performance, we must consider both the number of successes, which was our one monkey, and the number of failures, which were the 999 other monkeys, as well as the size of the relevant comparison population that they came from, which was 1,000 monkeys. The more people or monkeys that are involved in something where chance plays a role, the more likely it is that some of them will have a great performance just by chance. An exception to this is in a group of high performers where we can observe some common characteristics that may be a causal factor and not just a result of luck. The same mistakes can happen when people base their conclusions on mere effects and ignore the influence of chance. Think about 100 monkeys. They each roll a die once. We select the 16 monkeys who have rolled a 6. As a cure for their roll a 6 tendency, we give them a new drug. After they have taken the drug, they all roll the die again. Now, only 2 or 3 of the monkeys have rolled a 6. The rest of them have been cured. Our false conclusion would be that the drug obviously worked. A con artist can set up a similar trap. He might call John with a tip and say, "Watch this stock, it will go up." After 3 correct predictions, John might send him his money, and the con artist will then disappear. What John didn't know was that the con artist had made the same call to 80 other people. He had told half of them that the stock would go up, and the other half that it would go down, and one of his predictions was sure to be right. 40 of the people would have been impressed. And after his second call, 20 of the people would have been impressed. And after his third and last call, he would have been considered a genius by 10 of the people who would all have sent him their money. Now let's look at ignoring failures. Any evidence that we use must be drawn from the frequency of both success and failure over time. We often only consider the successful and the supporting outcomes. The epidemiological literature refers to this as survival bias. Only the characteristics of the survivors of a disease or an outcome under study are included in the study. Those who have died before the end of the study are excluded. If these are patients who have more severe risk factors, then the study will reduce the apparent association between the risk factors and the outcomes. Survival bias is also common in all studies that are made after the outcomes have already occurred, including backtesting. They often only focus on the surviving cases or patients. The people who have died are not in the sampling pool. People may also select or omit certain information by only publishing the positive outcomes and omitting the negative ones. If we only study the successes or the survivors, then a performance record may look better than it really is. Charles Munger says that we give too little attention to failures. He says, "It is assumed by many business school graduates and by almost all consultants that a corporation can easily improve its outcome by purchasing unrelated or tenuously related businesses. According to this widely shared view, if only the obvious steps had been taken, if the right mission statement had been adopted, and if the right experts had been hired, then each railroad, instead of remaining bound in chains by new forms of competition and obsolete and hostile laws and union rules, would have become another Federal Express, another United Parcel Service, or even another brilliant performer in the mode of Emerson Electric." He continues, "Our experience, both actual and vicarious, makes us less optimistic about easy solutions through business acquisition. We think that undue optimism arises because the successful records draw too much attention. Many people then reason as I would if I were to forecast good prospects in big-time tennis after my observation had been limited to only Ivan Lendl and Steffi Graf. Or if I were to forecast good prospects in the California lottery after limiting my observations to only the winners. The converse is also true, and only more so. Far too little attention is given to the terrible effects on the shareholders or the other owners of the worst examples of corporate acquisitions, such as CBS DeMond, Xerox Scientific Data Systems, General Electric Utah International, Exxon Reliance Electric, and Avon Products. In 1999, people were saying, internet businesses are doing great. We often only see the businesses that are doing well, and we ignore the failures. This is especially true in bull markets, where the successes get a lot of publicity. You should ask yourself, what is the relevant comparison population from which we are measuring the 5-year performance? For example, if we start with 100 internet businesses, how many of them are now doing well? Let's say it's 5. How many of them are not performing well? Let's say it's 80, and how many of them have gone out of business? Let's say it's 15. From this, we can draw the conclusion that the above statement is false. Transcorp's technical department developed a new defense system and now claims a success rate of 80%. But when John observed 10 of the tests, he witnessed 8 failures and only 2 successes. In 1992, Theodore Postel, who is a professor of science and national security at MIT, measured the effectiveness not in terms of its psychological and political impact, but in terms of its actual performance, of the Patriot anti-missile system in the Gulf War. Based on his study of videotapes of 26 Patriot Scud engagements that involved 25 misses and only 1 hit, he told the Committee on Government Operations that the video evidence makes an overwhelming circumstantial case that the Patriot did not come close to achieving an 80% intercept rate in Saudi Arabia. The Pentagon had reported firing 47 Patriot missiles at the Scuds, and they had at first claimed an 80% success rate. But a congressional report later concluded that the Patriots had only succeeded in downing 4 of the Scuds. If we assume that John's observations represent a valid random sample of the tests, how likely is it that he would have observed exactly 2 hits and 8 misses if the technical department's claim of an 80% success rate were true? This is an example of a binomial experiment. It describes experiments with repeated identical trials where each trial can only have 2 possible outcomes, such as success or failure. Assuming that the engagements were independent of each other, the probability of John's observation would be only 0.007%. If the department's claim were true, then John would have witnessed an event of a very low probability. It is more likely that their claim was false. Now let's look at variability. The author of the Sherlock Holmes stories, Arthur Conan Doyle, once wrote in The Sign of Four, "You can, for example, never foretell what any one man will do, but you can say with precision what an average number will be up to. Individuals vary, but percentages remain constant." So says the statistician. When you are evaluating the likely outcomes of something, you should look at the whole distribution of the possible outcomes. The average outcome, the variability, and the probability of an extreme outcome and its consequences. What we mean by variability is how much the individual outcomes are spread out from the average outcome. The more spread out they are, the more variability there is. You should ask yourself, what has happened in the past? How much do the outcomes fluctuate around the average? What are the factors that have contributed to this past variability? And have any of those factors changed? The normal distribution curve, or the bell curve, can show a frequency distribution of the outcomes of an event, and it can sometimes help us to find the most frequent outcomes and their variations. There are many ways that a set of outcomes can be spread out or distributed, but some outcomes are more frequent than others. Many characteristics that result from independent random factors have a bell-shaped frequency distribution. This means that the most frequent outcomes will be in the middle of the distribution, and the other outcomes will fall on either side of the middle. The further away any outcome is from the middle, the less frequent it will be. Examples of normally distributed outcomes are the heights or the weights of adults, which can depend on factors such as genes, diet, or the environment, temperatures, car accidents, mortality rates, or the length of life of a light bulb. What is the average height of female adults? If we were to randomly select 1,000 adult females and measure their heights, we would end up with a distribution of outcomes that would look like a bell-shaped curve. Their heights would center around their average height, and the breadth of the curve would indicate how variable their heights are around this average. Adding one extremely tall woman to a large sample of women would not really change their average height. The same reasoning can be applied to an auto insurance company. The more of the same game that the insurance company plays, the better the average becomes as a guide. Adding one extremely expensive car accident to their data would not really change this. The average is representative and has a predictive power. But we can't use the normal distribution curve for those classes of insurance that involve mammoth and unusual risks. For an insurance company that specializes in insuring unique events, the possible variability in the outcomes is the key. Transcorp's new computer software has grabbed 90% of the market. In many cases, the normal distribution curve may not give us a true picture of reality. One single favorable or unfavorable extreme event can have a large impact and can dramatically change the averages. We saw some examples of this uneven type of distribution earlier, with size and frequency. The fewer the number of times that an event has happened, or the shorter the time period, or the more impact that a single event may have on the average, the more important it is for us to consider the variability of the outcomes, and the more unpredictable some factor will become. For example, suppose that the average sales of a book are $200,000. But if our sample of books contains one extreme bestseller, like the Harry Potter books, then the average will not help us to predict what a new book may, on average, sell for. Other examples of this are movie sales, like the movie Titanic, the price changes in the financial markets, like a sudden large depreciation of a currency, the damages from hurricanes, like Hurricane Katrina, or the impact from innovations like Transcorp's new software. For example, there is no typical software, and the past averages don't mean anything. We can see what has happened in the measured past, but we don't know what the biggest hurricane will ever be, or what its likelihood of occurring is. When we look back at the past, we can only see what the biggest hurricane was in the documented past. We can't use past statistics to predict these rare and high-impact events. We don't know their timing, their frequency, or their degree of impact. We can't exactly figure out their properties or develop a formula for them. We only know that they do happen and that they can have a huge impact. In some cases, we may have some evidence that can tell us if their probabilities are changing. Also, many events are not independent of each other, but are instead interconnected. The financial markets are one example of this. Markets have memories. Assets may be correlated with each other, and one bad event may cause another one. The danger of using the normal distribution curve in cases where one huge event can dramatically change the reality is well described at length by the epistemologist of randomness, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, in his book, The Black Swan. 10 people have a total wealth of $10 million, which means that the average wealth per person is $1 million. But what if one of those people has $10 million and the other 9 have nothing? How can the average income of a group of people soar? Suppose that 10 middle-class people are riding on a bus. One of them gets off the bus, and a billionaire gets on. John has an option to play one of 2 games. Each game has 3 equally likely outcomes. The game may be one of chance, of insurance, of investing, or something else. In Game 1, the possible outcomes are 0, 40, and 80. The expected value is 40. In Game 2, the possible outcomes are 30, 40, and 50. The expected value is also 40. If he were to play each of these games over and over again, the expected value would be 40 for both of them, so it shouldn't matter which game he chooses to play. But what if John will only play this game once? In that case, he should play Game 2, since it has less variability in its outcomes. John has been offered the chance to invest in a private venture capital fund. The venture manager's track record is an average rate of return of 25% over the last 5 years. But this doesn't say much if we don't look at how the underlying performance of the fund was produced. By looking closely at how this return was produced, John found that the venture manager had done 10 deals. One of those deals had been a spectacular success, and the rest of them had been failures. Had this one successful deal been due to luck? You should also remember that some people can leave out some of the data when they are reporting their performance. Mary reads in the paper that the average price of a house is $1 million, but this may cause her to get a false picture of the reality. Assume that there are 100 houses and that 90 of them are priced at $500,000 and that the other 10 are castles that are priced at $5.5 million. We have to watch out for the variations in the data. A business executive tells us that his company had average earnings of $50 million over the last 3 years. But when we look closer, we find a great variability and a downward trend in their performance record. In 1998, their earnings were $100 million. In 1999, they were $50 million. And in 2000, they were 0. The median is the middle of a distribution, where half of the outcomes are above the median and the other half are below it. If 9 people have $1 million each, and one person has $1 billion, then their average wealth is about $101 million, but their median wealth is only $1 million. In 1982, Stephen Jay Gould was diagnosed with a rare and deadly form of cancer that had a median mortality of only 8 months after its discovery. But he beat the cancer and lived for another 20 years. Does an 8-month median mortality mean that a person will be dead in 8 months? Gould learned that an 8-month median mortality meant that half of the people with the disease would die before 8 months, and the other half would live longer. But he also found that there was a wider spread of the outcomes after the 8-month mark than there was before it. This makes sense, since there is a lower limit to the spread of the outcomes during an 8-month period than there is after 8 months. No person will die before the start of the 8-month period, but those who do survive can live for a considerably longer time than 8 months. We can't treat the average or the median as the most likely outcome for any single individual. We have to look at the variation between all the possible outcomes. This means that a treatment for a disease, ought to be determined based on whether an individual is likely to have an outcome that is better or worse than the median. Finally, let's talk about the effects of regression. Regression to the mean is a notion that was worked out by Sir Francis Galton, who was Charles Darwin's first cousin. It says that in any series of events where chance is involved, very good or very bad performances, high or low scores, extreme events, and so on, tend on the average to be followed by more average performances or by less extreme events. If we do extremely well at something, we're likely to do worse the next time. And if we do poorly, we're likely to do better the next time. But regression to the mean is not a natural law. It is merely a statistical tendency, and it may take a long time before it happens. Dissatisfied with his new employees' performance, John put them into a skill-enhancing program. He then measured the employees' skills at the end of the program. Their scores were now higher than they had been on the first test. John's conclusion was that the skill-enhancing program caused the improvement in their skill. But this isn't necessarily true. Their higher scores could have just been the result of regression to the mean. Since these individuals had been measured as being on the low end of the scale of their skill, they would have shown an improvement even if they hadn't taken the skill-enhancing program. And there could have been many other reasons for their earlier poor performance, such as stress, fatigue, sickness, distraction, and so on. Their true ability may not have changed at all. Our performance always varies around some average true performance. Extreme performances tend to get less extreme the next time. Why? Because testing measurements can never be exact. All measurements are made up of one true part and one random error part. When the measurements are extreme, they are likely to be partly caused by chance, and chance is likely to contribute less on the second time that we measure a performance. If we switch from one way of doing something to another merely because we have been unsuccessful, it's very likely that we will do better the next time, even if the new way of doing something is equal to or even worse than the old way. Parts 2 and 3 of this audiobook have dealt with the reasons for our misjudgments and with some ideas for reducing them. Before we enter Part 4, let's conclude with how we can learn from our past mistakes. Let's do a post-mortem. The Spanish-American philosopher George Santayana once said, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." How can we understand what is happening to us without any reference to the past? We often conveniently forget to record our mistakes, but they should be highlighted. We should confess our errors, and we should learn from them. We should look into their causes and take the necessary steps to prevent them from happening again. You should ask yourself, what was my original reason for doing something? What did I know, and what were my assumptions? And what were my alternatives at the time? How did the reality work out relative to my original guess? What worked and what didn't work? Given the information that was available to me at the time, should I have been able to predict what was going to happen? What worked well? What should I do differently next time? What did I fail to do? What did I miss? What must I learn? And what must I stop doing? So why don't we do postmortems more often? Charles Munger says, "You tend to forget your own mistakes when your reputation is threatened by remembering them." For that very reason, one very wise company, Johnson & Johnson, has a system whereby 2 years or so after they've made some big acquisition, they have a post-mortem, and they bring back the original projections and the original reasons for doing the deal. They identify the people who made the arguments and what have you. Then they compare them with how the deal actually worked out. Warren Buffett says that triumphs are trumpeted, but dumb decisions either get no follow-up or are rationalized. He continues, "Managers tend to be reluctant to look at the results of the capital projects or the acquisitions that they had proposed with great detail only a year or two earlier to their board, and they don't want to actually stick the figures up there as to how the reality worked out relative to their projections. That's just human nature. But I think you're a better doctor if you drop by the pathology department occasionally. And I think you're a better manager or an investor if you look at each decision that you've made of importance and you see which ones worked out and which ones didn't. and then you figure out your batting average. And then if your batting average gets too bad, you had better hand the decision-making over to someone else. We could also use pre-mortems to help us to anticipate any problems and key vulnerabilities. For example, before you make an important decision, you could imagine a failure where things have really gone wrong, and then you could ask yourself, what could have caused this? So what guidelines and tools are there for better thinking? Charles Munger gives us some introductory remarks for Part 4. Berkshire is basically a very old-fashioned kind of a place, and we try to exert the discipline to stay that way. I don't mean old-fashioned and stupid. I mean the eternal verities. Basic mathematics, basic horse sense, basic fear, and a basic diagnosis of human nature that makes possible some predictions regarding human behavior. If you just do that with a certain amount of discipline, I think it's likely to work out quite well. We now begin Part 4 of Seeking Wisdom. Part 4, Guidelines to Better Thinking. The American inventor Thomas Alva Edison once said, "The brain can be developed just the same way as the muscles can be developed, if one will only take the pains to train the mind to think." Let's start with the first chapter of this part. Chapter 1, Explore Tools that Provide a Foundation for Rational Thinking. Sun Tzu once said in his book, The Art of War, "The general who wins a battle makes many calculations in his temple before the battle is fought." The purpose of this part of the audiobook is to explore some of the tools that can provide a foundation for rational thinking. These are ideas that can help us when we are trying to achieve our goals, when we are trying to explain why something has happened, when we are trying to prevent and reduce our mistakes, when we are solving problems, and when we are evaluating statements. The following 12 tools will be discussed. First, models of reality. Second, meaning. Third, simplification. Fourth, rules and filters. Fifth, goals. Sixth, alternatives. Seventh, consequences. Eighth, quantification. Ninth, evidence. 10th, backward thinking. 11th, risk. And 12th, attitudes. First, let's discuss models of reality. The Greek philosopher Aristotle once said, "Educated men are as superior to uneducated men as the living are to the dead." You should learn, understand, and use the big ideas and the general principles that can explain a lot about how the world works. When Charles Munger was once asked what would be the best question that he should ask himself, he said, "If you ask not about investment matters but about your personal lives, I think the best question is there anything I can do to make my whole life and my whole mental process work better?" And I would say that developing the habit of mastering the multiple models which underlie reality is the best thing you can do. It's just so much fun, and it works so well. A model is an idea that can help us to better understand how the world works. Models can illustrate the consequences of our actions and can help us to answer questions like why and how. Take the model of social proof as an example. What happens with social proof? When people are uncertain about something, they often automatically do what others are doing without thinking about what the correct thing to do is. This idea can help us to explain why and to predict how. People are likely to behave in certain situations. Models can also help us to avoid problems. Assume that we are told that the earth consists of infinite resources. By knowing the idea about limits, we would know that this statement is false. Or if someone were to give us an investment proposal about a project that contradicts the laws of physics, how much misery could we avoid by staying away from whatever doesn't make scientific sense? So what characterizes a useful model? If a model agrees with reality, then it is most likely to be true. One idea from biology that agrees with reality is that people, on average, act out of their own self-interest, but not the idea that people's personalities can be evaluated by using the Rorschach inkblot test. This test can't actually predict people's personalities. You should always ask yourself, what is the underlying big idea? Do I understand its application in my practical life? Does it help me to understand the world? How does it work? Why does it work? Under what conditions does it work? How reliable is it? What are its limitations? And how does it relate to the other models that I know? Charles Munger gives an example of a useful idea from chemistry, which is autocatalysis. If you get a certain kind of process going in chemistry, it can speed up on its own. So you can get this marvelous boost in what you're trying to do that can run on and on. Now, the laws of physics are such that it doesn't run on forever, but it can run on for a goodly while. So you can get a huge boost. You might accomplish A, and then all of a sudden you're getting A plus B plus C for a while. It continues by telling us how this idea can be applied in the real world. Disney is an amazing example of autocatalysis. They had all those movies in the can, and they owned the copyright to them. And just as Coke could prosper when refrigeration came along, when the video cassette was invented, Disney didn't have to invent anything or do anything except to take the thing out of the can and stick it on the cassette. Which models are the most reliable? Charles Munger answers. The models that come from the hard sciences and from engineering are the most reliable models on this earth. And engineering quality control, at least the guts of it that matters to you and to me and to people who are not professional engineers, is very much based on the elementary mathematics of Fermat and Pascal. It costs so much, and you get so much less likelihood of it breaking if you spend this much. And of course, the engineering idea of a backup system is a very powerful idea. The engineering idea of breakpoints is a very powerful model too. And the notion of a critical mass, which comes out of physics, is a very powerful model. A valuable model can produce meaningful explanations and predictions of the likely future consequences of something in situations where the cost of being wrong is high. A model should be easy to use. If it is too complicated, then we won't use it. It should also be useful on a nearly daily basis. If it is not used, then we will forget it. And what use is knowledge if we don't use it? Now let's look at how considering many ideas can help us to achieve a holistic view of things. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "Those who love wisdom must be inquirers into many things indeed." What can help us to see the big picture? How can we consider the many different aspects of an issue? By using the knowledge and the insights from many different disciplines. Most problems need to be studied from a variety of different perspectives. Charles Munger says, "In most messy human problems, you have to be able to use all the big ideas and not just a few of them." The world is multidisciplinary. Physics doesn't explain everything, and neither does biology or economics. For example, in a business, it is useful to know how scale can change behavior, how systems may break, how supply can influence prices, and how incentives can cause certain behaviors. Since no single discipline has all the answers, we need to understand and use the big ideas from all the important disciplines, such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, engineering, biology, and psychology, and we should rank and use them in the order of their reliability. Charles Munger illustrates the importance of this. Suppose you want to be good at the declarer play in contract bridge. Well, you know the contract and you know what you have to achieve, and you can count up the sure winners you have by laying down your high cards and your invincible trumps. But if you're a trick or two short, how are you going to get the other needed tricks? Well, there are only 6 or so different standard methods. You've got long suit establishment, you've got finesses, you've got throw-in plays, you've got cross roughs, you've got squeezes, and you've got various ways of misleading the defense into making errors. So it's a very limited number of models. But if you only know 1 or 2 of those models, then you're going to be a horse's patoot in the declarer play. If you don't have the full repertoire, I guarantee you that you'll overutilize the limited repertoire that you do have, including the use of models that are inappropriate, just because they're available to you in the limited stock that you have in your mind. Suppose we have a problem and we ask ourselves, what can explain this? How can we achieve this? And how can we then use different ideas? Charles Munger tells us how to do it. Have a full kit of tools, go through them in your mind, checklist style. You can never make any explanation that can be made in a more fundamental way in any other way than the most fundamental way. And you should always take, with full attribution, the most fundamental ideas that you are required to use. When you're using physics, you should say that you're using physics. And when you're using biology, you should say that you're using biology. We also need to understand how different ideas can interact and combine with each other. Charles Munger says, you can get Lollapalooza effects when 2, 3, or 4 forces are all operating in the same direction. And frequently, you don't get a simple addition. It's often like a critical mass in physics, where you can get a nuclear explosion if you get to a certain point of mass, and you don't get anything much worth seeing if you don't reach that mass. Sometimes the forces just add up like ordinary quantities, and sometimes they can combine on a breakpoint or a critical mass basis. And more commonly, the forces that are coming out of the models are conflicting to some extent. And you can get huge, miserable trade-offs. So you must have the models and you must see their relatedness and the effects that can come from that relatedness. The British mathematician and philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once said, "The problem of education is to make the pupil see the wood by means of the trees." We need to consider the many aspects of an issue and to synthesize and integrate them. We need to understand how it all fits together to form a coherent whole. The term synthesis comes from the classical Greek, and it literally means to put together. Here are some examples of how this can be used in problem solving. We can combine different ideas within a single discipline. We saw in Part 2 how different psychological tendencies can combine with each other to produce Lollapalooza effects. We can also try to find connections between different ideas, or we can try to derive new ideas from these connections. The modern evolutionary synthesis was a unification of several different ideas from within the field of biology. We can also combine ideas from different disciplines. The ideas of scaling from mathematics, of systems and constraints from physics, and of competitive advantage from microeconomics can often explain how business value is created or destroyed. We can also try to see the relationships between different phenomena, and we can try to find one single principle that can explain them all. The British physicist James Clerk Maxwell once combined in a single model the laws of electricity and magnetism with the laws of the behavior of light. This single model could explain all optical, electrical, and magnetic phenomena. And we can also find similarities or functional equivalents both within and between different disciplines. For example, the functional equivalent of viscosity from chemistry is stickiness in economics. So how can we learn an idea so that it will stick in our memory? Samuel Johnson once said, "He is a benefactor of mankind who can contract the great rules of life into short sentences that may be easily impressed on the memory and so can recur habitually to the mind." Richard Feynman once answered the following question in one of his physics lectures. If, in some cataclysm, all of scientific knowledge were to be destroyed and only one sentence could be passed on to the next generation of creatures, what statement would contain the most information in the fewest words? I believe it would be the atomic hypothesis, or the atomic fact, or whatever you wish to call it, that all things are made of atoms, little particles that move around in a perpetual motion, attracting each other when they are a little distance apart, but repelling each other upon being squeezed into one another. In that one sentence, you will see there is an enormous amount of information about the world, if just a little imagination and thinking are applied. We can use Feynman's one-sentence explanation when we are dealing with big ideas. You can ask yourself, what sentence would contain the most information in the fewest words? An example of a one-sentence idea from psychology is, we get what we reward for. And a sentence from physics is, energy is neither created nor destroyed, it is only changed from one form into another. Another way to understand a model is to give it a hook. You can associate the model with a dramatic, real-life story, an analogy, an individual, or a picture. For example, to remember the idea of social proof, we can think about the story of the Genovese homicide in New York City, which we discussed in Part 2. A Chinese proverb says, "I forget what I hear, I remember what I see, and I know what I do." Since the best way to learn something is by doing it, we must try to apply our models routinely to different situations. And like any skill, this takes both practice and discipline. Now, let's talk about searching for explanations. What happens and why does it happen? One way of forcing ourselves to learn our models so that we can better deal with reality is to open our eyes and look at the things that we see around us and to ask why things are happening or why things are not happening. Take some simple examples like, why do apples fall downward? Or why do we fall down when we slip? Or why don't we fall off the earth? The English mathematician and physicist Sir Isaac Newton's law of gravitation can explain all of these things. Newton's first law tells us that an object that is in motion will tend to continue in motion at a steady speed and in a straight line, and that an object that is at rest will tend to stay at rest, unless the object is acted upon by an outside force. This means that there are only three ways to change an object. An object that is at rest can start to move. An object that is in motion at a steady speed can go up or down in its speed. And an object that is in motion in a straight line can change its direction. And what is needed to change an object's motion? A force. All changes in motion happen in response to the action of one or more forces. By forces, we mean a push or a pull that acts on an object. When we open a door or throw a baseball, we are using forces in the form of our muscular effort. Almost everything that we do involves forces. Newton's second law tells us that force is the product of mass and acceleration. Acceleration is any change in an object's speed or its direction. It depends on the mass of the object, which is a measure of the object's power to resist any change in its state of motion, and on the magnitude and the direction of the force that is acting on it. The more force that we use on a given mass, the greater its acceleration will be. But the more mass that an object has, the more it will resist acceleration. For example, the more force we use to throw a baseball, the greater the acceleration of the ball will be. But if we increase the mass of the ball, we will have to add more force to produce the same rate of acceleration. Newton's third law is that forces always work in pairs. One object will exert a force on a second object, but the second object will also exert a force that is equal and opposite in its direction to the force that is acting on it. As Newton once said in his book Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica, if you press a stone with your finger, then your finger is also pressed by the stone. If we throw a baseball, the ball will also throw us, or it will push back on our hand with the same amount of force. Now we come to the force of gravity. Influenced by Johannes Kepler's work on planetary motion and by Galileo Galilei's work on freely falling objects, Newton found that there was a force that attracts any two objects to each other. Two factors influence the degree of this attraction: the mass of the objects and the distance between them. The greater the mass of the two objects, or the closer the distance is between them, the greater the attraction between them will be. This also means that the greater the distance is between the objects, the weaker the force of gravity between them will be. If we, for example, were to double the distance between them, then the force of gravity would only be 1/4 as strong. Mathematically, we can state that the force of attraction, or gravitation, is equal to the mass of one of the objects multiplied by the mass of the other object, and then divided by the square of the distance between them. All of this is then multiplied by a constant, which is a number that doesn't change in its value, which we can call g. The acceleration of gravity near the surface of the Earth is about 9.8 meters per second each second. It is the force of gravity that makes an apple fall toward the Earth. The Earth attracts the apple with a force that is proportional to its mass and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. But Newton's third law says that the apple also exerts an equal and opposite force on the Earth. The force of attraction on the apple by the Earth is the same as the force of attraction on the Earth by the apple. So even if it looks to us like the apple is falling to the Earth, both the Earth and the apple are actually falling toward each other. The force is the same, but as we can see from Newton's second law, their acceleration is not. Their masses are different. The Earth's mass is so large compared to the apple's that we only see the apple falling. Apples fall, starting from a state of rest, to the Earth because they have less mass than the Earth, which means that they accelerate more toward the Earth than the Earth does toward them. The Earth's great mass also explains why we fall toward the Earth when we slip. The same force also draws the Moon to the Earth. But what keeps the Moon in its orbit around the Earth instead of crashing into it? Newton knew that there must be some force that was pulling the Moon toward the Earth. Otherwise, according to his first law, the Moon would continue in its motion in a straight line and at a steady speed, instead of in its more elliptical motion. Some force must be continuously pulling the Moon out of its straight-line motion and changing its direction. And since the Moon's orbit is circular, this force must be originating from the center of the Earth. Why? Because Newton knew that a centripetal force, which is any force that is directed toward a fixed center, is what controls objects that are going in a circle around a fixed point. That force is gravity. It changes the Moon's acceleration by continually changing its direction toward the center of the Earth, which causes the Moon to curve into a circular motion. As the Moon moves horizontally in a direction that is tangent to the Earth, at each point along its path, gravity pulls it inward toward the center of the Earth, and the result is a Moon that is in a circular orbit. The Moon's speed is great enough to ensure that its falling distance matches the Earth's curvature. The Moon remains at the same distance above the Earth because the Earth curves at the same rate as the Moon falls. By the time the Moon has fallen a certain distance toward the Earth, it has also moved sideways by about the same distance. If its speed were much lower, the pull of gravity would gradually force the Moon closer to the Earth until they would eventually crash into each other. And if its speed were much higher, the Moon would escape the force of gravity and would move away from us. The Moon doesn't accelerate as much as the apple does because of its greater distance from the Earth, which makes the force of gravity between them weaker. The Moon, in its orbit, is about 60 times as far away from the Earth's center as the apple is. Newton's law of gravitation isn't enough to describe the motion of objects whose speed is near the speed of light. Why? Because according to Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, the mass of an object is not a constant. It increases as its speed approaches the speed of light. Newton's theories and the theory of relativity also differ when the gravitational fields involved are much larger than those that are found on the Earth. But under most conditions, Newton's laws and his theory of gravitation are still adequate. The relative influence of gravity also varies with an object's size and scale. Why does falling from a high tree not harm an insect? In his book, Two New Sciences, Galileo Galilei wrote, "Who does not know that a horse that is falling from a height of 3 or 4 cubits will break his bones, while a dog that is falling from the same height, or a cat that is falling from a height of 8 or 10 cubits, will suffer no injury?" Imagine if a mouse, a horse, and a human were to be thrown out of an airplane from a height of 1,000 yards. What would happen? The biologist J.B.S. Haldane once said in his essay, On Being the Right Size, which was reprinted in the book The World of Mathematics, you can drop a mouse down a 1,000-yard mine shaft, and on arriving at the bottom, it will get a slight shock and then walk away, provided that the ground is fairly soft. A rat would be killed, a man would be broken, and a horse would splash. Physical forces can act on animals differently. Gravity has a more powerful effect on bigger things than it does on smaller things. Gravity is a major influence on us, but it is of only minor significance to smaller animals. Since a human's surface area is so small, gravitational forces will act upon our weight. But gravity is negligible to very small animals that have a high surface area to volume ratio. The dominant force for them is then the surface force. Haldane says, if you divide an animal's length, its breadth, and its height, each by 10, then its weight will be reduced to 1,000th of what it was, but its surface will only be reduced to 100th. So the resistance to falling in the case of the small animal will be relatively 10 times greater than the driving force of gravity. Weight can also affect an object's speed when air resistance is present. On smaller scales, gravity becomes less and less important compared to air resistance. If you were to throw a mouse off a plane, it would float down as the frictional forces that are acting on its surface would overcome the influence of gravity. A falling object will fall faster and faster until the force of the air drag that is acting in the opposite direction and which arises from the air's resistance becomes equal to its weight. The air drag depends on the surface area of the falling object, which is the amount of air that the object must plow through as it falls, and on the speed of the falling object. Since a mouse has so much surface area compared to its small weight, it doesn't have to fall very fast before the upward-acting air drag builds up to its downward-acting weight. The net force on the mouse will then be zero, and the mouse will stop accelerating. The force of the air's resistance against the falling horse will be much greater than the force that is acting against the mouse. This is because the horse will have to plow through more air than the mouse will. The heavier horse will fall faster through the air, which will increase the air's resistance even more. The horse will fall faster than the human before the air's drag becomes equal to its weight, and it will therefore reach the ground first. The horse has a greater surface area than the mouse does, but the mouse has a greater surface area for its volume than the horse does. A mouse obeys the same law of gravitation as a human does, and also the same law of air resistance. But gravitation is the key force for humans, while air resistance is all important for the mouse. On the other hand, due to the surface tension of water, the mouse will have problems when it is trying to climb out of a pool of water. Haldane tells us that a wet mouse has to carry its own weight in water. Imagine how hard it would be to get out of a bathtub if we had to carry on our bodies a weight of water that was equal to our own weight. These examples show how we can better deal with reality by observing and asking why things happen. So you should look around, you should ask questions, and you should remember the words of the inventor and engineer Charles Proteus Steinmetz. There are no foolish questions, and no man becomes a fool until he has stopped asking questions. You should assume that the big ideas are true until you learn otherwise. All knowledge is subject to change as new evidence arrives. This means that we have to be continuously learning and relearning. Keeping our knowledge alive and adding to our knowledge over time can come with an extra benefit. Leonardo da Vinci once wrote, "Just as iron will rust from disuse, and as stagnant water will putrefy, or when it is cold will turn to ice, so our intellect will waste away unless it is kept in use." Research by the integrative biology professor Marion Cleaves Diamond at the University of California, Berkeley, has revealed that a stimulating environment, curiosity, and education are all nourishment to the brain and are therefore healthy for us. The more stimulation we give our brains, the better off we will be. In a 1984 article in Psychology Today, she says, "I looked for people who were extremely active after they were 88 years of age. I found that the people who use their brains don't lose them. It was that simple." And you should remember that knowing a definition or memorizing an idea is useless if we don't understand its meaning. Alfred North Whitehead once said in his book, The Aims of Education, "Education should be useful, whatever your aim in life is." Now let's begin Chapter 2 of this part. Chapter 2, Meaning. Warren Buffett once said, "Bad terminology is the enemy of good thinking." Words, definitions, propositions, statements, or goals don't tell us anything on their own. We need to understand what they mean. And it is the same with knowledge. Knowledge is only valuable if it is useful, and something is only useful if we can understand what it means. Richard Feynman's father, Melville, once taught his son the difference between knowing the name of something and knowing what actually goes on with it. He said, "See that bird? It's a brown-throated thrush, but in Germany it's called a Hausenvogel, and in Chinese they call it a Chungling. And even if you know all those names for it, you still know nothing about the bird. You only know something about people and what they call the bird. Now that thrush sings, and it teaches its young to fly, and it flies so many miles away during the summer across the country, and nobody knows how it finds its way." Doesn't this tell us something in the sense of learning? Words or names don't constitute knowledge. Knowing the name of something doesn't help us to understand it. Since understanding implies action and accomplishment, one way of understanding something is to see what happens with it. Feynman illustrates this with another example. There is a picture of a dog, a windable toy dog, and a hand comes to the winder, and then the dog is able to move. Under the last picture, it says, "What makes it move?" The answer I was trying to learn is that energy makes it move. But it would be equally well to say that God makes it move, or that spirit makes it move, or that movability makes it move. In fact, one could equally well say that energy makes it stop. Look at it this way. That's only the definition of energy. It should be reversed. We might say that when something can move, it has energy in it, but not that what makes it move is energy. He continues, if you ask a child what makes the toy dog move, you should think about what an ordinary human being would answer. The answer is that you wound up the spring and it tries to unwind and it pushes the gear around. What a good way to begin a science course. Take apart the toy and see how it works. I think for lesson number 1, to learn a mystic formula for answering questions is very bad. Feynman gives another example of an empty definition. The soles of your shoes wear out because of friction. The real knowledge is that shoe leather wears out because it rubs against the sidewalk, and the little notches and bumps on the sidewalk grab pieces of the leather and pull them off. Feynman also provides a test that we can do to check our understanding of something. He says, without using the new word which you have just learned, try to rephrase what you have just learned in your own language. Without using the word energy, tell me what you now know about the dog's motion. Understanding the meaning of something requires that we observe it and that we ask some basic questions. Here are some examples of the questions that we should ask. First, the meaning of the words. What do the words mean? What do they imply? Do they mean anything? Can we translate the words, the ideas, or the statements into an ordinary situation that can tell us something? An expression is always relative. We have to judge it and measure it against something else. Second, the meaning of an event. What effect is produced? What is really happening in ordinary words? What is it doing? What is being accomplished? Under what conditions does it happen? And what else does it mean? Third, its causes. What is happening here and why? Is this working? Why or why not? Why did that happen? Why does it work here but not there? How can it happen? What are the mechanisms behind it? And what makes it happen? Fourth, its implications. What is the consequence of this observation, this event, or this experience, and what does that imply? Fifth, its purpose. Why should we do that, and why do I want this to happen? Sixth, its reason. Why is this better than that? And seventh, its usefulness. What is the applicability of this, and does it mean anything in relation to what I want to achieve? The Danish physicist Niels Bohr once said, "Never express yourself more clearly than you are able to think." When you are describing something, you should tell it as it is, and you should use words that people can understand and in terms of ideas with which they are already familiar. Albert Einstein once said, "If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough." You should get to the point. You should ask yourself, what do I want to say? One reason for miscommunication can be that the words that you are using may mean one thing to you and something else to the person that you're talking to. You should always ask, what happens? Why have Warren Buffett and Charles Munger successfully compounded the book value of Berkshire Hathaway 3,700 times over the last 42 years? And why do many people lose money when they are investing? The reason that we invest in an economic asset like a business, an apartment building, a farm, or a bond is to make money. But what does that mean? What is making money? And what happens when we make money? You should always follow the cash. You should ask yourself, how much cash do I get and when do I get it? What happens when we make money is that we get more money back in the future than we invest today. For example, we might invest $100 and get back $150. What determines our return from investing in an economic asset? It is the price that we pay, how much money we get back, and when we get it back. It makes a huge difference if we get $150 back in 2 years or in 10 years. The difference in the yearly return is 22% versus only 4%. Our return can be measured against the expected returns from other available investment opportunities. This means that the value of an economic asset is influenced by the interest rates. If the interest rates change, then the value will also change. The higher the rates are, the less the value will be. If we knew for certain that we would get $10 in cash every year for 5 years, and we were to use a risk-free government bond rate of 6% as our discount rate, then the asset would have a value of about $42. This means that if we were to pay $42 for it, we would get a 6% average yearly rate of return. And if we were to pay only $30 for it, then our return would rise to 20%. The larger the difference is between an economic asset's value and the price that we pay for it, the higher our yearly return will be. Warren Buffett says, "We use the risk-free rate merely to equate one item to another." In other words, we're looking for whatever is the most attractive. In order to estimate the present value of anything, we're going to use a number. And obviously, we can always buy government bonds. Therefore, that becomes the yardstick rate to simply compare all kinds of investment opportunities across the spectrum: oil wells, farms, whatever it may be. Don't pay more for something than what you will get back in its value. Benjamin Franklin once said, "I conceive that a great part of the miseries of mankind are brought upon them by the false estimates they have made of the value of things, and by their giving too much for their whistles." And one of François de la Rochefoucauld's maxims was, "The height of ability consists in a thorough knowledge of the true value of things." The key question that we should ask ourselves when we are investing money in economic assets is, what is the expected future cash that we can take out of it, and when will it appear? How else can we know what an asset may be worth and what kind of a return we can expect to get at a given price? Warren Buffett says, "In the end, what you have to decide is whether you're going to value a business at $400 million, $600 million, or $800 million, and then you have to compare that with its price." John wants to buy an ice cream store, and it doesn't matter if it is a small ice cream store or 100 shares in a billion-dollar business. The relevant reasoning is the same. Is this a good deal? It depends on the price that John will pay for it, and on the discounted value of the cash that can be taken out of the ice cream store during its remaining life. How much cash can John take out of it? And when can he take it out? This will depend on the amount and the timing of the free cash flow that will be generated by the store, or how much cash he can take out of it, and when, without hurting the store's present position against its competition. Warren Buffett says, of the cash flow numbers that are often set forth in Wall Street reports, these numbers routinely include the reported earnings, plus the depreciation, the depletion, the amortization, and certain other non-cash charges, but they do not subtract the average annual amount of the capitalized expenditures for the plant and the equipment, and so on. Most of the sales brochures of investment bankers also feature deceptive presentations of this kind. These can imply that the business that is being offered is the commercial counterpart of the pyramids, forever state-of-the-art and never needing to be replaced, improved, or refurbished. Some cash is always needed for reinvestment in capital expenditures for the plant and the equipment and for the working capital, merely to enable a business to stay in business or to maintain its unit volume and its long-term competitive position. A classic example of this is a retail store that needs to install air conditioning because the other stores in its area have already made this investment. It doesn't generate any extra business, but without it, the store may lose its customers to the competition. Buffett also says that we have to watch out for certain figures. He says, when companies or investment professionals use terms such as EBITDA and pro forma, they want you to unthinkingly accept concepts that are dangerously flawed. He continues, trumpeting EBITDA, which is the earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, is a particularly pernicious practice. Doing so implies that the depreciation is not truly an expense, given that it is a non-cash charge. But that's nonsense. In truth, depreciation is a particularly unattractive expense because the cash outlay that it represents is paid up front before the asset that has been acquired has delivered any benefits to the business. Imagine, if you will, that at the beginning of this year, a company had paid all of its employees for the next 10 years of their service, in the same way that they would lay out cash for a fixed asset that would be useful for 10 years. In the following 9 years, their compensation would be a non-cash expense, a reduction of a prepaid compensation asset that had been established this year. Would anyone care to argue that the recording of this expense in years 2 through 10 would simply be a bookkeeping formality? But isn't it the earnings of a company that matter to its stockholders? John Burr Williams wrote, in his 1938 book, The Theory of Investment Value, "If the earnings that are not paid out in dividends are all successfully reinvested at a compound interest for the benefit of the stockholder, then these earnings should produce more dividends later. And if not, then they are just money lost. The earnings are only a means to an end, and the means should not be mistaken for the end. Therefore, we must say that a stock derives its value from its dividends and not from its earnings. In short, a stock is worth only what you can get out of it, for we are discussing a permanent investment and not a speculative trading, and the dividends for years to come, and not just the income for the moment only." Warren Buffett adds, "If somebody's reinvesting all their cash flow, they had better have some very big figures coming in down the road, because a financial asset has to give you back a lot more cash one day in order to justify your laying out cash for it now." Is the value of something a precise figure? Warren Buffett says, "The intrinsic value of something is an estimate rather than a precise figure, and it is additionally an estimate that must be changed if the interest rates move or if the forecasts of the future cash flows are revised." Two people who are looking at the same set of facts, and this would apply even to Charlie and to me, will almost inevitably come up with at least slightly different intrinsic value figures. Using precise numbers is, in fact, foolish. Working with a range of possibilities is the better approach. Is there a difference between how we value different businesses? No matter whether a company makes telecom equipment, cars, or candy, it's still the same question. How much cash do we get, and when? The name that is attached to the cash doesn't matter. Warren Buffett says, "What you're trying to do is to look at all the cash that a business will produce between now and Judgment Day, and then to discount it back to the present, using an appropriate discount rate, and then to buy it a lot cheaper than that. Whether the money comes from a bank, an internet company, or a brick company, the money all spends the same. Why should you pay more for a telecom business than for a brick business? The money doesn't know where it comes from. There's no sense in paying more for a glamorous business if you're getting the same amount of money, but you're paying more for it. It's the same money that you can get from a brick company at a lower cost. The question is, what are the economic characteristics of the bank, the internet company, or the brick company? That's what's going to tell you how much cash they will generate over long periods in the future. What if John needs to invest more cash in his store? We have to consider the amount and the timing of both the cash that will go into and the cash that will come out of the store. As many investors in growth companies are well aware, some businesses seem to need a never-ending supply of new cash. Warren Buffett says growth can destroy value if it requires cash inputs in the early years of a project or an enterprise that exceed the discounted value of the cash that those assets will generate in the later years. Growth is simply a component, usually a plus, but sometimes a minus, in the value equation. But isn't it easy to go wrong in estimating the amount and the timing of the future cash flows that will go in and out of a business? Berkshire, they deal with this problem in two ways. Warren Buffett says, "First, we try to stick to the businesses that we believe we can understand. That means that they must be relatively simple and stable in their character. If a business is complex or is subject to constant change, then we're not smart enough to predict its future cash flows. And incidentally, that shortcoming doesn't bother us. What counts for most people in investing is not how much they know, but rather how realistically they can define what they don't know. An investor needs to do very few things right, as long as he or she can avoid making any big mistakes. And second, and equally important, we insist on a margin of safety in our purchase price. If we calculate the value of a common stock to be only slightly higher than its price, then we're not interested in buying it. We believe that this margin of safety principle, which was so strongly emphasized by Ben Graham, is the cornerstone of investment success. Warren Buffett also says that we try to keep our estimates conservative. He continues, "You should take all of the variables and calculate them reasonably conservatively. You shouldn't focus too much on extreme conservatism on each variable in terms of the discount rate and the growth rate and so on, but you should try to be as realistic as you can on these numbers, with any errors being on the conservative side. And then, when you get all through, you should apply the margin of safety." It's the same thing that Berkshire does in its insurance business. Buffett gives an example of this. If we're trying to figure out what we should charge for, say, the chances of a 6.0 earthquake in California, we know that in the last century, I think there have been 26 or so earthquakes in California that have registered 6.0 or greater. And let's forget about whether they have occurred in remote areas. Let's just say that we were writing a policy that would pay off on a 6.0 or greater quake in California, regardless of whether it had occurred in a desert and had done no damage. Well, we would look at the history and we'd say, well, there have been 26 in the last century, and we would probably assume a little higher number in the next century. That would just be our nature. However, we wouldn't assume 50, because if we did, then we wouldn't write any business, but we might assume a little higher. If I were pricing it myself, I'd probably say, well, I'll assume that there are going to be 30 or maybe 32 or something like that. And then when I'm all through, I'll want to put a premium on it that will incorporate a margin of safety. In other words, if I were to figure that the proper rate for 32 was $1 million, I would probably want to charge something more than $1 million to build in that margin of safety. But I would want to be conservative at all the levels. And then I would want to have that significant margin of safety at the end. So what can John reasonably expect the store to be worth? How much should John pay for the store? What future free cash flow can he rationally expect from it? And how much cash can he take out and when? Warren Buffett says, you'd try to figure out what you were laying out currently and what you're likely to get back over time, how certain you felt about getting it, and how it compared to your other alternatives. He continues, for our discount rate, we basically think in terms of the long-term government rate. But in times of what seem like very low rates, we might use a little higher rate. Buffett also says, and that discount rate doesn't pay you as high a rate as it needs to. In 2003, Warren Buffett said, we love owning common stocks if they can be purchased at attractive prices. But unless we see a very high probability of at least a 10% pre-tax return, we will sit on the sidelines. Let's assume that, based on the store's history and by expecting the same conditions in the future, John estimates that he can take out $300,000 in cash every year. Knowing that he can always buy a risk-free government bond, John decides to use a bond rate of 6% as his discount rate. He also knows that he can reinvest whatever cash he can take out from the store at 6%. The value of the store would then be $5 million. Whatever he can pay that is below this figure will increase his expected return. But since the cash from a business can't be as certain as the cash from a government bond, why should John pay $5 million for it? Why should he take the time and the effort to invest in something that would give him the same return as doing nothing? And since John can't know for certain whether the expected cash flows will turn out as he expects them to, he should buy the store at a price that will give him a huge margin of safety. If John's required rate of return is 10%, then the value of the store would be $3 million. Each person should use their own required rate of return. But whatever discount rate we use, We should always require a substantial discount from the estimated value of something in order to justify making the investment. We shouldn't engage in false precision. Warren Buffett says, "We believe that if you can pinpoint it, you're kidding yourself. Therefore, we think that when we make a decision, there ought to be such a margin of safety. It ought to be so attractive that you don't have to carry it out to 3 decimal places." He continues, "We are very inexact. How certain we are of something is the most important part. You'd be amazed at how inexact we are." And Charles Munger says, "We never sit down, run the numbers out, and then discount them back to their net present value. The decision should be obvious. We can use whatever discount rate we require, and we can always compare our investment opportunities with the long-term treasury rate. But there is no point in calculating the value of something that is unpredictable. We need some certainty. You should ask yourself, how much confidence do I have in the numbers? We can't compensate for what we can't predict with a higher discount rate. Warren Buffett says, "When we look at the future of businesses, we look at their riskiness as being sort of a go or no-go valve. In other words, if we think that we simply don't know what's going to happen in the future, that doesn't mean that it's risky for everyone. It just means that we don't know and that it's risky for us. It may not be risky for someone else who understands the business. However, in that case, we just give up. We don't try to predict those things. We don't say, well, we don't know what's going to happen. Therefore, we'll discount some cash flows that we don't even know at 9% instead of at 7%. That is not our way to approach it. Once it passes a threshold test of being something about which we feel quite certain, then we tend to apply the same discount factor to everything, and we try to only buy the businesses about which we're quite certain. Should John always take out whatever cash he can from the business? That depends on whether the return for keeping the cash in the business is higher than the return that John would get if he were to take it out and invest it somewhere else. Why would John want to take it out if he could reinvest the cash in the business at a higher return than 6%? And why would he not take the cash out if he can't reinvest it in the business at a higher return than 6%? Here's a big difference between a company that is controlled by John and a public company where John only owns a part of the business. He can't control when to take the cash out of a public company. But in both private and public companies, the cash may be reinvested at a mediocre return, or it may be invested into ideas that don't work. History has shown that many times reinvested cash has been wasted money, and that a payout would have been a better choice. So how much cash flow the store will generate is mainly determined by 3 variables. First, its sales. How many units of ice cream will be sold and at what price? Second, its operating costs. How much does it cost to make the ice cream and to conduct the business? And third, its invested capital. How much capital is needed to conduct the business? And to what degree is this capital being financed with debt rather than with equity, and at what cost? These variables will all determine what return the business will earn on the capital that is invested in the store. And the sales, the costs, and the capital that is needed are largely determined by the demand, the competition from similar or substituting products, any advantages that the business may have against its competition and their sustainability, its cost and its capital efficiency, and its operational effectiveness in its execution. So what does all this mean? Let's translate it into a simple question. Does the ice cream store have something that people will need or want, both now and in the future, that no one else has or can copy or get, both now and in the future? And can these advantages be translated into business value? For example, why do the customers choose to buy their ice cream from this particular store rather than from somewhere else? Is it its location, its assortment of flavors, its taste, its service, or its price? What do they associate the store and its products with? What is important to the customers? Why do they come back? And have their motivations changed over the years, or are they likely to change over the next 10 years? What incentives could cause the customers to switch to or away from this store, and what threats are there to the business? Warren Buffett illustrates his thinking on this subject. If you and I were looking at the chewing gum business, and we don't own any Wrigley's, so I use it fairly often in my classes, you'd have to pick a figure that you would expect the unit volumes of chewing gum to grow by in the next 10 to 20 years. And you'd have to give me your expectations about how much pricing flexibility Wrigley's has and how much danger there is that Wrigley's market share might be dramatically reduced. You'd have to go through all of that. We're evaluating its moat, its price elasticity that can interact with its moat in certain ways, the likelihood of its unit demand changing in the future, and whether its management will be either very bright with the cash that they will develop or very stupid with it. I would say that you can almost measure the strength of a business over time by the agony that its managers go through in determining whether a price increase can be sustained. You can learn a lot about the durability of the economics of a business by observing its price behavior. Can the store's competitors make its product obsolete, or can they copy its advantages? If someone were to put a store right next to John's, and the customers didn't see any difference between the two stores' products and services, then the customers would be likely to buy their ice cream at the store with the lowest prices. Could John still make money by having the lowest price? Yes, if the demand for ice cream were to exceed the supply, or if John could produce and sell his ice cream at a lower cost than his competition, assuming, of course, that his competition doesn't want to run its business at a loss. John would have to run his store with an extreme cost and capital efficiency relative to his competition. Lower costs and a better use of his capital would allow him to keep the lowest price and still make money. And how important is the store's management? How much cash John will get and when he will get it is also a function of the ability and the integrity of the store's management. The management can influence the owner's return by influencing the return of the business. It can influence where the capital is being employed and under what conditions the money is to be reinvested. And when it comes to integrity, Warren Buffett says it best. One friend of mine said that in hiring, they look for three things: intelligence, energy, and character. And if they don't have the last one, then the first two will kill you. Because it's true. If you're going to hire somebody that doesn't have character, then you had really better hope that they are dumb and lazy. Because if they are smart and energetic, then they'll get you into all kinds of trouble. A business may look to have a huge margin of safety in its price, but without an able and an honest management, this margin may end up being just an illusion. History is filled with stories about great businesses that were destroyed by poor management. You should always ask yourself, is the company equipped with a competent and an honest management that focuses on creating value? And will they use the company's free cash flow for the benefit of its owners? But in some businesses, not even a brilliant management can help. Warren Buffett shares his experiences on this. My conclusion from my own experiences and from my much observation of other businesses is that a good managerial record, as measured by its economic returns, is far more a function of what business boat you get into than it is of how effectively you row. Though your intelligence and your effort will help considerably, of course, in any business, good or bad. Some years ago I wrote, "When a management with a reputation for brilliance tackles a business with a reputation for poor fundamental economics, it is the reputation of the business that will remain intact." And nothing has since changed my point of view on that matter. Should you find yourself in a chronically leaking boat, then the energy that you devote to changing vessels is likely to be more productive than the energy that you devote to patching the leaks. Let's take another example of what happens. This time, we will describe a model from chemistry and give an example of a misused word, entropy. At 3:54 a.m., the city of Los Angeles was woken up by a 6.5 earthquake. Why does an earthquake crush so many structures and cause so many deaths? And why doesn't hot coffee stay hot? The answer to these questions gets to the heart of every spontaneous physical or chemical event in our lives. A spontaneous event in chemistry means an event that happens by itself without any energy input. The warmth in a hot beverage is due to its fast-moving molecules. These molecules will collide with the slower-moving molecules in their relatively colder environment and will cause the slower ones to speed up. The energy is spread out from the hot liquid to the cup, to the air, and by the currents of the air to distant places. That is the nature of energy. The instant that we drop a ball on the floor, its energy becomes kinetic energy, or the energy that is due to its movement. But the term isn't really important. What is important is what happens. All energy tends to spread out, to become dispersed if it is not hindered from doing so. That is what explains why iron rusts, why there are hurricanes, why objects break, and so on. Why does a speeding truck that runs into a brick wall cause an enormous amount of destruction? Because its kinetic energy not only tends to spread out, it spreads out catastrophically. And it is the same with an earthquake. The stress in the earth that is caused by the slow movement of the earth's crust, which is floating on its hot, molten, energy-filled core, can suddenly spread out. Its potential energy is instantly changed to kinetic energy as the earth moves. And when such a gigantic amount of energy spreads out, it can shake everything for miles around its epicenter. And because of that energy dispersal, not only will buildings collapse, but lives will also be cut short. Our own lives are based on energy dispersal. Each second, the chemicals in our bodies, which are converted within us from the food that we eat and the oxygen that we breathe, are keeping our hearts beating. Our lungs are pumping oxygen into us and carbon dioxide out of us. We are energy processing machines. We must keep spreading out our energy so that we can stay warm and so that we can keep making the chemicals that will keep our hearts beating, our muscles working, and our lungs functioning. If these processes are seriously interrupted, as they are in any major accident like an earthquake, then we will die. What does it mean? What happens when we hear that it was a magnitude 6.5 earthquake? The Richter scale is a logarithmic scale that was developed by the geophysicist Charles F. Richter, and it measures the amplitude, or the size of an earthquake, from the recording of the earthquake's waves that are made on a seismograph. Each unit increase in the scale corresponds to a 10-fold increase in the ground's motion. So a magnitude 7.5 earthquake will produce 10 times more ground motion than a magnitude 6.5 earthquake. But since it is the energy of an earthquake that causes its damage, the important difference lies in the energy that is released. For every unit increase in the scale, the energy that is released will increase by a factor of about 32. So a 7.5 earthquake will release about 32 times more energy than a 6.5 earthquake. Since 1900, the biggest earthquake in the U.S. occurred in Alaska in 1964. It had a magnitude of 9.2. What is the difference in the strength or the energy between a magnitude 9.2 earthquake and a 6.5 earthquake? It is about 11,220 times. This means that it would take 11,220 earthquakes of a magnitude of 6.5 to equal the amount of energy that is released by a 9.2 earthquake. This explains the destructive power of big quakes. You should always follow the energy. Entropy is a measure of how much energy is spread out in a process, or how widely spread out it becomes at a specific temperature. Entropy is often a misused word, and it is often used to explain all kinds of disorder. And disorder is certainly characteristic of many of our situations in life, such as failed relationships, social problems, messy desks, disorderly bedrooms, and so on. However, entropy has no relevance to these things. It only relates to the scientific measure of the physical energy flow from a state of being concentrated to a state of being spread out. A room doesn't have a tendency to get messy all by itself. Some outside energy is needed to make it messy. It is the energy that is concentrated in our muscles that is being spread out that can cause our desks to become messy. There is no energy that is being spread out in the papers themselves. As the chemistry professor Frank Lambert has said, there isn't any tendency of objects to become disorganized in nature, any more than bank tellers have a tendency to give money to robbers without a gun. The fact that energy tends to spread out is what explains why metal rusts and why things break and wear down. Since energy always flows from being concentrated to being less concentrated, physical objects and chemical systems will deteriorate, will break, or will become destroyed. But these things don't happen immediately or spontaneously. The repetition of time and energy must also be considered. A small push or an activation energy is often needed to start a reaction. Gasoline needs a spark or a flame to react with oxygen, and we need a match to light a fire. For example, it took only a single spark to initiate the reaction between the hydrogen gas and the oxygen that caused the airship Hindenburg to burn. It takes the movements of the wind and the warm moisture from a tropical ocean to form a hurricane. It takes oxygen and moisture to make iron rust, and it takes energy to make wood rot. And this process can also be delayed. This can happen if we, for example, were to paint some iron to prevent it from rusting. The paint will keep the oxygen away from the iron so that a reaction can't happen. These examples show how, by observing what happens, we can better understand reality. Now let's begin Chapter 3 of this part. Chapter 3, Simplification. Charles Munger once said, "We have a passion for keeping things simple." John fears that being simple will reduce his importance. The former General Electric CEO Jack Welch once said, "You can't believe how hard it is for people to be simple and how much they fear being simple. They worry that if they're simple, then people will think that they're simple-minded. But in reality, of course, it's just the reverse. Clear, tough-minded people are the most simple." Warren Buffett agrees with this. He says, "We haven't succeeded because we have some great, complicated systems or some magic formulas that we can apply or anything of the sort. What we have is just simplicity itself." And Charles Munger adds, "If something is too hard, then we just move on to something else. What could be more simple than that?" First, let's talk about simplifying the way that we do things. Richard Feynman once said, in the book No Ordinary Genius, "It's amazing how people, even today, will use a computer to do something that you can do with a pencil and a paper in less time." You should try to make your problems easier to solve. You should turn your complicated problems into simpler ones. You should eliminate everything except the essentials. You should break down a problem into its components, but you should still look at the problem holistically. You can draw a picture of the problem, or you can put down on a piece of paper the key factors and their relationships. Charles Munger says, "I generally try to approach complex tasks by first disposing of the easy decisions." You should also be problem-oriented, not method-oriented. You should use whatever works. Why? Because the result is what matters, not the method that we use to arrive at it. You should look for good enough solutions that are appropriate to the problem at hand, not for perfection and beauty. You should also make fewer and better decisions. Why? Because it can force us to think more about each decision, and that can thereby reduce our chance of making mistakes. Warren Buffett gives another compelling reason for this. He says, "Charlie and I decided long ago that in an investment lifetime, it's just too hard to make hundreds of smart decisions. That judgment became ever more compelling as Berkshire's capital mushroomed and the universe of investments that could significantly affect our results shrank dramatically. Therefore, we adopted a strategy that required our being smart and not too smart at that, only a very few times." William James once said, "The art of being wise is the art of knowing what to overlook." And Charles Munger tells us about the importance of eliminating nonsense. He says, "Part of having uncommon sense, I think, is being able to tune out the folly as distinguished from recognizing the wisdom." You've got whole categories of things that you can just bat away so that your brain isn't cluttered up with them. And that way, you're better able to pick up a few sensible things to do. Warren Buffett agrees with this. He says, "Yeah, we don't consider many stupid things. We just get rid of them fast." Just getting rid of the nonsense. Just figuring out that if people call you and they say, "I've got this great, wonderful idea," you don't have to spend 10 minutes on it once you know in the first sentence that it isn't a great, wonderful idea. You don't have to be polite and go through the whole process. We often try to get too much information, including misinformation or information that is of no use to us in explaining or predicting things. We also tend to focus on the details and on what's irrelevant or unknowable, and we can overlook the obvious truths. Dealing with what's important can force us to prioritize. There are often just a few actions that will produce most of what we are trying to achieve, and there are only a few decisions of real importance. More information doesn't equal more knowledge or better decisions. And you should remember that today we not only have access to more information, but also to more misinformation. Charles Munger says the harder you work, the more confidence you will get, but you may be working hard on something that is false. In Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Reigate Puzzle, Sherlock Holmes says, "It is of the highest importance in the art of detection to be able to recognize out of a number of facts which are incidental and which are vital." You should try to turn off the noise and what's irrelevant, and instead look at the big picture. You should ask yourself, why am I doing this? What really matters? What is important for what I want to achieve? And will more information affect my decision? You shouldn't just collect data randomly. You should start with why the particular information is needed in the first place. When he was once asked if he used a computer, Charles Munger said, "I'm a follower of what I call the Thomas Hunt Morgan school." Morgan was one of the great biologists in the history of the world who had figured out a lot of genetics with very slender resources in a so-called fly room, first at Columbia and then at Caltech. And when Morgan reached Caltech, he did something that was very peculiar. He banned the Friden calculator, which was the computer of that age, from the biology department. Everybody else at Caltech used the Friden calculator endlessly for all kinds of statistical correlations and much else, but Morgan banned it. And they asked him, "Why are you doing this?" And he said, "I'm so located in life that I'm like a gold miner in 1848 who could just walk along the banks of the river and pick up enormous nuggets of gold with organized common sense. And as long as I can do this, I'm not going to use my scarce resources in placer mining." He continues, "Well, that's the way that I go at life. I think that if you can get the big points with just organized common sense, it's amazing the placer mining that you will never have to do. But is there still an enormous gain to be made with organized common sense that doesn't require a computer? I think the answer is yes. And are there dangers in getting too caught up in the minutiae of using a computer so that you miss the organized common sense? There are huge dangers. There will always be huge dangers. People can calculate too much and think too little. Next, let's talk about avoiding certain things. Charles Munger once said, "There are some things that we just stay away from." We're like the man who said that he had 3 baskets on his desk: in, out, and too tough. We have such baskets, mental baskets, in our office, and an awful lot of stuff goes into the too tough basket. You should try to deal with the situations in your life by knowing what to avoid. Reducing your mistakes by learning what areas, what situations, and what people to avoid is often a better use of your time than seeking out new ways of succeeding. Also, it is often simpler to prevent something from happening than it is to solve it. The 13th century jurist and priest Henry de Bracton once said, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." Warren Buffett describes how he and Charles Munger do it. Easy does it. After 25 years of buying and supervising a great variety of businesses, Charlie and I have not learned how to solve difficult business problems. What we have learned is how to avoid them. To the extent that we have been successful, it is because we have concentrated on identifying the 1-foot hurdles that we could step over, rather than because we had acquired any ability to clear the 7-footers. The finding may seem unfair, but in both business and in investments, it is usually far more profitable to simply stick with the easy and the obvious than it is to try to resolve the difficult. We basically have the attitude that you can't make a good deal with a bad person. We don't try to protect ourselves by contracts or by all kinds of due diligence. We just forget about it. We can do fine over time by dealing with the people that we like and admire and trust. And the bad actor will try to tantalize you in one way or another, but you won't win. It pays to just avoid him. We started out with that attitude. However, one or two of our experiences have convinced us even more so that that's the way to play the game. Charles Munger follows up with this. I've heard Warren say since very early in his life that the difference between a good business and a bad one is that a good business will throw up one easy decision after another, whereas a bad one will give you horrible choices. Decisions that are extremely hard to make, like, can it work? Or, is it worth the money? One way to determine which is the good business and which is the bad one is to see which one is throwing up the management bloopers, the pleasant, no-brainer decisions, time after time after time. Next, let's look at how focus can lead to understanding and efficiency. Samuel Johnson once said, "Those who attain to any excellence will commonly spend their life in some single pursuit, for excellence is not often gained upon easier terms." It is impossible for our brain to think about too many things at the same time and to expect to do well at them. Shifting our mental attention between different tasks can cost us time and comprehension, especially when we are switching between more complicated and unfamiliar tasks. Our actions and our decisions can become simpler when we focus on only one thing at a time. The Roman writer Publius Cyrus once said, "To do two things at once is to do neither." If we only have one thing to focus on, we will tend to do it well, and we will build our knowledge. You should always think with a purpose in mind. You should ask yourself, what do I want to achieve, or what do I want to avoid? Is focus important in business and for management? Warren Buffett says, "A serious problem can occur when the management of a great company gets sidetracked and neglects its wonderful base business while it is purchasing other businesses that are so-so or even worse." Would you believe that a few decades back, they were growing shrimp at Coke and they were exploring for oil at Gillette? A loss of focus is what most worries Charlie and me when we contemplate investing in businesses that in general look outstanding. All too often, we've seen the value of a business stagnate in the presence of hubris or of boredom that has caused the attention of its managers to wander. I love focus management, and when you lose that focus, it shows. Geico actually started fooling around in a number of things in the early 1980s, and they paid a price for it, and actually a very big price. They paid a direct price in terms of the cost of those things because they almost all worked out badly. And then they paid an additional price in terms of their loss of focus on their main business. You should also focus on what you can know and on what can make a difference. Before you attack a problem, you should ask yourself if it is worth solving or spending your time on. Warren Buffett once explained one of the reasons for his and Charles Munger's success in life and in business. There are two questions that you should ask yourself as you look at the decision that you will have to make. First, is it knowable? And second, is it important? If it is not knowable, and as you know, there are all kinds of things that are important but that are not knowable, then we just forget about those. And if it's unimportant, then whether it's knowable or not, it won't make any difference, so we don't care. What's knowable and important, and what can be translated into useful action? Some important things we can't know, like where the stock market is going, and other things we can know, but they are not important. You should also learn to ask the right questions. Albert Einstein once said, "The formulation of a problem is often more essential than its solution, which may be merely a matter of mathematical or experimental skill." Sometimes it can be harder to understand a problem than it is to solve it. Asking the important questions can help. You should start with the basic questions, like, what does it mean? What is the simplest example of this? What is the number one question that I need to ask? How can I tell if the answer is right? And can I come up with an example that will make it clear what the problem is? But it is not enough to just ask the right questions. We must also look in the right place, and we must ask the right person. We can't rely too much on our assumptions, since we can't be sure that someone else's assumptions are the same as ours, unless we ask them to explain them to us. Finally, let's talk about patience. Albert Einstein once said, "It's not that I'm so smart, it's just that I stay with problems longer." The best thinking is often done when there is no stress, no time limit, no threats, and no judging. Thinking takes time, and the simple truths can often reveal themselves to us when we are doing something else. We are more likely to solve a specific problem or to gain a new insight if we leave the problem alone for a while and let our subconscious mind work on it. This is well illustrated by the physicists Albert Einstein and Leopold Infeld. In nearly every detective novel since the admirable stories of Conan Doyle, there comes a time where the investigator has collected all the facts that he needs for at least some phase of his problem. These facts can often seem quite strange, incoherent, and wholly unrelated. The great detective, however, will realize that no further investigation is needed at the moment, and that only pure thinking will lead to a correlation of the facts that he has collected. So he will play his violin, or he will lounge in his armchair and enjoy a pipe, when suddenly, by Jove, he has it. Roger Lowenstein describes Warren Buffett in his book, Buffett, The Making of an American Capitalist, by saying, Buffett's genius was largely a genius of character, of patience, of discipline, and of rationality. His talent sprang from his unrivaled independence of mind and his ability to focus on his work and to shut out the world. You should have patience in waiting for opportunities to come along. You should resist the temptation to always be doing something. If we are in a hurry, it's easier for us to make misjudgments. And this is a key principle in investing. Warren Buffett says, in allocating capital, activity does not correlate with achievement. Indeed, in the fields of investments and acquisitions, frenetic behavior is often counterproductive. He continues, if you feel like you have to invest every day, then you're going to make a lot of mistakes. It isn't that kind of a business. You have to wait for the fat pitch. And Charles Munger adds, a few major opportunities that are clearly recognizable as such will usually come to the one who continuously searches and waits with a curious mind and who loves a diagnosis that involves multiple variables. And then, all that is required is a willingness to bet heavily when the odds are extremely favorable, using the resources that have become available as a result of your prudence and your patience in the past. Now let's begin Chapter 4 of this part. Chapter 4, Rules and Filters. The advertising executive David Ogilvy once said, rules are for the obedience of fools and the guidance of wise men. What can help us to avoid problems and can act as guidelines when we are making our decisions? Based on our knowledge of reality and on our own personal situations, we should try to establish some what to do and what to avoid rules. Charles Munger gives an example of one of these rules. Any time that anybody offers you anything with a big commission and a 200-page prospectus, don't buy it. Occasionally you'll be wrong if you adopt Munger's rule. However, over a lifetime, you'll be a long way ahead and you will miss a lot of unhappy experiences that might otherwise reduce your love for your fellow man. Another rule comes from Benjamin Franklin, who said, I will apply myself industriously to whatever business I take at hand, and I will not divert my mind from my business by any foolish project of growing suddenly rich, for industry and patience are the surest means of plenty. Other rules could be things like, walk away from anything that I don't understand or that I can't quantify or that doesn't work, or only deal with the people that I can trust. Warren Buffett provides us with some guidelines on how to win in the insurance business, which can also be applied to other areas of our lives as well. He says, what counts in this business is underwriting discipline. The winners are those that will unfailingly stick to 3 key principles. First, they will accept only those risks that they are able to properly evaluate by staying within their circle of competence, and that, after they have evaluated all the relevant factors, including any remote loss scenarios, will still carry the expectancy of a profit. These insurers will ignore any market share considerations, and they will be sanguine about losing business to their competitors that are offering foolish prices or policy conditions. Second, they will limit the business that they accept in a manner that will guarantee that they will suffer no aggregation of losses from a single event or from any related events that will threaten their solvency. They will also ceaselessly search for any possible correlations among any seemingly unrelated risks. And third, They will avoid any business that involves a moral risk. No matter what the rate is, trying to write good contracts with bad people just doesn't work. While most of our policyholders and clients are honorable and ethical, doing business with the few exceptions is usually expensive and is sometimes extraordinarily so. He continues, I have known the details of almost every policy that Ajit Jain has ever written, and never, on even a single occasion, have I ever seen him break any of our 3 underwriting rules. His extraordinary discipline, of course, does not eliminate all losses. It does, however, prevent any foolish losses. And that's the key. Just as in the case of investing, insurers can produce outstanding long-term results primarily by avoiding any dumb decisions, rather than by making any brilliant ones. Now, let's talk about filters. Warren Buffett once said, "We really can say no in 10 seconds or so to 90% or more of all the things that come along, simply because we have these filters." Filters can help us to prioritize and to figure out what makes sense. When we know what we want, we will need some criteria to evaluate our alternatives. You should ask yourself, what are the most critical and the most knowable factors that will cause what I want to achieve or to avoid? Your criteria must be based on evidence, and they must be reasonably predictive, which means that we must be able to do better than chance by relying on them. You should also try to use as few criteria as are necessary to make your judgment. Then, you should rank them in the order of their importance and use them as your filters. You should set your decision thresholds in a way that will minimize the likelihood of any false alarms and any misses. In investing, this means choosing a bad investment or missing a good investment. You should also consider the consequences of being wrong. For example, in medicine, a threshold will depend on factors such as the prevalence of a condition, its seriousness, the availability of any corrective measures, and the emotional and the financial costs of any false alarms. Past criminal and prison records are more reliable than even expert criminologists in predicting a person's success on parole. Studies have shown that in some fields, when it is based on the same evidence, a more mechanical prediction process that involves a small number of relevant variables is often more reliable than the predictions of trained and experienced experts. This has been shown in the diagnoses of medical conditions, in the predictions of academic performance, in the determining of gambling odds, and in loan and credit risk. Why does this work better? Because we humans are not always consistent. As we have seen, our recent experiences, any suggestions that are made to us or how the information is presented to us can all influence us. And you can add to this our natural limitations in our memory, our attention, and our processing abilities. More information doesn't necessarily mean that we will be better off. Sometimes extra information can be useless and even confusing. A man is rushed to a hospital in the throes of a heart attack. The doctor needs to decide whether the victim should be treated as a low-risk or a high-risk patient. The criteria that we use don't have to be numerous or complicated. The late statistics professor Leo Breiman and his colleagues at the University of California, Berkeley, once developed a method for classifying high-risk heart attack patients by using a maximum of only 3 variables: their blood pressure, their age, and their sinus tachycardia, which is a rapid heartbeat. If a patient's minimum systolic blood pressure over the initial 24-hour period is less than 91, then he is immediately classified as a high-risk patient. If it is not, then the second variable that is considered is his age. If the patient is over 62.5 years old, then one more variable, his sinus tachycardia, is needed to classify him as either a high-risk or a low-risk patient. If the patient displays any sinus tachycardia, then he is classified as a high-risk patient. Thus, the doctor would only need to answer 3 yes or no questions to reach a decision. And this method has been shown to be more accurate in classifying high-risk heart attack patients than even more complex statistical classification methods. At a press conference in 2001, when Warren Buffett was asked how he evaluated new business ideas, he said that he used 4 criteria as his filters. First, he would ask, "Can I understand it?" If it passed this filter, then he would ask, "Does it look like it has some kind of a sustainable competitive advantage?" If it passed this filter, then he would ask, is the management of the company composed of able and honest people? And if it passed this filter, then he would ask, is the price right? And if it passed this filter, then he would write a check. What does Warren Buffett mean by understanding something? He means its predictability. He says, our definition of understanding is thinking that we have a reasonable probability of being able to assess where the business will be in 10 years. He continues, the only way that we know how to make money is to try and to evaluate businesses. And if we can't evaluate a carbon steel company, then we don't buy it. It doesn't mean that it isn't a good buy. It doesn't mean that it isn't selling for a fraction of what it's actually worth. It just means that we don't know how to evaluate it. If we can't evaluate the sense of putting in a chemical plant or something in Brazil, then we don't do it. We can understand the product. We can understand what it does for people. We just don't know what its economics will be 10 years from now. You can understand steel. You can understand home building. But if you were to look at a home builder and to try to think about where the economics of it is going to be in 5 or 10 years, that's another question. It's not a question of understanding the product that they turn out or the means that they use to distribute it or all of that sort of thing. It's the predictability of the economics of the situation 10 years out. Let's take an example where we can combine our rules and our filters. Reality often shows us that one of the main causes of our problems is getting involved with the wrong people. A rule could therefore be, avoid low-quality people. As a consequence of this rule, a filter might be, does this person have a good track record and good character traits? Then we would have to look for some clues and ask some questions that would be designed to answer the question of whether this is a high-grade or a low-grade individual. Next, let's talk about elimination. Elimination can be a great conservator of our effort. For example, you should place the burden of proof on any statements that contradict basic scientific ideas. You should also try to eliminate any situations that may cause you great sorrow, anything that is not important or that is not knowable, anything that can't happen or that can't be achieved, anything that can't be usefully predicted or explained, anything that can't be tested, anything that has already been disproved, the easy decisions, the wrong assumptions, anything that we can't do something about, and any problems where we don't have any competence. Science itself works by elimination. To avoid drowning in low-information observations or experiments, scientists will think in advance about what the most important and conclusive experiments would be. They will ask themselves, what are we trying to achieve or to prove, and how can we reach these ends? And what can't happen? In this way, they can narrow down the possibilities. This is similar to what Warren Buffett told us in Part 1. You should eliminate the possibilities and get down to the few that have any real chance of success. You should look for certain things that can help you to narrow down the possibilities. Finally, let's talk about using checklists as procedures. An air carrier's cockpit checklist is to be reviewed in an effort to ensure that each list provides a means of reminding the crew immediately prior to their takeoff that all the items that are critical for a safe flight have been accomplished. This is a quote from the National Transportation Safety Board in 1969. In 1987, Northwest Airlines Flight 255 crashed shortly after its takeoff. All 155 people who were on board, except for one, were killed. A federal report later concluded that the probable cause of the accident was the flight crew's failure to use the taxi checklist to ensure that the plane's flaps and slats were properly extended for the takeoff. Contributing to the accident was the absence of electrical power to the airplane's takeoff warning system, which, consequently, could not warn the flight crew that the airplane was not configured properly for the takeoff. You should always use a checklist procedure. Together with the other tools that we have discussed, they can help us to reduce our chances of harm. You should concentrate on the critical items. If we don't check for them, then we may get harmed. Pilots call these items the killer items. Charles Munger suggests using models in a checklist fashion. He says, generally speaking, I think that you need mental models and what I call checklist procedures, where you can take a worthwhile list of models and then just run right down them, asking, is this here, is that here, and so on and so on. Now, if there are 2 or 3 items that are very important that aren't on your checklist, well, if you're an airplane pilot, then you can crash. Likewise, if you're trying to analyze a company without using an adequate checklist, then you may make a very bad investment. Here are some issues to think about when you are designing a checklist. First, different issues will need different checklists. Second, a checklist must include each of the critical items that are necessary for your safety and for avoiding any accidents, so that you don't have to rely on your memory for the items that need to be checked. Third, the checklist should be readily usable and easy to use. And fourth, it must agree with reality. Contributing to the accident of Flight 255 was the captain's over-reliance on the automated flight systems. You should try to avoid an excessive reliance on your checklists. They may sometimes give you a false sense of security. Checklists can work well as long as what may happen can be foreseen, but the unexpected can sometimes happen. An unmentioned item may be the core cause of a problem. Doing something according to pre-established rules, filters, and checklists can often make more sense than doing something out of pure emotion. But we can't have too many rules, filters, or items without thinking about them. We must always understand what we are trying to accomplish. Now let's begin Chapter 5 of this part. Chapter 5, Goals. The Roman philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca once wrote, "Our plans miscarry because they have no aim. When a man does not know what harbor he is heading for, no wind is the right wind." Let's consider a scenario. You might ask, why doesn't our employee Tom perform well? Often we are surprised when people don't perform as we expect, but we should ask ourselves some questions. How does Tom perceive he is being measured and rewarded? What does he perceive is expected of him? Are we giving him mixed messages? What skills, knowledge, and information does he need to do his job well? Does he have those? And what response or feedback do we give him about his performance? Now let's imagine Tom's perspective. He might think, I have the right knowledge, and I understand the goal. I also know how to achieve it and why my way makes the most sense. I have the authority to make the relevant decisions, and I can measure the outcome continuously. If I achieve the goal, I will be rewarded. In fact, I get to decide the amount of my reward. If I don't accomplish the goal, I will lose my job. Since I have the responsibility for the outcome, it is only right that I face the consequences. Your goals should be designed to cause what you want to accomplish. Do you know what you want to achieve and why? As Aristotle said, are we not more likely to hit the mark if we have a target? How can you make the right decision if you don't know what you want to achieve? Even if you don't know exactly what you want, you often know what you don't want. This means that your goal can be to avoid certain things. Meaningful goals need to be backed by reasons, as a way of testing that you have set the right goal. Goals should be, first, they should be clearly defined. Don't just say, I want to have a better life. Be concrete. For example, say, I want a new Volvo. Second, they should be focused on results. Third, they should be realistic and logical. What can and can't be achieved? Low goals may produce low performance, while unrealistic goals can cause people to cheat. As Lucius Annaeus Seneca said, we should never work either for useless goals or for impossible ones. Fourth, they should be measurable. Fifth, they should be tailored to your individual needs. And finally, they should be subject to change. You should regularly ask yourself, given my current objective, what is the best course of action to take now? Your goals also need target dates and check-in points, or control stations, to measure the degree to which you are achieving them. Do you know what will cause your goal to be achieved? You can't get what you want if you don't understand what makes it happen. And are you sure your goal is the right one for what you ultimately want to achieve? Warren Buffett and Charles Munger once elaborated on the issue of the energy crisis at the 2001 Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting. They said, in power systems, we need a surplus of capacity. And how do we get that? by giving people an incentive for having extra capacity. A power business can't be punished for not having excess capacity, and it can't be rewarded for having less than what is needed. We need three things for this not to happen again. First, we need reasonable efficiency in the operations. Second, since it does tend to have monopoly characteristics in many situations, we want something that produces a fair return but not a great return on the capital, enough to attract new capital. And third, we need a margin of safety, or a little more capacity than is needed. And we need the whole equation. So you should always ask, what end result do I want? What causes that? What factors have a major impact on the outcome? And what single factor has the most impact? Do I have the variables that are needed for the goal to be achieved? What is the best way to achieve my goal? And have I considered what other effects my actions will have that might influence the final outcome? When you are solving problems and you know what you want to achieve, you also need to prioritize or focus on the right problems. What should you do first? You should ask, how serious are the problems? Are they fixable? What is the most important problem? Are the assumptions behind them correct? Did we consider the interconnectedness of the problems? And what are the long-term consequences? Since big effects, whether good or bad, often happen when we optimize certain factors or combine many factors together, you should use whatever factors are necessary to achieve your goal. Now, let's move on to Chapter 6 of this part. Chapter 6, Alternatives. Charles Munger once said, if you've got two suitors who are really eager to have you, and one is way the hell better than the other, you do not have to spend much time with the other. And that's the way we filter out buying opportunities. Imagine a common situation in business where everyone is saying, allocate the money to us. How should we best allocate our scarce resources? Let's say Transcorp has 10 different projects to choose from. Should they invest in all of them? Should each project get the same amount of funding? The reality is that people, money, time, talent, and other resources are all limited. They also have alternative uses, and some options are always better than others. This brings us to a crucial concept, opportunity cost. A good guiding principle is I weigh my use of capital and time against other available alternate uses. Our time and money are limited. If we make a decision to do one thing, we are deciding not to do some other available thing. Every minute we choose to spend on one thing is a minute that is unavailable to spend on other things. Every dollar we invest is a dollar that is unavailable for other available investments. If we decide to spend money today instead of investing it for the future, we give up the opportunity to spend more in the future. If I decide to play golf today, I miss the opportunity to finish this audiobook on time. If I choose to write, I miss the opportunity to spend time with my children. And since children grow up, this opportunity has a time limit. Choices have costs. Even understanding something has an opportunity cost. If we understand one thing well, we may be able to understand other things better. The cost of using a limited resource like time, effort, and money for a specific purpose can be measured as the value or the opportunity that is lost by not using it in its best available alternative use, assuming that it would achieve the same purpose. Let's use an example that Warren Buffett has talked about. What is the real cost of choosing to work instead of going to college? You could look at the difference in your income over a lifetime between having an education and not having one. If we ignore the non-economic benefits of having an education, this difference in income, discounted back to what it would be worth on your graduation day, is the value of the education. It is also the real cost of not having that education. What is your time worth? Do you spend 10 hours doing repairs on your house, or do you hire a carpenter? The real cost of doing the repairs yourself is the money that you would have earned by doing something else with that time. Does free healthcare mean that it is really free? No. If it had not been free, the resources that were used for providing that free healthcare could have been used for something else. We often only see the benefits of government spending. We don't see what is prevented from happening, or that the resources have been diverted from their alternative uses. Employ 3 more sales representatives in Montana. Should Transcorp take the time, the money, and the talent to build a market presence in Montana. The real cost of doing that is the value of that time, money, and talent if it were used in its best alternative use. Maybe increasing their presence in a state where they already have a market share would create more value. Sometimes it is more profitable to marginally increase a cost in an area where a company already has an infrastructure. Where can they get the most leverage on the resources that are spent? You should always ask, what is the change in value of taking a specific action, and where is it best to invest my resources from a value point of view? John's return from one of his investments was a meager 1%. The 10-year, $100,000 investment in a private partnership had promised a yearly return of 15%. John's next best available investment at the time was a long-term U.S. government bond that was yielding 6%. 10 years later, reality kicked in. He got back only $110,000. His yearly return was only 1%. If he hadn't made that investment back then, but had instead earned returns that were comparable with the government bond, John would now have $179,000 before taxes, instead of the $110,000 he actually received. His real cost of making this investment was $69,000. And the money that he had invested had tied him up in other ways as well. This doesn't even include the mental stress that he had experienced during the ride. We all have a lot of things that we like: our spouse, our job, our house, our car, our investments, and so on. When we are deciding whether to change something, we should always measure it against the best of what we already have. A complementary filter that you can use to evaluate your alternatives is to list their respective pros and cons, and then to weigh all the points. Charles Darwin did this in order to decide whether or not to marry, and Warren Buffett tells us what to look for in a spouse. He says, look for someone who will love you unconditionally and who will subtly encourage you to be better than you thought you could be. We can also weigh our alternatives in the way that Benjamin Franklin did. He would make up a list of the reasons for and against something and would then assign weights to them. All decisions are not equally important. Some decisions have a greater influence on our lives than others. A decision that we make today that will influence our lives 10 years from now is far more important than one that will only influence us today. If we make a mistake in choosing the wrong vacation, the consequences over time will most likely be minor. But if, for example, we choose the wrong spouse, the wrong education, the wrong career, the wrong friends, or the wrong investment, it may haunt us for a long, long time. Now let's begin Chapter 7 of this part. Chapter 7, Consequences. Warren Buffett once said, "The key thing in economics, whenever someone makes an assertion to you, is to always ask, and then what? Actually, it's not such a bad idea to ask it about everything, but you should always ask, and then what?" John told the CEO of Transcorp, "We can see the immediate benefits of an investment in new machines, but we don't see the competitive actions that will follow, and the fact that all the benefits will end up going to the customer." In the department of the economy, an act, a habit, an institution, or a law will give birth not only to one effect, but to a series of effects, wrote the French journalist and economist Claude Frédéric Bastiat in his 1850 essay, That Which is Seen and That Which is Not Seen. He continues, "Of these effects, the first one only is immediate. It will manifest itself simultaneously with its cause, and it is seen. The others will unfold in succession, and they are not seen. Between a good and a bad economist, this constitutes the whole difference. The one will take account only of the visible effect, while the other will take account of both the effects which are seen and also of those which it is necessary to foresee. You should always consider the secondary and the long-term effects of an action." Charles Munger points out that in a commodity business, or in a business that is earning substandard returns, all of the advantages from any great improvements are going to flow through to the customers. The people who sell the machinery, and by and large, even the internal bureaucrats who are urging you to buy the equipment, will show you projections with the amount that you'll save at the current prices with the new technology. However, they don't do the second step of the analysis, which is to determine how much of that savings is going to stay home with you and how much is just going to flow through to the customer. I've never seen a single projection that incorporates that second step in my life, and I see them all the time. Rather, they will always read, "This capital outlay will save you so much money that it will pay for itself in 3 years." So you will keep buying things that will pay for themselves in 3 years. And after 20 years of doing it, somehow you've only earned a return of about 4% per annum. That's the textile business. And it isn't that the machines weren't better, it's just that the savings didn't go to you. The cost reductions came through, all right, but the benefit of the cost reductions didn't go to the guy who had bought the equipment. Warren Buffett tells us about these illusionary benefits. Many of our competitors were stepping up to the same kind of expenditures, and once enough companies had done so, their reduced costs became the baseline for reduced prices industry-wide. Viewed individually, each company's capital investment decision had appeared to be cost-effective and rational. But viewed collectively, the decisions had all neutralized each other and were therefore irrational. Whenever we install a new policy, take an action, or evaluate a statement, we must always trace out its consequences. And when we are doing so, we must remember 4 key things. First, we must pay attention to the whole system, including both the direct and the indirect effects of our actions. Second, our consequences will have their own implications, or more consequences, and some of these may be unwanted. We can't estimate all the possible consequences, but there is at least one unwanted consequence that we should always look out for. Third, we must consider the effects of feedback, of time, of scale, of repetition, of critical thresholds, and of any limits. And fourth, our different alternatives will have different consequences in terms of their costs and their benefits. We must estimate the net effects of our actions over time and how desirable these are compared to what we want to achieve. We can't get something for nothing. Take the issue of alternative energy sources. Some of the relevant headlines that we should think about when we are considering the alternatives are: how much energy is used versus how much usable energy is produced, considering the entire production process. What are the infrastructure requirements? Is it scalable? What about its transport and its storage? What are its costs, considering any subsidies? Who will pay for it? What are its environmental benefits and costs? Is it sustainable? What are its consequences over time? What is the degree of difficulty in properly evaluating all the factors that are involved, and what would be the consequences of being wrong? You should judge an action by its net consequences over time, and you should consider the whole system. You should follow up on any changes in the individual variables by determining how the rest of the system will respond over time. Reducing the risk in one area may increase it in another, and changes in one variable may change the entire system. One change may cause another change, which may cause another one, and so on. This includes considering both the short-term and the long-term consequences, since there may be a long time between an action and its full effects. Marcus Tullius Cicero once said, "Extreme justice is extreme injustice." Some systems should be made deliberately a little unfair if they carry better consequences for us all. Charles Munger tells us about the Navy model, which is a rule with net benefits. If you're a captain in the Navy and you've been up for 24 hours straight and you have to go to sleep and you turn the ship over to a competent first mate in tough conditions and he takes the ship aground, clearly through no fault of yours, then they don't court-martial you, but your naval career is over. Napoleon said that he liked luckier generals. He wasn't into supporting any losers. Well, the Navy likes luckier captains. You can say that's too tough. That's not law school. That's not due process. Well, the Navy model is better in its context than the law school model would be. The Navy model really forces people to pay attention when the conditions are tough, because they know that there's no excuse. Very simply, if your ship goes aground, then your career is over. It doesn't matter whether it was your fault or not. Nobody's interested in your fault. It's just a rule that we happen to have, for the good of all. And with all the effects considered, I like some rules like that. I think that our civilization works better with some of these no-fault rules. But that stuff tends to be an anathema around law schools. They say, it's not due process, you're not really searching for justice. Well, I am searching for justice when I argue for the Navy rule, for the justice of having fewer ships go aground. Considering the net benefit, I don't care if one captain has some unfairness in his life. After all, it's not like he's being court-martialed. He just has to look for a new line of work. And he will keep his vested pension rights and so on. So it's not like it's the end of the world. Now, let's begin Chapter 8 of this part. Chapter 8, Quantification. The British mathematician and philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once wrote in his book, The Aims of Education, "To talk sense is to talk in quantities. It is no use saying that a nation is large. How large? It is no use saying that radium is scarce. How scarce?" Most aspects of our lives depend on our ability to quantify and to understand patterns and relationships, proportions, or magnitudes. So what does math do for us? It helps us to develop the consequences of our actions and to evaluate when things make sense. And math is stable. 2 plus 2 was 4 1,000,000 years ago, and it will still be 4 1,000,000 years from today. When we can translate something into numbers, then we can make comparisons. How can we evaluate if a decision is intelligent or not, if we can't measure it against a relevant and an important yardstick? Some things can't be measured exactly, so estimating a range is the next best alternative. John Maynard Keynes once said, "It is better to be roughly right than precisely wrong." You should not overweigh what can be counted and underweigh what cannot. You should also beware of false concreteness. We often believe that data that is based on figures with lots of decimal places is more accurate than just words alone. Charles Munger says, "You've got a complex system, and it can spew out a lot of wonderful numbers that can enable you to measure some of its factors. But there are other factors that are terribly important, and there's no precise numbering that you can put to these factors. You may know that they're important, but you just don't have the numbers." Well, practically everybody will overweigh the stuff that can be numbered because it will yield to the statistical techniques that they're taught in academia, and they won't mix in the hard-to-measure stuff that may be more important. Let's illustrate the importance of quantification with some examples from the world of business and investing. How much capital is needed to produce $1 of cash flow? Does the return on our invested capital make a difference? Assume that there are two businesses, X and Y, that both generate the same cash earnings of $10 million and a perpetual growth rate of 5%. The difference between them lies in how much capital they use to produce these earnings. Business X needs $100 million, and Business Y only needs $40 million. This means that their return on their invested capital is 10% and 25%, respectively. This also means that they will differ in the amount of free cash flow, or the distributable cash that they will generate. Business X will generate $5 million, and Business Y will generate $8 million. The return on the invested capital does make a difference in a business's value. Business X has an invested capital of 100, a free cash flow of 10, a reinvested capital of -5, a return on its reinvested capital of 10%, an available cash flow for distribution of 5, and a value at a 10% discount rate of 100. Business Y has an invested capital of 40, a free cash flow of 10, a reinvested capital of -2, a return on its reinvested capital of 25%, an available cash flow for distribution of 8, and a value at a 10% discount rate of 160. Warren Buffett describes what businesses are the best ones to own. He says, "Leaving the question of the price aside, the best business to own is one that over an extended period of time can employ large amounts of incremental capital at very high rates of return. And the worst business to own is one that must or that will do the opposite. That is, one that will consistently employ ever greater amounts of capital at very low rates of return." Should higher earnings automatically impress us? Warren Buffett gives an example of this from one of Berkshire's own subsidiaries. He says, While an increase in earnings from $8 million to $72 million sounds terrific, and it usually is, you should not automatically assume that to be the case. You must first make sure that the earnings were not depressed in the base year, and if they were instead substantial in relation to the capital that was employed, then an even more important point must be examined. How much additional capital was required to produce the additional earnings? We need to understand what is behind the numbers. Warren Buffett says that the return on the beginning equity capital is the most appropriate measure of a single year's managerial performance. But the informed use of that yardstick requires an understanding of many factors, including the accounting policies, the historical carrying values of the assets, the financial leverage, and the industry's conditions. We can't expect to get a higher return on our investment over time than the underlying business itself produces on its invested capital over time. Charles Munger says, over the long term, it's hard for a stock to earn a much better return than the business which underlies it earns. If the business earns 6% on its capital over 40 years, and you hold it for that 40 years, then you're not going to make much different than a 6% return, even if you had originally bought it at a huge discount. And conversely, if a business earns 18% on its capital over 20 or 30 years, then even if you had paid an expensive-looking price for it, you'll still end up with a fine result. Few companies can manage, over a 10 to a 20-year period, to keep earning high returns of 20% or more on their invested capital while they are reinvesting all or most of their earnings. Changes in the competitive arena, in the buyer's habits, and in the environment will make that almost a certainty. Warren Buffett reveals the limits of earnings growth and how lofty predictions can lead to dumb behavior. He says, examine the record of, say, the 200 highest earning companies from 1970 or 1980, and then tabulate how many of them have increased their per-share earnings by 15% annually since those dates. You will find that only a handful of them have. And I would wager you a very significant sum that fewer than 10 of the 200 most profitable companies in the year 2000 will attain a 15% annual growth in their earnings per share over the next 20 years. He continues, finally, you should be suspicious of companies that trumpet their earnings projections and their growth expectations. Businesses seldom operate in a tranquil, no-surprise environment, and their earnings simply don't advance smoothly, except, of course, in the offering books of the investment bankers. Charlie and I not only don't know today what our businesses will earn next year, we don't even know what they will earn next quarter. We are suspicious of those CEOs who regularly claim that they do know the future, and we become downright incredulous if they consistently reach their declared targets. Managers that always promise to make the numbers will at some point be tempted to make up the numbers. Suddenly, the demand for a product goes down and the price competition rises. How does a change in a company's growth rate change its business value? A business's value is a function of the amount and the timing of its future cash flows. If its cash flows decrease, or if they will appear further off in the future, then the business's value will decline. Warren Buffett illustrates how our valuations must change when our growth expectations are revised. He says, a few years ago, the conventional wisdom held that a newspaper, a television, or a magazine property would forever increase its earnings at 6% or so annually, and that it would do so without the employment of any additional capital, for the reason that its depreciation charges would roughly match its capital expenditures, and its working capital requirements would be minor. Therefore, its reported earnings before the amortization of its intangibles were also its freely distributable earnings, which meant that the ownership of a media property could be construed as being akin to owning a perpetual annuity that was set to grow at 6% a year. Say next that a discount rate of 10% was used to determine the present value of that earnings stream. One could then calculate that it would be appropriate to pay a whopping $25 million for a property with current after-tax earnings of $1 million. Now, if you were to change the assumption and posit that the $1 million represents the normal earning power of the business, and that its earnings will just bob around this figure cyclically, which is indeed the lot of most businesses, whose income stream will grow only if their owners are willing to commit more capital, which is usually in the form of their retained earnings, then under our revised assumption, the $1 million of earnings, when it is discounted by the same 10%, will translate to only a $10 million valuation. Thus, a seemingly modest shift in our assumptions has reduced the property's valuation to only 10 times its after-tax earnings. Do we pay the same price for a business that is financed with debt as we would for a business that has no debt? Assume that Mary is interested in buying a furniture store. The business is stable, it has no growth, it has a free cash flow of 15, and it is financed with 75 in equity. A price of 100 would give her a 15% return. Does the debt of a business make a difference? Yes, it does. The seller could then make extra money by leveraging the business before they sell it. If the seller were to refinance the business with 50 in debt, and the business could borrow at a 6% interest rate, and if they were to then withdraw 50 as a dividend, then their income after the interest would be 12. If Mary were to then buy the store for 80, the seller would have made an extra 30 without any change in the underlying operations of the business. Instead, Mary should assume that she is acquiring a debt-free business, and she should then adjust for the 50 of debt and pay only 50. She should also correct or add to the price for any excess cash, which is cash or cash assets that are not needed to conduct the business. This is the same type of reasoning as when we are buying a house. If we, for example, were to buy a house for $500,000, and we were to put in $200,000 of our own saved money, and were to then mortgage the other $300,000, the price of the house would still be $500,000. The synergies that we had expected from the merger never materialized. They were just mere illusions. You should not forget to quantify the consequences when you are making acquisitions. You should take the profit and loss statement and the balance sheet of both the acquiring company and the target company, and you should then calculate what will happen with their volume, their prices, their costs, and their invested capital when the two companies combine. And you should consider the consequences and the behavioral changes of their employees, their suppliers, their customers, and their competition. How will the business's value change? And you should be realistic about this. Studies have shown that most mergers fail to generate any value for the acquiring company's owners. And the main reason for this is that the buyer has paid too much for synergies that weren't real. Warren Buffett says, "Of one thing, however, you can be certain. If a CEO is enthused about a particularly foolish acquisition, then both his internal staff and his outside advisors will come up with whatever projections are needed to justify his stance. Only in fairy tales are emperors told that they are naked." John reads in the paper that a company has just announced a $10 million contract and that its market capitalization has jumped by $1 billion. Does this make sense? If we assume that the contract will generate a 15% profit margin, then the implied market value increase would only be $1.5 million. And even a high-margin project can be a loser if it requires a lot of capital and a lot of human resources. If the present value is the same for two different businesses, does the timing of their dividends matter? Assume that there are two different businesses, X and Y, with the following forecasted dividends, and after year 5, the two companies will close down. For business X, the dividends are 10 for each of the 5 years. For business Y, the dividends are 0 for the first 4 years and 61 in the 5th year. All the cash that is generated by business X is distributed each year to its owners. But the free cash flow that is generated by business Y is reinvested and is not paid out until after the 5-year period. Assuming that we want a 10% return, the present value of the dividends of both businesses is the same, at about 38. But this assumes that we can reinvest our dividends from business X at 10%, so that we will have 61 after 5 years. It also assumes that business Y can reinvest their cash flow at rates that will cause their dividend to be 61 after 5 years. But in both cases, the future may turn out to be different than we had expected. The business environment may change and the competition may increase, which would make the dividends from both businesses come out differently from what we had expected. The more our calculation depends on cash flows that are far out in the future, the more opportunities there are for unwanted events to happen, and the more uncertain our expected return will be. You should always do the math. We can do a simple exercise to test our possible return from investing in a company and to see if its market valuation makes sense. You should just think about the math that is implicit in it. Here are some examples where we have ignored any dividends and any stock options, though in reality, we would need to properly account for the options, and we would need to make sure that the company's accounting reflects the reality and its true operational performance. You should always think of a stock as a part of a business, and you should remember that even small changes in your assumptions can dramatically change a business's value. John is thinking of buying 1,000 shares of a stock in a public ice cream manufacturer that has a market value of $1 billion and that has no debt or any off-balance sheet obligations. How should John reason about this? He should ask himself, what is my estimated annual rate of return? John should project the future value of the business, and then he should compare that value with its present market value of $1 billion. What is his implied annual rate of return? And will the price that he pays for it give him an adequate return? Let's say the business has initial cash earnings of $40 million, and we can assume an average annual growth rate in its cash earnings of 10% for the next 10 years. This would translate into $104 million in cash earnings in year 10. Now let's assume that the market will pay an average multiple of 15 for this type of a business. This would imply a $1.56 billion market value in year 10. If John were to compare this figure with the present market value, his implied yearly return would be 4.5%. John should then compare this return with the return that he could get from other available investment opportunities. A business may have a great track record, but if the math doesn't work out, then you should stay away from it. What scenario would achieve a 15% annual rate of return? How much would the ice cream manufacturer have to earn to generate a 15% annual rate of return for John? If the present market value were to compound at 15%, what would this imply, and would it be reasonable? A present market value of $1 billion and an annual return of 15% would imply a $4 billion market value in year 10. This is what $1 billion would grow to in 10 years if it were to grow at 15% per year. An average multiple of 15 would imply $270 million in cash earnings in year 10. And this would translate into an average annual growth rate in the cash earnings of 21% from a base of $40 million. And a profit margin of 15% would imply $1.8 billion in sales in year 10. He could then continue on with the implied future sales volume, the number of users and their usage, the market share, and so on. John should then ask himself, what will cause this future value, and what does this imply in numbers today? Is it reasonable, in regard to the evidence of the company's track record in its growth, its earnings, its profit margins, its market size and volume growth, its market share, and its competitive advantage? Which factor will have the greatest impact on its future cash earnings and thereby on its value? And what forces could change this scenario? How could the company lose its advantages? If the company isn't making any money today, what future free cash flow would be implied by its market value if I wanted to get a 10% return? In the midst of the internet mania, Warren Buffett once said, "When we buy a stock, we always think in terms of buying the whole enterprise, because that enables us to think as businessmen rather than as stock speculators." So let's just take a company that has marvelous prospects, and that is paying you nothing now, where you can buy it at a valuation of $500 billion. For example, Let's assume that there's only going to be a 1-year delay before the business starts paying out to you, and you want to get a 10% return. If you had paid $500 billion for it, then $55 billion in cash would be the amount that it would have to be able to disgorge to you year after year after year. And to do that, it would have to make perhaps $80 billion, or close to it, pre-tax. You can look around at the universe of businesses in this world and see how many of them are earning $80 billion pre-tax, or $70 billion, or $60, or $50, or $40, or even $30 billion, and you won't find any. Whether a business sells nails or telecom equipment, if more money is going out of it than is coming in, on a present value basis, then it is worthless. As Warren Buffett says, value is destroyed, not created, by any business that loses money over its lifetime, no matter how high its interim valuation may get. He continues, there's plenty of magic in the short term, in the rising PE multiples, and the games that people can play with their accounting and so on. But in the end, you can't get more out of a business between now and its extinction than the business itself makes. And actually, you'll make something less, depending on who your business's managers are, how often there's a turnover in the security, and how much you pay your investment manager, and so on. Now let's begin Chapter 9 of this part. Chapter 9, Evidence. Bertrand Russell once said, "It is undesirable to believe a proposition when there is no ground whatsoever for supposing it to be true." Evidence can help us to prove what is likely to happen or what is likely to be true or false. Evidence can come from facts, from our observations, from our experiences, from comparisons, and from experiments. First, let's discuss the methods of science. The ancient Greek physician Hippocrates once said, "There are in fact two things, science and opinion. The former begets knowledge, and the latter begets ignorance." What experiment can I do to figure this out? In 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger exploded on its launch, killing all the astronauts who were on board. After the disaster, NASA put together a commission where Richard Feynman showed that the fuel booster rockets were not safe when the temperature was cold. The temperature at the time of the takeoff had been 32 degrees Fahrenheit. During a launch, the vibrations can cause the rocket's joints to move, and inside the rocket's joints, there were rubber O-rings that were used in a certain key stage of the space shuttle's fuel delivery system. Richard Feynman did a simple experiment with one of the rubber O-rings from the Challenger's rocket. He squeezed the ring in a C-clamp and then dipped it into a glass of ice water, which was at 32 degrees Fahrenheit, and he showed that the rubber did not expand. Since there was no resilience in the rubber at 32 degrees, the O-ring could not fill the gap in the expanding rocket booster's joints. It had consequently caused an explosion of the booster and of the space shuttle. This also illustrates that an experiment doesn't have to be complicated. You should do what scientists do. You should strive for objectivity. Scientists try to describe the world as it is, not as they want it to be. They seek to answer the why and the how questions, and they try to predict natural phenomena and processes by using the methods of scientific integrity. Adam Smith once said, in his book, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, "Science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition." The scientific process involves the following steps, though. Of course, trial and error, luck, and intuition also matter. Scientists will use any methods that can help them to solve a problem. First, they will have a problem or an observation. They're trying to figure something out. They have a problem, or they have observed some phenomenon, and they wonder what is happening and why it is happening. What matters is what is actually happening. Second, they will guess why it is happening. They will try to find a possible solution or an explanation, which is a hypothesis of why or how something is happening, that can be either proved or disproved by testing it against an experiment and an observation. Maybe some rule or some model can solve the problem or can explain their observation. Their guess must be measurable, and it must agree with nature and with the proven evidence. Third, they will predict the consequences of their guess. They will work out all the logical consequences of their guess, and will see what would be implied if their guess were to be right. And fourth, they will test their guess. If I do this, what will happen? Testability is the key. They will compare the implied consequences of their guess with an experiment, with evidence, and with an observation. They will repeat the experiment to test it against any error, fraud, or coincidence, and against any change in the circumstances or the environment. And they will report their results honestly. The more evidence that agrees with their guess, the more likely it is that the guess was right. And if the guess disagrees with the experiment or the evidence, then it is wrong. As Richard Feynman says, it does not make any difference how beautiful your guess is. It does not make any difference how smart you are, who made the guess, or what his name is. If it disagrees with the experiment, then it is wrong. Darwin had realized that for an observation to be of any use, it must be tested for or against a theory, a hypothesis, or a model. If we don't guess why something is happening, then there can be no experiments, since a test would have nothing to guide it. While on board the HMS Beagle, in a letter to his friend Henry Fawcett, Darwin wrote, "About 30 years ago, there was much talk that geologists ought only to observe and not to theorize. And I well remember someone saying that at this rate, a man might as well go into a gravel pit and just count the pebbles and describe their colors. How odd it is that anyone should not see that all observation must be for or against some view if it is to be of any service. We don't merely observe some behavior, we observe with some purpose in mind, or in the light of some theory, or with some background knowledge about what is important to look for. And it is the same when we are searching for information." Charles Munger says, "You have to have some idea of why you're looking for the information. You shouldn't read the annual reports in the way that Francis Bacon said that you should do science, where you would just collect endless amounts of data, and then only later would you try to make sense of it. You have to start with some ideas of reality, and then you have to look to see whether what you're seeing fits in with that basic thought structure." Occam's razor is a principle that is attributed to the 14th century logician William of Ockham. It says, "Entities should not be multiplied unnecessarily." If we are faced with two possible explanations for something which both make the same predictions, then the one that is based on the least number of unproven assumptions is preferable until more evidence comes along. Occam's razor doesn't rule out the other explanations. To paraphrase Albert Einstein, our theories should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. Now let's talk about finding evidence from the past. The Chinese philosopher Confucius once said, "Study the past if you would divine the future." John is thinking of hiring a new manager. Does the manager's past record matter? Warren Buffett says, "The best judgment that we can make about a manager's competence does not depend on what people say, but simply on what their record shows." At Berkshire Hathaway, when we buy a business, we usually keep whoever has been running it, so we already have a batting average to look at. Take the case of Mrs. B, who ran our furniture mart. Over a 50-year period, we'd seen her take $500 and turn it into a business that made $18 million pre-tax. So we knew that she was competent. Clearly, the lesson here is that the past record is the best single guide. But then you can run into the problem of the 14-year-old horse. Let's say you buy the daily racing form, and it shows that the horse had won the Kentucky Derby as a 4-year-old. Based on his past performance, you would know that this was one hell of a horse. But now he's 14, and he can barely move. So you have to ask yourself, is there anything about his past record that would make it a poor guideline as a forecaster of his future? The following questions can help us to decide if some past evidence is representative for the future. First, your observation. Will their past or their present behavior continue, and how long can it continue? Second, your explanation. Why did it happen in the past, or why does it happen now, and how did it happen? We must understand the reasons why a past outcome occurred. What were the key factors? This demands that we understand the equation, the key variables that were involved, and their relationships. You should start with a hypothesis, and then you should compare the implied consequences of your explanation of the causes with the appropriate evidence, both for and against it. Third, the predictability. How predictive or how representative is the past or the present evidence for what is likely to happen in the future? And are the conditions now and in the future likely to change? You should make sure that the evidence isn't just a result of random chance. What has worked in the past could just have been the result of luck. Fourth, the continuation and any changes. What would be required to make the past or the present record continue or to achieve the goal? You should look at the equation again. What must happen and what must not happen? What forces could change it or could cause what we don't want to happen? Is that likely? And what would be the antidotes to what we don't want to happen? And fifth, the certainty and the consequences. How certain am I? What single event am I betting on that must happen or that must not happen? And what would be the consequences of my being wrong? Finally, let's talk about how to falsify and disprove things. The Austrian-British philosopher Karl Popper once said, "All our common-sense ideas should always be open to criticism." Scientific results always have some probability attached to them. Tomorrow may bring new evidence. Instead of trying to verify a statement, it is sometimes better to try to prove it false. A single piece of evidence in favor of a statement does not prove its truth. It only supports it. But a single piece of evidence against it will show that it is false. Albert Einstein once said, "No number of experiments can ever prove me right, but a single experiment can prove me wrong." All swans are white. How could we test this statement? We could open our eyes and we could go out and look for some non-white swans. If we were to find just one swan that is not white, then we would have disproved the statement. The more swans that we find to be white, the more support the statement would have, but it would not be proven. One black swan and the statement would be rejected. The universe is no more than 10,000 years old. What experiment could we perform to falsify this statement? We could look up at the sky and observe the stars that are millions of light years away. This would mean that we would be seeing them as they were millions of years ago. The medical treatment worked, I'm cured. Compared to what? How can we test whether a cure is due to the treatment, to good salesmanship, to the power of suggestion, or just to the patient's imagination? To reduce the chance of error and of bias, medical research uses a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled study. The research subjects are randomly divided into two groups that match each other in their age, their physical status, and other factors. One of the groups receives the treatment, and the other group receives the placebo. And neither the research subjects nor the researchers know who is getting the treatment and who is getting the placebo. Then the researchers can compare the effects. There is no risk in using this medicine. The fact that there is no evidence of harm or of benefit isn't the same as evidence that something is safe or that it is harmful. It is only safe or harmful based on what we know so far. You can compare this to archaeology. Just because something hasn't been found yet doesn't mean that it won't ever be found. You should always try to disprove your own ideas. Charles Darwin always looked at the possibility that he was wrong. He once said, "I had, also, during many years, followed a golden rule, namely, that whenever a published fact, a new observation, or a new thought came across me which was opposed to my general results, I would make a memorandum of it without fail and at once. For I had found by my experience that such facts and such thoughts were far more apt to escape from my memory than the favorable ones. And owing to this habit, very few objections were ever raised against my views, which I had not at least noticed and attempted to answer. I think that I have become a little more skillful in guessing the right explanations and in devising the experimental tests for them. But this may probably be the result of mere practice and of a larger store of knowledge. I have as much difficulty as ever in expressing myself clearly and concisely, and this difficulty has caused me a very great loss of time. But it has also had the compensating advantage of forcing me to think long and intently about every sentence, and thus I have been led to see any errors in my reasoning and in my own observations or in those of others. Since a lot of evidence agrees with my explanation, I must be right. Not necessarily. The same evidence may also agree with other explanations. You should always look for evidence that can disprove your explanation. You shouldn't spend your time on already disproved ideas or arguments, or on those that can't be disproved. You should ask yourself, what test could disprove this? For example, if someone were to tell us that there is life on a planet called Zeta, this can't be tested. That doesn't mean that there is no life on that planet. It only means that there is no way that we can test it today. Theories that are based on observations have a priority over theories alone, since observations can be used to disprove theories. Galileo Galilei had based his theories on his observations in the debate over whether the sun revolved around the earth or not. You should also engage in self-criticism. You should question your own assumptions, and you should try to explain the opposite of your beliefs. You should ask yourself, assume that I'm wrong. How will I know? Why might an opposite theory be correct? And assuming that my answer is correct, what would cause me to change my mind? And then you should look for that evidence. We often don't see our own weaknesses, and we are thus not motivated to improve. Therefore, you should encourage the right people to give you objective feedback that will help you to improve. You should look back and measure how you are doing against your original expectations. You should try to find your mistakes early and to correct them quickly before they can cause you any harm. The next tool that we will discuss can force us to be more objective. Charles Munger says on the subject of backward thinking, the mental habit of thinking backward can force our objectivity, because one of the ways that you can think a thing through backward is to take your initial assumption and to say, let's try and disprove it. That is not what most people do with their initial assumptions. They try to confirm them. It's an automatic tendency in our psychology, and it is often called first conclusion bias. But it's only a tendency. You can train yourself away from this tendency to a substantial degree. You just have to constantly take your own assumptions and try to disprove them. Now let's begin Chapter 10 of this part. Chapter 10, Backward Thinking. Charles Munger offers a powerful piece of advice when he says, a lot of success in life and success in business comes from knowing what you really want to avoid, like early death and a bad marriage. The core of this idea is to avoid what causes the opposite of what you want to achieve. The 19th century German mathematician Carl Jacobi was once asked the secret of his mathematical discoveries. He replied, "You must always invert." This idea of inverting, or thinking backward, is incredibly powerful. So, whenever you're trying to achieve a goal, solve a problem, or predict an outcome, it's useful to think things through backward. At the weekly meeting with his managers, John posed an unusual question. He asked, what actions could our company take to destroy as much value as possible in the shortest amount of time? The managers came up with a list. They said you could treat the employees badly and reward bad work. Instead of appealing to their self-interest, give them a goal that no one understands. Make sure people don't know what the company stands for, what the rules are, or the consequences for breaking them. You could also make sure people don't know their areas of responsibility and put the right person in the wrong job. Make everything impossible to measure and never tell people why something should be done. They also suggested surrounding the CEO with confused, unmotivated subordinates. You could give key customers reasons to be angry, with late and wrong deliveries, delays, and arrogance. You would want customers to associate the business with misery and make sure that this feeling gets reinforced at every point of contact with the company. By thinking backward, we can figure out what actions we must avoid. As Charles Munger explains, if you were hired by the World Bank to help India, it would be very helpful to determine the 3 best ways to increase man-years of misery in India, and then turn around and avoid those ways. Instead of asking how you can achieve a goal, you can ask the opposite question. What don't I want to achieve? This is your non-goal. Then ask, what causes this non-goal? And how can I avoid that? Finally, you can turn the question back around and ask, what do I want to achieve now, and how can I do that? For example, instead of asking how John and Mary can improve their marriage, they could ask, what qualities will destroy our marriage? One quality that would certainly do it is dishonesty. Now they can reinvert the question and ask, how can we improve our marriage? The answer becomes clear: be honest. Charles Munger provides an enlightening example of how dumb systems can cause dumb behavior. He says, let's say you have a desire to do public service. As a natural part of your planning, you think in reverse and ask, what can I do to ruin our civilization? That's easy. If what you want to do is to ruin your civilization, just go to the legislature and pass laws that create systems wherein people can easily cheat. It will work perfectly. Take the workers' compensation system in California. Stress is real, and its misery can be real. So you want to compensate people for their stress in the workplace. It seems like a noble thing to do, but the trouble with such a compensation practice is that it's practically impossible to delete huge cheating. And once you reward cheating, you get crooked lawyers, crooked doctors, crooked unions, and so on, participating in referral schemes. You get a total miasma of disastrous behavior, and the behavior makes all the people doing it worse as they do it. So you were trying to help your civilization, but what you did was create enormous damage net. So it's much better to let some things go uncompensated, to let life be hard, than to create systems that are easy to cheat. Have you ever been told, don't think about the color red? If someone told you that, you would almost certainly think of the color red. Why? Because in order to know what not to think about, your brain first has to think about it. Imagine John on a golf course, trying to hit his ball over a water hazard that is right in front of the green. He doesn't say to himself, I don't want to hit the ball in the water. Instead, he says, I want to hit the ball on the green. So when you tell people what to avoid, you should always end with what you want them to achieve. Another way to think backward is to study errors. The Roman statesman Marcus Porcius Cato wrote, wise men profit more from fools than fools from wise men. For the wise men shun the mistakes of the fools, but fools do not imitate the successes of the wise. To reduce your own mistakes, you should study the failures of others, especially those with severe consequences, both in business and in life. You should look at their causes over time and see if they have remained unchanged. Often, we learn more from understanding why something doesn't work than from why it does. Studies have also shown that learning from dramatic stories of errors is an effective method. Errors are salient and memorable. Studying errors can encourage more effortful thinking and can improve our capacity to deal with change and with new or unusual situations. You can ask questions like, why did that happen? Why do certain businesses lose money or fail? Why do smart people engage in foolish behavior? Why do certain accidents happen? What was the mistake that caused the bad performance? What circumstances were present at the time? And what is the lesson to be learned from it? Once you know this, you can then ask, what people or businesses are doing things that history has proven will cause failure? How can we best avoid what we don't want to happen? How can we create the best conditions to avoid mistakes? How can we prevent the causes that can't be eliminated? How can we limit the consequences of what we want to avoid? And how can we limit the probability of what we want to avoid? You can also organize your study of errors by thinking about what you want to avoid, what causes it, and what the antidote might be. You can look at the major risk factors and the mistakes that were made, and then ask why those things happened. This can help you understand how specific errors evolve and what factors contribute to them, which in turn helps you figure out what the rational course of action is. You can also turn a negative into an advantage. In 1796, the British physician Edward Jenner discovered vaccination. He had noticed that milkmaids who had contracted a mild and usually non-lethal form of the pox virus, called cowpox, seemed to be immune to the lethal form of the virus, smallpox. He then took samples from one of a milkmaid's lesions and inoculated a young boy with the cowpox. The boy then built up antibodies in his immune system that prevented him from getting smallpox, and he subsequently survived the epidemic. Another powerful technique is to begin with the end in mind. In the 4th century, the Greek mathematician Pappus of Alexandria wrote, "Let us start with what is being sought and assume that we have already found it." If you assume that you've already achieved your goal, you can then ask yourself, what was the purpose? Was this what I really wanted? If so, from which earlier position did I get here? And what was needed to achieve this? You can then work your way backward to the beginning. By working backward, you can more easily see how and if something may work. An example of this is retrospective disease studies. Researchers can study a disease and then work backward to see what prior conditions are associated with it. Consider the statement, "We need discipline in schools." What would be the consequences if this statement were false? You can turn a statement backward and show that its opposite would be worse. What would the consequences be? Would they be unbelievable or negative? Suppose there was no discipline in our schools. Would there be more behavior that we don't want? When you believe that you have arrived at the right judgment, you should consider what could cause the opposite of your prediction, which is what you don't want to happen. Suppose you make a personality judgment and you conclude that an individual is of good character and you want to enter into a relationship with them. You should then ask yourself, what could ruin this relationship? And what could be causing me to misjudge their character? Other uses of backward thinking include studying evidence that implies the opposite of what is normal and then asking why. You can also use negative rules, which is to tell people what they can't do. And you can practice zero-based thinking. This means starting with a clean sheet of paper and asking, if we weren't already doing what we are doing, how could we best achieve our goal? The next chapter is about risk, or the possibility of loss. As the old saying goes, if you put your head in the lion's mouth, you shouldn't be surprised if it's bitten off. Now let's begin chapter 11 of this part. Chapter 11, Risk. The British philosopher Bertrand Russell once wrote, in his book Authority and the Individual, "A life without adventure is likely to be unsatisfying, but a life in which adventure is allowed to take whatever form it will is sure to be short." Why do you want to buy this stock? What must happen for the investment to succeed? And what is the downside? You should always reflect on what can go wrong. You should ask yourself, what could cause this to turn into a catastrophe? What is the potential downside? What should I be worrying about? What is the likelihood and the magnitude of a possible loss? What's the worst thing that could happen? What can I do to prevent it? And what will I do if it does happen? We need to look at the downside when we are investing. According to Forbes magazine, Charles Munger's way of reasoning is, the simple fact is that you can't tell whether an idea is likely to work unless you consider all the possible negatives. Okay, it's a good company, but is the price low enough? Is the management made up of people that Munger and Buffett are comfortable with? If it is cheap enough to buy, is it cheap for the wrong reason or for the right reason? As Munger puts it, what's the flip side? What can go wrong that I haven't seen? Being wrong can cause both an actual loss and an opportunity cost. When we are investing, we can either lose our capital, for example, we invest 10 and we only get back 5, or we can get an inadequate return, for example, getting only 3% versus 6% from a bond. What does Warren Buffett say about business risk? He says, when we look at businesses, we try to look at businesses that are good businesses today, and then we think about what can go wrong. We think of business risk in terms of what can happen 5, 10, or 15 years from now that will destroy, modify, or reduce the economic strengths that we believe currently exist in the business. And for some businesses, that's impossible to figure out. At least it's impossible for us to figure it out, and we don't even think about it. If we can think of very much that can go wrong, then we just forget about it. Warren Buffett says that the best way to minimize risk is to think. He also tells us how Berkshire Hathaway reduces its risk. In stocks, we expect every commitment to work out well because we concentrate on conservatively financed businesses with strong competitive strengths that are run by able and honest people. If we can buy into these companies at sensible prices, then our losses should be rare. Indeed, during the 38 years that we have run the company's affairs, the gains from the equities that we manage at Berkshire, that is, excluding those that are managed at General Re and GEICO, have exceeded our losses by a ratio of about 100 to 1. Do we need to take a lot of risks to get ahead in life? Charles Munger tells a story about this. I had a relative by marriage who died in his late 80s, and I don't think he ever had a loss. He only did about 8 things in his lifetime. He started with a small poke, and if something wasn't a near cinch, then he didn't do it. He lived well and he died rich. And I think it's possible for a great many people to live a life like that, where there isn't much risk of disaster and where they're virtually sure to get ahead a reasonable amount. But it takes a lot of judgment, a lot of discipline, and an absence of hyperactivity. And by this method, I think that most intelligent people can take a lot of the risk out of their lives. As the old saying goes, a fool and his money are soon parted. What traits are necessary to be an outstanding long-term investor? Warren Buffett gives us some clues in Berkshire Hathaway's 2006 chairman's letter, where he mentions Berkshire's intention of hiring someone to succeed him as Berkshire's chief investment officer when the need arises. He writes, "Picking the right person or persons will not be an easy task. It's not hard, of course, to find smart people, among them individuals who have impressive investment records. But there is far more to successful long-term investing than just brains and a performance that has recently been good. Over time, the markets will do extraordinary, even bizarre things. A single big mistake could wipe out a long string of successes. We therefore need someone who is genetically programmed to recognize and to avoid serious risks, including those that have never before been encountered. Certain perils that can lurk in investment strategies cannot be spotted by the use of the models that are commonly employed today by financial institutions. Temperament is also important. Independent thinking, emotional stability, and a keen understanding of both human and institutional behavior are all vital to a long-term investment success. Now, let's talk about the consequences of being wrong. Warren Buffett once said, "If we can't tolerate a possible consequence, remote though it may be, we should steer clear of planting its seeds." Experience tells me that the future will be similar to the past, but it may or may not. We don't know the future. And what if the consequences of our being wrong are terrible and can cause us great harm? If the decision is an important one, then we should largely ignore what has happened in the past and instead focus on the consequences of being wrong. Why do we insure our houses? We do it because the consequences of being wrong, which would be a fire, would be devastating, and the cost of the insurance is relatively minor in comparison. For example, the cost of a $1,000 premium might decrease my happiness very little, while the potential loss of $300,000 would lead to a considerable amount of misery. You should always ask yourself, what could go wrong? And what can I do to prevent any harm or to deal with it if it does happen? John wants to buy another ice cream store. The key variable that he is betting on is that the unit volume will increase. So what would be the consequences if he is wrong? The worse the consequences of being wrong are, the less inclined we must be to take a specific action, or the more evidence we will need in favor of something. You should ask yourself, what is the cost of being wrong versus the benefit of being right when it is compared to my other investment opportunities? The cost could be that John might lose money and his reputation, and he might experience a lot of mental stress. It would also take his focus away from his other business. The benefit would be the possibility of making more money over a period of time. And the alternative would be to have more time to concentrate on his present business or on other opportunities. Or you could state it another way. If I do this because I am betting that the unit volume will increase, but I'm wrong, and the volume remains the same, or it decreases due to less demand, more competition, or an unfavorable environment, then what would the consequences be? Could I handle them? And are they reversible? And if I don't do this because I am betting that the unit volume will go down or will stay the same but I'm wrong, then what would the consequences be? In which of these alternatives would I lose less? Finally, let's discuss the margin of safety. Charles Munger once said, "We try to arrange our affairs so that no matter what happens, we'll never have to go back to go." Albert Einstein once said, Whoever undertakes to set himself up as a judge of truth and of knowledge will be shipwrecked by the laughter of the gods. We can't predict what is going to happen in our lives. We should never underestimate the chance of rare events. To protect ourselves from all the unknowns that lie ahead, we can either avoid certain situations, we can make decisions that will work out for a wide range of outcomes, we can have backups, or we can have a huge margin of safety. For example, when we are investing money, the following things can guide us. We should know the underlying business's value. We should not use leverage. We should only enter into situations where the management is able and honest, and we should always invest with a huge margin of safety. But how much of a margin of safety do we need? Warren Buffett answers this question. If you can understand a business, if you can see its future perfectly, then obviously you will need very little in the way of a margin of safety. And conversely, the more things that can happen, the more uncertainty there is, the more vulnerable the business is, or the greater the possibility of change is, the larger the margin of safety that you will require. If you're driving a 9,800-pound truck across a bridge that says it can hold 10,000 pounds, and the bridge is only about 6 inches above the ground, then you may feel okay. However, if the bridge is over the Grand Canyon, then you may want a little larger margin of safety, and therefore you may only want to drive a 4,000-pound truck across it. So it all depends on the nature of the underlying risk. What else is important? We have a better chance of avoiding misjudgments and of improving our lives if we have the right attitude and if we follow certain values. In the writer Janet Lowe's wonderful biography of Charles Munger, which is called Damn Right, we can learn some of Charles Munger's views on values and on behavior from his stepson Hal Borthwick. He says, Charlie drummed in the notion that a person should always do the best that you can do. You should never tell a lie. If you say that you're going to do something, then you should get it done. Nobody gives a shit about an excuse. You should leave for the meeting early. You shouldn't be late, but if you are late, then you shouldn't bother giving people excuses. You should just apologize, and you should return your calls quickly. The other thing is the 5-second no. You got to make up your mind. You don't leave people hanging. Now let's begin Chapter 12 of this part. Chapter 12, Attitudes. There is a Scottish proverb that says, "Be happy while you're living, for you are a long time dead." First, let's talk about the idea that life is long if we know how to use it. The Roman philosopher Lucius Annaeus Seneca tells us in his moral essays that it's not that we have so little time, but that we waste so much of it. He writes, "Why do we complain of nature? She has shown herself to be kindly, and life, if you know how to use it, is long. But one man is possessed by an avarice that is insatiable, and another by a toilsome devotion to tasks that are useless. One man is besotted with wine, and another is paralyzed by sloth. One man is exhausted by an ambition that always hangs upon the decision of others, and another, who is driven on by the greed of the trader, is led over all lands and all seas by the hope of gain. Many are kept busy, either in the pursuit of other men's fortune or in complaining of their own. And many, who are following no fixed aim, but are shifting and inconstant and dissatisfied, are plunged by their fickleness into plans that are ever new. And some have no fixed principle by which to direct their course, but fate will take them unawares while they loll and yawn. So surely does it happen that I cannot doubt the truth of that utterance, which the greatest of poets delivered with all the seeming of an oracle. The part of life that we really live is small. For all the rest of our existence is not life, but is merely time." He continues, "You live as if you were destined to live forever, and no thought of your frailty ever enters your head, and of how much time has already gone by, you take no heed. You squander your time as if you drew from a full and abundant supply, though all the while that day which you bestow on some person or thing is perhaps your last. You have all the fears of mortals and all the desires of immortals. You will hear many men saying, 'After my 50th year I shall retire into leisure, and my 60th year shall release me from my public duties.' And what guarantee, pray, have you that your life will last any longer? Who will suffer your course to be just as you have planned it? Are you not ashamed to reserve for yourself only the remnant of your life, and to set apart for wisdom only that time which cannot be devoted to any business? How late it is to begin to live just when we must cease to live. What a foolish forgetfulness of our mortality it is to postpone our wholesome plans to our 50th and our 60th year, and to intend to begin our life at a point to which so few have ever attained. Life is too short to be wasted. Samuel Johnson once said, "It matters not how a man dies, but how he lives. The act of dying is not of importance, for it lasts so short a time." We only have one life, so we should try to create a life that we can enjoy. The comedian George Burns once said, "You can either do what you love, or you can love what you do. I don't see that there's any other choice." We all have 24 hours in our day. We can't save our time. We can only spend it wisely or foolishly. So how do we use our time? What is the best use of it? What do we want out of our lives? And do we live in a way that will make that possible? The shorter our list of wants is, the more likely it is that we will be able to focus on the things that really matter. You should know what you want and what you don't want, and you should ask yourself, am I doing what I want to do or what others expect me to do? Who or what is the most important thing in your life? Do you have a sense of meaning? Part of avoiding our misjudgments and of improving our lives is having the right attitude toward life. And since people are all different, there is no one-size-fits-all strategy for this. We each must figure out our own style. But there are some guidelines that can apply to all of us. We should act in a way that agrees with our nature, with our advantages, and with our limitations. And we should establish and follow some values. How can we expect to succeed in a field that we don't understand? We can reduce the likelihood of our making mistakes if we deal with the things that agree with our nature and with the things that we can understand and can do well. We will have a better chance of solving our problems and of evaluating any statements that are made to us if they are within our area of competence. Confucius once said, "To know that we know what we know, and that we do not know what we do not know, that is true knowledge." We must determine our own abilities and our own limitations. We need to know what we don't know or what we are not capable of knowing, and we should avoid those areas. As Warren Buffett says, you have to stick within what I call your circle of competence. You have to know what you understand and what you don't understand. It's not terribly important how big that circle is, but it's terribly important that you know where its perimeter is. And Charles Munger adds, "We'd rather deal with what we can understand. Why should we want to play a competitive game in a field where we have no advantage and maybe even a disadvantage, instead of playing in a field where we have a clear advantage?" Each of you will have to figure out where your own talents lie, and you'll have to use your own advantages. But if you try to succeed in what you're worst at, then you're going to have a very lousy career. I can almost guarantee it. To do otherwise, you'd have to buy a winning lottery ticket or get very lucky somewhere else. You should ask yourself, what is my nature? What motivates me? What is my tolerance for pain and for risk? What has given me happiness and unhappiness in the past? What things and what people am I comfortable with? What are my talents and my skills? And do I know the difference between what I want and what I'm good at? Where do I have an edge over others? And what are my limitations? How can we do what is important if we don't have any values? If we don't stand for something, then we will fall for anything. You should always be honest. The American President Thomas Jefferson once wrote, "Honesty is the first chapter of the Book of Wisdom." You should always act honorably. You should listen to the words of Mark Twain, who once said, "Always do what is right. This will gratify some of the people, and it will astonish the rest." You should always tell the truth. You should follow Lou Vincenti's rule, who was the former chairman of Wesco. He said, if you tell the truth, then you don't have to remember your lies. Honesty can pay. Charles Munger says, more often we've made extra money out of our morality. Ben Franklin was right for us. He didn't say that honesty was the best morals. He said that it was the best policy. You should act with integrity and with individuality. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The content of your character is your choice. Day by day, what you choose, what you think, and what you do is who you become. Your integrity is your destiny. It is the light that guides your way." Every human being is unique, so we all have the right to be different. Why is integrity the real freedom? Because if we have nothing to hide, then we have nothing to fear. Charles Munger says, "We think there should be a huge area between what you are willing to do and what you can do without a significant risk of suffering a criminal penalty or of causing any losses. We believe that you shouldn't go anywhere near that line. You ought to have an internal compass. So there should be all kinds of things that you won't do, even though they're perfectly legal. And that's the way that we try to operate. You should stay out of anything that is questionable, and you should only deal with honorable people. You can use Warren Buffett's front page test. You should ask yourself, would I be willing to see my action immediately described by an informed and a critical reporter on the front page of my local paper, there to be read by my spouse, my children, and my friends? Trusting people can be efficient. Charles Munger says, "Good character is very efficient. If you can trust people, then your systems can be way simpler. There's an enormous efficiency in good character and a disefficiency in bad character." You should also try to act as an exemplar. The Roman writer Publius Terentius once said, "Wealth is a blessing to those who know how to use it, but it is a curse to those who don't." You should always observe what signals you are sending out. Charles Munger tells us that some people have a duty to create the right appearance. He says, "A person who rises high in the army or who becomes a Supreme Court justice is expected to be an exemplar. So why shouldn't someone who rises high in a big corporation also act as an exemplar?" He continues, "You don't want your first-grade teacher to be fornicating on the floor or to be drinking booze in the classroom. And similarly, I don't think you want your stock exchange to be all over the headlines because of its wretched excess. And I certainly don't think that you want to turn the country's major stock exchange into even more of a casino than it is already. The military has the right model. One of the things that's been horribly underdone is the concept, where the military equivalent is conduct unbecoming of an officer. When you rise to a certain point in a civilization, you ought to have a duty to behave as an exemplar. When is the last time that you have ever heard in a boardroom, "Is this consistent with our duties as exemplars?" I mean, the very word has an antique ring to it, exemplar. But that's exactly what is so horribly lacking, and everybody can see that that's what's required. The military concept of conduct unbecoming of an officer is an important one. Your duty is to not cause any resentment and envy and a lot of other things. You have a big duty as an exemplar. How can we teach ethics? Charles Munger says, "I think that the best single way to teach ethics is by example. And that means that if you take in people who demonstrate in all their daily conduct an appropriate ethical framework, then I think that that will have an enormous influence on the people who watch it. And conversely, if your ethics slip, and if people are being rewarded for their ethical slips, then I think that your ethics will cascade downward at a very, very rapid rate." I think that ethics are terribly important, but I think that they're best taught indirectly, by example. If you just sort of learn a few rules, and then you remember them well enough to pass a test, then my guess is that that doesn't do all that much for people's ethics. But if you see people that you admire behaving in a certain way, particularly under stress, then I think that you're likely to remember that and to be affected by that for a long, long time. You should also try to treat people fairly. Warren Buffett says that the only way to be loved is to be lovable. You will always get back more than you give away, and if you don't give any, then you won't get any. And Lao Tzu once said, "You should respond intelligently even to unintelligent treatment." You should be nice to people, and if they are not nice to you, then you shouldn't be nasty to them. You should just avoid them in the future. You should follow the advice of Charles Darwin, who was to avoid controversies. He once said, "I rejoice that I have avoided any controversies, and this I owe to Lyell, who many years ago, in reference to my geological works, had strongly advised me to never get entangled in a controversy, as it rarely did any good, and it caused a miserable loss of time and temper. All that I think is that you will only excite anger, and that anger will so completely blind everyone that your arguments would have no chance of influencing those who are already opposed to our views. You shouldn't take life too seriously. Oscar Wilde once said, "Life is too important to be taken seriously." You should have some perspective. You should remember Samuel Johnson's words, "Distance has the same effect on the mind as it does on the eye." When we fail, we should try to view it as a learning experience. You should also try to have a positive attitude. The Mayo Clinic researchers have reported that optimists have reported a higher level of physical and mental functioning than pessimists. And studies at the Mayo Clinic have also shown that optimists live longer than pessimists. Having a positive attitude can also cause the body to produce pain-suppressing hormones, which are called endorphins, which can work like morphine. Warren Buffett says on the value of enthusiasm, "I do think that enthusiasm is a good quality to have in general, and it has helped me. I like the managers in our businesses who are enthusiastic. These people are enthusiastic about their work, in the same way that people can get enthusiastic about golf, and that can translate into results. If you are in a job that you are not enthusiastic about, then you should find something else. You're not doing yourself any favor, and you're not doing your employer any favor, and you're going to make a change anyway at some point. We're here on this earth only one time, unless Shirley MacLaine is right. So you ought to be doing something that you can enjoy as you go along, and that you can be enthusiastic about." He also says that we should do what we enjoy. He says, you should do what turns you on. You should do something that, if you had all the money in the world, you'd still be doing it. You've got to have a reason to jump out of your bed in the morning. Don't look for the money. You should look for something that you love, and if you're good at it, then the money will come. You should also have reasonable expectations. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Blessed is he that expects nothing, for he shall never be disappointed." If we don't hope for much, then reality will often beat our expectations. But if we always expect the best, or if we have unreal expectations, then we will often be disappointed. We will feel worse, and we will make bad judgments. You should also expect adversity. We will all encounter adversity in whatever we choose to do in our lives. Charles Munger gives his iron prescription for life. He says, "Whenever you think that some situation or some person is ruining your life, it is actually you who are ruining your life." Feeling like a victim is a perfectly disastrous way to go through life. If you can just take the attitude that, however bad it is in any way, it's always your fault, and that you will just fix it as best you can, the so-called iron prescription, then I think that will really work. When bad things happen, you should ask yourself, what else does this mean? You should see life's obstacles as temporary setbacks, not as disasters. And Mark Twain once said, "Our race, in its poverty, has unquestionably one really effective weapon, laughter. Against the assault of laughter, nothing can stand." You should also try to live in the present. The Chinese philosopher Confucius once said, "The superior man does not waste himself on what is distant or on what is absent. He stands in the here and now, in the real situation." We often tend to emphasize the destination so much that we miss the journey. You should try to stay in the present and to enjoy your life today. Blaise Pascal once wrote, "Let each of us examine his thoughts. He will find them to be wholly concerned with the past or with the future." We almost never think of the present, and if we do think of it, it is only to see what light it can throw on our plans for the future. The present is never our end. The past and the present are our means, but the future alone is our end. Thus, we never actually live, but we only hope to live. And since we are always planning how to be happy, it is inevitable that we should never be so. You should be curious and open-minded, and you should always ask why. Samuel Johnson once wrote, "Curiosity is one of the permanent and certain characteristics of a vigorous mind." And Thomas Henry Huxley once said, "You should sit down before the facts like a child and be prepared to give up every preconceived notion and to follow humbly wherever and to whatever abysses nature may lead you, or you shall learn nothing." A child is curious, and a child will always ask why. As grown-ups, we often seem to forget the whys, and we tend to just accept what others say. We should all be like children again, and we should see the world as if through the eyes of a curious child, without any preconceptions. And now we have come to the end of Seeking Wisdom. The final quote is from Sherlock Holmes, from Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Man with the Twisted Lip. He says, "I confess that I have been as blind as a mole, but it is better to learn wisdom late than to never learn it at all." I hope this audiobook has been helpful in both understanding and in improving your thinking. I also hope that you will continue in your own search for wisdom. We are all still going to make misjudgments, but we can always improve.